pe gură de rai. Ia te vine în cale și cobor la vale, trei tundri de vie cu trece bănie. Unui moldovan, unui ungurean și unui vrâncean. Iar cel ungurean și cu cel vrâncean, care se băbire, ei se sfătuire pe la posesoare ca să mi-l omoare pe cel moldovan. Că-i mai ortoman. Cura nu mai tace, iar bani nu mai place, curiești mult mai drăguță mioară. Stăpâniți, cheamă și-un câine cel mai bărbătești și...
Felt like the days of old is going to see Boxy
again.
And that's a death.
Oh my
for
god,
Ame.
man, he is actually
6 charges. We're going to have a big team fight, I think, to start the game. The taunt is up onto Ame, but a huge crack from Nothing to Say. Was that 5, man? Nothing to Say is going to die, but the first blood already went to Ame. As Ace continuing on, he's going to be the 3rd hero dead. My goodness, what a start to this game. X-Nova has the heals. They're still going to continue to pursue. Nice shield crash coming out from XXS as Tofu's going to drop along with Mickey. Damage, oh my god, Ame does not have Thunder, still with the Aegis, of course.
Oh, they're getting so sandwiched.
There's the rebound, that is a dead FY. Already one support on the deck. Fissure gonna block up quite a bit as Ame completely out of mana. XXS doing a decent amount with that blade mount. Mickey looking for an opening. They get the Aegis to start things out. There's the rebound, finding the space to be able to kill off XXS, and that means the isolation onto Ame. Crush and an Echo Slam being used. Boxy's dead as a result. Ame, though, popping the Metamorphosis and dies shortly after. Ultra kill for Mickey.
Blinking Hex, Serpent Ward, and just jumping on a DM, throwing down that Omni Splash. They go to Static Storm, they call themselves a Storm Spirit. They've got the Storm Splash to get the kill. All of a sudden, showing off this Aghanim Scepter that Disruptor just picked up Stampede. Can they stop his TP? No, they can't. Ice Wall's down, Cold Snap on a Pike. They get the kill on El Nisho. Starting from 9 class, that's going to be a dead Timberstone. 9 class getting the triple kill. Blinding with the Vortex, but they go to the arena. And he lost that Aegis pretty quickly, but this is a dead Evo. PB Echoes now looking in, Rolling Thunder coming through. They've got some decent damage from this guy, but it's just not enough. They're going to lose TMing. Shiro's got that E-Blade Burrow Strike now. They're trying to maybe drop down the Meteor Hammer on these heroes, but they stop that with BKB Popeye Fly, but Shiro is in, trying to get this kill, and will take out Fly. No buyback available. Down goes Zeal. GG is called. Tidebound take game number 1. Shiro's got an amplified damage. Onslaught Remnants coming forward. BKB, they go to the Lotus, but it's not going to matter. The damage coming in from Shiro's not going to be enough. They're trying to get it out. Fly. He's in a bad spot. He's got to be careful. He's trying to stand his ground against Echoes. They go to the time lapse. Now the Rolling Thunder comes through. They hit the Hex. Oh, they look for Terrorblade. There's the Force Staff and the damage. No, he's still alive for the moment, but the hook shot, another Force Staff. He'll turn around, goes to the Thunder. The Lotus Orb's not going to matter. They get the kill to TMing. He just fought back. Echoes, though. Echoes the shot from Fly. Sleight of Fish. Shiro gets that kill on an Emo. He's got no buyback. Ice Path on a 3. Pulverizes there. Down goes Zeal. Oh no. It's all crumbling for Yakult.
Inside the pit, now the Bear versus Tidebound.
He's gonna lose all his mana, surely.
He will. The Bear's gonna die once. Oh, and actually Collapse all alone in the pit. Gets the Ravage off as well. Collapse will take the Aegis in turn, and boom, dies shortly after, along with mid one. Team Spirit, what the hell was that? So,
increasingly obvious.
The game could just end during this fight without them even being in the base itself. They get the lasso. That's a dead Panther to start things out. And they get Yakoro. Okay. Double buyback though. Laro's getting extremely low. He's going to get ticked out by Boom. Triple kill for Collapse. So that's the one hero they could not focus, and he's going to take advantage of it.
Butterfly and Kiritich, he's got a big power spike now, and they're moving in. Zayat's actually almost just dead. In fact, Roshan's about to kill him. Zayat still running, does get taken down, and now the double ice path. Oh, Riddy's is gone. They've already lost both their supports, but Na'Vi, they can't leave. Roshan's still available. They've got to fight this one out. The buyback's incoming. Zayat, he'll commit his GPK. Will go down. Meanwhile, Kiritich trying to stick to Roshan. He's almost there. He just needs a bit more time, and he should be able to get away with it, and he does. Now the Omni, and Mira with the double stun. Got the juice. Trying to run. Nico's trying to salvage, and he might have it. Miro's down. Kiritich needs to run, and he will do so. Save jump, get back in now. Nico's gone. What? What do you mean? Save will do it him damn self, but he will go down eventually. They'll move on to the melee, jump in from Got the Juice. Dragon form is still 5 away. They'll stampede with the hoof stomp. Nico is gone as Kiritich will wipe them out. It's got to be over. Na'Vi, they're still trying. They've committed some buybacks here. PMA, who'll chase down GPK. Can't even find that. Has got the juice now jumping in. Niku, he's in as well. They'll find GPK. There's your Omni Slash committed. Niku and got that juice. They're both gone. That's it. Kiritich, he's too much.
Over at the side, they have to find something insane here, Nigma Galaxy, but Yamston, he's just ending the game. They'll get the jump kill off the supports, but Yamston, he's just looking to close this up. As he's looking towards the edge, and they'll now turn towards him, they'll get the Hex in, spear back as well, they'll lock him down, and they'll be able to kill him off the once, but Noob's gone, he's got buyback available himself. Second Ravage is at the ready, comes out, Any follow-up lockdown on towards Yamson? There is not. He's got the BKB ready to go. They turn towards tier 2000. He tries to scramble back towards the base. Fade gets an ultra kill. They're dead on Nigma Galaxy.
Spot Toby.
And there's the jump. Fade. He's going to be able to get the call out of the two of them. The splash comes in. That's the mail gone. They'll get the arena down. BKB popped by Noob as he tries to back off. Tier 2000, he's attempting to get in on the action. The bashes and the crushes and the calls are there. They've got a decent bit of control onto Yamsa, but it's not enough to stop him from getting the healing ward and the Blade Fury off. This game...
Ice Path can land with the macro fire drop from Scam. 33's jumped in with the Doom, but what else can he do? The Pulverizer's out. He refreshed, but he gets nothing else off. They'll drop the Static Storm, but it catches nothing. There's Pure. He'll try to do it himself. He'll jump right in onto Yopaj. Yopaj, though, still alive with the disruption save. BZM, meanwhile, being chased by a very angry bear is now Natsumi. Right up to Pure. Some chicken joy for this game. Number one, I think, Jonathan, is Pure. Gets away with that Raven's Veil. Shows himself on Scam, but is still probably gonna die. On the tier 4 towers, they'll go 33, the big epicenter now. BKB from Yopaz, keeping him safe as they'll take down Nico another time. He'll buy back on the Undying. But how do you force this fight?
I mean, it just feels impossible. As long as White wants alive, these decreps, these life drains are just doing too much.
Oh, Pure jumps back in again. Scam deleted. Yopaj deleted. Raptor dance and celebration. They call the GG.
Greetings, Dota fans, and welcome back to PGL Wallachia. We're in day 3. I'm your host, Richard Lewis, and of course, as always, we've brought in two of the world's greatest analysts to break down the action over the course of the day. There it is. You have, obviously, Lacoste here, the expert when it comes to Dota and puns and wordplay. He loves to put some sizzle on the steak. And next to him, a man who knows how to farm impressions. It is, of course, Jenkins. How are you doing, guys?
Oi, mate, how the fuck you doing? That's Richard Lewis.
Is that a farmer voice or mine?
No, that's you.
It's like, I actually do sound a little bit like Bristleback people.
Oh, yeah?
Look like him too, of course. But.
Oi, mate. That was maybe more like Conker, but...
we can work on that. We're not voice actors.
No,
we're people who talk about Dota for a living.
Where is Conker at after all these
You
years?
wanted to see that hero yesterday. That hero is completely dead.
Obviously, as well, as we'll get to, it looks like you're sporting a bit of a concussion or something there on the side of your head. What happened there?
Well, maybe if somebody's concussed, they'll pick Kunka today. Because I do think that there's some games that call for a blade mail and a pipe, and he likes to buy a blade mail and a pipe. And all these other heroes, they can only go one or the other.
Why don't we take a look at what happened yesterday? Kunka obviously didn't happen yesterday,
he had nothing
but
to do with
this happened yesterday. Lots of really cool stories already emerging at the tournament. There's one result we've just got to talk about jumping off the page.
The big one, yeah.
The big one. OG
Tundra against OG.
Tundra.
They're almost there. They did manage to beat the PARIVISION in the first round of Swiss. Now they beat another potential team that's going to take the whole tournament. Are they going to stop? Probably not. Like, I love the vibes with the team when they are winning, how they look on the camera as well. They also managed to beat PARIVISION 2-0.
Yep.
And the Tundra, like even the series that they did lose.
They put PARIVISION into therapy.
That was the angriest I've seen Dookie Duke.
That was like crazy.
You know, the crazy thing about it is that it's like two curses that are being broken at once. Is like SEA has had a really rough time for, honestly, quite a few years now. And then OG has also had a rough time for quite a few years now and not really had like a team that could beat the S-tier caliber of teams. And they just dumpstered two of them in a row.
That's what I've noticed on Reddit. All the OG fans that have been like hiding out. Like,
they're all back.
They're all
they're
back now. They've all come out, like they roll back the stone on the cave. We're back, guys. We're back.
We told you so.
Yeah, we knew. But obviously, if they do go on to beat Liquid today and go through 3-0, that's one of the craziest already like stories in the second half of the Dota year that this OG team has hit the ground running. I'll also say, while we're talking about being concussed, you did have a dark horse pick. Team NGX let's just quickly check in. How are they doing, Jenkins?
Upper bracket is for bitches, Richard. That's a quote from Miracle. He's back. We're announcing that here. He's not back.
He's not back, no.
They lost to GamerLegion, but hear me out. Okay. Hear me
It's
out.
a lot of copium.
Why do we got to do the slow zoom when I'm doing this? I feel like that's not helping my case at all. Okay. GamerLegion, every single time we're at a tournament, I always hear rumbling around the streets from the boys, from the pro players. They say, like, these guys are actually doing pretty good in scrims. I don't know why it never translates to the competitive for some reason. Sometimes they take a game off of some good teams in a group stage. They usually bomb out of the group stage. But this is a team that you can lose to. So I think NGX, maybe overcooked. They went back to the Muerta. It worked at TI. Meta shifted. People are not stupid anymore. Dom build is not this big surprising thing. Let's cook something else. Let's cook something else, boys. You got this. 3-0 for the rest.
They also are going to be playing against Cobra later today, which is not an easy matchup by any means. This is my dark horse.
Yeah. I actually think Cobra is going to
It's a battle of our horses.
Indeed.
One of them's going to the glue factory.
Yep, absolutely. We also saw Spirit fighting. They had to take on MOUZ, and MOUZ obviously using stand-ins. A couple of players are sick at the moment, and we don't know if they're going to still be in the tournament by the time they get better. So lots up in the air there. Spirit did lose the first game, as was tradition. But
it was shellacking coming up. Lone Druid first pick, something that usually we don't see, but very clean execution of that strategy in game number 1.
Yeah, and then obviously they just were like, you know what, we're going to ban that. We take that away from Ghost, and they were able to win the next two.
And they looked angry. That's what I felt like. They looked angry because there were some really cool plays that they were doing where I've only seen Yatoro do this sort of shit when he's anime protagonist mode. And actually, he did some cool tech. I don't know if you guys want to see some cool tech.
Let's do it. Let's do it. I want to see you walk in those dungarees.
Okay. All right. This is going to be going back to my heyday of being a Dota 2 educational YouTuber.
Okay.
So first, we're going to take a look at some gyro tech because gyrocopter is being picked at these tournaments, and why is that? The main reason is because of his innate, which I will show you here for anybody that does not know. This is Gyrocopter's innate. Gyrocopter can disassemble most items. I think it's like Rapier that he can't disassemble. So you can actually also sell recipes for full price. It doesn't say that here, but that's very, very important. So what are some of the common things that people are disassembling? I mean, this is the really basic one, where people are disassembling the Dragon Lance, and they're disassembling it for Aghanim Scepter. You used to be able to do this with BKB. That was pretty solid, but people are now doing this with Ags. And then you can build the Belt of Strength that comes from the Dragonlance into a Sanjin Yasha, which this is a zoom in of something that's totally irrelevant. This one I found interesting. I asked my friend BSJ, who is a big gyrocopter, I was like, is there anything that I'm missing here? So you can disassemble a Falcon Blade into, I can go back and show you, this was indeed a Falcon Blade. You can disassemble the Falcon Blade, which a lot of people are going for some early game presence, into a Crystallis, which is a early game farming item on Gyrocopter, and then eventually the Fluffy Hat can be built into a Hurricane Pike. That's one of the disassembles that you can do. Speed this up here, it's the same clip. The Butterfly Lacoste, you mentioned this to me earlier today, so you can go for the Butterfly, disassemble this whenever they have MKB, build that into a Swift Blink, and then you can take the Claymore component and build that into a Satanic. And just the ability to, in the late game, you can make these decisions as a carrier where somebody invests like 6,000 gold to an item, and then all of a sudden you just
they're not selling their MKB.
They're not selling their MKB, right? So they just have an MKB, and it just doesn't do as much. I think this is a big reason why Gyro is really overpowered. So this is the big one. Like lately, this is what people have been doing. They've been abusing this tech to disassemble Daedalus. You can disassemble that into MKB if they have a Butterfly. All of a sudden, Butterfly is not a counter to Gyrocopter. And then the really big one, everyone is playing around going for a Rapier. You can disassemble an MKB, you can disassemble a Daedalus, you can build that into a Rapier. So like anything with a Demon Edge, you can basically just mix and match. And the thing is, these items like counter each other, and they counter other things that carries build. So it feels like an uncounterable sort of strategy sometimes. And Yatoro did some really cool shit. Okay, we're going to go through this kind of slowly. So look at this. buys Boots of Travel 2 in the late game. This blew my mind, because I'm like, holy shit, that's 2 recipes. It's 4,000 gold of recipes. You're going to sell that and get everything back. You're trading only 250 gold for the boots component. But if you were to build the boots into another boots, like, why are people not going Boots of Travel on Gyro? This makes so much sense. So he uses it late game, buys the Boots of Travel, TPs in to this kill right here on the Weaver, on Ghost. 95 seconds, he's dead. This is, like, absolutely important in the late game. And then you can see that he disassembles them. Right here, he auto sells them. Also, he auto buys the satanic component, goes to the secret shop, sells it. He lost nothing for that. He lost nothing.
It's so insane. This is the first time seeing that.
Yeah.
Like, you TP in, you kill the enemy carry, super late game scenario, he has to buy back, they win the game in like the next 2 minutes. Bought Boots of Travel 2, no cost to this. I can't believe that I've never seen this before. Like, early game Boots of Travel on Gyro, you're losing nothing. You're losing nothing. Anyway, that's the tech that Yatoro did. He did a lot of other cool shit yesterday. I would highly recommend watching this replay. He did very, very cool stuff. But this Boots of Travel tech on Gyro, I don't know. I think there's a lot of undiscovered stuff with this hero, because even the Falcon Blade thing I hadn't seen before, I had to contact a Gyro player to get
it's a lot. It's a lot.
This
like
info.
When we first introduced these innate abilities, and I saw the one from Gyro, the only thing I found cool about it was the name, Chop Shop. I didn't think it was going to have that much usage, but neither did pro players. It took them a good amount of time to actually get used to it and see what it's actually really good for. And something to point out as well about his build yesterday was that he did not have Aghanim Scepter. In 25-26 season, Aghanim Scepter has 90% pickup rate, so it's pretty much in every single game. I saw that Parker also decides to skip it in a situation like that, so he did go for the Manta style instead. This is basically your major item that you kind of want to have, but he's also finding a bit of a new tech, investing into different items and having a little bit more impact because of the like Manta dodges that he can do, so that he can get lassoed and stuff like that. So very cool stuff.
And that's what's great about Dota. Even when people say it's all figured out, there's always new cool stuff that people unearth and find. It's never all figured out. On that note, I'll throw over to you, Dom. We can do a little bit of a meta update. Obviously, we're still on the patch that everyone claims to be bored of, so we weren't expecting. Yeah,
it's a good patch. It's a
great patch.
I'm still enjoying the patch.
But obviously, we have seen some things emerge here at this tournament that haven't been typical of other tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, there are going to be some usual suspects that we are seeing, kind of what we are expecting to see in terms of the heroes that are getting picked. And yeah, I think there isn't anything too crazy in terms of the heroes that we are seeing. There are some like Slaughters and stuff coming out, of course, but yeah, the most picked heroes in the first phase. We're going to be talking about the first phase in general. You can see the most contested ones in the first phase, of course. There's going to be familiar faces like Dragon Knight, maybe Chen, Jakiro, of course. I think teams kind of realized again that the Jakiro is a very strong
they went away from it. We're back.
Shadow Demon as well. This hero is on the rise. He's been 0-5 at day 1. Starting to get some dubs as well, and the most banned heroes as well. Of course, Timbersaw, he's been the most contested, most banned hero in the last 2 tournaments of the season, including this one as well, Naga Siren. So a lot of familiar faces. Dragon Knight, of course, stands out the most. I think most of the teams did realize that they don't want to play against Dragon Knights. Those who did let Dragon Knight go through kind of paid the price.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say a couple of numbers there that are super interesting. Obviously, the Chen.
Yes.
People are going for it as a first pick, or were on day 1, day 2. They're not winning. But I think Jenkins made a very salient point, which is it is a speciality hero, and some of those people that specialize aren't at this tournament. And as the tournament progresses, we might see that win rate go up. The other thing was you saw there the DK, lots of bans, and on our stream we saw DK win. We saw it win.
It's just, there's nothing you can do.
But Jakiro being picked now.
It's another dragon.
Yeah.
It's a smarter dragon with 2 heads. He is just an insanely good hero. The changes that did make this hero viable, again, is Liquid Frost, the increased proc damage from 8 at level 1 to 15, and debuff duration has been increased by 1 second. So if you do the math, that's like 7 extra times 5. That's like 35 damage that he got on level 1 of the Liquid Frost, which is insane. Like, you just cannot trade. You pick Jakiro, you pick another range hero, you're gonna win the lane.
I wanna make a prediction.
Okay. Again,
I'm gonna make another.
What about the predictions from before?
It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Those don't matter because I got a new one. It overwrites.
Oh, I see.
Okay, my prediction, by maybe not tomorrow, day after tomorrow or tomorrow, Dragon Knight will be considered dog shit. Why? Why? Because the meta is shifting. We're seeing Jakiro get picked up, for example. Huge magic damage.
Yeah.
Loves when people stand there and fight in the macro pyre and all of the ground targeted stuff that Jakiro has. Dragon Knight, this is what he does, right? Chen, low win rate. Why? You play it into a hero like DK, Timber, super high armor. You run creeps at them. They don't care. They don't care at all. I think that the meta is shifting towards a lot of these magic damage heroes. And because of that, you're going to see that DK is losing value as the meta shifts.
Yeah. Okay, well, we'll see. I mean, certainly the Jakiro coming into the games does seem to have affected, him ever so slightly. But Timbersaw seems to still be, not figured out so far. So we will see.
No, that one is question mark.
That one's a no.
Yeah, that is a question mark. Anyway, why don't we talk about the schedule that we've got coming up for today? We're going to start, obviously, with the secondary stream. This is a PGL event, and we have 2 streams, so you can pick which games that you like to watch. Working our way backwards. There it is, down there. Jenkins Heartbreak incoming, Team NGX.
And Lacoste Heartbreak coming
someone's
in.
going to be right about this.
He's a huge Parker fan.
That's actually
massive
true.
fan.
Similar personalities. The Yakult Brothers versus Raw. That's going to be an interesting one. We've got Na'Vi versus GamerLegion. I think we had Na'Vi down as a dark horse, right? As well.
Yeah, I did. I think this one should be, even though yesterday they did lose against BetBoom Team.
It was close.
It was like very close here. It's a very competitive one.
Yeah, and Xtreme MOUZ. Obviously, we're watching the situation with MOUZ, whether or not they're going to have their main roster or not.
Yeah.
We never really know at the start of the day. So we'll have to wait and see. But certainly, I think that's a very interesting game because MOUZ did show, even with stand-ins, they can give anybody a game.
Yeah, they're good. If they can get Ghost one of his heroes,
Yeah.
I feel like it's Marcy or Lone Druid right now. And if they can get him like a third hero that will always get through in the draft that is that high value, then they're going to look really good.
Yeah,
it's a tough thing to do though because it's a stand-in situation. They don't have much time to practice and prep.
Yep.
So we'll see. Maybe they can do it.
Yeah. This is going to be what we've got on the mainstream coming at you. This is what we're going to be preoccupied with and what we'll be talking about. Again, working our way backwards. You can see Team Liquid versus OG Esports. Super jealous we're not getting to talk about that one.
Some bangers.
Yeah, there's absolute bangers. Obviously, BetBoom versus Spirit, another banger.
Yeah.
Tundra versus Heroic. That's just going to be
biggest banger. Biggest banger.
Yeah, for sure. Because Tundra obviously just shell-shocked by OG yesterday. But what we're going to start by talking about is PARIVISION versus Team Tidebound. And we'll start with Team Tidebound because it's our first time talking about them as our little unit. Obviously, we've talked about them at previous Wallachias. I do love watching this team, and I've always got high hopes for them. They have fallen short a little bit of my expectations. So let's do a temperature check. Where are they at now, Dom?
They're my dark horse as well. I did pick 3 of the dark horses. I feel like this team, with this roster, can do really well. And one of the reasons why I think they're going to be doing well is because New is back. He's been assistant coach, and now he's back in action. I've been praising this guy for a really long time. Unfortunately, he didn't have like the biggest success in his career. Like, his career isn't that long. He does tend to take some of the breaks in between. He joined the scene, I believe, in 2019, then played slightly slower. And we can see some of his most played heroes. These are his all-time most played heroes. And if you look at these heroes, these are all meta heroes.
I was just going to say, this patch is amazing.
This is the patch for him. This is why I think they're going to be having great success, because his Mars, his Timbersaw, even Brewmaster that he did play, these are his heroes. Like, everything that we're seeing on the screen right now is one of the most overpowered heroes. Maybe Pango, not as much. And if we look at the results in the Tier 1 tournaments, he didn't manage to get into top 2, never managed to win a Tier 1 tournament, even though he had a great result in 2023 with LGD squad, where he got 3rd place at the International. So I think with this squad, with Y behind him again, I feel like he needs a little bit more assistance when it comes down to maybe just the drafts in general. But this squad, I think they're going to slap. They might need a little bit more time, but they're going to get there.
Okay.
I agree. Yeah, I totally agree. And I think something we will always talk about with Tidebound regardless of the roster, is Shiro has always been like this new young Chinese super
New
carry.
Ame.
Yeah, it's people were talking about him as like a new iteration of Ame, and then Ame came back, and then it's okay, Ame's the new Ame.
Ame's Ame.
Yeah, but
I heard you talking shit.
but Shiro's ability to like absolutely clutch in the late game is I don't want to say unparalleled, because we have some really insanely good carries in Dota right now in general. Yatoro, Ame, these people that just go God mode and can 1v5. So I think he gets overshadowed a little bit by those carries, where he is absolutely one of these guys that can do that.
Well, I mean, we're obviously talking about PARIVISION and good carries. Kind of a weird spot for the team, though, right now. We sense something is amiss.
Yeah, Jenkins, you said that they have some sessions in the morning going on because you are close to the boys. You do live in the same building.
Yeah, they've been working on the mental side of things, which I know is something that they have talked about publicly before. That they have a very good psychologist. They have a very good support structure where they, even before TI, no one said in an interview like they were having issues. They were having struggles as a team. Like they. You have to be friends. Like, you have to understand each other. There has to be that human understanding that exists, that like bond that exists on the team. And when you're playing in some insanely high stress environment for like millions of dollars, I guarantee you, no matter how strong you
I think you need to have a strong bond in the team, especially like I think a good example is Ducalis with the bond with the table that he did have on day number one.
We needed strong table. That's what we needed, dude.
We needed the atomic bond of the table to be stronger,
exactly.
so it wouldn't smash.
I tell you what, I've seen some desk smashes across all of esports. That was right up there. Like,
that was
man alive.
Yeah.
But I mean, I get it, it's like you kind of understand how frustrating this game can be, and how frustrating it can be when your teammates maybe aren't on the same page as you. And here we are, we're talking about great carries. This is what's interesting. Like, Satanic has been going very much his own way.
Yes.
He has been pushing the Kez. He's been on this Storm carry.
This Storm carry is insane.
Like, it stands out so much.
Yeah.
Because this is not.
Do you believe in it, though? Because
I mean, I watched the game yesterday. I do. It looks good. It looks good. It's also a flex pick because they open up
true.
Storm as overall first pick, so they are pushing the enemy mid. They're like, we're going to be winning the matchup. We're going to be picking the Ember Spirit. And
are you not a little bit worried, though, that he's trying a bit too hard to reinvent the wheel? Like, I get it, but it's like he's such a mechanically strong player. It's like, just keep it simple, right?
That's kind of why I thought the Storm was interesting for him, though, because I saw that he built a Kaya and Yasha, which, of course, increases the cast speed of the ult. And I was thinking, like, if you really, truly believe, like, you are the fastest in the world, you are the best in the world.
You don't need Yasha Kaya, huh?
Well, I more so, I was thinking, if you're lowering the cast point on the ult, then how is anybody ever going to hit you with anything, Like, you can... It's the ultimate outplay item.
It is.
In Dota.
It is. He's bringing some new ideas to the table. Even though his Kez, they were kind of forcing Kez, I would say, and not being able to win with it.
Yes.
And on the other side, Shiro, this guy, whenever he is playing in a tournament, he has one of the widest, if not the widest hero pool. So he's going to be playing whatever it's needed. And he has very interesting hero pool. So far, he only showed,
what would be
the
Chad play if he picked Storm carry?
Oh, that is a good Chad.
That would be Chad. It won't happen.
I don't see Shiro as the type of guy to
I think Shiro plays so much Dota that you can actually give him whatever. Even if he never played a hero, he would still have a good performance.
I will just say, I don't think it's worth trying to understand PARIVISION. I think they're such a weird team. They have if you can't have a carry like this without having 9 class on your team. You can't have 9 class on your team playing this weird shit if you don't have DM who's able to be completely sacrificed. And guess what? His hero pool lets him get sacrificed.
Sure. I literally think, though, if you were to take 9 class off this roster, I think it would just implode. I think he gives them so much leeway.
I think he might implode too, though, actually.
True.
Like, they support him very well to do what he wants to do.
DM might become the best player in the world if he gets the lane with the position 4 that actually does stuff for him.
Look at this.
Oh my God, is this what laning is?
This is the first ban of the tournament on a Wind Ranger, and it's in the first phase.
I think this hero is like triple flex. We haven't seen too much of it. We've seen one carry, I believe. It was also Planet who played it from position 4, but this is also a hero that can be played in the mid lane in certain matchups. When you see enemy pick Huskar, you can pick Wind Ranger, and with the kill shot facet, and also against Wind Run, it's kind of nothing you can do about it.
Okay, so we get another live test of is Timbersaw counterable? Looks like PARIVISION believes that Nyx Assassin with the Mana Burn facet is an adequate counter in the first phase. Of course, it's 9-class Nyx Assassin, 20 win streak.
Which we saw end, I think.
Yeah, 1-1,
Yeah.
so it did end.
So, that's in the past.
It's a good way to stop his Timber Chain, stun him during the Chakram as well, scouting tool. We'll see what the rest of the... which other heroes they're going to be picking, but I feel like he is not going to be playing the Mana Burn facet. I feel like he prefers the one where he can just go in.
Scuttle.
Yeah, the Scuttle. I think this one is just overall better in terms of how 9-class plays. Might be better for the game if he has Mana Burn against certain heroes.
You're right.
But it's just his style of playing Dota.
To just be in the most annoying place at the most annoying time, which requires the free pathing and the hasted move speed that comes from the Scuttle. It's crazy to me that Naga is second phase banned. That's insane. No other team would pass up on Naga Siren first.
Yeah, there's a lot of heroes that you needed to fit into this first phase. First, his Slark, which is super annoying, then Dookie Chen, and also like Ursa, because they wanted to pick Timbersaw. So it does make sense that they banned these heroes. Naga Siren, I still feel like this hero can be beaten, but a lot of things need to align perfectly.
I will say, Nyx Assassin is very good against all of the heroes that Echoes has played so far. Like, Puck doesn't like playing into Nyx. You get a free Carapace off on, like, any spell of Puck. Puck dies. Ember Spirit, the Flame Guard's a free Carapace. Sand King, you walk into Sandstorm, Carapace him. It feels awful. So they're going to have to whip something out for the mid lane that's a little bit better. You know why they picked Centaur here? It's because Centaur can be left alone in lane.
Yeah.
That's why. It's not good against Timber. It's not. It's one of the highest strength gain heroes in Dota.
I thought they might go for Enigma instead. It's one of the best lanes with Nyx Assassin. It's self-sustainable. Maybe if they wanted to pick something else. But I want to see what the idea behind this Centaur is. Because, as you said, it's not good against Timber by any means. It's one of the, I would say, worser matchups. You can throw in Ursa in there, but he doesn't like to play into Timber throughout the whole game.
Maybe it's a Thompson style Centaur mid. You think no one's pulling out something crazy?
Disruptor has pretty abysmal win rate. I don't think this hero managed to win a single game.
Yeah, he's definitely been struggling.
Yeah,
which is crazy. I just think conceptually,
4 picks, 0 win rate.
These like spell lineups, but it just hasn't worked. I don't know why.
It's definitely good against 9-class in general, the way that he plays. Like, always on his own, trying to make space on your side.
Oh, we're going to catch you. This is the best catch hero in the game. Now this Anti-Mage ban does make sense.
And this could be a DM Medusa. I know this the Centaur. That would require a flex to be mid. It's PARIVISION. There's some like weird stuff that could happen here. DM was one of the first people to play the offlane Medusa. I mean, I do think if you go Marcy carry, Diffusal Blade on Marcy is excellent.
It's good.
Really good against Medusa. So it's not like Tidebound has no options.
Yeah, I feel like there's some curveball to it. I don't think they would be picking like Centaur into Timber on 13 and then removing Anti-Mage, because Storm's gone. Anti-Mage is not like, oh wow, what can they pick? Like, it probably in the back of your mind you're thinking about Medusa, so there's definitely something to it.
And I think Pango is the really obvious good pick here, right? It's like magic immunity against Centaur Nyx. It's all magic damage. And then mana drain for Medusa as well.
Ancient Apparition. A hero that...
We didn't believe it on day.
No, I believe he's 4-0. Jenkins, he was on to something when he said it during the first or second time the hero was picked.
Well, you know.
It is against
He
Timber.
says a lot of shit. Yeah, he says.
Got a bold prediction for you guys.
Don't use that voice for me.
Sorry, I won't. No,
That's a
that's
different. That's a
unacceptable.
different character.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I won't use that voice.
Oh, I'm Richard. I play Counter-Strike. What am I doing here?
I'm confused. Why are the wizards?
Where's in the Gav? Okay, let's see. What do we think? I mean, still, I feel like Pango's good, right? It's like I don't think Ancient Apparition poses any particular threat against Pango. The question is like, where are you running it? Then you're revealing that it is going to be a mid Pango, offlane Timber.
It could be swapped. It could be mid Timber, offlane Pango. So it's still both of them are melee heroes.
True. I'm waiting to see this like crazy flex from PARIVISION. I feel like there's something cooking here. It's not as simple as it seems, but perhaps it's one of those scenarios where they've cooked so much in the past that now we're looking at it and we're trying too hard. Maybe Tidebound is as well. They're like, what are these fuckers up to? What are they gonna do?
I think they're trying to figure out what they can get to. Maybe okay, so it's gonna be Darkseer, and which means the Timber is gonna be in the mid lane.
Yeah,
It's in the mid. Yeah.
It's a mid Timber. I mean, is there something you can pick to really punish the mid Timber? Like what dumpsters this year on lane?
I wanted to see this. Sorry, I wanted to see this combo yesterday. Marcy plus Darkseer. This has been one of the stronger offlane duos. A couple of months. Yeah, a couple of months back, because you're playing against Medusa and AA. So I hope that they keep this Marcy as a position 4, because AA and Medusa, they can definitely feed against this lane. Like AA, one mistake, one small mistake, one misstep, if he's closer than he should be, he's gonna die. Like there's nothing that Medusa can stop you from, like, yeah, Gorgon's grasp, but that's not gonna stop them.
If they want to go with something that's like more standard, I think Invoker would do great against the mid Timber. If no one feels like doing something on the crazier side, then OD is also very good against Timber. But then you have a weird lineup with Medusa OD. Maybe that's too.
I would be fine with just some like casual Timber. I think Timber with Spirit Vessel just goes.
Ember?
Yeah. What did I say?
You said
It's
Timber.
Yeah, it's good against Timber, of course, and it's good against both of the supports as well. I feel like this hero can just go in and get stuff done, because you have a bit of a slower lineup. Your Nyx Assassin's going to be under-leveled, roaming around the map. You have Ancient Apparition, Medusa. This is a very slow lane. Centaur, he doesn't want to do stuff, so I think you need a very active mid laner.
I mean, there's actually a lot of good options now that I'm looking at it. Like Queen is also good. Yeah, like that will dumpster Timber and lane. I think, even though the reactive is a very strong ability now that they buffed it, I still think Quap will dumpster it. There's Leshrac as well. I feel like all these heroes kind of like Marcy, Darkseer, Timber, not so much Disruptor. They all get in there, and manning up against a Leshrac just does not work. But it's a question of what do they feel like fits best with the rest of their draft for PARIVISION. I feel like Quap is that hero where you're not picking something that's like an archetype that you don't want. You know, Ember's also good as well for sure. Mage Slayer buyer as well against the Timber. Okay, so we won't see Quap.
Okay, so it's
Tusk. Crazy.
So it is Marcy carry. This is pretty similar to the combo that they did have with the Marcy that I talked about. It's just we can easily get on top of you, block you with the shards, with the snowball as well. Tag team. Darkseer does punch a lot with the Iron Shell.
Question for you though, there is a lot of disengage on PVision's side, right?
Yeah.
And it's like they have to be up in your face and killing you. If you can just kind of walk away from them, or like Stone Gaze or whatever.
They have a very good catch on side of Tidebound. You have Snowball, you have Shards, which are very good against Centaur Stampede, great against Nyx Assassin. You have Glimpse as well. Timbersaw is very good at chasing people. So is Marcy. Darkseer with the Surge. So I don't think they're going to be getting the value out of it.
I like this a lot. I was thinking as well, like, yeah, they have a lot of good catch unless you're playing against a Spirit hero. You know, it's like they have a lot of catch against heroes that are just slowly running away from you. But if no one can get level 6 on Ember, the only thing that can kill him is Disruptor ult. That's it. And it is quite easy to dodge Glimpse on Ember Spirit. Like, it's not a super fun matchup for Disruptor to play. It can go both ways, of course. If you can get the Static Storm out of a smoke or something, like Ember will die. But that's it. That's all they have.
I like Tidebound's lineup. I think both teams have very good lineups. How is Tidebound going to end the game? Like, you're playing against Medusa, you have no tower damage, you have Darkseer. Marcy's not going to be sieging the high ground. Like, she gets stunned by Nyx, by a Centaur.
They got to
easily
kill
get
all 5 and then go high ground. Like, they legit have to get kills.
Yeah, I think Tidebound can't really end the game. And even if they get the ball rolling, PARIVISION, they can just turtle with the heroes that they do have. Eventually, Medusa will get the items. I think it's a very good Ember Spirit game. That's why we suggested it, because it looked really good. And he can be the one buying a little bit more time until things go in place where they actually want them to be.
I think it's a great Nyx game, too. Like, they get the first pick Nyx.
They pick Darkseer into Nyx.
Yeah. I don't see... I mean, the only real, like, counter to him is Disruptor being able to find him when he's, roaming and being annoying, but also...
If he gets the stuff done, if he goes in, gets a kill, he's fine if Disruptor uses Glimpse on him and then he dies, he got the XP.
I mean, he can also kill Disruptor. Like, this is one of the easiest heroes to one-shot in Dota.
Depends, because of the Disruptor's innate ability.
Yeah,
he pushes you out, you miss a stun. It's going to happen this game.
Way. The stun is a longer range than the pushback.
We'll see. We'll check in with our commentators. We've got them up there on the big screen. Sunsfan and Cinderin. What do you think of those drafts?
Just terrific. I can't wait to see Ducalis, also known as Dookie Dookie, break his mouse this time around. Should be entertaining, to say the least. He's a very, very interesting young fellow.
Cinderin, do you concur?
How does this relate to the draft?
That's my job, Cinderin.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
To say nothing.
Well, you're doing a great job.
Well, you
so
say
far.
a lot, but it's really nothing.
Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, you're good at that. What do I think? I kind of agree with what you guys are saying. I think both lineups are good, but my concern is mainly with the side of Tidebound. How are you gonna close it out? Even if you get an advantage, if this goes late and you get this massive Medusa and even Nyx as a late game support is actually crazy. I don't know if they have the tools. So I think this is a.
The game is about to start, so let's hope it is a 90-minute face melter for your Suns fan. Take it away.
Hell yeah. Love those. I mean, you say that sarcastic. Those are my favorite games. Those are absolutely my favorite games. As we get started here in game number 1. Should be a good one, though. Usually don't like seeing a Medusa, but it has been a hot minute. I won't lie, Cinderin. So I'm going to give them a pass this time around.
Yeah. I'm with you on that. Dusa is one of those heroes that if it's really meta and very popular, it gets a bit dull. Because I just think the hero by design right now it's very polarizing in its games. There's like games where you feel like it's unfair how tanky the hero is and how difficult it is to itemize and play against. And other games where Dusa just becomes a complete liability. Can you think of a hero that's more countered by another hero than Dusa by AM?
Well, you got to hold that thought because we have a good old-fashioned team fight right off the bat, and Shiro is inside of a snowball. He's taking the most amount of damage, but it looks like he's actually going to be able to walk away. I was not expecting that, so no kills.
PARIVISION did not realize who was being snowballed. Otherwise, they would have moved DM further to the left.
Yeah.
I think they had the wrong read on who the target was, so that's fortunate for Shiro in that situation. And
he does have to go to lane.
Why not?
Limping all the way.
It's not an ideal start for him for sure. But yeah, as I was saying, Dusa's just one of those strange heroes where when it's a really... It's giving me old... Do you know what I mean when I say old Brood vibes? There were just games where you last pick Brood, the enemy doesn't have tools, and it's just like, okay, like, what are you going to do? Dusa is one of the few heroes that I think still has those games. This is not one of them. But where you pick it super late in the draft, the enemy has no good diffusal buyers and no good ways of creating illusions or whatever. And the writing on the wall is just, well, if Medusa gets big this game, like, what are you going to do? So, as long as we don't get too many of those games, they can, to be blunt about it, can be a little bit uninteresting, honestly, because they're just very predictable sometimes. This doesn't feel that way. I think the side of Tidebound can easily beat a Medusa in this game even later. But the biggest concern, which I share the sentiment of the panel here, is taking structures. Like, if you want to beat Medusa, the easiest way to do it if you don't have the clear counter picks is taking away map control. Maybe Neo with a Helm of the Dominator is going to be able to put enough lane pressure to start opening towers with a Troll Summoner. Seems to be the plan. Nice damage down bottom, actually forcing out a snowball here.
Volley dodged. A little bit of damage in 9 class, but everybody will live through the day. No first blood as of yet. And in terms of the carry for... What am I trying to say, Cinderin?
That's
Shiro!
That's a good question.
That's who I'm thinking of. Shiro on Marcy, Cinderin. Your favorite carry of all time.
Wow, yeah. Truly.
Love the Helm of the Dominator build. As we're going to get some action on top of him. He's going to get frozen. Rebound. Yes, he does, but they do find the distance thanks to the glimpse. So Shiro will live for now. I mean, he's been low HP basically the entire laning stage. Yeah. And his CS has suffered as a result. 4-1 right now.
I imagine he skills rebound on level 3, just so he can always break out of cold feet. I think sometimes maybe you can go for a slightly different... I mean, this is the standard build anyway, so it wouldn't be even slightly surprising, but against this particular lane, it's even more valuable than usual. Most of the time when Marcy's do skill rebound, it's for offensive purposes in the laning stage, because Marcy generally tends to be the stronger laner, but Centaur AA is a nasty lane. So much damage. Once Ducalis gets Ice Vortex, it's going to get even worse. Obviously, Centaur pretty much at the top of the charts in terms of just magic damage output in lane. As long as you have the health to support it. You'd be hard-pressed to find higher damage output off-laners, except something like Timber, but obviously that's pure, so he's cheating.
How does a Marcy match up against a Medusa late game? Because it's a melee, which is tough, but the fast attacking...
Yeah, it helps.
I mean, you don't go Diffusal against her, do you?
I think you do.
Interesting.
But I don't know when you do. But I think in an ultimate late game, it depends. Like, because I'm trying to think, let's say you go Dom first, which you will. Then do you go Diffusal second? Or if you start going at 4th or 5th, is it even worth it anymore? Even if you upgrade it? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see if he pulls an Ame and
get good value out of the Dispel of the Disperser.
Ducalis in trouble.
He's mega dead. And that is going to be first blood for Tidebound. After all that, it felt like it was inevitable that PARIVISION would find something. But it is Tidebound to strike first.
And I was going to say for this series, I think overall, if you look at, obviously both of these teams haven't been off to the greatest starts. They're 1-1, which isn't terrible.
Terrible, my God.
But I will say that the way it's more, you know, you could tell from the reaction of PARIVISION after their loss to OG that perhaps they weren't completely feeling themselves. I thought Tidebound was scrappy even in their win yesterday. It did not look like that game 2 was going to be theirs, but they did find a way to defend high ground and swing the game around entirely, but they were on the back foot. Sometimes in these Swiss brackets, you have 1-1 matchups where there's a significant strength difference between the two teams because one of them has just faced a top dog and the other one didn't. Then they still have the same scoreline, but then you start getting some separation. This was a game where I'm very uncertain about the power level of these two teams based on the teams they've played. So I think this is going to be a great equalizer just to see where do we stand, because you know, neither team have had the hottest starts, but also not the coldest. PARIVISION had a nice little bit of a bounce back yesterday.
I mean, also keep in mind, Ducalis probably had to get a new keyboard, so is having a new keyboard actually an advantage or a disadvantage? Like, do you like to break it in first?
These are the questions we must ask ourselves never.
These are interesting questions. As Planet looks
it would be funny if you actually had a new keyboard. If we saw that on camera, that would be funny.
I mean, I'm sure a key or two fell off of the old one.
Yeah, that's the thing about keyboards, though. You can put them back in.
You can, but they're never really the same. They feel the trauma. You know, they're much... You have to treat them like a human being.
They become like less responsive when you click.
Yeah, of course. Planet. Get some help with Echoes now.
This is a good rotation on
nice slide of fist dodge, but still going to be taking a decent amount of damage. 9 class, though, making his way over, gets the Impale onto Echoes. He will be able to pick up the rune. And Planet now was being pursued, but nobody dies again, so...
I like the play call from Tidebound there, though, to immediately try to kill Ember when they get the faster 6 on Timbersaw, but it was like, that was the one opportunity. He's now already 6 on no one. Like the panel was mentioning, this is a game where Ember has very few enemies. It's very hard to gank. You're never going to catch him with Snowball. He can relatively easily dodge Glimpse with 2 of his abilities, which is very rare. So, in reality, how do you deal with Ember down the stretch? I think that could become the X factor that ultimately would decide this game, is if no one can just... We talked about Medusa as the late game carry. Ember can carry games too. And if it's this good matchups, like you have to itemize. Maybe buy a Hex on Timber later. Marcy will maybe go Blink plus Abyssal. There's only so many slots you can get, though, as Marcy. If you also need some type of Diffusal variant against Medusa, then we'll see. I think you might be right. I think he might end up not buying a Diffusal at all.
Only time will tell.
It's not a requirement to kill Dusa either. As long as... I think Marcy is actually one of the better matchups in carry versus carry against the Dusa, just because you have so much raw, overwhelming physical damage that you can do enough.
But she is melee.
Yep. That is true.
Timber, on the other hand, I think I would consider him a pretty decent hero against the likes of Medusa. Just a lot of pure damage. His 9 class was getting gone on, is continuing to get gone on. Snowball, vacuum, dead.
He has pure damage, but I would say a not unsubstantial part of Timbersaw is the slow on Chakram, which doesn't work against Medusa. Because she's never lost health, right?
Wait, that's based on losing health?
Yeah, Chakram slows more the lower health you are.
Oh, I forgot about that. Wow.
So, Dusa effectively... I think it's part of the reason they picked the hero, to be honest, is... In a hero-to-hero matchup, it's one of the better carries against Timber because the way he gets kills in the early mid-game, a lot of the time is based off of the Chakram slow. And you just can't use it against that hero because Medusa is never going to lose health until she's dying anyway. So yeah, that's another part of Dusa. So I don't know, not to rant about this too much, but the whole way they implemented Mana Shield on Medusa, the new variant of it, I don't know. Do you like it? I thought it was cute with the whole gimmick of how this works, and it was the same patch as Ogre lost all of his int,
yeah,
and Tiny lost all of his armor and agility, right? Base armor, that is. I think they did all 3 in the same patch, and we were like, it's cool that they're trying this new stuff out and trying to make the heroes like really distinct in that fashion. Do you like this variant of Medusa more than the old one? Because I feel like it's just...
Well, okay, that's not fair. I didn't like either.
So that doesn't mean you can't dislike one of them more than the other. I find this one, again, to use the same word, just more polarizing, right? There's just games where this new variant is just crazy. Where the older one felt like it had... Maybe the older one was overall weaker, I guess. But also more stable, I suppose. It didn't have as bad matchups, and it doesn't have as good matchups as the new one does. Which, ironically, is, to use the Brood example again, the opposite way of what happened to Brood, where they normalized Brood further. I think they were tired of seeing, oh, last pick Brood, no counters, 85% win rate. And then they made it more palatable for the games.
Yep, and then they added skins that were not palatable.
You hate that Brood skin, don't you?
And we are
the
back.
Black Arachnid, or whatever it's called.
That was the test bed for this update, I guess.
They tested it
some art
5
style
years
that
ago.
has never been used in Dota. Now, Satanic working on his Yasha right now.
Yeah.
Nothing too crazy for him. I mean, it is a hero that just gets ramped up. And then once you get to that 3rd item, typically that's when you start actually fighting.
The thing you can consider this game is whether you want to go the Scotty route or if you want to do the Ags plus Mjolnir, because there's some pretty good merit to the Ags Mjolnir build when you're playing against Darkseer. You're making your illusion a lot worse. And also getting the magic damage of Mjolnir could be nice against Timber. So I think perhaps the benefits are good enough. I generally don't like when Medusas go that build unless they have a good reason to. Like, let's say you're playing against PL. It's a no-brainer, right? But in this game, you're not really playing against any particularly good hero to buy Mjolnir against, but it's good against yourself. So
Yeah, no, that's fair.
maybe he'll consider it after the Yasha. We'll see if he just commits for the Manta into Scotty route fully. Because it will make New's game better. It was obviously a clear counter pick against the Dusa was to get this wall illusion. And I don't really see other heroes on PARIVISION killing that illusion. They don't have great single target damage.
They do have the disengaged in the stampede.
Sure, yeah, they could stampede away from the wall. That's a good point. They do have that. But Glimpse is generally going to be a really good solution to that problem. 9 class again.
Okay.
Just got soloed.
Yeah, typically it's the, I mean, it's not that quite at that level yet, but the Nyx is good against Darkseer.
Yeah.
Be able to spike Carapace that Ion Shell target anytime you want, while Invis just setting up your burst damage. But still a ways away from being able to do any kind of combo on the 9 class side. 0-2 start for him. Is getting close to that level 6 though.
When's the last time you've seen a PARIVISION game where they don't have a kill min at 10?
Yeah, that's true.
That's honestly very unusual. Obviously, by design in this game, their draft just doesn't have the most kill-hungry lanes, with the exception of Centaur AA that did not manage to find a singular kill up on that top lane. I mean, Nyx, Medusa, probably not killing anything, and Ember is also not killing Timber. So in reality, it was only really that one lane that it could have happened in.
And they were the one to give up first blood, surprisingly enough.
True that. All right, Satanicus going for Mjolnir. Happy to see it. I think it's just the way to go here. So, firing up these stacks. I guess you just go Yasha regardless. It's just too feel good on Medusa to get this item. So whether he's even going to turn it into a Manta as a second item or not.
I mean, surely you are.
After Mjolnir, is it better to buy the Manta or the Ags in this game? That's the question. I'm not sure. It has to be a farming efficient. Well, it's not. You're right. The Manta has to be better. Like, even though you ramp up significantly by getting the Ags in terms of farming speed as well, so does Manta, because then you're farming wave and jungle simultaneously. So it has to just be better.
All right, 9 classes. First Vendetta.
Yeah, he swapped to Manta.
Okay, good.
Damn it. Well, he can still get Maelstrom after. Let's see.
Yep.
Here goes the tower, or does it?
At some point.
They want to defend here.
From Tidebound. DM is going to scout it a bit with his Centaur. Creep on his Centaur hero.
Family.
Well, Echoes runs right into him. Gets him down to half HP already, but a big AA blast is going to eviscerate Echoes. He's donezo for sure. Stone Gaze being applied as well as 9 class looking for a target. He gets stunned and Walrus punched right next to the tier 1. He gets dropped as a result. Planet extremely fast. He's going to be able to get away from all of this action. Shiro, in the meantime, barely living the sliver of HP. Looks like a 1-for-1 exchange is the end of it.
Sorry, that was just a really funny death on Nyx.
He's really desperate.
He's like, I'm invisible. Just runs next to the tower and dies. Trying to find an entrance into the fight with Scuttle, but they still get what they came for. Could have maybe been a bit better, but they get the tower. They don't lose any of their cores.
Snowball.
Until now. Now they lose one.
He's going to get stun locked here. Kinetic field to keep him in place as well. So one way or another, he is going to drop to Mr. Innocence.
Yep.
Shiro. What's he working on now? Obviously has the Helm of the Dom. It will be into a BKB instantly. Interesting.
I think it's the best choice. Yeah, you're going to be struggling maybe a little bit against Stone Gaze, but you deal with everything else. I think the overall, let's say you went for Diffusal, I think the overall threat of jump into fight and just get clipped by Carapace and you just die to Ice Blast. There's too many problems, so.
9 class.
Second tower.
Oh, he sees why now, but he sees that there are many a hero there. Okay. Gets bounced back to the innate of the Disruptor. The AA Blast does hit Y.
That is...
It's going to be close.
Enough.
He's dead. Good kill for Dookie Dookie.
I don't think that's going to catch on.
I mean, Kezu started it, so it's already catching on.
Oh, did he actually?
Yeah, it's not me.
Yeah, then it's definitely not catching.
We'll see. Lacoste will say it.
No, he won't.
Actually, he's already said it, so I'm the third person. We just need Jenkins and Richard, and then it's just you as the odd man out, which is usually the case anyway.
I'm going to start calling him Duck, Duck, Go. What do you think?
That's pretty good too, actually.
Yeah.
Shiro's BKB still a ways away. And Satanic, like you talked about, is going back and forth and back and forth. Did go for the Manta, and it will be the Mjolnir next. So after that really long monologue that you had.
Oh, he is getting the same items.
He's getting both items, and we could have just left it at that, but you just had to keep going.
You know, Shannon, that's what's interesting about Dota is that these little things that bore you to death make a really big difference, but you just don't appreciate fine art.
I mean, that's true. I definitely don't appreciate fine art. I've been to some modern art museums. My God.
I've taken you to good restaurants, and you're like, what is the shit?
9 class? I mean, they literally had a fly in the drink, so no, I would disagree.
That's not the one I'm referencing.
Oh, okay.
It was, you remember we went to this 1-star restaurant in Berlin with you and Jenkins?
Oh, my God.
And half of that experience was you looking at each other and making faces. At what is this?
I'm not bougie like you, I guess, Cinderin. Okay?
I mean, I will say that place was a little bit...
When the drinks literally taste like bile, that's where I crossed, that's where the line cannot be crossed.
The drinks, you guys, I will say, it was, I was not impressed with what you guys did. So I'm with you there, but, well, I think maybe you made a couple too many grimaces, especially at the waiters, of course, as they brought it out.
Oh.
Very rude.
Why? He's caught off guard. Gets off the static storm, though, and a wall is placed by New.
No vacuum, though.
Ember goes straight into the static storm. They're going to be able to lose Y right off the bat, though. AA Blast is going to connect onto 2.
Oh,
that
beautiful.
is a lot of damage with the Stampede to follow. Double kill for Dookie Dookie. DM. He's going to get gone on now as Shiro makes his presence known, but he has to be careful. This is a lot of damage coming from no one. The Sleight of Fist is there. Triple kill for Dookie to give him that ultra kill. Echoes, come on. You got to give it to the AA.
Well, he's going to
get impaled. Dookie Dookie has finally dropped to the deck. 9 class pursuing with the Vendetta. And that is the 4th kill for PARIVISION. What a fight. That lead just opened up big time.
That's just not the entrance that they wanted into that fight for Tidebound, for sure. Like, you get the Static Storm, but no Vacuum combination, because Vacuum's only level 2, so Neo couldn't really find the combo there, and the Ice Blast chains just sealed the deal immediately. You're going to see the replay here. So notice how he does see it coming and gets off all of his spells, but doesn't manage to keep Nyx inside of the kinetic field here. Ember makes quick work of him, and this stomp. Beautiful from DM to find that double into double chains. Be hard-pressed to find better spell casting than this from a PARIVISION. It's very nice. And keep in mind, this was a 4v5. Like, Deuce isn't even part of it.
DM live here?
They won this fight 5-for-1 with 4 heroes. Just an excellent outcome here.
Yeah, I forgot they had a Medusa.
Yeah, wonder what she's buying next. It's going to be Mjolnir.
Yeah, why don't you keep talking about that?
Yeah. I guess you could consider whether or not you wanted to sell your branch now or later. He's currently holding it in his backpack. Wonder what the thought process is behind that.
That's really interesting.
Maybe some efficiency. He can swap it in for his Windlace to get a little bit cheaper relative Mystic Snake cast.
You're starting to sound like Purge.
Yeah. Oh, that's when you know it's bad. I'll tone it down a bit.
It's the true min-max where it's just exhausting. Like, at a certain point, just play the game. Just read the patch notes, man. Love it when he takes 10 minutes on one line and then everything is nullified with the line afterward. AA Blast. It's going to hit the timber.
Good
nice back wall onto several heroes, but really no follow-up at all. And guess who's shown up? It is Satanic, ready to poke some heroes. Already got 1 core. Looks like they'll get a 2nd in New. Can Tidebound get out with anyone else? They find Y again, and that's a 3 for Nada.
This is very quickly falling apart. That previous teamfight win made such a big, just created such a big gap between the strength of the 2 teams that imagine when Medusa shows up like here. Like, what does the Dire really do? I think fighting just seems impossible until Shiro gets BKB, which is, in fairness, coming up soon, but maybe the damage has already been done. You can see Timbersaw also going BKB as his first major item after Kaya. Is really telling the story of a Tidebound team that's struggling to find their footing in fights. And now when those 2 BKBs do come up, do you have the damage? And that becomes a secondary problem now.
Yeah.
You can't really kill the Ember. It's very difficult. I love the choice from no one in this game to buy Yules as a solution to the static storm. Obviously, you just buy yourself valuable time to just outlast it and then jump out. It's also a nice potential setup item later against a Timbersaw that might want to go Ags. It's good against Surge. It's a real nice game for it. I wouldn't mind seeing more of them. I think this is a game where 9 class could have also rushed Yules instead of Dagon.
Dissuades Timber from buying Ags.
Yep, that's right. Anybody could have said that.
Did you say that?
Yeah, might have.
Did you actually?
Yeah.
You're kidding.
The thing is, I did say it more than 10 seconds ago, so technically you're in the clear somehow
Man,
for that
that's
reason.
bad. It's getting worse, actually.
It is.
It really is getting worse.
It is. If it makes you feel any better, I do think it becomes more common with age, so.
Yeah, we'll blame it on that.
Yeah. You've aged a lot in the last 2 days.
Yeah. Well, BKB for DM. Wow. A third item BKB on Centaur. I don't think I've ever seen that.
It nullifies Timbersaw completely. So it's a bad matchup for Centaur, but when you have this item, you have 9 seconds of effectively invincibility against Timber. He's doing 0 damage with all of his abilities to you.
Oh, so 9 class misses the Impale. Good sidestep from Neo. They get the Tormentor. It's going to be Y with the Shard. Can they get out, though? You can see PARIVISION want to fight. They get the hoof stomp right off the bat. The AA Blast is going to completely miss, though. Spike Carapace doing pretty good work, but looks like the Tusk will be the first to fall. Satanic coming in as that Stone Gaze. Shiro going to get hit by the Mystic Snake and the hoof stomp. A nice connection from DM to finish the job. So Tidebound, they get the Tormentor, but it is going to cost them dearly.
Oh, nice snipe on the way out.
Able to get the Searing Chains. And it's going to be a dead New with one more Sleight of Fist. If he can get the range for it.
Okay.
So that Spirit Vessel actually goes to the north, so a good dodge. We'll finally TP out. I'm guessing they just didn't have TPs initially, because they stood around there quite a while after taking that Tormentor.
Well, they might have thought they had a fighting chance after they glimpsed Medusa back through the gate, but it's another fight. It just feels like Satanic isn't... He's barely even needed.
Yeah.
To obviously, when you've just taken Torm, you're also weakened, so it does make sense, but... Let's recount what happened in that fight for PARIVISION. They hit 0 heroes with Ice Blast. They got their carry glimpse back through the gate, and their Nyx got killed in Vendetta on the way out for Timbersaw, and they still won the fight.
Yeah.
Like, that didn't even go that well. They're just hitting very good hoof stomps from DM, and they're combining it nicely with the Ember. That seems to be... Those 2 heroes are just dictating every single fight, and it's because they have so much freedom. I think that is the biggest issue in this game for Tidebound as a whole has been the inability to kill the enemy catch. Except Nyx, I suppose. But the other 2 just... There's 1 death on Centaur, that's it. Ember has been deathless. Panel talked about it. He was going to be tough to kill. They haven't even really been close, have they? I don't think no one's been under half health what I've seen in this whole game. So... strategically very difficult. Also was the last pick of the draft, to be fair, but they're very vulnerable against him. Maybe this Blink Dagger on Y will change things, though. They do find the right opportunity. Perhaps.
Yeah, a lot of Aghanim Scepters coming, though, for PARIVISION. They're still a bit of ways away, but you got Satanic working on one. You have no one working on one. And very coolly enough, DM on the Centaur is building one, so putting Medusa in the cart, not necessarily a hero that needs saving, but to be able to position the hero with Stone Gaze, it's crazy good. It's one of the best combos for that cart in the game.
It's kind of like playing with Side Gunner. Almost.
Yeah.
If you think about it, you're just doing a lot more extra damage in the fight because you kept being put in range of heroes that you otherwise wouldn't reach. It's the literal Side Gunner. Think about it. You are just the side gunner instead of the Aghanim.
Centaur is the side piece in that one. Really. Yeah, full smoke from Tidebound through the gates. Not really going to find anything other than a little bit of farm. I think the guard looks to be next for New.
This upcoming fight, if this fight fails for Tidebound, I have very little faith in them to recover this game. This is the key moment that just has to go right. You've got the Timbersaw BKB. Obviously, he's used it once, but you've got your 2 BKBs and you have your Blink Dagger on Disruptor. This has to lead to something positive. If you don't find plays, I think over time you're still just going to get out-farmed with how this all started out. So something successful has to happen. Unfortunately, the one hero that Y gets access to is a Medusa that he will blink away and TP away from, because you can't do anything to him.
Yeah. Did Satanic just ping here? Did he see that blink or something?
Not sure.
Let's see if they end up dewarding this. Yeah, if Tidebound can use this ward to get a good fight going.
It's gone.
Yeah, it's gone. How did they... Maybe it was the Watcher? Either way, that's... I mean, that essentially was what that smoke was for, it feels like, to get some deep wards, but immediately nullified.
Tipped Satanic. It's almost like the way he read this was some sort of... Yeah, it's not connecting for me what he realized there, but the fact that it... Oh, that's that DM, I think. Maybe?
Well,
No,
he pops
never
the
mind.
BKB, and Stampede gets blocked in by the shards. A blast is going to clip too,
the wall kills
but
him.
DM does end up falling to the wall. A good start for Tidebound. Planet has that pipe activated on him. Searing Chains and the Urn is enough to at least get some sort of a trade for PARIVISION. But Tidebound will take this every single time. 9class and Satanic still want to fight, though. Satanic inside of the Static Storm. He's just going to casually right-click Y. Easily done.
Oh, that's a good slide chain.
Out, and and they're going to get the volley on top of them as well. Satanic, the Yules to stop the surge from no one. And Neo just going to get casually right-click down as well. Satanic starting to hit critical mass. Nice blocks from no one. Double kill for the carry of PARIVISION. And now you can talk about his item build for the next 10 minutes if you'd like.
No, I'm going to watch this Ice Blast fly out.
Yep, okay, very interesting.
Clean hit.
Boom!
Oh, Planet respawned just too late.
What a shame. That would have been a game-winning play right there. Shiro is going for Manta. That feels bad. That feels real bad.
Yeah,
so what
you're
do you
against...
have? I mean, he has BKB already, so what is he worried about?
You're against Ember. You want to pop Manta instead of BKB to get out of chains. I kind of get it, but it seems... I think this is just not ambitious enough. Like, you've got to recognize the game state here of how bad it is. I think this is one of those games where you have to itemize for a big explosive fight, and if it fails, it's like you were already behind. I don't like this Manta. It just seems so stay in the game.
Of playing not to lose.
Yes, that's exactly it. But
it's going to make you lose more because it sounds terrible.
I just don't see him killing heroes. That's the problem. Like,
I mean, get that Diffusal Blade, Cinder, and then the Manta, then your PL, and then you can counter Medusa.
Wow.
Really sick.
Well, I think you don't want to become PL when Dusa has Ags Mjolnir.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's the other problem. These Manta illusions are just going to become collateral damage. You're effectively paying like 5k gold for a Dispel, right? It is better than buying Lotus, but I would argue that you should probably, in this case, get a Basher and just get Daedalus or something. And then your job as a carry here is not to counter Medusa, it's to kill the other heroes that you get stuns on. Because damage has absolutely been an issue for the side of Tidebound. And this does not inspire me with a lot of confidence. Now, with this Aegis in hand, I wouldn't mind seeing PARIVISION just going for it. I think this Dusa is so strong right now that going high ground is a real possibility. He could wait for his Skadi if he wants. He would still have that, and then probably 2 minutes on Aegis. Wait, never mind, he bought something. Did he finish Disperser? Yeah, alright, he's going high ground.
On Satanic?
Yeah. He's going high ground with this for sure. There's no way he bought this to farm with his Aegis. I don't think so.
And Disperser, another way to get rid of Surge. Disperser's a cool item. AA Blast. Boom! Boom! Good survivability from Planet, but it's not to be. 14K net worth lead for PARIVISION. 3 minutes on the Aegis. Satanic with the disperser. And here we go.
Half a tower. He's opting to stand on the low ground here instead of going up the stairs.
Oh, they're going to find a fight right off the bat, though, onto Echoes. The pipe is going to keep him alive for the time being. He pops his BKB and the Aghanim Scepter. Satanic focusing on Mew, drains all of his mana, and there's the cart. The snake is in the cart.
They got what they wanted. They got the wall. Now they can just go top. This is the one biggest threat to Satanic. Even though he bought the items that he did, the wall illusion is still quite good in fights. It's obviously not nearly as strong as you get Butterfly Scotty, but it's out of the picture. You've also forced out Timbersaw's BKB. Straight up to top we go. No reason not to.
Satanic back to the high ground he goes. 2 minutes on the Aegis. Can they burn through it?
They're giving him mangoes.
Pretty
they have
low.
Lotuses ready on 9th class.
Yeah. They're ready to
Nice
go.
double
There's a double hook stop with the AA
beautiful.
blast. Goodbye, Tidebound. That's a buyback onto the Tusk, though. As Satanic forcing everybody back still. This Aghanim Scepter for no one is doing work. And this looks to be a set of racks. I mean, 60 seconds without your Timber. That is a tough pill to swallow for Tidebound. And the Searing Chains will continue to fly. PARIVISION out of the mid lane.
I wouldn't mind seeing a damage breakdown here. I feel like Shiro has barely hit a hero this game on the Marcy. It's been... The damage seems like it's mainly been coming from the Timber, and nobody else has really been... Yeah, that's not a great look when you have less damage than your 5 Disruptor as carry Marcy. Can't say I'm surprised, though. This was kind of the vibe I was getting. This Marcy has not done anything. And, well, it's time to shine with your Manta now before it's too late. Get in there and...
Show us what it's all about. Crimson Guard's going to slow this down a bit. 13 seconds for Echo.
That's 2 full lanes.
That's 2 lanes completed. And still 30 seconds to retreat with this Aegis. PARIVISION on their way to a Game 1 victory.
Yeah, I think they're going to be so confident that they just go for the 3rd lane without Aegis. The Scotty will be completed in this push. Satanic is missing about 1,000 gold, so he's going to push out a couple of waves, do Ancients maybe. That is unless they don't let him. This is the all-in play from Tidebound while showing Disruptor top. So there are only 4 heroes in this move.
Aegis. Oh, if they find him, it could be really good timing, but it is just an illusion.
Yeah. Making the right read here is Satanic, and now up to full. Even finds an illusion rune to boot here. It's going to help.
Yeah, nice blink. Stampede. He's stuck inside the shards. Gets punched. He's going to die first. That's a big kill. But the AA Blast, again, doing so much work, and Satanic is not afraid to fight. X with the BKB and the Aghanim Scepter again. Crimson Guard is mitigating some of this damage, but at this point, the farm is just out of control for Satanic and company. That's 3 kills, despite losing their Centaur to start the fight. Now they can just run down bot.
Shiro did BKB TP out, though.
Oh, we got the Nightfall situation, huh?
I mean,
this is Manta there.
This is game. I don't know why they're not calling it, actually. I'm not sure what hope you're holding on to here. You have 3 heroes dead for over half a minute. Marcy used everything. And yeah, you're going to get megaed.
Oh, yeah.
So, Scotty now complete for Satanic. Ooh. Haven't talked about his farm, but he's got 523 CS in a 33-minute game. It's, he has had the freest game on Medusa I've seen in a long time.
Yeah.
And this hero was even picked 3rd in the draft by PARIVISION. Does not seem like the solutions that Tidebound were proposing have had any effect. And why they will... Okay, I don't...
Is that considered GG?
I was just going to say, I wouldn't mind if this sticker became the new GG in Pro Dota. People just post the white flag emoji.
All right, they're going to go for one last fight, it seems. They have Aghanim Scepter on Y. That is obviously one of the best Ags in the entire game, but
9 class, of course, taking every opportunity to turn this quite wholesome white flag movement into a toxicity with his talentless voice line. Make sure to get that out there.
PARIVISION.
All right.
They're going to regroup.
Vegas it is. Hail Mary. And, well.
Echoes, he finds 9 class, but the spike carapace keeps him at bay. No one. Oh, the dodge on the static storm already wasted. That's the Aghanim Scepter version as well. And now the damage comes from Satanic, and this surely is GG. It's a capital GG, in fact. As PARIVISION will take game number 1. The white flag officially raised.
Now, Satanic also thought it was a very good game. He will also do the all caps. DM thought it was an okay game. He did the first G capitalized and the second one smaller. Everybody else thought it was a less good game. But, you know, what a one-sided affair. And dare I say, relatively uninteresting, unfortunately, after 15 minutes. It just felt like Tidebound could not get anything going.
Richard, what's the over-under on Ducalis' keyboard being broken by the end of the day?
It's already gone, Suns fan. It's already over. It's dead. It doesn't know it. It's like Fist of the North Star. It was a very one-sided affair. We were kind of worried about Tidebound's ability to end the game, but the reality is they never got
They ended it quickly.
Yeah, exactly.
No, they didn't actually.
The way they played
get into it to end it the way we would have liked.
I'm just going to throw it out there. I don't think anything is wrong with the draft that they did have. It's just that the draft that they do have against the Radiant draft is not matching nicely because they can't, even if they play it fast, if they snowball out of the lanes, this game is not going to end. But the game did slow down. This is something that PARIVISION does probably the best out of all teams. If the game's state is there are no kills happening on the map, if they have like 2 kills, the first kill that they got was like around 11, 12 minutes into the game, so they can slow it down and then turn that into their advantage.
Yeah, it was, it started out as an interesting game. I was kind of thinking, oh, this could, this one might go the distance. It might be a long one. It just sort of around that 15-minute mark, it was just already done.
Yeah, we had, like 1 kill in 7 minutes? I mean, Tidebound tried to make a rotation onto no one mid when he was level 5. Like Cinder had said, that was pretty much the only time, I think, other than like Disruptor Ags, that Ember could be touched in that game. So it was a good move, but no one knows this. He's got maxed out Flame Guard. He runs to the creep wave knowing he's about to hit level 6. I'm sure he felt the gank coming there. Like his team is calling MIA. Like he knows that there's a Tusk mid. But he hits level 6, baits all the spells out, and then just Remnant's out. Like once this hero has Remnant, what kills him? It's Disruptor ulti. Not even Glimpse. We saw in the last fight, like the attempted Glimpse. He just dodges the Aghanim Scepter from Disruptor with the Glimpse. It's just Ember versus
He's
Disruptor.
that good. Also, the itemization that he did go for, this is a bit of a newer tech where he's going with the Spirit Vessel.
Yeah.
It's an old school build that's kind of back again, and it gives you good stats. It gives you extra bit of a damage that you need, and then he picks up a Yule Scepter, which is great for the catch, great for if he gets caught inside of the Static Storm, he can buy a little bit more time, knowing that their damage is a bit limited, so he can survive long enough, and it's also great against the Darkseers to purge off the Ion Shell, purge off the Surge.
Well, I'll stay with you. You wanted to talk about this Blink Dagger pickup for DM, right?
Yeah, DM, even though this was picked into the Timbersaw, which is one of the better counters overall to the hero, DM understands what needs to be done. Again, a bit of a slower game. Helm of the Dom, pretty standard. And then he picks up a Blink Dagger 15 minutes into the game, pretty much. Not your standard itemization by any means, but he felt like he needs to have it to be able to get that initiation, because he needs a hero that Ember can play with, something that can set up the ulti coming out from Ancient Apparition as well. And this fight, you can see the Yule Scepter coming in very clutch in this one, and then DM blinks in, he gets the 2-man stomp. At that point, the fight's immediately over. As soon as he lands it, the fight's pretty much done, and this fight's going to be going on for a bit longer, and it's going to continue for so long that Disruptor's going to respawn, actually. But yeah, you could feel that they are lacking some of the damage as well. Pretty much the only damage that they do have is this Timbersaw, maybe some Ion Shell on top of him, but it's very good kiting coming out from PARIVISION, splitting them up, knowing that their heroes are not going to be dying as easily.
This is exactly what I'm thinking, is like the way that they team fought in this game is how they team fought when it didn't look like they were struggling mentally, right? Like this looks like classic PARIVISION where the fights are, you have Nyx Assassin running up the high ground. He gets pushed back. There's the Disruptor ulti. They disengage. They don't want to play onto the high ground, but they baited the fight. They've initiated, right? And then DM waits until he sees a good 2-man stomp. Then he goes in. Like, this is how the really, really good teams play. This is how Xtreme got second place at TI, is they're just an absolute unit of a team. Like, it's like there's one AI controlling everybody, and that's how it felt in this game for PARIVISION, which is good because this is the heroes that they're playing. They're all really low cooldown, in and out type heroes, so they have to play like that.
The most cohesive I think we've seen them so far. We've got a team fight here, 21 minutes. I think we want to take a look at as well.
Yeah, this is the one where DM, I just think his itemization in this game is perfect. Again, with this early Blink Dagger. No pipe or anything alike. Picks up a BKB as his second/third item, if you count in Helm of the Dominator. Allows him to, because it counters everything they have. Like, there's nothing that he needs to be afraid
Timber
of. With
especially.
Yeah, it's just the anti-Timber, anti-Glimpse item. He can run out of the Static Storm, Cage from Disruptor, pretty much anything. And again, you can see the fight is being on like 2-3 different sides of the map. It seems like they're just splitting them up nicely, focusing them down, making sure that they can't really focus on, like, what lineup from Tidebound wants to do is lock onto one hero with Timbersaw, Static Storm, try to delete it as fast as possible.
And, I mean, Satanic in this game was completely untouched.
Yeah.
Absolutely free farming, waiting for his timings. He even went very greedy. He went Mjolnir, Manta. 2 farming items, and then goes for the Aghanim Scepter build. On the other side, Shiro, as the casters talked about, he has, BKB. This is pretty normal Marcy stuff. No farming tools, no Battle Fury, but going for Manta style, kind of playing not to lose. And the fight after Satanic was like, all right, guys, like, I'm done in the jungle, time to go fight, was just the slowest burn fight that I've seen in a long time. Just, it starts off really cool because, you have the Centaur and the Marcy and these, like, high-octane action heroes, and then eventually they see that, like, okay, Dusa showed up to this fight. They try to disengage. Once again, really good kiting coming from PARIVISION. They do end up trading 1 for 1. All of a sudden, Satanic shows up, and it's like, okay, well, yeah, we can't deal with this guy. Look at Disruptor. It's so sad. Like, he just cannot exit the fight without dying, gets his spells off, die. Everybody else, they try to run away. They're straight up disengaging. Like, what order of buttons can they press that will deal with Medusa if the wall is down? Even with the wall, I think Medusa just clears her own illusion right now because she's doing magic damage with the Mjolnir. And after this, like, it was legit just run from tower to tower to tower, Satanic standing in front, and Tidebound not really able to do anything other than put those little white flags on the ground. Pretty much.
In terms of the draft for Tidebound, I mean, obviously Shiro, hugely important player for them. We did ask a little bit about, was there another carry option that they could have gone for instead of the Marcy, maybe?
Yeah, I think there was Monkey left in the pool. There was Troll left in the pool. Problem is, Ancient Apparition does counter both of these heroes. There's still ways to play around AA ulti, of course, but I just wanted to see a different carry. I think they could have had a higher chances of winning the game, considering it's Medusa, and Marcy's not a hero that plays well from behind. She really can't keep up with Medusa. And standout player for this match, DM, even though both of the other cores didn't die, DM, he had a great time. He itemized correctly. I think a lot of other pro players would fall into a trap where they kind of tunnel vision and just go with the items, building into auras, building into pipe, maybe Crimson Guard, whatever it's needed. But this early blink into a BKB is what kind of set the tempo for them.
I think so too. Like, you play enough Centaur games against Timber, and you realize you literally have to go BKB. You have that one fight where he full to zeros you with like one Whirling Death, and you're like, okay, well, next game I'm going BKB.
Well, speaking of next game, it's time to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to see if Tidebound are lost bound. We'll see you in a few moments.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every every move.
Hey everybody, I am here with Shiro from Team Tidebound. So good to have you. Thank you for joining us.
Hello.
Shiro, I gotta tell you, my favorite part of TI was something that not a lot of people saw. I saw a very handsome, smart man give one of the most based exit interviews I've ever seen. In that exit interview, that man said, "This will be the last time us five played together." Incredible. You're a man of your word. Have things calmed down? What was up with that?
不好说，但是反正现在就是这样。
Oh, whoo! He's still based. Hell yeah. Well, I mean, how are you feeling these days? Are you feeling a little bit more excited to play? You feel like you're getting back in your own? How's the team doing?
现在感觉一切都很好。
Oh, that's good. That's good. Did you enjoy your time post TI? Have you gotten to relax with the team?
有的，就什么都没干，就好好休息了1个月。
New team, new era. Nothing to say is here. Is there bad blood? Are you guys cool? Or are you excited to beat his butt?
我们关系一直都挺好的，还是希望不要在决赛前碰到他们。
Okay, that's good. Before the finals, but you would like to face him at the finals.
因为那时候已经不可避免了嘛，所以遇到了就遇到了。
That's my boy. That's the drama that I'm after. Thank you very much. All right, well, let's talk new teammates. So what can you tell me about Echo? I'm not too well versed in this guy.
他其实也不算新人嘛，因为之前也在老干爹和我一起打过。然后他是一位非常有意思，然后比较有活力的选手。
Is he good or is he interesting?
是好的部分，因为他是个比较平时生活上也比较搞笑的人。
Okay, good. So it brings a little bit of joy to the team. All right, good to hear. Speaking of interesting guys, New is extremely interesting to me. He was your teammate, then he was your coach, now he's a teammate again. I like to call him the Chinese Seb. Is this accurate?
我觉得挺妥当的。
Well, so you must like the guy. You've played with him a lot. What's his personality like? How do you guys gel so well together?
他其实也不是那种很外向的性格，但是就他的内在其实是比较搞笑的。
Okay, okay. Seems like funniness is good for the team. It feels like you like to surround yourself with a bunch of jokers. Are you the serious guy or what?
我其实也不是很严肃。
Fair enough, but that is counterintuitive because I've read other interviews with you. In fact, you seem like a serious guy. I remember at TI12, you were talking about team spirit and how you compared yourself to their carries and you saw this big gap of skill between them and you, and that was super motivating for you. That sounds like a pretty serious thing.
就其实就有些事就是一码归一码的嘛，在我看来这种事情是可以区分开来的，因为在我个人的问题上我可能会比较严肃吧，但是就以团队来说的话，就其实没那么严肃。
Okay, great. Well, can we talk about that motivation factor for you personally then? You've said several times that you look at other cores or other teams and you compare yourself to them and that motivates you to get better. Is that still true after all the success you've had in the last few years?
当然，因为你不去进步的话，就等着被别人超越了。
Of course, but a lot of people look internally to improve. Whereas in the past, you've said that you look at other cores and say, I want to be better than that guy. Is that still what you do?
就可能也只占一半吧，因为那些就是我个人的方面，但我还是更想让整个团队变成更好的。
Okay, cool. Well, do you feel like your improvement is the team's improvement overall because you're kind of a big part of this team?
肯定会有影响，但我觉得要对整个团队有更大的影响，还是要每个人都变得更好。
Great, good answer. All right, so let's talk about this tournament. Who are you excited to face off against?
其实这个比赛对我们来说是我们组建的第一个比赛嘛，所以就每个强队都想能交手一下，然后从中变得更好。
We are certainly happy to have you and so blessed that you guys were able to join us for this tournament.
谢谢大家。
Thank you. All right, well, we'll see more from Team Tidebound coming up here at PGL Wallachia 6.
Yes, welcome back. PARIVISION are indeed ahead against Tidebound. We're going to just quickly talk about it. Obviously, we can touch upon some things that were in the interview while the draft starts, Dom. It's been a bit of a weird time for them, but you obviously do like this team. And
I do. I mean, it's kind of a shame what happened to the team at the previous TI, considering that they did manage to get like top 2, and then during the playoffs, they lost to Falcons, and then they lost to Nigma Galaxy in the lower bracket, not winning a single game.
My dark horse.
Performance, their
Not for TI.
performance in the first couple of days was just amazing, and then they bumped out. Some issues with the draft in those 2 series that they did play, but kind of sad. And also he talked about, them never going to be playing together. So I'm trying to guess who was the problem, because they're still playing with Planet. He's still playing with Y, which means that NTS or Bach, something
or Blink.
Or Blink, potentially, yeah.
The coach. Because you remember, New was the assistant coach.
Yeah.
So maybe
there was some drama between coach and assistant coach.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Anyway,
let's just dig into that. Yeah.
We love drama.
It's a shame, though. I mean, they're such a fun roster. It's like I really want them to click, but they're up against it right now.
Yeah, that game was that was one of the slower games I think we've watched. Even for the Stomps, a lot of them have been kind of close, not close. Like a team just stomps through, take all the towers, whatever, game ends, right? Like that one was a slow. Satanic is just farming, waiting. Then it ended.
A lot of the games that we've seen have been very one-sided. You can kind of tell who's going to win 15 minutes in, and the games have been slightly faster, at least those ones that you end with the first Aegis. Like we've seen a little bit of a shift, even though the average game time now is back to 40 minutes. We are seeing the shift in terms of how teams are closing out the games. They use that first Aegis, first Tormentor, they get the gold lead, 10k pretty much at the time, and then you're ready to go for the high ground anyway.
Did you see that they got Dookie a stress ball?
Yeah.
He's throwing around.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's got to be the psychologist, right?
Can't wait to watch him rip that in half.
They're like,
he had it before. He had some like fidget spinner. He's showing it to the camera.
He's got some pent up energy, right? He's got to get.
Can you imagine if he's been listeing to the death segment the whole time?
Oh shit!
They're like, we're in trouble now, bro.
I'm getting the vibes. Let me sell you this ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dookie's got a good ball.
Yeah. Well, yeah. He's gonna need it though.
Massive.
Okay. Even if they do win this 2-0, there's more stressful games ahead. So, preserve that ball at all costs.
He is
how the tables have turned. Now he's a relaxed and chill man.
Yeah.
Sometimes, to be fair, all you do need is to just smash, and then it's out your system.
Yeah. That's why they have those rooms.
It comes back. It's just a matter of time.
The month.
Don't ask me how I know.
Look at Dom's like, there exists within you 2 worlds.
Yeah, there was a period of time where I could go through a lot of keyboard and mouses.
Not gonna lie, I have
short period of time. Yeah, because I was not using proper equipment.
I think the last time I smashed a keyboard was like 2019, so I was still like 50.
Anyway,
okay.
You had a story to share.
No, it's not a good one. It's not good.
All right, well, you can talk about Dragon Knight. He's back.
Yeah, interesting. It's very interesting to see when teams get their like specialty heroes. What is that's overpowered that's still left in the pool? Chen, of course, Dookie's specialty. This is what he came onto the scene playing. Everybody knew about his Chen in like super high rated pubs even before he was anything of a professional player. So we'll see how he does on it. Even though the win rate in this tournament is not so good for Chen. And it's not so good against DK because DK is
Dookie's the only one who managed to get a dub with
Yeah. I think this is one of those situations where Sneezy's like, okay, this is worth the trade-off to get my player a specialty here. And we talked about it in the pre-game panel that like there are certain players for heroes that are upping the win rate and that other people try to copy it and they can't. Ducalis is one of these people for Chen, right? Like he's one of the reasons that Chen is popular in the meta. So definitely worth it. Ooh,
they're cooking.
That's interesting. Yeah, great.
When you have Dragonite in the team, you want to be building drums on your supports. You want to give him Solar Crest as well. Try to increase damage as much as possible. Give him that attack speed at the later stages of the game. Maybe your offlaner can build into AC. So there's going to be a lot of steroids in this game for Dragonite.
It's like modern baseball.
I mean, honestly,
I'm looking at the heroes. I think DM has a very interesting hero pool that he can play against these heroes like Dragonite. This is not the most interesting that I could have think of, but I was thinking more of a Vipers and his Venomancers, potentially Necros that could come out.
Yeah. This is like a Team Spirit draft. They love the Monkey King plus Centaur combo. Like any hero that can sit in the cart and dish out damage at like a decently long range. Monkey King's one of these like fake melee heroes. He's really ranged, and you can also put him in the cart and keep him in the ring and keep the ring going. I will say that before the Monkey King pick, which now you're worried like, okay, it's gonna be a no one mid Monkey King. I think DK is also good mid with the
Hell yes.
Oh yeah, baby. Okay, well,
I like the draft already more. Doesn't matter what they're gonna pick, because and here's a real ringmaster. Like, he's the one who can actually bounce Monkey out of his ring.
Yes,
it's a good way to stop the stampede from going off as well. Gives you the team fight.
Okay, this is gonna be a really specific comment, and I know nobody gives a fuck, but I'm gonna say it anyway.
Okay.
I'm wondering, with the shadow nerfs to Pudge, number one, is it still shadow nerf? Because people were complaining about it. I know Valve will see people are complaining, they'll fix stuff. Number two, can you still hook Io in the fountain when he's relocated and pull him back to the fountain? Because before, what you can do is you wait until the relocate is about to end, like Io saves somebody with relo, and then Pudge TPs the fountain, and then hooks, and then Io will TP back to the relo, but then the hook will bring him back to the fountain. So essentially, you can get completely free saves with Io Pudge. It's a really amazing combo. And I'm just curious if it's still possible. Are we going to see it this game? Like, how much are we going to see these shadow nerfs come into play in this match?
Potentially. It's a lot of, like, I'm not sure where this hero is going to be played at. Most likely, this is going to be a core, unless they want to be running some core IO, which I doubt. It could be either offlane, it could be mid. Now that I'm seeing Invoker, I don't think he's going to be played at mid because you can't really hook. You're playing into Forge Spirit, lowering your armor. You don't have that high armor on Pudge anyway, Cold Snap. So I kind of want to see this hero being played from the sideline. I want to see this hero being played maybe as a position 1 even.
Crazy amount of saves as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of sustain. There's a lot of heals from Monkey, from Centaur with the Stampede, Chen with the heal, and on the other side as well, you have Ringmaster with the box, Centaur, Io. Then you also have Pudge with the Flesh Heap, Dragonite. These are very tanky heroes.
Yeah, it's like wild. These fights are going to be chaotic.
What I'm very excited for when the Invoker pick comes out is not the Invoker, but the fact that now Monkey King is probably 9 class playing Monkey King. I think that it is a genuinely very good hero. Still, you can go for Dom. I've seen Meteor Hammer build on Monkey King, just being that annoying menace on the map. The reason that I think it majorly fell off is because Mars is broken, Timber is broken. There are a lot of heroes that can really easily kill the trees and hunt Monkey King. None of them are in this game. They're banned. So I do think it's genuinely a very good Monkey King position 4 game. I'm interested to see what his build is. Is it still the Dom? Because 9 class stopped playing this for a while, and to see him bring it back, he might
played
have
it
something.
yesterday. He did buy Urn, and he did buy Yule Scepter as well. So
did he go Dom and then
no?
Okay,
Dom.
he
Just
skipped the
Urn
Dom
into Yule Scepter.
See, that's what I've been feeling. I saw him on stream playing this. I was fiending the 9 class heroes, and I was also feeling like with the Dom nerfs, it really feels like it's not the item on the hero. I was trying Meteor Hammer, but it's really cool to hear Urn Yules. That's what he did before Dom, and I feel like that just makes sense. Like because those items are just generally very strong right now.
In this one, he might actually, if this is going to be position for a Monkey, upgrade the Spirit Vessel, because you're playing against Pudge, insane amount of HP, Dragonite, the heals from Io, so a lot of value from that item.
Even Ringmaster throwing the potion on you.
Yeah.
Like having the heal reduction for that is good. Like legit all the heroes. Curious to see what role Pudge is going into for Tidebound as well. Carry and mid potential. We've seen Heroic will play it off lane. But they would play it off lane. You know,
This
when
is a
Whisper
good
was an
ban.
offlane.
This Ursa ban would ruin Pudge. He doesn't like to play into...
It's the worst matchup.
It's very bad. It's just impossible to play. It doesn't matter. Even if you get like First Blood, you buy Ring of Protection, you buy Chainmail. Once he hits that level 3, level 4, you're starting to feel the pain. And very good against Dragonite as well. So what could he potentially play?
Carries that Pudge does not like to play into, like Weaver. I mean, Kez as well. Pudge does not like playing
the
into
stacking
Kez.
damage.
That feels pretty bad. And if you don't kill Kez in Dismember, which will often not happen, it is the easiest just turn and slam down the Pudge. He has no way of getting away. Oh, they want Medusa again? Yeah, okay.
Again.
I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They also have Alacrity to throw on top of the Medusa.
Not just that,
really
all the auras from Chen, drums, potentially Solar that could come out, auras from the creeps, Alpha Wolf. There's going to be a lot of buffs for this Medusa in the game.
Very high win rate hero against DK as well. I'm curious how Tidebound solves it, because it was kind of unsolved last game. You wanted to, okay, they go for Pango. So this is like the second best option to anti-mage that's not just completely ruining your draft. You know, obviously a very good mana burn.
It is carry Pudge. I just wanted to see him being paired up with Io. It doesn't matter in which lane. This is insanely strong combo. And if this combo does pop off, then you can make stuff happen. Like this, you can definitely try to snowball. Healing reduction is going to be great against Chen, great against Invoker, Monkey King. It's a position 4, so not that great, but...
it's a free lane.
It is a very good lane. Like, Centaur can't really punish this. It's 2 melee heroes, so... I mean, the PARIVISION is one of the better teams out there when we talk about the lane shenanigans. They are very innovative when it comes down to lane stuff that they can do, so they definitely don't want to be playing this lane. They do have double stun to potentially try to run away from Pudge and Io, but I could also see them getting kills in this lane.
Yeah, I agree. Pudge Io is one of those combos where, like, if you can have a good lane and get off to a good start, I do not care what the enemy draft is. It just does not matter.
I like how we're talking about Pudge the whole time. Yeah. How many games combined do we have on Pudge? Just Dota.
What are we at, about 4,000?
Yeah, somewhere around 4,000. If we had Dota 1, where I played it, I'd say even more. We're up there with like maybe 6,000 games on Pudge between two of us combined.
I love this hero. This is the best designed like character in any game ever, in my opinion. It's why
iconic.
Every game
just
steals.
Not very good right now, you know. So it is awesome to see it in the game.
Yeah, and very good with Io as well. Classic combo. Well, I mean, it requires a very high degree of execution, so I respect the cojones on Tidebound for picking it. But also, free Medusa game. If it goes late again, Satanic will have pretty much the same.
They have Diffusal Blade Builder this time around. It was open in the previous one. They decided not to pick it.
They had to wait for Marcy way too long.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, guys, great to get your thoughts, but it is time to get into the action. Suns fan, it's everyone's favorite hooker. Pudge is in the game.
I would pay so much money to be with Pudge. My God, this guy is a great... Yeah, I completely agree with Jenkins. Just the best designed character of all time in any game ever. Not biased at all.
There's a first time for everything.
What's the first time?
You agree with Jenkins. I don't think I've heard you say that sentence before.
I mean, we literally work together, so at some point we do have to agree with each other, and then we come up with genius designs.
You're just literally compromising all the time. You're never fully agreeing.
That's true.
You're compromising on everything.
That's fair.
Basically.
Compromise sometimes works.
It does. I'm not saying it's a bad strategy. I'm just saying I don't remember hearing you say this before. I completely agree with Jenkins.
Completely
It's an
agree.
unusual sentence for you. But yes, Pudge is fun. And I have to say, for the side of Tidebound, I hope they get the ball rolling a bit here and get to feel themselves, because that last game was a little bit demoralizing to watch, to be honest. I think things just weren't really clicking, didn't really come together. Okay, everybody has a lot of Poogies. That's good to see. Okay, that's another one. I feel like I'm back. Would you have had these in the U.S.? I actually don't know. I feel like I'm back in elementary school where you had these like we had these things. They were called Diddle, D-I-D-D-L. Okay. It was a type of it's like a character, and you could get all sorts of notepads with different drawings of Diddle on them. So people were like collecting them like cards, basically.
Okay.
I feel like that's what's happening right now. You're showing off all of your Diddles here with these Poogie stickers. Like, oh, I have the shiny one. I have the one that's crying. Yeah, but I have the forfeit one, which I got great use of last game. All right, no one showing. What's that? Is that Ramses turning into Terrorblade? Okay,
that's cool.
Yeah, well,
that's really cool.
One word for it.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Pudge. Not too often you get to see this bad boy, and as carry, it's either a disaster or it's amazing. Really, not much in between. But the Rotten Core facet, we've seen it from time to time. I feel like this is actually, even in support Pudge,
it's the only facet on the hero, more or less.
Getting damage, attack damage with your rot going off. Now, when this first came out, we saw some interesting attempts to make this into like something kind of crazy where you go like Mask of Madness or whatever, weird stuff.
Was that Pure trying that?
I don't remember. It's been so long.
I remember the day this came out, Pure started playing Carry Pudge in Dream League, I think that was at the time.
Yeah, makes sense.
He was playing
loves that hero.
Had some mixed results, and then I think it kind of just faded away for a while. But
it's got promise.
I guess what I don't get here is what prompted the pick. Like, in my eyes, there's not a single hero this game Pudge is good against. It's like there's no obviously good matchups. Like Pudge, as a carry in particular, has certain matchups that are very good. Like, for example, he's amazing against something like PL because you just cast... I was going to say Flesh Shield. That's not even what it's called. It's called Meat Shield now, right? Yeah. You just use Meat Shield and you have Rot running and you naturally want to buy Shivas as a carry, which very few carries do. You go Ags. There's no, like, inherently obvious reason to pick it here, especially with the information they had at the time. They saw Chen and Monkey King, right? Was it? I think, Chen Centaur. And they were just like, we'll play IO Pudge. It almost feels, it brings me back to a time in Dota where teams were running pocket strategies, which I don't really think is a thing in Dota anymore. The game has developed too much, but that was essentially a pocket strat back then. Was we have this pairing or this trio of heroes that is just a tested and true strategy that we've used in scrims that people won't know how to counter because it's just so unique in essence. This almost gave me that vibe of, yeah, we just play IO Pudge and we don't care what we're up against, but I don't know. That's why I'm saying I hope they do well, because I think this is a game where if you don't get off to a hot start, the pick just doesn't make sense to me. I'm not seeing it.
Hey, it's comfort, Cinderin. Maybe that's all it is.
Fair. Yeah, he is bronze tier Pudge, so
right. They don't pay for Dota Plus, I guess.
Well,
I mean, the problem is really the Medusa. At the end of the day, like you have to deal with this. Panel kind of brought it up that they do have a diffusal carrier in the Pango, so they have some options now. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I have to say, I am becoming more and more of a fan of Ducalis as this tournament goes on. Can we get the camera on? I feel like if we just have a collection of all the clips of Ducalis breaking his keyboard, literally picking his nose on camera. In Riyadh, he picked his ear and then ate it, and somehow nobody made a clip out of it. This guy is awesome. Seriously, I look up to him. If I was a player, this is how I would be, Cinderin.
You're like, how few fucks can I give? It's like
I mean, you have to admit that that's admirable to not give a shit what anybody thinks. On some level, it's admirable.
It's both good and bad.
Of course, it's a double-edged sword as always.
It is, but I definitely, if nothing else, like that's the thing about some of these teams in Dota. There are players that, you know, even enjoy being a heel. Right, that was something we haven't really had a true heel in Dota since PPD. It feels like, have we? It was like the last one that was genuinely really just.
Would you consider Envy a heel?
Not really.
50% of the time he was, maybe.
I mean, not really. He was. I
don't mean the whole energy drink over the head thing.
Oh, the thing with Hani. Okay, now we're going really far back.
Yeah.
I mean, that's almost before PPD, isn't it? I think so. I don't know which one came first of those two. I think it might have been the.
I mean, I think the most interesting character of all time is Envy, though. Like, overall.
He's definitely been...
Ducalis he's given a run for his money, though. He's still young, you know. It's only been a couple years on the main stage, as it were. But he has some great clips. I'll tell you what. Need to make a long compilation by the end of the year. Subscribe to whatever channel that makes that one.
Okay, Satanic putting in another Poogie. Let's see. I wonder what the Poogie per minute has been in this pause. It's definitely the most that we've seen. Everybody's just showing up. Like, I must admit, with this new event, I don't know how you get all these stickers, like what the requirements are to get these Poogies. Do they just get all of them for buying the package, or is it about also completing stuff? I haven't looked into the...
Don't you get one for free right off the bat?
You might get one for free, but I don't know. Like, maybe one of these is a really cool one, and we just don't appreciate it enough. Like, Satanic's golden glittery Poogie might be... I don't think I've seen anyone else use it.
You are really obsessed with whatever this is. I thought this event wasn't for you, Cinder.
What does that mean? No, you mean... Well... I've never played Monster Hunter.
We'll talk about it on the podcast.
But everybody appreciates a cute piggy, though.
Yeah, of course.
So
pig is great. And the more you upgrade it, the less clothing it gets, apparently, is what I've seen.
Oh.
Because, like, the ultimate version, it's, like, almost naked with a crown.
It's interesting. I feel like the fan base would have wanted that on specific heroes rather than a pig.
Yeah, like Pudge.
Yes. Well, the first one they did it with was Axe.
That's true. The diaper set.
That is... No. The one with the leaf.
What? Yeah, that's the diaper set.
Is that diaper set?
What? That's what Slacks calls it, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, then canonically, that must be what it is. If Slacks calls it that, then...
Yeah, of course. He loves Diaper Man.
I see.
It's his go-to content.
Do we actually know why we're paused?
Well, there's a disconnected player, so...
Oh, did he say... Okay. All right, we're restarting his PC because of a mic issue. It's the word on the street.
Yeah, it might have been the keyboard that Ducalis was using yesterday. Looked like it was the F9 key that came off.
I feel like this is the classic. This is the classic Suns fan challenge. How do I make everything about one thing? Like, regardless of it's remotely relevant.
Can we?
How do I make this about Ducalis?
Can we click on Ducalis again, please?
Just can't get enough. You're obsessed with this guy.
He's a hilarious character. He's almost a cartoon character. It's so ridiculous. I appreciate it, though. I really
What did you make of the way he was holding his ball? Did you like that?
I thought you were going to go further with that one.
No, don't worry.
That looked very playful. He could definitely play both sides. He doesn't have to just be a villain. Like, I mean, even his haircut, it looks very, like, anime villain type, you know? I'd be interested to see if he could try being the opposite. The hero for a bit.
What hairstyle is like the positive heroic style?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I don't know names of...
Is it yours?
No, that's called balding.
It's definitely not positive. I'll say that. It's not very much about you that's positive.
No, that's true. It looks like we got 10 back in the lobby again. Okay.
Got a replay here.
All right, he's always fidgeting, isn't he?
This is
He's a fidgeter. He's got a ring on his middle finger, it looks like.
Imagine this replay without context. Imagine we just put this replay on and it says replay and you're not talking. You're just tuning into this and you're like, what am I meant to be looking for? It's just a guy smiling.
He's a nice young man. Got a little cowlick in the back, though, right now. It's a major cowlick. I wish I could get a cowlick like that. I'm just losing so much hair. It doesn't exist anymore.
Did you used to get cowlicks like this?
Yeah, I did. But I have curly hair.
You have very curly hair. How does that look then?
It's real bad.
I don't even know what a curly cowlick looks like.
I never managed my hair. I mean, Harry Potter was supposed to have curly hair, wasn't he?
I don't know.
I guess I don't know why I'm asking you. It was disheveled, at least.
I don't know where you got to Harry Potter from.
Is this actually a replay or is this live? Oh, this is live.
It says replay, but it's live. Oh, that's
this is
good.
quite the content. We can make a TV show out of this. Look at that. He's a big fidgeter, though, isn't he? Can't sit still.
Me too.
I have found that Dota players in general have that issue.
Do you fidget?
I I mean, I have like a slight case of Tourette's, as you know. So yeah, a little bit.
I feel like I always fidget with something at my desk at home. I always have something.
Yeah, there we go. Time to dig in to the ears or nose now, if you can. Just a matter of time.
You really are one of a kind.
Oh, he's going to bite his nail. There we go.
You're obsessed.
What do you mean?
What's going on?
I'm a commentator. I'm commentating what's on the screen.
Honestly, that's kind of fair. I think the observers are obsessed. They had all this time to show something else. Look at all those
Poogies. Oh my God, Cinder is so excited by Poogies. Oh! All right, game number 2 underway. PARIVISION versus Team Tidebound.
Yeah, oh, nice. That's a good little...
That looks pretty cool, actually. All right, so... That's a lot of Poogies as well. Which team do you prefer, Cinder? Is it PARIVISION? Like, forget about the teams for a second.
Just
and just do it on lineup. Yeah.
I think I like the Radiant lineup better, and the main thing for me is I don't conceptually see the value of Pudge in this game. That's my biggest concern. I think it's a great Medusa game. I think it's a good Monkey King support game. There's nothing really stopping him from getting his stuff off here. And yeah, I just have some questions to be answered. But with that said, this is the Dire lineup is the Tyro lineup that is extremely feast or famine. Like Jenkins was saying, if you're playing IO Pudge and you get off to a good start, sometimes it feels like it doesn't even matter what you're playing against.
Yeah.
But the last game was not exactly an explosive start for either team. It was like the score was 3-0 at 11 minutes. I don't know if you're happy with that if you're Tidebound here, unless you're somehow farming exceptionally well on the Pudge. Wonder how the mid lane's going to go too. I feel like this is not one we see all that often anymore. The Dragon Knight mid versus Invoker. Is that just a wash, or... The DK doesn't really stomp a lot of ranged mids. There are a few that he does very well against, but... I don't know if Invoker would be one of them. Questions will be answered.
Eventually.
Give it enough time.
Interesting. Shiro starts with a full wand right off the bat. What's the lane? Centaur and who? It's Centaur Chen. Is it from the spamming of the creeps?
It's just it is the standard safe laner build in general.
Oh, in general.
Yeah.
Okay.
Most carries will start with 1-3 branch a lot of the time. If you're playing with IO, who is probably going to send out tangos immediately, and so are you, that is exactly what's happening indeed, then yeah, you've got enough resources. But yeah, this isn't an obvious one for spells.
Sunstrike gets the kill for no one. That is unfortunate news for Echo in the mid lane, as no one now with the level advantage. That is always a very nice benefit to have, is that global presence.
Yeah, and he will immediately turn this into his first Null Talisman. Almost has the second one as well. So this, yeah, that should offset any potential advantage Dragon Knight would have in this lane against an Exort Invoker. Obviously, mainly looking for Breathe Fire to win you the lane, just get free CS while that is active. But if you have 2 Nulls, you could probably still be competitive on CS.
Do you think there's kill potential in the top lane with Pudge?
I mean, theoretically, against Chen, absolutely. But he really shouldn't be getting hooked. Just place your creep in front of yourself, or play the creep mainly there. Another
Ooh, Sunstrike actually hits cleanly, and now a Boundless Strike from 9 class. My, oh my. That was perfect placement from no one. Love to see Sunstrike plays from Exort Invokers.
Yeah. Also love to see it from Wex Invokers, but they generally don't have it. Back to you.
Thank you. Been noticing a lot of the Invoker... I don't know the names of any of the fastest because they're all ridiculously named, but the Quas one. Where... Or is it Wex? No, what's the Ags that gives Tornado?
That's Wex.
That's the Wex one.
The little tornadoes.
Yeah, I was surprised how effective that actually is.
Yeah.
Because when I first read it, I was like, it's a bit underwhelming, but it's like, okay, you can just push waves indefinitely, essentially, with that. Pretty cool.
By the way, this is the second game in a row now that PARIVISION are playing Ducalis in the offlane. rather than the safe lane. They
true.
they do switch it up from time to time, but I do feel like they still, the majority of games is Ducalis playing together with Satanic, but this is now 2 games in a row where they're playing ranged carry, and probably that's why they're putting the melee 4 there, and putting the ranged 5 with the offlane Centaur. Might have learned something from that series that they lost to OG. I think they did maybe run double melee offlane in one, if not both games, and maybe didn't get the desired outcome from those early laning stages. You and I also cast, I forgot which team it was yesterday that was also running. We had some Clockwork plus other melee hero offlane like twice, and the lanes just, it felt like they went too poorly to justify it.
Yeah.
I think you got to get more out of it than what they managed to do in those games.
Well, see if they can do another Sunstrike play. I mean, they have the volley into Boundless Strike to set up the Sunstrike itself, but at this stage, you do have to worry about Pango being able to get away. Obviously, the Ringmaster a little bit easier to take out. I mean, what are your thoughts on Ringmaster these days? It feels like this hero has, I mean, I want to say about a year ago it was super popular. Like, Whitemon was playing it basically every single game, and kind of dropped off since then.
I don't think the hero is good enough right now for it to be a good pick unless you have a hero like Specialist. There's a lot of heroes in Dota where you can be, let's say there's a best player in the world, and then a lot of the other pros are maybe like 80 to 90% of that player, and then the hero itself is just conceptually good, and then it's still fine. I think Ringmaster is... Would you agree that it's not inherently obvious when the hero is a good pick?
I would say it's generally good, rarely amazing.
Yeah.
That makes sense?
That's kind of how I feel about it,
the ult
too.
is just good.
So.
Like, the box, I mean, it's a save, right? So that's always going to have some place.
Yeah.
But I don't know if he has an identity necessarily, if that's maybe a weird way to put it.
I feel like the hero is best if you have a reliable setup stun and the enemy team doesn't have a hero that wants to buy Nullifier, right? And in this case, is that true for this game? You have the setup stun from DK, which is good, and you also have Dismember. Decent damage here from
He wants to fight, apparently. Going to get some help with the Sunstrike. It's mostly on the creep, though. Hook does hit, and now the TP will be successful because the hook is off cooldown. On cooldown, rather. The DM
is
will
not going to be
TP
too
back to
happy
base.
about this, though.
Yeah, it's going to be a long walk back. Shiro, still relatively healthy, is 9 class biding his time on the trees. And Satanic, he's left alone. Big wand. And now 9 class making his way back over. There's the volley into the Sunstrike. Good body blocks from 9 class, as New will be taken out by the Boundless Strike. And Planet going to take quite a bit of damage on the way out as well. But
changed by the Siege Creep.
He will likely live through the day.
I feel like the whole concept of mischief, of you turning into something and pretending to be it, doesn't make sense when the hero's on the same screen as you. It's like, how can you turn into a Siege Creep while he's looking? It's like, oh, I wonder who did that.
The goofiness is part of the charm.
Yeah.
So Echo on this Dragon Knight in that mid lane. I mean, he's off to a pretty decent start for Tidebound. I mean, the issue, of course, is that no one has been racking up a couple kills with that Sunstrike, which you can't really do too much about if you're the Dragon Knight.
And they're more or less breaking even in mid. That's perhaps another thing about this matchup. I don't think this went into consideration for either team, but if the easier of a matchup Exort Invoker has, the more, how to say, mental capacity you have to focus more on Sunstrikes because you're not constantly under pressure. Let's say you were playing a really rough matchup and he was always in your face. It's a lot harder to find the freedom to cast
7 minutes left. Okay. What was that? What was the point of that?
I think he might have been able to win that 1v1.
You think so?
He has Urn, Lotus, and Fairy Fire, and Blood Grenade. I think he could have beaten Neo 1v1, so he could have forced the Ringmaster to rotate over, but...
No, it was a hit and run.
Whatever.
Either way. The 9 class right now on that position for Monkey King. See how much work he can make out of this. Level 5 at the moment. But really, all the eyes are on the Putka, Mr. Shiro. Has the phase boots, going for Aghanim Scepter straight away. And I would assume this is a game where you want to get the blink on the Dragon Knight pretty fast. Yeah, it'll be coming up for his first item as well.
They have pretty good follow-through. Ringmaster spells are great with DK stun. It's a good setup for Hook. It's a good setup for Rolling Thunder. It's a lot easier to use that ability if you don't have to go first every time. Speaking of, Neo will be jumped on again. He has both of his spells on cooldown. He could actually be in trouble here. Oh, nice sidestep, though. Narrowly getting away from trouble.
Ooh. Man, Mystic Snake, one of the more frustrating spells to play against, I have to say. Mid lane, big hook into Dismember. No one gets off a good tornado with the help of the Stampede, but he ticks out anyway to the knives of Planet. Very good rotation from Tidebound. Now that they know that Stampede's on cooldown, they can maybe get more aggressive.
Yeah, this is what you should be doing in this game with Pudge, I think. Play with Dragon Knight as often as possible. Obviously, you have to keep your farm up, but whenever there's Dragon form or whenever you can exert any pressure on the map, make sure you leverage the fact that the carry you're playing has insane tempo. It's kind of ironic that Pudge is one of the fastest carries in a way, but he can really accelerate the game when things go right. And that was a good mid-tower takedown. Now, obviously, PARIVISION are still happy. They have, in particular, 2 cores with still a good game, even though Invoker did narrowly die in this exchange. No one is... Still got a fast Midas. Interesting to see that... You know, if this were the TI patch, would he have gone Dom? Or is this just a player preference thing? Because there were other Invokers going Dominator on mid-Invoker, right?
Yeah, I don't think it was every time, though.
He has switched back to Midas, or maybe never liked the Dom build. But obviously the equation got swapped around again with the Dominator nerf.
Forge Spirits are enough to micro, I think.
So you're saying he's lazy?
Yeah, of course. Wouldn't you be, Planet? That's a good Sunstrike. Did regen quite a bit, but Satanic gets the kill anyway. New with the Rolling Thunder drains most of the mana from Satanic. He does have decent wand charge, but there's the hook into the Dismember 9 class with the Wukongs, but this is just a support Monkey King. But there's the Stampede to disengage for the Medusa 9 class, though. He's going to be the sacrifice in all likelihood for PARIVISION. The Tidebound gets something, but definitely not the prize they sought.
This is very early in the game to make 5-man map moves. It'll give you the tower, but clearly PARIVISION are getting more farm in the meantime, obviously, as they should. Just playing effectively all 3 lanes plus some jungle. And they're also putting tower pressure onto mid since they have Siege Creep, Chen, and Invoker with Forge Spirits. So if this just becomes a 1-for-1 tower trade, I can't say that this is a good exchange for the side of Tidebound at all.
Yeah, especially mid lane being far more important.
Yeah, now they have obviously taken it themselves already, so it kind of becomes an equalizing thing, but it's just a matter of how many resources are you expending to get the same result. And this is just so much more cost-effective from the side of PARIVISION here.
And no one does get it with the Forge Spirits.
Yep. 2K lead now. And another game that is shaping up to be the Medusa show.
Yeah.
Satanic, 100 CS, minute 11.
Not bad.
Another free lane.
Well, Diffusal's not that far away for New. That'll be a big power spike for them. And about 1,200 away from finishing Ags on Pudge. Blink Dagger already online for Echoes. So with those 3 things in combination, I assume they're going to get ultra aggressive.
They should.
And they need to win some engagements to force Satanic.
Get a surprise jump here onto no one.
Yeah. Got the Wheel of Wonder. Look into his eyes. That's going to be an easy kill for Y and company.
Is there anything better than just getting relocated into a Flesh Heap stack and then out?
That's great.
It's got to be so nice. A little bit of a delivery service there for Shiro to scale that little bit extra.
Oh, and get some creeps too.
Hello.
Ducalis is creeps. Yeah. Very nice.
Found the zoo. So 500 for Ags on him. Diffusal is also about 500. Looks like 800 for Pango. So these items will overlap nicely in terms of timing. And obviously, am focusing a little bit more on the dire items here because I feel like the timing pressure is on them. And also, PARIVISION will just be playing a slower game. Like, can you think of a much slower game than Exort, Invoker, Medusa?
I
don't think so, but...
Kutka, Shiro, they don't have the relocate, unfortunately, for Team Tidebound. This is way too many heroes to withstand. Sunstrike not going to hit, but this is likely going to be a second kill for PARIVISION. And that's going to slow down the Aghanim Scepter, which was almost done. I'm not sure how much gold he actually lost, but he was very close to finishing it there. This will be a slight setback for Shiro.
Great spellcasting from No One in that engagement, and also getting immediate value out of his Atos purchase. Set that whole thing up. It is possible to play Exort Invoker without just being AFK in the jungle with Sunstrike, by the way. Any viewers out there who feel targeted by that, maybe this is a game to get a little bit inspired about the depths of this hero. It's not, oh, I play Quaswex, therefore I roam, or I play Exort, therefore I farm for 20 minutes. There's a nice little in-between sweet spot with a build like this. And No One making sure to be involved. And again, immediate smoke up. See if they can find another moment of opportunity. Of course, with Atos plus Meteor, nobody is safe. Even Pango would die in that combo because you can just cold
Echoes,
snap.
he's already used his blink right into the arms of Tidebound. Nice box, though. Meatball does quite a bit of damage. Wheel of Wonder as well. The stun came out from the Centaur, and Echoes can find the distance now, and DM is one potentially in trouble as Pudge has shown up. The Rot slowing DM to a crawl. Double kill for him. Now the Rolling Thunder. See the Stone Gaze. Pretty good counter to it. As New with the... Oh, he actually does the Swashbuckle, but the Sunstrike was waiting for him. Gets off the shield crash, but it looks like that'll be the death of him. In the end, a 2 for 2.
Thought that was going to go better for the side of Tidebound, but I believe they relocated the Pudge out again. Maybe if he stayed, this could have been a little bit more interesting. Because obviously when you commit on the Dragon Knight like this to start and you don't kill him immediately and the IO comes in for support, you've kind of thrown a lot of spells down the drain. And a Pudge arriving with a fresh axe on top of that fight was probably expecting something more than a 2 for 2 exchange. 9 class.
Ooh, good use of the whip. Planet gets the Wisdom Shrine. Boxes himself. The Sunstrike did hit through it. And good attempt on the TP, but the Dragon Tail will stop him in his tracks. 1 for 1. But more importantly, Tidebound, they get their own Wisdom.
Yeah. Important to get that. Still doesn't really feel like they are the ones dictating the tempo.
No, not at all.
The initiations in this game, in spite of Dragon Knight getting this dagger, the last couple of times, it's mostly PARIVISION that are opening the fights and you are responding. And that just goes to show that you're probably struggling a little bit with the wave pressure. A lot of the time, in order to make successful smoke rotations or even have the initiative to go and do anything, you need to push waves out first. But, you know, Medusa has Manta, so that's going to be pushing waves. There's Chen Creeps pushing waves. There's Forge Spirits pushing waves. There's all this random garbage. There's a Dom Creep on Centaur pushing waves. We had games like this at TI where teams would buy 4 Helms of the Dominator and just push non-stop for free. And the enemy team spent so much time putting out fires around the map that they never really got to get aggressive. This is... I'm not saying this is the same story here because I don't think it's as extreme, but you are getting the vibe here that Tidebound a lot of the time seem to not really feel comfortable with making aggressive plays. Like only having 6 kills on this line at minute 16, I just don't really feel like it cuts it here. Gotta get more active if possible.
Yeah, Shiro, recipe away from BKB, so that's the next power spike for him. But yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, they got Blink BKB on the DK as well. Pango already with the Diffusal will have Blink by the time the BKB is up for Shiro. So, round number 2.
Interesting to see Satanic go the same build this game. I thought this one he might actually go for the Butterfly Scotty against these hero combinations. But he still wants the Mjolnir Ags build with Manta. Manta first is just standard, but after that, you're generally committing for either path. And maybe part of the rationale here is the magic damage against DK is nice.
Dragon Tail, Sentry number 2 placed. Wheel of Wonder. No one actually does not look into the eyes, but he will drop. Takes a lot of effort, though, for Tidebound.
They cast Hand of God immediately after he died.
Was that 3 sentries placed? I think it was 3 sentries.
He might have actually lived with Hand of God. I think he could have maybe tornadoed and run away, but he cast it just after his death. Almost like a taunt.
Yeah. That's Ducalis for you.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm sure you're going to spin this somehow.
Let's get the camera on Ducalis again here. Make sure he's in a good...
We can't get enough.
he's focused right now on griefing his team with that Hand of God.
Okay.
DP attempt, but the Dragon Tail. DM, very tanky, but not tanky enough this time around. So a very nice kill for Tidebound.
Got a couple of easy free ones here. No exchanges being made. And Pudge is keeping up well, as he should. When you're playing with IO, you're going to be farming fast. Only about 1,500 behind the Medusa, which might sound like a lot, minute 18, but Pudge does a lot with net worth. So he is going to be very strong himself. Is that his BKB arriving? Or does Courier die? Where is his Courier?
Courier's coming with the Mithril Hammer. Not sure what the recipe is.
It's on it too. Yeah, there we go. So this is a strong timing. It gets even better with the dagger. You're probably just gonna, in fights, you can just pop BKB, blink, dismember, invoker, and the only counter on the side of PARIVISION is Stone Gaze, which is very often not going to be in position to immediately combo break. They are, however, in position under a ward.
Into the Cataclysm. Shiro already super low. Has to pop the BKB. Attempted TP for the IO. Actually cancels it. Now the Dismember onto the Centaur. Good stuns from New. And now the disengage with that Stone Gaze. You can see Satanic on pretty low mana at the moment. DM drops first. Took a while for the first death to come, but it is on the side of PARIVISION. Satanic getting hounded by Echo with that BKB. He's completely out of mana now, slowed to a crawl, trying to get to the other side, close to his tier 3, the Wheel of Wonder, not close enough. The Medusa shall live. And Echoes, in the meantime, he gets cold snapped, and now he is controlled and killed off. It looks like the PARIVISION side is going to try to find some more kills, plan it with one more right click needed. The Tornado does not clip him. Eventually, 9 class does take him out with the Boundless.
They just overplayed their hand there. They got bloodthirsty. It was looking good. Medusa was dropping low, forced out the wand, and DK dives all the way into the base. There's still a tier 2 tower there, by the way, with full HP, but that didn't dissuade them from just trying to go all the way in. Unfortunately, nobody could really follow through on the DK
play, though. They can get this kill. No one spotted. Dust upon him. And he's about to get dismembered. Big kill for Tidebound, and more importantly, I'm pretty sure they can just go through the gate and get the Tormentor now.
That would be a really nice collateral. It's like 9 class is anticipating it, so he's immediately heading up there. Courtesy of Simeon Stride.
Yeah.
Sees Echoes.
Very good vision. Boundless strike, hoof stomp, goodbye planet. And now Echoes completely isolated. New is nearby though. Shiro makes his way over as well. Hook, no good. I got the Spirit Vessel onto Shiro. That's going to be very effective against the IO as well. As Echoes, the big balance strike onto 2. Pudge getting super low, but the heal's coming out from Y. Dismember's going to heal him a decent amount as well. There's the Hand of God for the side of PARIVISION. Shiro, his BKB, going to be dissipating here pretty shortly, but they got the swashbuckle onto DM. There's the Kata, doing a good amount of damage, takes out New in turn. Shiro with the attempted TP back to base, but they have the cancel and they have the kill. PARIVISION on top of things. They get 2 core kills. They're going to get the Tormentor as well.
At basically no cost. This team is very, very good at playing around Monkey King. It's the little things. He's just in the right place at the right time. He's gathering information. He's finding the setups. And while it might not necessarily look that impressive on the damage front, except, of course, Satanic, who showed up to that entire fight with an amp damage rune. Yeah, the Monkey King with the Vessel is a very big problem for the Dire.
Yeah.
They kind of have to counter-itemize this as soon as possible. Like, the Pudge BKB is nice and all, but might need some sort of Lotus. He's buying Shivas, which I think he kind of has to, but well, who's going to buy the Lotus Orb then?
It's the exact same build for DM, 2 games in a row. The BKB, 3rd item.
Yeah, in this game, it's less obvious. I think last game it made a lot of sense against Timber. This one, it is a way of separating yourself from Pudge, but most players in this game would have considered Pipe, no? Rot, some Ringmaster damage. I mean, mainly Rot, really. I guess, yeah. You know what? Maybe it's not good enough.
You could get Eternal Shroud. That's an item still, right?
Not this game. Yeah, maybe Pipe wasn't actually good enough. It's only really Pudge that you're countering.
How often do we see Eternal Shroud? Is that even an item?
That's very rarely.
I miss it.
I liked it too, on specific heroes, but I don't know if I conceptually think the item is that interesting.
I think it is.
It's because
especially
you're a
on
Centaur player. Well, I am also a Centaur player. Oh, Roche is moving.
on the move.
Glitch in the Matrix. I'm still waiting for that highlight play where somebody turns into Roche and pretends to move across the river at 25 minutes and ganks with that. That'd be amazing.
One day. Maybe it is today. Smoke from both sides.
Can you get tossed by Roche as Roche? If you're Monkey King walking in Mischief on top of him when he's crossing the river, does he pick himself up and throw him?
Yeah, of course he would.
That'll be amazing.
Oh,
see
hook
that.
Stomp, only onto one. Good save with the hook from Shiro, but it's right into the arms of Satanic. Has his ult going. They're going to focus on the IO first. Spirit Vessel applied as well, and Wide blows up, and now Shiro completely alone has to pop the BKB, but this is in full retreat mode. Gets up to Dismember. They have the Rolling Thunder as well. It's a lot of damage on the Satanic. Very little mana to work with, but not enough to get the kill, and now Satanic and company can work on killing off New. Ends up being 2 kills for PARIVISION. 9 class in a very precarious spot. Might have to be a sacrifice for PARIVISION, but the Hand of God is there. DM not going to get the Hoof Stomp successfully, as Shiro should be able to walk back to base. Echo uses a very late BKB on the high ground of the tier 3 tower. To little effect. It's going to be a tier 2 for PARIVISION. Certainly in the driver's seat, they are dictating the game every step of the way.
I mean, we got there in a different fashion, but effectively this is about the same game as the last game. 11k lead at 25 minutes. Medusa is way ahead of everybody else and is uncountered for the most part, except this Pango. And you can see in these fights that Tidebound are trying to kill the Dusa, but it's just not enough. They're missing that last 20%. If you don't have it, it's so much worse to go on Dusa and use everything to get her low and force her out than to not touch her at all. You're expending so many resources that could have been spent maybe hitting another hero, or at the very least maybe you could kill it. You know, you could maybe grab a Monkey King kill, maybe you can find Invoker, but they keep feeling like they can get Satanic, and they're just not quite. It's missing that last bit. I wonder what's gonna offer that up. As soon as he's gonna get this Disperser, it will be so much harder to deal with him. You can just run out of Rot.
PARIVISION still without the Roche, though. Is that something Tidebound can try to either sneak or contest?
I think contest sounds good, but that requires PARIVISION to go there first.
They do have a lineup that can take it pretty decently fast.
Yeah.
With the 3 cores.
But their mindset might be, well, the enemy team can't really take it well. If we don't go there, it's just not a part of the game, and it's... I kind of like the call to not do it right now, because I think that is one way that you could lose your lead, is to compromise your position by being in the pit. You can just play out on the map instead. If you find 1 or 2 key kills, then you can grab the Roche, but don't force it. There's no...
So then wouldn't that mean Tidebound should be trying to sneak it? Try to get back in this game.
Right, because you think PARIVISION won't check? Well, it's like we're both wrong.
It matters not.
Ultimately, they get enough information on the map that they can just go for it. But I like the fact that they didn't just rush into this immediately. They kind of waited their turn for things to line up nicely around the map. And now that they have it, dare I say, it's the same situation again, where you get Disperser and go high ground exactly like game 1.
Yep.
Like, just literally same story. Or will he do it with just the Diffusal? We'll see. He took this tower without the Disperser last game as well, and then he got Disperser, and then he went... literal deja vu for me. Like, what's the difference here?
Well, the difference is they do have a defuse on the other side. Hook. Okay, Manta pop for Satanic. Remember, he has the Aegis, so big hook stop from DM into the Cataclysm. That's going to be the death of Planet. And Satanic completely out of mana, but as per norm, has that second life, and they're not even going to burn through the first anyway. Decent amount expended for Tidebound, but they don't really do much damage in the end. So,
they give him the clarity. Classic 28-minute clarity, and now Alacrity.
Yeah.
Rhymes with clarity, almost. Almost same letter, Shannon.
That's very good. You're at the top of your game. Very witty. Unfortunately for New, I mean, he has the Diffusal, but he doesn't have Ags yet, which really takes it to the next level.
They need more than just one additional level here, it feels like.
Yeah, Range Racks taken out. Shiro will be lifted by the Tornado, and this will be a lane for PARIVISION. Boundless, oh my god, that's actually quite a bit of damage to Shiro. Echoes, nice Manta, gonna dodge that Dragon Tail. And with that, PARIVISION can just fully reset. And they've got plenty of time on this Aegis. Looking like a very casual 2-0.
Yeah, just go top, lol. Still got plenty of time on the Aegis. 3 minutes. You can go out to the jungle and restore a little bit more mana if he finds the right camp. And then think about hitting high.
9 class almost has a Satanic. Look at this inventory, it's so weird.
I mean Scotty?
Or sorry, Scotty, yeah.
He has a Satanic every game.
Yeah, that's true. For better or worse. Usually for better.
I think I would rather have Satanic the player every game than the item Satanic every game.
Really? For free?
Well, not starting with the item.
I'd take the Satanic item, Cinderin, obviously. Shiro pops the Shivas. He's isolated right now. And the Stone Gaze applied to the IO, but the relocate in time.
All right, Jenkins, it's time for your play. Let's hook back that IO and not have the relocate come through. Let's see if they know the tech.
If they try it even.
Do they
Oh, Shiro, he comes with him. Okay, Cataclysm's coming for everybody. Decent amount of damage. Why? He is going to drop. There's the Dismember into the Wheel of Wonder. Maybe a last-ditch effort for Tidebound. Hand of Gaben, not enough to keep DM alive, but still Satanic alive with life number 1 of 2. They take out Shiro easily. Big Boundless Strike takes out another. As New and Y have to walk back to their fountain. Can they even do so? There's no buyback on Shiro. As Echoes blinks in, BKB will have to run away shortly once that dissipates. Getting drained of all his mana as well. Just desperately trying to get through this first life on Satanic. And don't think they can even do that. This is lane number 2.
Alacrity, Solar Crest, Frenzy from the Thunderhide.
Yeah. Echoes again, just doing nothing to Satanic. And with that Spirit Vessel, that is such a hard counter. It feels like to their whole team, really. As Echoes will eventually die. New in the meantime, Spirit Vessel still applied as well. Will have to use his roll up just to get a little bit extra distance. Shiro blinks in, finds nobody, gets the hook. There, they finally get the Aegis. It took that long. And if anything, Satanic's like, thank you. I can keep pushing now.
Oh, yeah, give him
Focus
a
on the tier
too.
4s. The tier 2 still existing on the bot lane, so can't go for the megas easily.
Look at his buff status bar.
Yeah.
It's like 10 buffs.
Indeed. Shiro gets a nice hook onto No One. Wheel of Wonder applied as well. No One. Actually, a double hypnotize onto 2, but you can see the farm discrepancy is out of control. 3 dead, make it 4. It's a dieback on the DK. Shiro will be the last to fall, and PARIVISION gonna be able to 2-0 in pretty easy fashion. 2 Medusa games, and how many times did Satanic die this entire series? Is it 0?
I think so.
Pretty crazy.
This is the most one-sided series we've cast so far, and it was in the 1-1 bracket, which, like we talked about, this does happen sometimes. You know, one team maybe had tougher opponents, and one had maybe a slightly easier one. Obviously, yesterday, the win against Yakult for Tidebound, which wasn't a convincing win, even though they 2-0'd. And today there's a gap here.
Richard, Pudge has lost. I'm so sorry.
I know. Who could have seen that coming? Terrible, terrible news. But obviously, yeah, Tidebound, got a feel for them. It was super cool to see some interesting drafting coming out. You always love to see that in tournaments. But ultimately, PARIVISION just too good across the board, had very difficult to respond to drafts. We had Satanic on Dusa 2 times. Don't think he died once in the series.
It says a lot about this whole series, how they didn't manage to kill enemy carry. Like, it's not all about how they played, it's also about some of the drafts, how they're matching up against each other, where you're unable to kill enemy carry with any kind of move that you make. It feels like something is missing, some kind of a damage. It seems like they try to make the adjustment after what happened in game number 1, where they didn't have Pango, they had the opportunity to pick Pango, then they pick him, and again, it doesn't look good.
Yeah. Just didn't, and ultimately as well, Cinderin touched upon this point. You want to set that tempo with that Pudge carry, and they didn't really get to do that either.
No, like this side lane, it's not the strongest lane. They did put 9 class again in the bottom lane.
This was nice. This was really important.
But these Sunstrikes having extra bit of a pressure coming out from the mid lane, who's also pre-farming, as you can see on the board, that he's doing very good. He gets that Hand of Midas, and from that, it's just smooth sailing.
Ooh, and then this was the reveal, the Atos reveal from no one. I think this is such a strong build. Going for the Midas into Atos, like Gleipnir late game is so good on Invoker when you're going for this Exort build, making the meatballs like massive, making the Cataclysm massive. But then early game, you get this Atos that lets you set up every gank.
Also, one thing that did happen in this game is just this overwhelming team fight that they do have. Multiple ways of resetting with the Chen, with the Wukongs, Tornado, potentially Medusa, ulti, Stampede. It's very difficult for them to take the fight, and again, they have so much survivability. Medusa, she can do whatever she wants. At this point of the game, she's on the top of the network, but you really don't feel the damage yet. But you can feel it coming the next couple of minutes once she gets to her next item, and after winning this fight without losing a single hero, it does allow them to get the Tormentor, which is going to go to Monkey King, which is one of the better overall shards, which does allow him to set up his Wukong's command or get out of the trouble.
The thing with Medusa versus Pango is that I really feel like that matchup is good for Pango. I mean, I remember there was a while people were going Pango mid against Medusa. Ame was going like Sanjin Kaya, doing some like really cool stuff to avoid the mana burn. But when you're a carry and it's an offlane Pango, I don't think you need to do that because you outpace him so much that like Pango's not going to have the Aghanim Scepter by the time you have 3 items, Aghanim Scepter, Mjolnir. It's like we saw in quite a few fights that Tidebound did reduce Satanic's mana pool to 0, and then that's it. And then they were out of, they had used everything in the tank. If it's a mid Pango, it's different, right? So I think the answer to Medusa just needs to be better. I was really happy to see 9 class rocking the Monkey King again. He did go for the build that you mentioned, Lacoste, which is not for the Dominator. Yeah, going for an Urn into Vessel, which was so good against all the healing that was coming out from Tidebound.
Casual Scotty, he basically had 3 items. This is Magic Wand.
He had the 3rd highest damage in the game.
He's got the Blood Grenade. That's a very important item.
It is a good item.
It's just so Chad. It's like, right, I've got my support item. Yeah, there it is.
Highlight the
one. In case you guys didn't know.
Yeah, zoom in on that. Right? But it's like, I've got my support items now. We'll just build a Scotty. Why not? Why not?
Yeah, he always does this. It's always like
gotta love it.
Diffusal or Scotty. I mean, I think the idea is that like there's this kind of mid-game window on Monkey King where you're doing a really good job at like giving supporting vision, stunning, providing utility, but you just can't commit to fights. Like the whole point of the hero is people are hunting you on trees and then they're trying to kill you and they're wasting a bunch of time, and that's it. No items you get are going to help that, right? So just scale. Just go be a carry.
So many annoying things that they did have to deal with in this game. First of all, you have Monkey, who's creep skipping. You have Helm of the Dominator Centaur. You have Forge Spirits. You have Ken creep as well. Dusa with the Manta style. So the lanes are always going to be across the river, pretty much all 3 lanes, which does give you information. And then you can't play Dota like that. Like you can't play, especially because they're farming the whole area. You're getting only thing that is crossing the map. So things are very, very difficult for Tidebound in this one.
Yeah. Well, look, guys, that's a wrap. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, next up, another banger, Tundra versus Heroic. We'll see you in a moment.
body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Yeah, so as I said, it's going to be Tundra versus Heroic. We're going to start by talking about the rivalry, if you want to call it that. It's not really a rivalry, but they've played each other a bunch.
They did in 2025. I think Tundra is a team that holds grudges. You know, we're going to be seeing what happened in 2025. And the big one that stands out the most is the International 2025. This is where Heroic managed to beat them once, and they also managed to eliminate Tundra from TI. And now Tundra, they are on a vengeance. Like, they definitely want revenge in this one, because Heroic didn't manage to beat them outside of TI, but Heroic did have a great TI. This is like probably the best South American performance that we've had in any of these like major tournaments. They did so good, but not an easy matchup for them, I would say. Tundra, especially with the new roster as well, some swaps coming out from Heroic, from the off lane to the mid lane. It's going to be, I think, competitive series, but Tundra could also speed things up.
So tell us about this Heroic team that you love so much, Jenkins, an exciting team.
They're great. I mean, they're honestly, at least for me, they were my favorite team to watch at TI. I think King Jungles won over a lot of hearts with his his TI speech, and especially after following all of their gameplay. They play their own Dota so much more than any other team in this game right now. And we are in a meta where a lot of people play very interesting stuff, and still they managed to play more unique things than other teams. And this is just recent, by the way. This is just in like the last month. These are some of the unique heroes that they're playing. Of course, Yuma has this now classic Meepo and Pudge. Night Stalker was thrown in there. Whisper will play Venomancer mid, and he will play Mars mid more than they will play offlane Mars on Divide Llama. It's insane. King Jungles played Huskar, position 5. And then, of course, we have to mention Schofield, Clockwork. It's their most picked hero. You give it to them, they're going to take it, and they're going to destroy you with it. The way this guy manipulates creeps, like he knows this hero in and out.
I got to join in on praising Yuma here, because he definitely had one of the best carry performances at TI. You know, we can talk about Skeeter, we can talk about Ame, even though he didn't get top 3 by any means, but he was insane. Like, this guy had the best performance, best tournament of his life, and I feel like the trajectory of his Dota career has been pretty simple. It's just been like, he started here, and he's just getting better and better.
Yeah, I mean, you know, great player to watch, and we talked about how many good carry players there are right now that just feel that they can, like, 1v5. Definitely one of the talented guys that can take over a game. Obviously, their opponents today, Tundra, it's a little bit of a weird one for them. I'd still say that overall, they're one of the teams of the year, obviously. They had such a great start, but obviously they've been finding tournament victories a little bit harder to come by down the back nine, so to speak.
Yeah, and they're also a team that picks some weird stuff. At the very least, like, the way that I would like to paint this matchup, at least for me as a fan watching this, is like, it's a team of insane players that will play insane Dota, cook some ridiculous heroes in Heroic, and then you have Tundra, where you have 33. This guy is like the #1 dude for inventing the meta, and now they have Pure on their team, who is also somebody who will completely reinvent the meta when it comes to his carry picks. He's one of the few people who have made Kez work. We saw the 2 games on Morphling that he played this month. These were in the Blast Grand Finals.
Yep.
These were wins. These won them the entire tournament, so I could see a lot more of that. He was also one of the earliest people to start abusing the gyro, disassembling Daedalus and building into Rapier. And here's some of his more niche picks that he plays, things that he's willing to whip out if it's a good game for it. Muerta against any heroes that he can really punish in lane against high agility, high armor heroes. Faceless Void, he picked that into Weaver, and I think you mentioned it like yesterday when Weaver was picked. That like this,
it's old school counter.
It's unplayable. It's unplayable, right? So it's like this guy has this this confidence where he's willing to pull out heroes that are just not meta at all, as long as it gives him a good game, and like he will shine in those games.
That Lone Druid is very interesting because we saw Ghost yesterday play it, and this is something that he played a couple of TIs before. He kind of invented the build on Lone Druid back when Gleipnir was a very good carry item when you were building it from Maelstrom, and then Diffusal Blade, and I'm not sure if he was like picking up Scotty or Butterfly as his third item, but this guy will play whatever he feels like playing, and you kind of want to have that guy on the team because there's a bit of a, I would say, opposite things happening in the team because you have Ari, who recently joined the team, got his first dub, got his first Tier 1 LAN event victory. His hero pool is relatively small. This is something that a lot of people criticize him for because he was mostly playing like these Hoodwinks, Muertas, maybe a Batrider here and there, but you have massive hero pools coming out from the rest of the team.
I would trust 33, honestly, though, to make a player like Ari work because like, I know that behind the scenes, even when Ari was not on good teams, people were still looking at him to see what was going to be the next meta thing. Like, he pretty much invented the modern-day Marcy and really believed in that before anybody else did. Hoodwink as well. He just has this fresh take on the game because he's so young, and he was, like, #1 Heroes of the Storm player. Comes from another background. Just a completely fresh take on the game. And he said it in an interview, if you give me my best hero, I'm going to take it, and I'm going to pick it and pick it and pick it until you ban it. And so he
Very
knows
simple.
This.
I like that mentality.
Yeah.
I think he
should work.
He does have this hero puddle, but it's not like because he can't play the other heroes. It's because he's willing to literally force it. And if 33 is okay with that as like the captain and genius, then
his hero pool is getting bigger, though. Like, he's playing Dark Willows, he's playing Spirit Breakers that he's
people
shown.
used to level that criticism out of Ma. They used to say he had a hero puddle, right?
Yeah, they did. And how many TIs do you have to win?
Yeah, exactly. Before people realized,
it's like hero puddle, but we exist in a day and age in Dota that you want a player like this on your team because guess what? Somebody has to be first picked. Somebody has to get absolutely destroyed in the draft and still have a good game. That's what Ari does.
I mean, it's been great to kind of see as well that, like this evolution for them, obviously as well served up some incredible matches lately. I mean, Blast was just crazy.
It was. And I want to go back to your point about him being sacrificed into draft. If you look at their openers, most of the time, I would say 99% of the time, they are picking the heroes for Ari first or for 33, something that he thinks it's imbalanced, whether that being Timbersaw, whether that being Lycan, maybe some like casual Shadow Demon for Ari, Bounty Hunter, anything along those lines. You kind of know what they're going to be picking, maybe in the first phase of the draft, but they start to mix it up in the middle stages and especially for the last picks as well.
Yeah, and then speaking of last picks, I think this tournament, at the very least, Yuma has been they'll try to get the last pick Meepo, last pick Troll Warlord. And, I mean, even Troll is his second most played hero this month, right? That's interesting. A lot of other teams, like, there's the occasional game they try to make it work, and then they go, okay, this is not a good hero.
I think Skeeter perfected the new build on Troll, where you are getting Scotty relatively early on, you're getting your Battle Fury, you're getting your SNY, getting your BKB, and then you start to like, oh, I'm going to get Scotty, and then I'm going to be picking up Refresher as well, so you kind of have mana, because this hero is one of the dumbest heroes in Dota with the intelligence gain, so you need that to be able to have Refresher.
1.2?
It's nothing.
Abysmal. Anyway, speaking of intelligent, 33, he always goes back to the old classics, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
Anytime there's like some last pick, it's a 33 hero they need to pick. I'm hearing like T Governor and Gunner, they're like doing this big brain stuff. They're like, oh, he's gonna pick. He just picks Doom. He just goes Doom. If Doom's not in the pool, like, he goes Sand King. Yeah. Like it really sticks to his guns when it comes to his beliefs.
I did like when he was spamming Visage. That was cool.
Oh, when they
the Vizier
with the gold facet.
With the gold facet.
Yeah, and he was literally sitting in the safe lane.
Yeah,
he would sit in the safe lane and try lane.
That was some amazing tech. Like nobody knew how to play
this guy's crazy. Like with the itemization as well. I think there was one of the recent games where he was playing the Rizzler, where he actually got Kanda because they needed the break, and also Axe, where in one of the games he did rush Kanda as well because he was playing against Dragonite and Timbersaw, I believe. His Axe is a menace. Like I believe he was the one who invented this build as well, where you can go for like Urn early on, Helm of the Dominator, and then you start to farm up whether you need. Like he's one of the guys that will skip Blink Dagger even completely if necessary.
Which
he's gonna build Pipe, maybe a Crimson Guard, whatever it's necessary. Get that Kanda, get that Phylactery, and just play off cooldown, not necessarily needing to blink and call someone with the Blade Mill.
And it's so interesting because he wasn't an Axe player. I remember at EWC we asked him about like, why are you going no blink? Like, why are you going Soul Ring, Pipe, things like that? He's like, oh, I'm just learning the hero. I don't play it. Like, it's a good hero. So it's like in learning the hero and applying the 33 mindset to something. Now people have 2 Axe builds, right? It's like sometimes there's the Blink Blade Mail, and it is good, and that is called for in a lot of games. And then you have the Pipe, Crimson Guard, sometimes not even having a Blink Dagger Axe build, which is also
crazy to think about.
Yeah, I mean, looking historically, this is never how Axe has been played. It's literally always been a Blink Initiator, but yeah, that's his take on it. I do want to say, by the way, Devi was on your screen.
Yeah.
Recently, Devi Lama. Now he's Devi. And he is one of the best Timbersaw players in the world. Whisper is also one of the best Timbersaw players in the world. Like, both of these guys are probably top 5. You cannot give Timber to this team.
Something just crossed my mind. Like, Devi Lama. Lama is an animal that is like one of the more famous animals in Peru.
Yes.
He's playing with
Machu Picchu.
Yeah, he's playing with a lot of Peruvians as well, right?
I think it makes a lot of sense.
It does make a lot of sense. And then he lost Llama because he was not in the heroic as well.
Yes.
And now he needs to get the Llama back.
Right.
That's I think it's very important.
Heroic is 3 Brazilian players. They have one Peruvian, right?
It's enough.
One is enough. One is enough. They're a Peruvian team. Then they
I'm
claim
sure they have llamas in Brazil as well.
You're asking the wrong guy.
Bro, they have anacondas in Brazil, and I'm obviously talking Amazon. I know where you're going to go with that, Richard, but in the Amazon, they have big anacondas.
Yeah, speaking of anacondas, here's Moon Meander.
What the fuck is that transition?
There are llamas in Brazil.
Can you believe production is fact-checked?
Fact-checking the llamas?
The population of llamas in Brazil. Like, I've just had that in my ear. Yes, there are llamas in Brazil, Richard. You may proceed with the llama segment. Right. Okay, thanks. Love you, Seb.
Ooh, this leaves a lot of these usual suspects.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the most contested heroes in the pool. Dragonite, definitely the one that stands out the most from the position 5, I would say. Jakiro, definitely up there. I love this animation from ABBA.
Yeah, it's a good one.
That's the llama that was right behind him. It's just dead llama.
Oh, was it an alpaca?
That's what they look like.
Who knows? Hard to tell.
I thought an alpaca was a female llama.
I don't know, dude.
I don't know.
I know nothing about.
I'm not sure, because you know a sheep is a female goat.
Why
are you laughing?
Yeah, that is correct. Anyways,
I think Dragon Knight is a pretty obvious pick here. I don't think Abaddon is particularly like got you against DK. I mean, I guess you have the passive, and that's
production have just said you're wrong about it being a female llama. So
well,
we've literally deployed an element of PGL stuff.
They're experts in friggin' cameras and editing and all this big smart people stuff.
Of audio
and of course a PGL audio guy. And I've been to Peru. I've been there. I was at Machu Picchu.
Awesome.
So I've seen quite a few llamas in my life, and there are female goats.
It's just changing every single time.
Anyway, is there a reason you don't pick DK here? Is the Abaddon passive reduction enough that you're afraid to pick it into this matchup?
It's good. It removes the stun as well. You don't die if this is carry-to-carry matchup. Potentially an offlaner as well. Seems like they got thrown slightly. They got surprised with this pick, I would say.
Yeah.
They are thinking.
What's the thought process with the Lycan ban?
It's something that 33 does play a lot.
Right. Okay.
Okay. Was this on your bingo card? There's no way. There's no way anybody's expecting an Abaddon into Puck.
And look at the win rate.
What are they doing? Is it?
Well, I mean, if you're picking it here, it's got to be a flex. Obviously.
Is it something related to like Whisper's hero pool? They truly believe that like Puck just counters everything that Whisper plays. I mean, what if Whisper plays Venomancer mid? What if he plays Enigma mid, which he has? I mean, DK, that's got to be banned, right? You don't let Heroic get DK. Then again, Tundra could, if Heroic does not ban it, Tundra could just get the DK for Pure. I mean, Pure pretty much back in the day, like a couple of years ago, was the reason people started playing DK as a carry with the Mask of Madness plus Armlet build. This is the look of a man that just got first picked Puck. He's genuinely unbothered.
Is there a chance that they take this Puck to position 4? Maybe they're expecting some like Jakiro.
You think Ari will?
Maybe. Most likely not, but maybe there's something to it.
There was a time where Boxy and Tofu were playing it for. Now they're on the same team, so it was a good idea.
This is the second Broodmother ban that we're seeing. The Broodmother was banned in the previous game.
That must be
banned again.
It must be Scrim.
Yes,
Scrim knowledge, right?
Because we haven't seen it yet.
I mean, 33 is willing to play Broodmother offlane in pretty much any meta, and I think there's because she's universal. There's so many builds that you can go on her. Both facets are good too. Like the Necrotic Webs would be pretty good against Abba, right?
Could be pretty good against Dragonite as well. In theory. So this says we are playing this Puck in the mid lane no matter what. And they're also leaving Dragonite in the pool, which is historically a very good pick against Puck in the mid lane. You win the matchup. You have that stun always, something that Puck is going to be afraid of. So you have something to lock him down. Right now, this Abba, we don't know where it's going to go, whether this is going to be carry Abba or the off lane.
Or KJ. KJ
could be KJ, yeah.
He likes to play his healers.
Can Tundra not take Dragonite?
I think that's a great idea. I mean, unless there's some mind games going on here where both teams know Dragonite is left in, so both teams know that they have an answer to Dragonite. And they say, okay, well, we're just going to play our game.
Pogma. Sucky. There he is.
It's a lot of magic damage on the side of Tundra so far. So maybe DK just gets ignored. You know, it's like Abba on one side with the reducing healing passive and then a bunch of magic damage on the other side. But you're so tempted. It's like Dragonite against Puck. Then you can't flex Puck to be a 4 because Pugna Puck supports sounds awful. Ooh, that's a good pick.
I like this Nyx. It stops what Pugna wants to do. It's great against like there was a time where Nyx was super popular and so was Puck. And these Puck players, they had to get really good at using their orbs. And now with the orb facet as well, I'm not sure if you actually go for that facet with the curveball, because Nyx Assassin can actually punish you. With
the longer your orb is out, the more likely you are to be stunned.
To react to it.
Also, by the way, Whisper's been playing Enigma mid, so this could still be Enigma mid if he decides it's like good into the Puck matchup, for example.
That's the beauty of the players who swapped from between position 2 and position 3, so you can play these heroes from the off lane in the mid lane as well. I mean, basically he was playing mid laners from the off lane in his career, so he's pretty familiar with it. Now he's a mid laner.
Bristleback is definitely a good answer to Enigma in the lane if they do end up running it Devi playing Enigma off lane. Damn, and then they go for the black hole counter, so really making sure that
you hate this hero. Here it is, here he goes.
Join my hate club. It's only $3.99 per month. Good Rubik game this time around, gotta say. Like, there's some really nice spells to steal, whether you're gonna be stealing stuff from Nyx Assassin, Aphotic Shield, so you're gonna be removing a lot of the stuns, Malefice, Impale from Nyx Assassin. Black Hole, of course, is gonna be big, but at some of these early engagements, you definitely want to have Aphotic Shield.
Yeah, you can't really theorycraft a better Rubik game than this, actually, can you?
Maybe an Underlord. I think this is the best Rubik counterspell that you can have.
I mean, I feel like Abakari is more than happy in this game right now. There's no reason to take this first pick and flex it anywhere. There was nothing really drafted against it. Like Abakari doesn't really care too much about Bristleback. He's going to be healing. You have the passive to reduce it. There's nothing to really pressure him in lane.
If they can pick Mars somewhere in between, it's such a good Mars game. Like 2 supports, they just die. You can turn Bristleback with the spear always, so that's nice. Like these 2 supports are just... The one downside is you can't toggle your Bulwark anymore. Rubik cannot steal your Bulwark, so you have higher chances of stealing the spear.
Since when?
Since there's been like a patch like 2-3 months ago.
I had no idea, because nobody's picking Rubik, so...
Yeah, because he's a bad hero. You can join my club.
We'll see. Can I?
How much is it?
Can I decide after
$3.99.
How much is that in Croatian? Is that European euros or Croatian Croats?
It's the same currency.
And they go for under. Okay, not under. that was a slip of the Freudian slip of the tongue. Primal Beast, very good against Bristleback. Like very, very strong. You are going to get Aghanim Scepter eventually. You break him. Even like pulverizing and running around him. A lot of the time, you just don't care if it's okay. Face that direction. Primal just runs in front of you, right? It's very easy. And I think if you're laning this against Puck, you just cut wave, right? Like Puck doesn't like playing into these melee tanky guys that build bracers and are fine with being hit over and over and over again. I think Primal will do very well in this matchup. And also, Pugna decrepifying somebody and healing them. Primal's one of the few heroes that can do damage through that. It doesn't magic amp your allies anymore whenever you're decrepifying them, but still, he doesn't care if they're in ghost form. He'll do the damage.
Pugna hates to play against Primal Beast. He has 2 ways of stopping him, finding him in the back lines as well, has insane damage to kill him, and also great against Bristleback. Eventually, you might have this Aghanim Scepter, so the break is there. You talked about Shard on Next Assassin the other day as well.
Yeah,
passive ability or innate ability from Abaddon against Bristle. Seems like he has been sold in this draft.
So
at least for now. The lineup on side of Tundra is very squishy.
Yeah, there's got to be a last pick that's like bringing it all together for Tundra, because I really feel like at this point, Heroic has a very nice draft against them. Even Enigma versus Rubik, like in the olden days when Enigma was all about the black hole, then yeah, sure, it countered, but
there's still Jakiro, Bane. These heroes are very good against Puck as well, if they want to choose from. There's also potentially position 5 Enigma, something that King Jungles did play during TI once or twice. So they have a lot of flexibility with the draft that they have. It's pretty much set in stone that Schofield's playing Nyx Assassin.
10 seconds remaining.
So for Pure, what is there that can like round this all out? Ursa's not the greatest against Primal because Pulverize, for some reason, doesn't care about status resistance. Heroic actually bans the Meepo. That is funny. Does that
they
mean
know.
Like,
they know when it's a good Meepo game. This is Yuma's call because Pure also plays it.
Do you think they're like? Is there something that Meepo counters that they want to pick? I mean, all the spirits, I guess.
It's very good against Primal Beasts. Like multiple routes, you don't get to use your abilities.
Would be a good anti-mage game, but like how the heck would they fit it into the draft?
So this is
Abakari.
No, it's just never mind. I'm watching the other side.
The
so
animation.
It's just Enchantress. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a Abakari with Ench, very strong lane. Enigma, Nyx, extremely strong lane, and then Primal versus Puck.
Very solid draft.
This is like all winning lanes from Heroic.
I really like the Ench as well. I think it's been like a little bit underutilized, it feels, at this tournament. I think just
Celery not being here.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Falcon's not being here.
Yeah, exactly.
Missing Snaking.
I feel like we haven't seen her as much.
Not on our stream, for sure.
Yeah, definitely not.
Okay, so a carry that can play against Enigma, Nyx.
Gyrocopter's good against Enigma, but they can also swap things around, have this Enigma being played in the mid lane. So I think this is the bait that they've been discussing about, leaving Gyrocopter in the pool.
You don't want to like morphling into Enigma Nyx. Bad against these. I'm just trying to think of Pure's heroes. Slardar. Okay, so it's.
We've seen some carry Slardars as well being played.
We have. I mean, you would kill the Eidolons. Oh, it's an offlane Primal mid Enigma. And then 33 will be taking Slardar. Pure is playing Puck. These guys are insane.
We've been on this patch for so long. We saw Carry
You
Storm
said this
by
on day one.
Satanic. We saw yesterday Queen of Pain played by Yatoro as carry, and now Pure. This guy gets bored the fastest of the patch.
Is it Bristle mid?
It's Bristle mid.
It's Bristle
I mean,
mid.
to be fair, BZM does
He
play
played
this.
it. He played it before.
Yeah.
And it's good against Enigma. Like they've successfully followed the Enigma with the Bristle, which is a lane
the
counter.
mirroring is good. Yeah.
But Puck carry, I mean, Pure has done it before. It's like it's crazy that I'm even saying this. That like it's not the first time, but every time it's insane. I mean, it's so hard into a Nyx assassin, and he went for the curveball facet. So it's like if he gets caught once, he's devastated. I mean, I respect the balls. I really do.
Listen, it's been a great day at drafting. This is what I love about the Wallachias. We always seem to get crazy stuff happening. I mean, we've had a Pudge already today.
Kind of forgot about that one already.
The unicorn, and now we've got this.
It's hard to tell. It's actually hard to tell. I do like Heroic's draft a little bit more. Even though this mid Bristle, he's following Enigma, so I want to see how much BZM is going to be able to do in this one, because you're playing against Eidolons. They have high magic resistance.
The
but
lane
they
is
don't
so
have...
small. I don't
It
think
is.
it counters. I don't think you care.
So I'll bring in our commentators and ask what they think. It's Suns Fan and Cinderin. So guys, is this solid theory crafting or patch boredom?
It looks like an overcook. That's the Moon Meander special. We all know it. We just don't want to say it. But I'll say it, Cinderin.
You want to
It's an overcook.
Are you that guy? You say the quiet part out loud, dear Suns fan.
That's right. That's why I'm always in trouble.
Yes, good. Well, get into trouble now
yes,
because the game's about to start. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Rich.
Hello, everybody. Hello, we're in the game. Game number 1 between Heroic and Tundra. I haven't cast Heroic since TI, Cinderman. They made some changes. Whisper in the mid lane.
Yep.
I've been following them a bit, and I always root them on because, first of all, KJ is so attractive. Can we just get that out of the way? Get the elephant out of the room, or whatever the saying is.
That's not what the saying
elephant's
is.
in the room. Let's get it out. KJ is very attractive. Maybe he's the polar opposite of Ducals. He's like the hero everybody loved because of his speech at TI. Everybody's rooting for him now. The good guy.
I'll give you this. He's got aura.
Yes.
That guy is definitely... He got a lot of fans this TI. It's probably the best exit interview of all time.
Of course.
In Dota,
Absolutely.
which I assume is not that difficult to obtain when you think about it, but it was so much better than the second one.
Yeah, it's usually the exit interviews are Bulba crying and not saying much. That's about it. It's just sad for everybody.
That does sound pretty sad. So, I was thinking, as part of this theory crafting, if Puck is going to be played as carry and Bristle is going mid, then maybe Heroic will try to play a game of musical chairs here, because obviously the idea is to get Bristle against Enigma.
Yeah.
And, well, Whisper can play offlane Enigma clearly, so they're maybe going to lane swap and then put the Primal mid, where he could then face Slardar. And therefore, we are now doing another switch up. Pure is in the offlane as Puck into Abaddon. So it is a safe lane Bristle against an offlane Enigma who is now going mid to avoid the Bristle. And now Primal will go top so Enigma can play against Slardar.
That's good.
Slardar mid should be pretty good against Enigma, I think. You have the region in the river. You have Crush being physical damage. Should be good at killing the Eidolons. I think this overall setup, which is probably not the laning setup that most people were expecting when they saw the pure Puck, I think this is good for Tundra. Puck,
only time will tell, Cinderin.
I mean, think about this.
Oh, we got more movement.
You got Puck Pugna against Abaddon. That should be a really bad lane for Abaddon. Non-stop ranged harass.
It's a dual lane now? What's going on? You just can't decide where they're going. Jungle, yep. God, this is a shit show.
It's a game.
That's awesome.
It's a game of chicken. This is actually fun. And this is like a time machine to a couple of years back when this was common.
Yeah.
That this happened.
I miss these days.
And the winners in this situation was oftentimes the team that had the best support at laning. And right now we're playing Rubik versus Nyx. I think that's good for Rubik. Now he's going to be rejoined by Bristle. And it's also about who benefits from the levels.
BZ is level 1.
Right, and Ari's almost level 3. I think this is, once again, good news for Tundra, because you're the ones ending up with the level 2 Fate Bolt in this lane to harass whoever is going to be laning here, which seems to be nobody. Whisper's jungling.
Yeah, he is jungling.
So we're playing the mid player in the jungle, the offlaner mid, and the 4 is playing offlane.
This is awesome.
I love when this happens in Dota. I feel like it's such a shame that it's so infrequent, but I guess that's also part of why it's so cool when it finally does happen. The novelty is very valuable here.
Yep, I'm enjoying this. We'll see if Schofield can solo in that top lane. That's kind of an X factor.
He can, but he's not going to get much.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. Can he solo effectively? He's going to be pulling now, or attempting to.
Yeah, Ari's going to stop him immediately.
Doesn't Nyx have a high regen? Base regen?
It's pretty good.
Well, he is going to have to... Oh, he only gets the range creep here. This
doesn't really desync the lane. This is pretty bad. Well, Whisper's here.
All right, he's given up on the jungle. He's
got level
lane.
3.
Yeah.
And, well, when all is said and done, after 3 minutes, Tundra get the exact lanes they want.
Yeah, the Fade Bolt,
more or less.
Like you said, high level now. Going to be pretty annoying for those Eidolons. Some action in the bot lane. KJ will have to pop his heal. No worse for wear, though. So Yuma on the position 1 Abaddon. Hero's kind of fallen off a bit as a carry, I feel like. It's still decent.
He's going to take a beating for this. Well, Decrep's good.
Yeah, Decrep not too bad. They do have Enchant. Well, I doubt he's leveled. He leveled it yet? He does. So they have a Dispel for that, theoretically.
Yep. Mind you, this carry puck thing was actually something that Mickey ran a couple of games, I want to say about a year ago. Liquid were playing, they were using puck as a flex pick and just playing it in multiple positions.
Oh, so. Man. So much damage and so much CS being lost for Yuma. Illusory Orb from Pure, keeping the pressure on with all these creeps. KJ now in the trees. Guess the Aphotic Shield will live as a result, but
for now,
maybe they chase him down. Pure with that curveball. Going to be avoided by KJ. Pops the Fairy Fire as well, has the heal. Going to deny himself to the neutrals.
Tundra are winning all 3 lanes, though. Quite significantly. Not only did they win the lane swap game, they also got more out of it on their supports, in particular Rubik, I would say, is... He has about the same net worth as Nyx, but let's remember Nyx was laning while Enigma was jungling as well. So there was also the 1v2 situation where he got extra time. But the top 3 cores are easily on the side of Tundra. In all the lanes, things are looking great. Slaughter versus Primal Beast has got to feel so nice, too. There's no threat on you. If he ever tries to go on you, you have 2 separate stuns. Yep, and you just win the trade. So now, Devi's going to make a move.
Yes, he is. Trample on top of BZM. Schofield with the Impale. Oh, the pops the wand, staying alive. And I don't think they're going to get this kill.
Negative.
Yeah. He's got more mana burn where that comes from, and he does have to worry. Bottle, BZM. He actually does die. The onslaught at the last moment for Devi.
That was a 22-second cooldown that got ready again.
Yeah, seriously. BZM getting baited in a bit, but that's first blood for Heroic after all of this shenanigans that we've seen. That's the first kill.
Yeah, almost forgot. Bot tower, by the way, falls minute 6.
Yeah, normal. Got the Decrepify. Whitemon trying to maneuver outside into the tree line.
Is he gonna live?
Using the fog to his advantage, he will live. KJ has to pop the heal. Pure chased by the tomato for the time being. Taking a considerable amount of damage, but
there's a lot of sticks.
He does indeed.
Oh. 6-minute tower there. Free farming Slaughter mid. Yeah. It's good stuff. Now, because of all this lane swapping shenanigans, we haven't even really talked about the lineups and how they're going to work, because there's been so much other stuff to cover here, but I look at this Heroic lineup and I see 2 beefy boys in the Abaddon and the Primal. But I also see a lineup that's a little bit maybe on the slower side. Abada needs to farm up quite a bit. We see Enigma a lot of the time playing a little on the slower end of things. So Tundra's mid game is very explosive. Puck, Slardar, Bristle. You've got to be a little bit
onslaught
wary.
trample, but BZM, he's going to be just fine. 7-minute Wisdom Shrine already taken by Schofield, but another blast onto Devi as Ari comes in for the finishing blow as well. So 4 members of Tundra in the area.
That could have been worse for Heroic. If they were a little bit earlier on Tundra, they would have got both Wisdoms. So at the very least, getting that one on Nyx is quite crucial. This will be a fast Vendetta level up, obviously courtesy of the early experience he got in the lane and now also half of the Wisdom Shrine, so...
+1. This might be a kill. 33 gets the bash with the crush to follow, and yeah, with that corrosive haze, BZM and 33 should be able to finish the job quite easily. And Devi looking for Whitemon. Tramples enough. Whisper actually gets it with the Eidolons. Oh, nice use of the Wild Wing Ripper, putting BZM in a bit of a precarious spot. Devi has the Pulverize. A lot of it mitigated thanks to the Bristleback passive, so not going to get that kill. Instead, Yuma actually dying to Pure on the other side.
Dive here?
As 33 did kill KJ. There's a big trample onslaught combo onto 33. Stuck around too long. Now Schofield level 6. But how did Yuma die? The Puck. I think he's very under level 5 right now. And Schofield does get the kill with that Vendetta onto BZM. There's a lot of action. 1K lead for Tundra.
Level 7 Nyx minute 8. This game is so weird. And what's so cool about game states like this is that I want to say the game's become a lot more about feel at this point, because there's so little frame of reference for this for the players, where they've, it's unfamiliar territory to have this type of game state where your Nyx 4 is out leveling your Enigma, And it goes both ways. Tundra also need to be a bit wary here. Like this, it's not normal that Nyx is this strong.
Yeah.
So Schofield has a lot of potential and a lot of responsibility here, which, funnily enough, most of the games that Heroic play, Schofield plays more of like, obviously Nyx is going to be playing a scouting role here, but he has more power this time. A lot of the time he is the sacrifice in their games, where they send him out to scout, he gets killed a decent amount, but it makes tons of space for the core players. In this game, that strategy is unlikely to be as successful because the cores are the ones with the weaker game almost. Sure, their net worth is higher than his, but relative to expectation for the hero, he is popping off. So I'd love to see him find some more moves. And there's a couple of easy snacks here.
He has the same amount of farm as the position 1 Abby.
Yes.
Like, that's not good news for Yuma, but depending on how much space can be created with the Schofield levels, we'll see.
Whisper with the Dom.
Yeah, that's a big
very strong push.
They have the rally creeps. Fortification pop, but this looks like it will be a tier 1.
Yeah. More than likely. I think Schofield might just try his luck against Pure if he... It looks like Yuma wants to poke Pure into a fight here so that they can then go for the Vendetta play, but Pure isn't biting. He's staying on full health.
Oh, there's the Spike Carapace.
Is this gonna
very
cut
brief. Pure already using the Illusory Orb. Gonna get hit by the Vendetta. Impale does hit, and that's the kill. Nicely done from Schofield.
Scuttle is so good.
Yeah.
It's one of the... I love this facet.
Love it.
It's so strong.
I don't even know what his other facet is.
It's
the Mana Burn one.
Mana Burn does damage.
Yeah, that's lame.
Or rather, Mind Flare kind of becomes Mana Burn.
Yeah, I keep calling it Mana Burn, but... isn't it the same icon that it was?
I don't think so, actually.
Okay,
I think Mind Flare got a new icon as well. Specifically to avoid confusion, which obviously doesn't work on you. So.
I'm always confused.
For the sake of everybody else, they gave it a new icon.
Yep. Good for you. Tier 1 tower for BZM. Whisper level 7 now, and we'll be going for a Blink Dagger now that he has his helm.
That's pretty unusual, actually, nowadays. Most of the time, Enigmas get auras or BKB. Like the straight dagger after Dom Not commonplace. This slot is mostly pipe, I want to say.
You want pipe this game?
It's okay. Puck, Rubik, Puck now. Definitely going to get value out of it.
Big jump onto Schofield. Worth a decent amount of gold as there's the first black hole of the game, and it's right on the puck.
And it's
Do they have the
stolen.
damage. Yeah, that's pretty scary. Pure getting healed up as Whisper corrosive hazed at the moment. Divide does kill off Whitemon, but it's going to be at a heavy cost in all likelihood as 33 nets himself a double kill. He's not done yet. Another crush, this time in a KJ. Has untouchable, so don't even want to bother going for him. Pulverized doing a good amount for Divide with a huge trample as well as Ari is dead. And Pure going down to the trample very shortly. Another right click does the job. Spike Carepet, beautiful double and fail. And that is a ton of kills going the way of Heroic out of nowhere. It looked like they were getting run over.
That was genuinely just flawless. Everything from spellcasting to decision making there. Divide managed to kill Rubik 100-0 without getting blackholed, which would have been a disaster. But yeah, he gets that steal and never gets to use it. And then Schofield with the sick angle there for the double stun. That was just nasty. They needed that too. This was starting to look a little bit grim with the way that fight was going in the overall trajectory of the game, but they pull it right back with those 4 kills. Pure has a Maelstrom on Puck, by the way. That's
Okay. So it's going to be an early shard, I assume?
Yep, indeed.
I mean, isn't that... I guess, would it be that or Witchblade?
Yeah, I would think so.
Or both?
I don't know if you go both. I guess you eventually... Yeah, you probably do because you want Parasma, right? So... Yeah, he might go both, but it's going to take a while. He wants the shard first and then probably a dagger.
I mean, it kind of makes sense as we can see the pulverize onto Whitemon. He gets completely insta-gift.
Divide's on fire this game. He's doing a really good job on the Primal Beast.
But yeah, anyway, back to the puck. I mean, you're playing it mid lane like you normally would. Witchblade makes sense because you're going for kills and whatnot, but
yeah,
as a position 1. Maelstrom for the farm.
I don't know if positions are really a thing in this game. I feel like it's just what lane are you in? Is he expected to be getting the most farm? I don't even know if they're expecting him to farm more than the Bristle. So far he obviously is. BZM is having the worst game out of all 6 cores, as a matter of fact, in terms of overall net worth. And he is rushing a Lincoln's first item.
On who?
On Bristle.
First item Lincoln's. For Pulverize?
Yeah, what else? There's nothing else.
Enchant?
Malefice?
Mind Flayer? Yeah, that is, that's a bit weird. Alright. Spotted by Schofield, or is it the other way around? Coil snapped immediately. Pure, that's an ult down.
Pretty short cooldown though, but yeah, goes to waste.
You'd think that Divide would eventually go for an Aghanim Scepter to be able to break this BZM Bristle.
Queued up already, but BKB first, as expected.
Okay.
But those should be his 2 items, and they are likely to be. All right.
The blink, Divide opens it up onto BZM with the trample onslaught and the Vendetta. It's not enough with the heals coming out, but the cancellation thanks to Whisper's Centaur, and now the black hole on to 2. Should net both of them for Heroic. Very nicely done. Another Blink Dagger coming Heroic's way, this time for the Nyx Assassin, so that's going to be 3 online for the Radiant side.
Correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't Heroic the team to knock Tundra out of TI?
Oh boy.
Wasn't there the exit interview with 33 talking about Heroic being a tough opponent for them?
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
I'm just going to double check this so I don't spread misinformation, but maybe this is... Yep, that is indeed the case. They got 2-0'd in lower bracket round 1 by Heroic. Maybe there's... it's interesting in Dota. There's bad team matchups. There's just playstyles and overall like ideas that you don't face up well against, even if you're a top tier team. Heroic, their playstyle and the way they play the map is definitely not Tundra's cup of tea in general.
I mean, Tundra has a bunch of new players.
That's true. It might change the dynamic entirely.
But maybe it's just a 33 thing. They just counter 33. And he is the captain after all. All right, Devi will have his BKB. Very big power
Such
spike.
a good timing. Look at his net worth.
Yeah, he's top of the world right now.
When do you see Primal on top of net worth in general at 17 minutes in a pro game? I feel like this is pretty uncommon. The only player that comes to mind that I see this from somewhat frequently is Malrine, when he gets a good mid lane matchup and then both pulls waves and stacks camps. But this has just been kills, a lot of it for Devi. He has 124 CS, which is definitely great, but 5-1 and 6. And looking for more. They find the puck.
Pure gets pulverized, gets killed. Huge one for Heroic.
That's that Nyx matchup. They were talking about it on panel. You max out the Carapace, you can just blink into the illusory orb.
Yeah.
And get a guaranteed stun. You have to be super cognizant of this as Pure for a long time. You have to orb, and if there's a chance Nyx is there, you actually have to phase shift to cover the orb. And then blink out, but Puck is largely a muscle memory hero when it comes to spell casting to clear waves. Getting into the habit of that can be a little bit awkward in a game, because well, I don't know if Pure has muscle memory on Puck. I suppose that's maybe less concerning
not his
for
normal
him.
hero, that's for sure. You see Tundra going on Devi, goes through the shield rune, doesn't have the BKB any longer.
He felt safe there because he's so tanky, but not against those four. Bristleback shows up and smacks him over the head with a Lincoln Sphere.
And I have to say, all the while this is all happening, and Yuma has been farming. He has caught up.
Oh yeah, there's an Abaddon in this game.
He was so low on net worth, and now he is very high up there. Has the Radiance, will be going for the Manta. As Tundra will be going for Roche.
It's being pinged though. This is not going to be free.
Yep, the creep. We'll scout things. Tundra thinking about exiting. Yeah, they're going to see the Radiance on Yuma if it hasn't already shown it. Oh. I don't think we have a coil, but the Spike Carapace, I don't know. That's a pretty big ult down. Watch out for that miscoil steal on Ahri.
Like that from Yuma. Get that value point skilled for sure in this game. Aphotic Shield is an S tier ability for Rubik to get, especially considering what you're playing against. You can salvage a lot of situations. Oh, nice reaction from...
Steals Spike Carapace this time into the Vendetta for Schofield. Pulverized with the BKB, doing quite a bit as 33 getting gone on. Black Hole onto 2. The Rubik is the main person that they are trying to kill, so he doesn't get that steal. So that'll be a second kill for the Heroic side. BZM able to exit. Now the question is, can Heroic go for Roche?
It seems problematic for Tundra to deal with this Primal right now. So Pop's BKB goes in, and not only he, but Whisper almost has BKB as well on Enigma.
BZM attempted TP, but the Impale finds him. It's going to take a while, but no way to get out now. And this could turn into a nice Tormentor play for Heroic as they come in numbers. Nice pickoff, good chase overall. And surely the Tormentor is the play here.
It's got to be. Not a care in the world when you have Enchantress here, just healing everybody up nicely, and Abaddon for the shield.
Gets that break. Oh, they lose the 50-50.
Sprunk is not bad either against heroes like Bristle and Slardar.
Yeah, but you want the break on Nyx this game, 100%.
It's good against one hero.
Yes, it's an important one though. Schofield. All right, he'll give it up in the end. Pierre's like, wait, is this bugged?
I love that game.
Well, in a way, it is bugged.
I love that game of chicken though.
Yeah.
He should have stayed.
Yeah.
It's like, how long can I stay here before they actually rotate and then still get out? Schofield. Oh, I was like, is his camera frozen or is he playing with one hand? I was think, well, Nyx with Scuttle is one of those heroes where you can just, you know, I'm just clicking around a bit, just looking.
You don't need the highest APM.
Okay, 33. Oh, he was not frozen. That looked like it for a moment.
He's trying to get in Counter-Strike mode right now. That is not good for your back.
He is probably the he's probably got the closest posture to CS pros in terms of proximity to the monitor.
Yeah.
But in terms of the
Monitor's
legs, he's paying homage to Sylar.
Or he's just trying to give birth, maybe.
Was it always Sylar sitting like that and then always having... Didn't he use, like, paper on top of his mouth or mouse or something? On top of his mouse? I think he had, like, paper on his mouse pad or whatever.
Like Kleenex, you mean?
Yeah, he had, like, tissue paper.
That's several players.
Oh.
Remember that for Sylar, though, is Ari found out.
Okay.
Okay.
Pulverize himself to death on a Carapace. Schofield put his second hand back on the mouse for that one. Or keyboard, rather.
Yeah, Yuma has a very casual... Oh, they find BZM. Thundercape's not going to be enough. 33 with a good crush to try to give him a little bit of space, but maybe they can get 2 out of this BZM. Certainly dead as Yuma's ult pops. Now 33 on the run. No Blink Dagger for 5 seconds.
It's got Glimmer in 1.
But he gets found out. Impale hits. They don't have the vision. They do. Pulverize. And that's going to be a second big kill for Heroic. And starting to increase this lead ever so slowly.
They're very comfortable now. This was not the trajectory I was expecting this game to take after the start. It looked so good for Tundra. They had the lineup that could really put on the pressure in that 15 to 20 minute span, but Heroic have been making all the good moves. So they now sport a 5k lead with their lineup having absolutely insane late game potential. Enigma, Abaddon, 2 of the like absolute late game powerhouses in the same team. Nyx, I would say, for me, is a top 5 late game support. When you actually get there with items, he's ridiculous with Ag's Lens. See if Schofield goes that route or is less ambitious, but yeah, Heroic have really done a great job in what I would have imagined would be the hardest part of the game. I think the easier part should be coming up now in theory, right?
Which is?
Oh, you outlasted that mid-game timing of starter Puck. If you get on top of Rubik with anyone, Enigma can just BKB Blink Black Hole and you kill people. It's the only counter they have. So,
well, from Tundra,
a lot of pressure on Ari.
This has to go well. Devi has Ag, so able to break through that Bristleback BZM. Gonna be very squishy. Crush only onto 1, though. Now the counter initiation from Devi gets the Pulverize off. Yuma coming in from the north with that Radiance. Going to take them ever so slowly. Uproar is activated. That Aghanim Scepter. Only 1 death so far, but it is on the Heroic side. Looks like they still want to fight, though. 33 with the Crush again. Yuma, they want to pop this borrowed time, and they do so. They can bide their time a bit. And Schofield able to horsey away. Yuma actually going to go back in, and there's the break onto BZM. Look how fast he melts. My goodness. Devi BKB, Whitemon trying to suck his way out of it. There's the black hole, but it's instantly canceled. And it's stolen by Ari as well. He's going to use it immediately onto 2, but they Carapace, they pulverize, they destroy. Schofield takes out Pure. And again, another fight that was actually looking pretty good for Tundra.
This is one of the best games from Schofield I've seen in a long time. He's doing everything right. Immediately covers that black hole steal. Walks into the black hole with Carapace on to stun the Rubik. Hits a nice stun once again onto the Puck. 6-2 and 14. He's been in 20 out of 24 kills. Ooh, and might be about to be 21 out of 25 here. If 33 goes to farm these Ancients,
oh boy,
he's just going to kill him.
Yeah, I think so.
He crushed now already. Waiting for him to take more damage.
All right, well, that's the full team wipe.
And there's a crying Poogie for him.
Hell yeah.
How long do you have to cry to make that big of a pool? It's really sad.
Devi now with Aegis.
You're going to see the replay here. Just pay for, again, Devi, what a boss, right? Just going in here. He and Schofield have played S-tier games in my eyes. But here, this black hole, immediate cancel from Pure, immediate steal from Ahri, and now pay attention to Schofield. Blinking in, carapacing into the black hole, double stun, and a deserved KS and a tip for him.
And he kills 33 shortly after.
This lead got real big, real fast.
Yeah, that doubled in the last few minutes.
Another question is for the side of Tundra, when is your next timing? Because this is a team that's really good at recognizing deficits and then waiting for the right moment to strike. I don't think it's apparent in this game when your next timing is. That's my biggest concern for them is sometimes you can be behind and you're like, all right, we need this item, we need these or these timings to line up. What is it here? Like, when do you hit critical mass of any kind? BZM getting scouted out. Schofield.
Doesn't have the shard still on Nyx, but they have the cancellation and a lot of damage to go with it. Divide there. You get yet another kill to his name. 7 and 2 and 15 for the Primal Beast.
Can they steal the Wisdom too? 5 seconds. If Abba blinks over, he could make it in time.
Oh.
Yep.
Doesn't want to die for it, so Yuma claims. And Tundra playing scared now. Understandably so.
Kind of a nice enchantment here for a Baton in my eyes to have Vast on this. Given your hero matchups, Bristle and Slardar having more attack range than them is actually quite valuable. It doesn't seem like much, maybe 110, but your chase down potential against Slardar, your ability to create distance while still being able to fight. So real feels good. He has a Hex?
Yeah, he was building that.
How does he have a Hex?
Yeah, it's absurd.
I mean, it's one thing that he has the gold, but why does he have a Hex? Oh, he's against Puck.
I mean, is Hex ever bad?
No, it's one of those items. You're right. It's always good, but how often do you see this item on Nyx?
Never. Yeah.
Like, usually after Blink, it's Yules, it's Ags, it's Solar Crest sometimes, Glimmer even. Blink Hex is a rarity. 33 is super dead.
Yes, indeed.
He's going to be like, wait, Yuma has a Hex? Nope. It's the Nyx.
Yuma has the Orchid, so.
Yep.
Another
soon to be Bloodthorn.
And Pulverize with the right clicks from Yuma, and now the Uproar break. BZM Paper destroyed.
I think BZM is regretting his Lincolns. I feel like it's not done him any good.
He's having 1 and 9.
I look at this game and I'm like, why is this not Sanjin Yasha BKB? I know you get Black Hole. I know there's Black Hole and Pulverize, but you have to have a way of playing around Nyx, and you have to have a way of playing around the inevitable Ags that you know Primal's going to buy. There's no way he doesn't buy that into a core Bristle. So, yeah, that Lincoln's has been a swing and a miss for me.
Well, Yuma forcing out the first fortification. Should be able to get the tower at the very least. Aegis for less than a minute now on Divide. Backdoor protection, though. It's a bit more annoying.
Yuma's trying his best.
Yeah.
Well, you've tried for 10 seconds. It's not happening. So now he's going to switch to bottom.
Yeah.
And back to mid.
Connected. Tundra, can they defend this? Pure. That shield rune. Divide. Has an Uproar stack, so can break BZM at any time, but...
He might just go on him here.
Yeah, the Aegis for 15 more seconds. Maybe they play this a bit safe. And there's the SNY you were begging for BZM, but this is after 9 deaths.
Nice. And well, the status resistance doesn't help him against Black Hole or against Pulverize, but it still feels like an item that you would have wanted. That's such a cool execution here, by the way. The Mist Coil perfectly
Lincoln's popper.
Breaking before the Pulverize. All right, Tundra.
Yeah, they're on the hunt.
Are you going to find anything?
They're on the hunt. Schofield misses, but gets the Hex. It's a really long-range Hex My goodness.
Devi's in there.
Yep, he pops the BKB, gets the Pulverize, wants to take out the Rubik. He'll get him. Ari down and out for 45 seconds. BZM taking some pure damage while 33 runs to the same location where he died last time. KJ, well, you're going to get all the help you need from your little attendants and the rest of your team. And this is an easy 3 kills for Heroic. Really not even breaking a sweat in this fight.
How many kills have Tundra got in the last 20 minutes?
Not many, yeah. It's been... I mean, the game was really entertaining, but once it got to a certain point, it's been all Heroic.
They've got 3 kills. Yeah, 3 kills in 20 minutes.
You're doing a good job of making these waves take longer to reach the base. But they're still losing building.
There is one already, so it doesn't matter.
That's
all it
mid
takes
lane.
is
That's
one.
going to be probably bot. Although it's early enough in the game that Tundra are going to be back to 5 here.
I mean, is anything stopping them though? Like, do they even need to leave?
I don't think so. Big crush onto 3 though with the coil to follow. Telekinesis now onto Devi. He's taking quite a bit, and he actually gets blown up.
They did need
to
to
answer
leave.
your question, yes, they have a way.
Somehow in my mind he had BKB ready.
Ooh, big impale with the Vendetta 33. Gonna brush it off. There's the black hole though. Onto 3. Actually running into it is Pure as Whisper kills off 33 and Ari alone. But Pure has something to say about that as he gets a triple kill himself.
Okay.
A successful defense for Tundra. Heroic sticking around a little bit too long.
Instrumental in that Devi has BKB cooldown. I thought it was ready. That's why I was like, do they even need to leave? Because they can't kill him if he has BKB ready. But not the case there. They get the punish. And that is the first time that Devi has had a bad fight by not really having one at all. And that's all the difference in the world for Tundra. You're going to see the replay here. So notice how they're very determined to shut him down here. They're just going to pop absolutely everything onto the Primal here. Telekinesis, bristles on him, pucks on him, bristles on him, and they get him out. As soon as he's down, the fight begins to be very much playable. And Pure, as you saw in the damage breakdown, lots of output from the puck. It's what they needed, but the question is it too late? It's a 5k swing in their favor. So, and since then they also took the Tormentor, so actually 8k swing.
And they did not lose their melee barracks. Keep that in mind. So that's going to heal up.
You know what? They also didn't lose their range barracks. So
who gives a shit?
One could make the point that they didn't lose barracks there.
We all know only one of the 2 matters in the... until trebuchets come into the next patch. Ice Frog, I know you're busy with Deadlock, but trebuchets. Okay? Just think about it.
Wow, against Refresher, huh? I don't even know how
even if the black hole is stolen, as long as you survive, you'll have another black hole to work with. Schofield leading the way. 33 is going to get impaled. There's a Pulverize again with the black hole on top of basically everybody. That's 3 dead in the blink of an eye.
Oh.
4 dead. Tundra. That could just do it.
Well, guess the game's over, huh?
Oh, they do have 3 buybacks now.
I think they anticipated that Black Hole wasn't ready, but they don't know about the Refresher, so he had one. Just that surprise factor.
Yeah.
Whitemon's Poogie's out of there.
That's 2 buybacks now. They do not have one on BZM, though.
Aquatic Shield stolen is nice. Showing a lot of respect here to the side of Tundra with the threat of buybacks. In a 5v3, they're actually going to go back here.
Yeah, I think they got a little PTSD from that last push, perhaps.
I mean, this would be great if Roche was up, but unfortunately for them, it's a long-ass respawn, almost max timer. Back into formation,
again, though, with the Vendetta. They find the opening onto the puck. Pulverized right on top as well, but the crush cancels it. But the damage is still too much for Pure to withstand. He does not have buyback. And now 33 is going to bite the dust,
GG.
and that should do it. GG is called as Heroic take game number 1 in really probably the craziest game that we've cast so far. That first 15 minutes didn't feel like Dota. It was really interesting.
Oh, the Ancient agrees as well as it slides off to the right in the weirdest graphical bug I've seen in a while. What a game from Heroic. This was one of my favorite maybe my favorite performance of the tournament from a team. I think Schofield and Devi played an insane game here and deserve a lot of praise.
And Heroic, again, have the advantage over 33, Richard.
Yeah, you can see him on your screen, deep in thought, and lots to think about there. But I think Suns fans said it best with just an overcook in the draft, like just a crazy kind of, too much, too many layers to it. And Heroic just had the answers and gobbled them up.
Schofield is a menace. Like, this guy is almost impossible to deal with. I think a lot of people talk about the 9 class, him being super annoying, playing this honest Dota. Schofield's one of the OGs who kind of started this trend, playing his stupid little clockwork, playing
before
his
9 class was even
tiny.
born.
Yeah, he wasn't even
Schofield
there.
is out here in American pubs, feeding his brains out, winning every game. You're wasting so much time going for him. I mean, in this game, his mechanics were just incredible. Like, we saw so many multiple hero impales. There was even times where he was like, breaking smokes, running in, soaking up a puck coil, like wasting abilities. Like, he did it all this game.
Yeah, they definitely, like, some of these fights were in favor of Heroic because they're finding the pickoffs. And again, like Whisper, Synderen said, Devi Llama, he had a great game. He's kind of my MVP. So did Schofield. But again, you got to think about Whisper, what he's doing with his hero. Every single time, like, he's playing Enigma, they try to play these musical lanes to put him in a position where he's laning against Bristleback. It didn't really pay off. Like, eventually, this is the fight where, again, the Devi Llama gets another good blink initiation, gets a multiple man stun, and then they just clean up. Another good black hole coming out from Whisper.
I think the best Enigma players, too, are the ones that understand the value of the Refresher Orb power spike, where they really value taking a fight where it's unknown that you have the Refresher Orb, right? Like, that fact alone against a team at the caliber of Tundra, that is just about the only time that you can catch them as like 2 or 3 heroes grouped up where it's not a miracle.
And here we are, Devi, no Llama, but he has an MVP, a standout player award. And I agree with it. And, look, I have to say as well, at past Wallachias, there was a moment in time where I think people were kind of like laughing a bit at him, laughing at some of,
Yeah, they were definitely saying that he's the weakest
one-dimensional,
of the previous
weak,
Heroic.
all of that
He was a keyboard smasher as well. That's the issue.
Yeah.
Dookie, now there's always got to be one keyboard smasher.
It's true, though. Sometimes you need some setbacks to go back and think about things and have like a reappraisal. And I mean,
he's definitely improving.
I actually have some insider information about this. I met at Fisher Playground. I met their psychologist, and they legitimately. I made the joke. I was standing next to Devi. I'm like, "Oh, you got your work cut out for you with this one, huh?" And he's like, "Well, actually, like I've been spending a lot of time with him, and he's getting so much better." And I was like, "Oh, well, that's quite wholesome. That's good." And you can kind of see it in these games. Like Devi, sure, we joke about the keyboard smashing and how, manic he is on the cameras and stuff. But like in terms of gameplay, it was also either explosive like this, or he would feed relentlessly.
Yeah, feast off hammer.
Yes. Yeah, volatile. He's not been volatile.
He's been very stable.
He's been super stable.
Yeah. What I love about professional Dota is, or just Dota in general, it turns out if you want to be good at it, you just need a psychologist behind you at all times, helping you, it seems. It's been a recurring theme. We'll talk about some of the nuts and bolts of the game. 12 minutes, this happened.
Yeah, there was a good fight. It looked like a good fight for Tundra.
Exactly, yeah.
It looked very promising. Like, this black hole gets stolen, you're kind of in trouble already. You're focusing a hero who is getting sucked by Pugna, so you don't want to focus him anymore. And you can feel that Tundra, they feel very comfortable already killing one hero. They're going for another one. This is one of the best feelings in Dota, where you're chasing them down, you feel like they're weak. So they continue to do so, and then suddenly Abba shows up, and he's ready to use a couple of shields, and you can see his innate ability as well. Devi finds a really good angle, and then that stolen black hole from Ari immediately removed. They were kind of afraid that he's going to use it, and look at this stun. Like, he finds a really good angle. Schofield has been really difficult to deal with on these heroes that provide vision.
Great target priority, too, from Devi there. I think if Ari gets the black hole off, this is a completely different game. That's a very important moment. And this is why I love Heroic, because the balls that it takes to have your mid-Enigma go down, black hole stolen, and you still take the fight because you're confident, yeah, we can kill him before he gets it off.
Yeah.
Like one frame off there, he gets a black hole and game is done.
Yeah, game would look very different. Obviously, we did the head-to-head comparison as well of 33 and Divide. We've got that here.
Yeah, this is a rough one to look at. Divide had such an exceptional game. His net worth was very high. A lot of it from kills, as the casters were saying. And honestly, 33's net worth wasn't that bad either, but he still felt like he's in a position where he needs to go for a Glimmer Cape, and in order to make the Glimmer Cape work, you have to go for a Soul Ring. And the thing is, he's playing against Nyx Assassin, who has this built-in innate that reveals invis, so the only component that you're really getting value out of is the shield. This is like how far behind he felt that he was in the fight.
Yeah.
In the fights, that he was willing to sacrifice just, okay, the invis is kind of worthless, but I need the shield so badly, I'm going to go for this weird item on Slaughter. I feel like every time we see Slaughter off lane, they have to do some shit to make it work.
Yeah, it's just not...
It doesn't look good.
It looks so much weaker compared to the mid laner, which we did talk about a lot yesterday.
And for many, an obvious reason, right? You know, but just
you don't have the river buff.
Yeah, exactly. Crazy stuff. And then I think we've got this last clip, which is another team fight that we wanted to talk about.
Yeah, it's also going to be like Enigma heavily focused between him and Rubik. Again, Divide finding the right angle. We talked about Pugna, how he's going to be struggling throughout the whole game playing against Primal Beast, and you can see like he's trying to use his abilities. He can't really do it. Divide gets focused. There's a black hole that gets interrupted. He steals it, and then Skosko, he blinks in with the Carapace, interrupts that stolen black hole, and from there they don't lose a single hero because they lost Enchantress slightly earlier.
Some final thoughts about that game for you?
It's funny, there's so many team fights after that. We could have shown really cool moments. It's just that it was domination from Heroic, right? So
another one-sided game for us.
Yeah, one-sided past that point that we just saw. But it was at least very, very stylish. Like, we love to see Enigma in these games.
Yeah, definitely. Right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Tundra will be hoping for some heroics of their own. We'll see you soon.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello everyone and welcome. I am here with KJ from Heroic. I have fond memories of you dumpstering this tournament before, absolutely killing it. How's it feel to be back once more?
I love this place, mainly because of the breakfast, and it's a nice tournament to play.
How do you feel about this tournament in particular? Because to me, this is where Heroic got put on the map, right? You guys won this tournament, everybody, like household names, everyone knows you after that, really big moment. But I know that your team has made a lot of changes since then. I know that for you, maybe it feels a little bit different because of, you know, who the squad was then, who it was now. How do you feel about this tourney?
I mean, I feel like we are ready to repeat history.
Okay.
I'm feeling very good. Even though our last performance, it was decent. It was not bad. But I feel like this one, we are ready. We want to show that we can win this again. But also, I know that's one game at a time. So we have a new roster. We have like 3 Wallachia winners in it. 4 with our coach. And the other 2 that didn't win, they are also very good. So
sure.
I actually just want to play this. I feel like we're super ready. I'm very excited. There's nothing to be scared of. Just go and win it.
But you seem like a really resilient kind of player. Like there's not a lot of stuff that really messes you up from what I've seen. What, in your opinion, was one of your hardest tournaments? What was one of your biggest challenges in your career?
Like my career is very big, even though I was put on the map not too long ago. I felt like from these last times I haven't faced that much mental challenges, I would say. Especially like when you're playing TI, it's like motivation out of your ass, you know, like you can like go like 15 hours of Dota, I don't care, I'm gonna put my name on the ages. Davai. Like if I was gonna have to choose like a hard tournament, I would say like my first TI, or like my first big LAN tournaments that I played when I was not that known were the hardest ones, especially because like you would struggle the whole year to qualify to a tournament, and then you qualify to TI, and then this is your first international tournament, and it's TI, and then you're like, bro, and GG, you know, like you've never been there before. It's so hard. It's hard to just go and perform on that, like with your team. So I would put like the first ones as the hardest ones. After that, it's just the training that's hard, keeping the motivation. Don't try to go into a crazy loop of like what I'm doing with my life. I'm just a button presser to entertain people. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. I'm gonna jump off the window. Like we need to take that away and be like 12 hours of Dota every day. That's the hard part.
Damn.
Rest is easy.
Is that accurate? Actually 12 hours of Dota a day for real? Or
I mean, like you like my routine right now, I wake up, some days I go run, some days I go gym, I eat breakfast, and then like it's PC until sleep, right? So like it's not like, sometimes it's not actual Dota being played, but you're always there, right?
I've heard in the past from other South American teams about this like pain of having to travel and how everyone's at such a bigger disadvantage from this travel stuff. But you guys never talk about this. You guys never complain about traveling from what I've heard.
It's annoying, but what can you do, right?
Yeah.
Like at some point for me, I was thinking like, oh, it's so unfair. Like you need to go home and go back, and these motherfuckers already were born here in the best region, blah, blah. And then I was like, yeah, okay. What can I do about it? Nothing, right? So I would just stay in Europe, and I'm gonna be like one of them, let's say, like being a European, like I wanna live here. So most of us are like trying to be here as much as we can with the right support. Thanks, right? they give us like the house, and we can stay here instead of going back home. My mom gets sad, but whatever. When I retire, I can be with my mom.
Can we talk a little bit about Divide? You know, this guy's off the team, he's on the team. What's the deal with this guy? You gonna lock him in here, or is he just a free spirit?
I want to keep playing with Lavai. I think he's very good. He's like one of the smartest players I've played with. I think he's very smart. Sometimes he turned his brain off, but that's normal. And I think that's what happened in the past. Then we had to say bye-bye Lama, bye-bye Davai.
Bye-bye Davai, yes.
But now he's using his brain more, and we said, welcome Davai. So I'm happy, and I hope we keep going in this path, because he fits the team very well, you know? Like we have true stars, and we needed a smart guy. Not that he's not a star, but like some people are like more nerdy, some people are like, you can't have everyone shining.
Yeah.
And I'm happy that he's back.
Well, KJ, always a pleasure and honor to hear from you. Thank you for being so open. It's great to see you. Any words out there for the KJ lovers?
I hope we give a good show in this tournament. Keep watching. We're gonna bring some heroic Dota here, and let's see if we can bring a second Wallachia trophy home. Beijo.
Yeah, welcome back. Great interview there, as you'd expect. And of course, Heroic are ahead here and, you know, looking very good value for it. I love the answer there about Divide, because it's what we were kind of speculating about before we went to break on the panel. You know, why did he go and then be brought back? Well, you heard it there.
I love the way he
explained
bye-bye
it.
Divide.
Yeah, bye-bye Divide.
Divide.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye, Divide.
Bye.
We'll miss you.
It was just crazy because he's
Welcome
like, he's a
back.
smart player, but he doesn't use his brain. And now he is using his brain, so we welcomed him back. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, you could definitely tell in some of the games where he played that he actually had like the block. Like you know that he's a better player, but you can see him on camera all stressed, and then he just chokes. But he got rid of that. He definitely improved a lot. This last game, definitely a statement considering how well he played. I also want to see more of a Heroic. I want to see slightly more consistent Heroic, because if you look at the opponents that they did have so far at Wallachia, they did lose to Navi, and then they beat Roar, which I do consider to be the worst team here at this tournament. So this is not, you know, something that we can take too much out of, but this is the true test for them. They did beat Tundra game number 1. Question is, can they replicate it?
I mean, the problem they've got now is we're probably about to see this is the Tundra Classic, right? You go into a much more stable, sensible draft now, and you just grind out a game.
why is Moonmander like this? Why does he always have to do this? I mean, there's like, there's that factor, you know, of Moonmander. Sure. There's also the factor that Heroic, historically, they either get 0-2'd or 2-0. For some reason. Like, you just have teams that have these trends, right? So, you know, on one hand, I want to say Heroic's going to 2-0, but on the other hand, you have the curse or the blessing that Moon always picks one throwy draft and says, it's a group stage. We can win the next stage, you know, and we have 2 more lives to spare.
I also think, you know, it is important to experiment, especially, you know,
in the first game, sure.
Yeah,
you can experiment, especially when it comes down to BO5s, and these guys have been a lot of BO5s as well. This is like BO5 is a completely different beast where you get to experiment a lot more. BO3, you do get to experiment slightly less with the, you know, you can pick some weird stuff. There was a lot of musical lanes in the previous one. Some weird atomization, I gotta say. This Lincoln Sphere on Bristleback, not sure if I like that one too much. I guess he was afraid of Primal Beast, but Lotus Orb does the same thing for a bit of a cheaper cost as well. It gives you armor.
He still died a bunch anyway.
Yeah, it also I mean, you have to... Maybe he thought that it's going to be like instant instead of he needs to cast a Lotus Orb because you're playing against Primal with the Blink Dagger. But it's a lot of investment for Bristleback as his first item.
So there's the Shadow Demon. It's been in and out over the course of this tournament. Obviously, we've talked about its pros and cons.
I guess the idea is that some of the really overpowered heroes still left in the pool, like Dragon Knight, for example, get countered by SD, you get Great Illusions, you eventually get the break mechanic. Abaddon, which Heroic just showed that they are willing to first pick, that's also countered by SD. You get the illusions, they're very strong. Terrorblade, same thing. And so they go for something that is not illusion-based whatsoever, and also a flex for them, because they are one of the teams that's willing to run this as a support hero.
Kind of sucks to be KJ, I would say, in this situation. You're kind of forced to play heroes that you probably don't want to play. You're like, well, we don't want this as core anymore, so you're playing Gyro, you're playing Enigma now, you're playing whatever we kind of throw away. You're kind of playing with the scraps.
I feel this is just
life of a position 5.
I was gonna say, yeah, it's just, you know, how it works these days with a lot of the drafting. You know, if you're going to move something to a flex, then you're going to have to play.
At least it's a fun hero to play from.
Yeah, true.
5.
I mean, he's a Giga Chad with an extremely chiseled jawline. He really has it all.
Absolutely.
He doesn't care what it takes. He just wants to win. He'll do what it takes for his team. So I'm sure he's fine. You need to have these like unbothered people to be in these positions on teams. Either they're unbothered because they're just like super chill, or they're unbothered because they're literally insane, like 9 class.
You know, it's what I liked about Saberlight when he was on Liquid. I felt they sacked his game like so many times in series, and he just never got ruffled by it. You know what I mean?
Some players just don't care. And in the past, you know, we talked about Devi. He was one of those players that if he got sacked, it would sometimes lead to a really, really horrible game. So, you know, I will say one thing about Devi that has been very polarizing. I know for people that have played with him, because I played back in the day when he was playing in NA, and the idea around him was like he was a nightmare in games sometimes, like when he would lose it. But like outside of games, he was such a chill, like genuinely fun, awesome guy to be around. So I think that's why it's easy to bring him back on a team where like you kicked him at some point, where if you see that his gameplay improved, it's like, well, we never didn't like you. Like there was always.
I also think this lineup, to be fair, is a lot less volatile with the people on it. You know, Parker's not in the mix anymore.
That definitely helps.
You know what I mean? Like Devi had to play with Parker, so you can imagine that's like just dominoes going.
Yeah,
off.
they're like, maybe it was Parker. There was
like one person rages, and it's like it's all just gonna melt down.
So there's a lot of mind games going on. Like, if they wanted to, because they know if they ban Ursa there, it kind of shows that Gyrocopter is going to be played as core. So they keep this open. They ban Bristleback instead, even though they did have answers for Bristleback in the previous one. So putting, kind of throwing the ball on the side of Tundra's court and say, all right, show us what you got, and then we are going to respond.
Love to see Tiny picks whenever it's on a South American team, because you know that it's most likely going to be played as a 4-position Tiny, and the tossbacks are always insane. You know, speaking of, you know, back in the NA Dota days, I remember the whole idea when it was NA and SA playing the qualifiers together was you do not try to out-team fight South American teams. They will always out-team fight you. You beat them on a macro level.
Yeah.
And so they've always been really good if they have a tool like repositioning that they will find some crazy way to win the fight.
It has been their favorite hero, I would say.
This is the South American hero.
It's all the time they do tiny airlines in your games. It's
Exactly,
it's all
they're
the-
experts,
It's
right?
all the practice, bro. Like, this is interesting as well. We saw in some drafts the bounty hunter was getting kind of like banned out for the reasons we pointed out.
Yes.
Very good scouting tool, etc. Can move around the map pretty quickly and contribute.
Best portal user in Dota,
Yeah,
I would say,
for sure.
right now.
This can still be played from the safe lane. This is something that Falcons did do. Because I'm thinking Shadow Demon, he needs to be in the lane to stack with Axe. So this is the whole point of Axe.
Yes.
So to have the stacks, Bounty Hunter, he can't really stack. He can stack one camp at a time. Maybe with the Shuriken, he can stack two of them, but it's not what Bounty wants to do. He wants to put slightly more pressure on the map, scout things out, and Shadow Demon is not doing that. So I would prefer if these are just going to be paired up together.
Can actually
no matter
scout out the opponent's stacks.
Yes.
So you get your stacks.
Yeah, that's also
and maybe
doable.
take away their stacks.
This is where I think a 5 ABBA would be totally viable because it is such a good Abaddon game. Like looking at the 3 heroes, there are 3 things to purge. There's Track, there's Battle Hunger and Axe on the laning stage, there's ST Poison. But then also, if you jump Abaddon, even if it's a 5 as Axe, you're not killing him. There's no full to 0 that's going to happen there. It really like shoves a wrench in the plan of any Axe lineup to have an Abaddon standing in front of you.
I like this from Heroic. They are picking these beefy boys that are not dying. Like shown in the previous one, you had Primal Beast, you had Enigma, who is also relatively tanky. You had Abaddon as well. Now you have Tiny Centaur Abba. I'm looking at the damage on Tundra. Like, where's the damage coming from?
Yeah, they need, what, like some Leshrac or something to really amp up the damage. Kez? I don't know. Like I agree. They need some sort of like hyper damage thing to make up for this total lack, especially against Abaddon that's going to have the saves. And they go for Pango. Okay, I mean, actually, I like that approach.
Fine.
Yeah, the alternative is like you have a bunch of big beefy boys with low mana pools who like to use spells. We're just going to drain your mana. We don't need to kill you if you're 0 mana. So that's a very solid pick. Very smart approach, honestly.
There isn't a spell that Pango is afraid of. Like, a lot of the times you see Pango playing into some Medusa, Drow Rangers, Leshracs, where he rolls in and he can still die, or if he's playing into Fiend's Grip or Primal Roars, these BKB piercing abilities. In this one, there isn't anything, so Pango's going to have an easier entry to the fight. They do have relatively good amount of stuns if they want to lock him down, but there's also Shadow Demon behind him, so I think Pango on 18 here looks really good.
5 seconds remaining.
So Heroic has absolute last pick. Is there anything real cheesy that Whisper could play on the mid lane? Something that would like dumpster a Pango. All right, I'm gonna make this call just so if it happens, I look really cool. Whisper would play offlane Bloodseeker.
You've predicted a Bloodseeker in every series we've
not true.
analyzed.
Maybe 2/3 of them.
Okay.
I'll take that. I could see him being insane enough to do it. I mean, you'd probably get dumpstered in lane by a Pango, though, wouldn't you?
Yeah. I mean, heroes that he has been playing, there's a Queen of Pain has been banned early on, never mind. But some of these more beefier boys from the mid lane, he played Earthshaker. In the previous tournament, he was playing Sanking as well. So if they feel like they need another initiation, he could go for that. Or if they want to just tank things up, pick up some Beastmaster, have a lot of tempo as well.
What about like Venomancer? If you want to really dumpster the Pango,
That's fine.
Because when you said the Earthshaker, I was thinking like, yeah, they do have 2 real like get in there heroes, maybe even 3 if you include the BH. That I do feel like a hero that punishes grouping up. Would do very well, and it's really difficult to play these heroes against Veno.
Axe hates it as well.
Axe, it's
just a nightmare
despicable.
to play into, And we know it's a signature hero. It could be cool.
They have a lot of picks available for Whisper from the mid lane. Like there's also Puck. They don't have they just
too.
don't have enough control. 2 supports with no real control. Pango's not reliable. Axe, we saw the way he builds on Axe most of the time, going for the pipe, so you're not going to be having that Blink Dagger. There's also a good amount of saves with like Stampede, Tossbacks potentially, Abba with the shield. So not the easiest hero to kill.
Yeah, I could also see the Puck. Like this, I remember when Pango first came out, Puck was the main counter to the hero. You just coil him. That's it. You coil him, he breaks it, you silence him, he's dead. I'd be kind of surprised if they didn't ban Puck, considering it's one of the heroes Whisper would play off lane when he was an off laner. Okay, they don't want to.
Oh, this is also another spicy one because this is Whisper Bat from the off lane that could also be played from the mid lane.
Okay, I see. So they pick. DK could hypothetically go mid if Puck does come out. So it's like a bit of a block pick there. I mean, it does mean the lanes would get a little bit wonky from Tundra, but after game 1, it's clear they're totally okay with that. They're literally running a Puck carry, right? I could easily see DK go mid if Whisper takes Puck. I mean, I still think the Veno is really good.
It's good. It's spicy. One hero that you did mention that also came to my mind, like we're in this meta against Timber, against Dragonite, OD. It's a slow hero. I don't like it here as much because you have Abba on the team, but I could see this hero maybe get through in some of the games when it's like overall last pick and when you don't have as greedy offlane and the safe lane. This also
they go
works.
for the other poison guy.
The other dude.
Okay. I mean, same idea. You're just dumpstering, like, whichever one of these 3 cores goes mid, you know, you're going to dumpster them. I'm excited to see the build because Topson has been cooking with this, and I've seen this a lot in, like, pro-level pubs. People are literally not going Q. They're maxing W and E, going for the facet where you create the poison bath when you...
I think in this one you go for it because it's the Vi playing it, and from the off lane you are not getting as many levels, and you want to be spitting on them. And the Vi actually on a spitting hero like the llama is as an animal.
He's not a llama anymore though.
Yeah, he will be in this one.
Yeah, he'll bring it back.
He's bringing it back
with Schofield. This is a laning partner that you need to have some kind of a stun so that they can't run away, and it's gonna be KJ on Gyrocopter. Whisper playing the mid centaur or something. You did mention Topson. He's the one who kind of brought it in.
Yeah. I mean, I respect the Viper pick. In my opinion, this is why they left the DK in the whole time, is because they were basically like, we have the Viper card. If maybe they have one other card, but Viper's the best. But if DK comes out, we have the answer, and they'll rotate. Like this, it's really powerful that they can just rotate a centaur to mid because they have an offlaner mid. It means they can make this card work, and it's why they didn't ban DK in the first place. But it's pure DK. He invented the hero.
Yeah. He did, but again, this is a very toxic lineup, very difficult to kill. We did talk about some of the damage issues that they did have in the first 3 picks on Tundra. Pango solved some of the issues, Dragonite as well. I'm just a little worried if 2 supports are not going to be having a good time if they don't get out of the laning stage, if somehow the rune gets stolen. This could really snowball out of control. Like, these supports inside of Tundra definitely need to get good game at the early stages.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see. I can't remember the last time I saw a Viper.
Hero games are so hard to analyze.
It's only been played once.
A mid centaur Viper. It was them that played it, by the way, before. It's like, it's just hard to break. I have no idea what's going to happen. Like, gyro support, you barely see that these days, especially gyro position 5.
Well, let's find out. Viper spits poison. Let's go over to 2 commentators that spit red hot fire. Sunsfan and Cinderin.
I do that all the time when I have spicy food as well, but that's another story, Cinder, and we get into game number 2 between Heroic and Tundra. Yeah, these are some crazy-ass picks, I have to say. Mid-Centaur. Been watching some Topson gameplay, Cinderin. Viper offlane, which counters DK. I mean, you could theoretically say it counters 3 of their heroes. Very good against all melees in general. Very cool draft from Heroic.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing here from them. I think, especially considering what happened in game 1 and how that all went down, it seems like the type of game where they could somewhat replicate that performance. But the key difference here is Devi is not on a playmaking frontliner here. This is a lot... it's very different in nature. I personally feel like Heroic are at their best when Devi's popping off, and Viper just never really is a pop-off hero, right? It's like, it's more like a get disrupted hero.
Yeah, he does get disrupted, but the avalanche onto 2, and 33 is the one that takes the brunt of the damage, and first blood to Schofield on his support Tiny.
That looked like Tundra themselves didn't believe in their play.
I guess not.
They disrupted and went in half-assed, let Axe die and left.
Yeah.
Maybe they thought it was there were fewer heroes from Heroic there, but
maybe they're trying to say something, to 33, the captain. They don't believe that they could have gotten that.
Yes, the Mutiny rune. And at 0. That's good.
Okay, so I'm trying to remember because it's been a hot minute, but I believe you do not get passive in this lane, right? On Centaur mid, right? Isn't it the first just double edge hoof stomp?
It's matchup dependent.
I'm talking about Thompson because everybody,
Oh, I'm not exactly sure what Thompson does, but
pretty sure he just ignores return as. Okay, that's going to be another kill going the way of Heroic as the DK already dies. So Pure was not expecting that to happen this early.
They've swapped him. Wait, I'm
in the top lane right now.
I'm already confused with what's going on.
Yeah, I can tell.
Okay, well.
Or is it he doesn't go double edge? It's one of the two.
Okay, so the thing I was going to say was, if you do go double edge and you go that route of really focusing on your damaging abilities, I think against a hero like Pango that can be good, but it comes at the cost of farming speed. Because ironically, double edge, even though it's really fast at clearing camps, you farm slower with that than return because you can't
sustain it. Yeah.
You can't sustain it.
Yep, it's true.
So.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Thompson does the no return, so this is definitely different already.
Yeah. You can farm up a Storm on this hero. 4 in return and a Helm of the Dom creep is no joke.
Yep, and you're going to get level 6 a lot faster than usual, so Stampede to help your friends out in other lanes. Don't even need to technically gank. He will be going to Helm of the Dom, so it'll be a very farm-heavy early portion of the game for the Centaur mid. And for Devi, they were talking about how the builds have changed with this hero. He's actually holding on to his points, so he has the one in Nether Toxin, and we'll see if he ends up going for the corrosive or poison attack. Are you a fan of the Ags on this hero, like building around corrosive?
Yeah, I think the whole caustic bath build path is quite interesting with Aghanim. It's the most recent way of playing Viper. This is the meta build now, actually. The standard build, or the older standard build, doesn't get run very often.
Some trouble. Will be sticking to his Nether Toxin, but ticks out to Whitemont. So eventually, Tundra does find the kill that they've been looking for.
I do feel like, though, maybe sometimes the players going this caustic bath are overlooking poison attack a bit too much. Because I'm looking at this lane, you're against DK and Shadow Demon. It's a really good poison attack lane, no?
Yeah, you would think so.
So, do you really go 0-2-1 here? He obviously hasn't skilled his 3rd point yet, but considering he went 0-1-1, I think he's going to commit down that path. We'll see now, though. The point for now. Come on, Devi. You can choose.
Yep, keep an eye on that, Cinder, and keep us apprised of the situation.
Just pick already. All right. He's staying level 2 forever. There it is. Okay, poison attack. So,
all right.
Yeah.
So
Probably
when you go 1-1-1, what do you max here? I mean, it's got to be Nether Toxin.
Yeah, you're playing Caustic Path, right? So you're probably doing that. But just even a singular point in poison attack is really nice in a lane like this. Oh, toss back, pure insta Dragon Tail, and he's out of there.
Okay, very exciting.
Oh. He can't do it next time, can he? Does he have stick charges? Oh, he has a Lotus. Yeah, he can't do it again. All right. Not going to be too much happening up here. What I was saying earlier, though, I feel like Devi is at his best when he's playing heroes that pop off, like offlane Timbersaw, or you saw in the last game on his Primal Beast, when he just goes in, has a really strong frontliner, and play makes. Viper fits the bill in terms of the tankiness, but it's not the guy who's going to set you up. And that means in this game, I'm hoping for them that the mid-Centaur gets a relatively quick dagger, which is probably not the Thompson build, because it makes sense, and therefore you would not buy that.
Yep, sure.
And Tiny as well on Schofield will highly unlikely have as good of a game as Game 1, because that's hard to replicate.
Yeah, we'll see. 26 and 10 right now in the mid lane for Whisper as BZM 21-5, so should be a relatively even lane. Bot lane, though, 33. He took a lot of heavy damage earlier from KJ and his rocket barrage on this support gyrocopter.
I mean, is there anything else to say? Isn't this lane just weak?
30.
It's just weak.
Oh, you're talking about
Bounty.
the Tundra lane, yeah.
It's just a weak lane. You're playing that into.
I mean, is there
support
a lane
gyro
with bounty that is strong?
Bounty
we
darts.
did a Bloodseeker bounty a long time ago, Cinder. That was a different hero, basically.
Some good damage onto
Avalanche
Whitemon.
from Schofield. Whitemon is definitely dead. Pure will be able to walk away.
I think Bounty Darkseer has its moments.
Yeah, okay.
Some situations that lane can be really good. Trying to think of ranged threes that Bounty historically has done well with. That hasn't been the meta for a while, but when, for example, offlane Venno was good, or offlane Necrophos, these kinds of heroes. But since they're not really meta, yeah, most offlanes just aren't really strong with Bounty.
Disrupted. Schofield, he's going to get the toss off as the Visor's going to stand his ground inside that Nether Toxin. As Pure, super low. Like everybody's going to get out of dodge, but 33. Let's find KJ in the bottom.
That's all it took.
Super close.
He just needed Ari away from the lane. Just drop the anchor and get the solo kill.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Whisper gets a haste. He is, okay, gonna cut the wave here.
Okay. It's a 1-1-3, so it's a pretty normal build. Just generally speaking.
Yeah.
Despite it being an abnormal lane that he is in.
Hoping Ari walks up this high ground into their sentry ward, he would be very dead. I was going to mention this earlier. One of the major upsides with Abaddon's lane in this game is how much it frees up Gyro to go through the gate. Now, this wasn't actually a gate play, but rather just a rotation through the river, but there's no risk, as Ari's obviously Omega dead here, there's no risk in leaving Abaddon alone against Axe. It's a very easy lane to play. You're just going to farm. And if the Bounty Hunter is also still bottom, I don't even know if they kill Abaddon 2v1, you know, or rather, I know they don't. So that means Gyro is free to do whatever he wants, and moving top is definitely the name of the game.
33.
Maybe a good level 6 timing on Axe, but Abaddon will pretty much match it. Actually, he will get it first.
Yes, he will. Seen these games where Abaddon is able to get off to a free start, and it's hard to stop him. I mean, what do you think about their options going into the late game as Pure? Attempting a TP, this is a 1 versus 3. He dies and has to walk back now.
That's
that
real bad.
is Suffer.
Yeah. That is Suffer?
Yeah.
Sure is. Sorry, what was your question? What do I think about
I don't remember
Suffer?
what I said. Yeah, what do you think about Suffer?
Suffer bad. Happy good.
Yeah, what was I talking about before that? I really don't have a good memory these days.
That's true.
What were you saying?
Saw that last game. Or rather, I don't know if that was memory or lack of attention.
Schofield.
He's dead, maybe. Actually, he has a fairy fire.
Surely he's dead. Shuriken from Ari. Whisper with another illusion to his name. It's an illusion rune.
Just gonna keep pulling waves with this Warpine Raider. Be super annoying. Start farming the enemy triangle with his illusions. Very efficient.
Another disruption. Divide. Trying to stand his ground to take out Whitemon. It's going to be close. Is he going to tick out? It might be at the cost of his own life, though, as a swashbuckle from BZM who TP's in. The 1-for-1, Tundra will take that. This is despite having the number advantage initially with KJ in the lane.
I love support Gyro. I'm always happy when it works. It's very fun to watch. Very aggressive.
Another disruption.
Lane domination.
I'm in the mid lane. Don't think they're going to be able to do too much. In fact, Whitemon has to be a bit careful. There are a couple pine cones to take into account. Stampede use, so that 33 cannot get the call off.
That was a canceled TP there from the Dragon Knight. He would be a really good kill once more now. Just TPing to mid. Well, interrupted himself because the Stampede was going to get him out of there every time anyway. So now Pure
Go for it.
Well, he's going to retreat into the jungle. He is not off to the hottest of starts, but still, it's also not that bad at the same time. I'm actually kind of surprised he's staying ahead of Abaddon on net worth this game.
Smoke from Whitemon, so Divide is who they're going to try to gank, but you can see KJ coming in from the other side. Ari in the vicinity as well. Divide getting control, Dragon Tail. There's the roll in from BZM. Divide is still alive after all of this, and like you were talking about, Pure is who they wanted, and they'll get him. It's a 1-for-1. Whitemon, though, will add more casualty to the side of Tundra. Big toss-up as Yuma, his ult activates to get full HP. 33 with the call. This is on a call down using KJ on the gyrocopter. And 33 is going to be Omega dead as well. BZM goes in for the swashbuckle, but now it's a 1 versus 3. Avalanche to follow, gets off the shield crash. We'll get that barrier for the time being. Yuma's not going to go any further, so BZM lives. Whitemon already back up and running after the death. Swashbuckle does a lot to Yuma, and the tower actually finishes him off.
Look at that fight recap. Top damage, 5 gyro. This facet is so good on support gyro. I mean, it's just good in general, but the afterburner, when you're playing against this many melee heroes, just kept running them down. Love talking him up into his death, of course.
Yeah, as you.
But those two things were separate occasions. There was no connection between them, I promise.
Yep, of course.
But yeah. Love the pairing with Abaddon as well. It looked really nice there. Just keeps running the enemy heroes down. When they try to turn and fight you, you get an aphotic shield. Stay alive, you reset your position, you can re-go. While Tundra do get a bit of a trade there. Definitely advantage heroic. Also going to get the bot tier 1.
Whisper almost has his Blink Dagger, 10 more gold. Does that align with anything? Yuma on the Radiance watch, 2.2k in.
That's going to take a while.
And for Divide, went for the Helm and 1,200 or 1,600 into his Aghanim Scepter with the dive.
Wait, is Whisper actually going to do this?
Oh, he's going to go first item Axe? Ooh, that's a tasty try. I like that.
I mean, it's interesting against Axe, I suppose. I can't say I love it, though.
Divide gets ganked and instantly destroyed. Whitemon, credits for that.
Just not tanky enough. Went for the 3-2-1 build on Viper, so very few points in Corrosive Skin, so not so much magic resist just yet. Eyeing up a Pike as his first item after Helm of the Dominator makes a ton of sense. Really good against multiple heroes here. Great distance to DK, get away from Axe.
Whisper actually changes it up again, going for Lotus. Finds himself a little bounty hunter action. BZM with a swashbuckle, call down. You can see KJ just going to town onto Whitemon. That's going to be an easy kill for him. Whisper, though, has to worry about the Rolling Thunder. Pure makes his way over with the Breathe Fire as well. Whisper gets off his hoof stomp, but the control is still there, just completely stun locked this whole fight. As BZM secures the double kill with a shield crash, Divide not able to make his way over.
That was effectively a 5v3 for Tundra. They brought everybody to the play there. That was heroic. Kept their Abaddon bottom, and Viper never joined. So a somewhat even change, I suppose. Exchange is called a trange today on Sunscreen TV.
I think someday we will be combining words like that.
Yeah.
Not that one, because that's really stupid.
Oh, that's right. Wait, 4 in poison attack. I was not expecting this. When I said he should get poison attack in lane against DK, I meant like maybe 2 points. I thought he was going to go something like 2-4-4, but this is very aggressive for a game where I don't think he is strong enough to really sport this build with confidence, but maybe the Abaddon is the X factor in that equation. Feels like he can get away with it because he has that aphotic shield in his pocket. Ari wants to steal the Wisdom. Looks highly unlikely to be successful. If he checks down there, he's dead. He realizes, of course, with the ward that KJ has set the trap, and it won't spring. Leaving the Wisdom for Divide.
Yeah.
Wise choice. He needs
it because he's going to rage?
He needs it badly.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Now, Yuma's Radiance about to come into the equation. And like I was saying earlier, Whisper, it's a first, I mean, we'll just assume Helm of the Dominator. It's not really the first item, but first item, Lotus. So it takes off track and Shadow Poison, I suppose. It's great against the single target nature of Dragon Knight. What do you think?
It's good this game. It's also good against Diffusal.
I mean, as a first item before Blink, though.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I think it's okay. I like it more than the Axe. I still personally was a fan of the Dagger because I saw this pacing that they were going to bring to the table. But since Schofield got his Dagger pre-15 on Tiny, you can probably go this route and it'd be okay. Yeah. There's less pressure on you to be the initiator when Tiny's having this good of a start. Really impressed by Pure being top net worth here with 3 deaths. I did not think that was going to be the case. He's been farming up a Storm.
33 is going to show himself. Whisper just farming away, trying to bait. Gets off the hoof stomp. Homing missiles coming for 33 as well, but they find a juicy target in Whitemont. Gets off the disruption, able to exit. So the triangle of Tundras is currently occupied by Heroic. Pure just TPs out. Ooh, the avalanche just clips him. That is truly unfortunate for Pure. They'll secure this for Yuma. Okay, never mind. That was definitely not needed.
They will secure this for KJ.
And no reaction for KJ. He doesn't even laugh. A serious move right there.
Business. He's got Shard now on Gyro if he wants to buy it, which is...
That is a cool item on him.
This is such a good support Shard.
Yeah, Whisper changing it up again. So not going Blink still, going for the Ags now. I think it's cool. I mean, he's going to get Blink eventually. You still need it. Dust.
They'll get Blink on a Baton as well, I guess.
They see the bounty toss up into the arms of Yuma. Has that Radiance. Things really coming together for Heroic. It's only a 2K net worth lead, but you've kind of...
You queued up Blink again.
Muted. Okay, of course. Well, after the Ags.
This isn't necessarily the order.
Yeah, that's true. We'll see. 'Cause he hasn't bought anything yet. Is that his career in the secret shop? Yeah, it might just be the Blink then. Yeah, Pure's game has felt pretty bad, Cinderin. 0, 4, and 5 right now. Has the Armlet Mask of Madness going for the Blink. It's about to be purchased, just 300 away.
Yeah, he was top net worth just a minute ago. But that death is a big swing. And the question here is, now that Axe has a pipe, how do you convincingly initiate fights on Tundra when nobody... Okay, he's got the dagger on DK. There we go. So it's like, you have no reliable way of starting fights when Axe doesn't go Blink, when DK doesn't go Blink. Now they have one of them on Pure.
Yep,
here comes the
to start things
infinite missile chase down. Starting to do some damage. Donk.
Not too bad. Spammable skills. BZM looking for a reason to hit the R button.
Yeah, he's been very quiet this game on the Pango.
3, 0, and 4 though. He's on the killing. He's on the only killing spree in the game.
It's just been very, how to say, we haven't seen much Rolling Thunder. It's just been a little bit of swashbuckle here and there, but the fights haven't really got into the shape that he would like, I would imagine.
I think the teams are just going to try to prepare for this 20-minute Tormentor, which, if Heroic can secure, they're going to have pretty good grip on the game.
For sure. And it's good to go up there early, especially when you're playing against invisible heroes like Bounty Hunter. You want to start putting Obs Sentry combinations in obscure spots if you can. Now, if KJ were to go up there through the gate, he would be spotted by the Observer Ward that's been placed down there by Tundra. For now, he's not even thinking about it. Just playing down bottom the Gyro. Maybe now he wants to go? He was waiting for his courier for the Sentry? Maybe he even knows this. I don't think he knows this ward is here. Don't know if he could infer it from previous movement. Oh, he does.
Okay, then.
Maybe he saw Bounty earlier, I'm not sure, or he just guessed it.
Avalanche with the that's a disruption in mid-air.
Oh.
Wait, what? What just happened? Did he blink out?
Yeah.
Okay, so he didn't end up in the other spot that they thought.
Yeah, I got mindfucked there too because it didn't.
That's a weird interaction.
Yeah.
Toss always is very strange.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Especially when it involves Medusa buying back. You remember that one?
Oh, yeah.
That was unbelievable with Yawar.
Oh, man.
One of the craziest moments in Dota history, for sure.
So in case you guys didn't see that game 10 years ago, what
probably should have explained
Sunsven is referring to was Yawar was playing Medusa in a game, and it was a late game situation against Tiny, and he died mid-air and toss and mashed his buyback button. And the way it worked back then was you would respawn on your buyback mid-air and toss. So he just ended up right in the middle of the fight again instead of in his base where he could TP out from, and got killed a second time over and lost the game. And they might have won the game not for that. It was actually.
Did they lose that game?
I think so.
I think they
lost.
won the fight and won the game. Okay, that.
Oh, did they win it?
All right, we're gonna have to.
I could have sworn.
I don't know
lost
whether to trust myself anymore. This is a very tense moment. Tundra on the north side of the map.
Either way, that instance got that fixed.
Yeah, no longer a thing. Yuma gets swashbuckle. Both teams know how pivotal this Tormentor could be. It's not like you can just kill it either without taking a fight first.
Plenty of Dominator creeps to scout with.
Yeah.
That's one
Dragon
less.
Farm's pop, though.
Second one's going to go on a scouting mission.
Dragon Farm already half duration. They could just wait this out if they have the vision. Smoke again from Tundra. They want to pounce, knowing that this Dragon Form's going to end.
Yeah, only 15 seconds left on it. They're actually doing a very good job at just buying time here. Oh, Ghost on Satyr action. Who's the stronger Dominator creep?
Oh, boy. Very exciting stuff. There's the Rolling Thunder. They want to get this fight started, but he's going to turn human very shortly. Good amount of stun, but only onto one, actually. There's the call, but the disruption immediately. Yuma focusing all his efforts onto Whitemon, gets off his Demonic Purge, but dies right afterwards. It's a support for support to start things out. Attempted TP. This is mass exodus for Tundra. BZM drops before the TP ends. They get the dust onto Ari, so this will be a third kill for Heroic. Tundra just not on the same page as each other. Because Pure can't fight if he's human.
Yeah, that felt extremely forced. It was like, all right, guys, Dragon Form is running out. We have to go. BZM just YOLOs in there with a roll, as a Rolo, if you will. And
that's good.
You don't have anything. Like DK's fight is almost over when it begins, and it's not just that you don't have Dragon Form. He still doesn't have BKB, so
yeah,
you can't be confident to begin with. You're gonna see it here. So pay attention here. So the Rolling Thunder doesn't even connect to start, and the only hero he gets one stun on is Gyro, who, yes, sure, they do take him down, but this costs Axis fight and it costs Pango's fight to go on this one position 5. In the meantime, your own 5 is dying. You better tuck tail and run here. It was a good disengage. They would have absolutely been fully team wiped if they even thought about sticking around.
Yeah.
But yeah, the damage was done very quickly. And this is the problem I was talking about with daggers here. If Pango initiates, I think it's just too difficult. I think the dream scenario is DK gets a blink stun on somebody that is not close to a Baton, and then Pango plays zone control to protect the backline, or rather dissuade the enemy backline from getting into the fight. But it's hard for DK to play that role until he has BKB. Now he does.
By the way, look at Tundra's neutral items. You see anything interesting?
Oh, you love horses. They have 5?
I've never seen that before.
5 of the same. Okay, that is... What?
Have you? I've never seen that.
I've never seen this either.
They love their horses. I can't blame them.
Why do they all have it, though?
They're fighting against half man, half horse, though, in the Centaur.
Yeah.
And he is...
so they're like, we have 5 horses and you have 0.5.
Yeah.
Well, what would you rather fight? 5 horse-sized sticks or 1 stick-sized 5 horse?
Yeah, that's really... You really nailed that joke.
Yeah, that's... I didn't really know where I was going half a second in, but I was committed.
I've been there. I made a career out of that shit. There's no doubt. Whisper about to get Aghanim Scepter, Cinderin. So...
Oh, dear.
I mean, it's maybe not the most obvious.
Let's connect the stun. Is there any
Ags.
follow-up here? Does?
Does.
Oh,
It does clip him.
What a
Ari,
beautiful kill, actually.
the Stampede for this as well.
Nicely coordinated. They trust in the stun connecting even though they had no vision of it, and Schofield commits the TP dust, believing that Whisper will never miss. That's why they call him Never
Okay.
Whisper.
Homie missile on a Pure has to force the Nightfall. So, usually I'm always a big fan of the Centaur Ags, as you know. I mean, is it Warhorse or Workhorse? I never remember.
Workhorse.
I think it's Workhorse, sure. Yeah. This is not the most obvious game. Like, is it Viper? I mean, it's a good save, generally.
It feels like it's mainly just to, it's to protect against DK. Because I suppose what Whisper is seeing here is Tundra's way of fighting will be centered around Blink Dragon Tail or Blink Call. And whoever they go on, he can buy those valuable seconds, whether it's Viper. I mean, even saving his gyro isn't bad, you know? Just
up. Tundra was kind of waiting for this. See the break, though, from the Viper Strike. That is a dead Dragon Knight.
He's screwed.
Even the Workhorse used for literally no reason other than the move speed. That's another benefit that you have. Just
drove over
getting
him.
this haste.
It's actually a taunt.
Yeah, that's another usage of it. Oh, again, the dust and the Orchid.
They've had Ari's number in this game.
Absolutely.
They've really done a great job. You got to be bold to pick Bounty Hunter into Schofield. If anybody knows how to be a little rat bastard moving around the map, it's Schofield. Made a career out of it. Jenkins talked about it. A lot of Schofield's earlier pro games when, I mean, the guy was still obviously crazy talented, but when he was playing in particular with K1 Hector, he was #1 space creator. Their meta, or rather their archetype strategy was Schofield go die, KJ or K1 farm.
Yeah.
He created insane amounts of space, and K1 had some of the best farming patterns in all of Pro Dota. He was extremely efficient, so that strategy worked out really well for them. And yeah, Schofield, as a result, has just got really adept at, I think identifying movement is one of his biggest strengths. And this Roche, not long for this world.
Yeah, Roche #1 for Heroic, uncontested. Who takes this? Okay, it's Devi that takes it.
Okay. Well, Yuma doesn't need it.
Well, we'll see.
Okay. He's just taking his little Hellbear for a drive. How cute! It just needed a little break, then it was ready to run again.
Yeah, of course. Back to work.
Yeah.
Horse. Pure.
Uh-oh.
Horsey.
He might catch him here.
Yep.
Ooh, good reaction,
Blink
but
just in
Whitemon won't
time.
be as lucky.
Stampede definitely
that
not
was
needed.
not well timed.
Whitemon surrounded and will be dead. Well, how much damage can Heroic do with this Aegis? Pure and BZM forcing the fort in the mid lane. They're going to call the bluff, though, knowing that Heroic are not nearby.
It's kind of insane how...
A Shrine of Wisdom, though. Yuma able to snag that. Schofield. He's going to be spotted first. No, gets the Avalanche onto 2. BZM with the Rolling Thunder. A nice call from 33 onto both heroes. Attempted Workhorse, not going to be successful for Whisper.
33 is compromised.
But Devi just focusing on 33. Slow to a crawl, dead. So it's a 1-for-1. Not in favor of Tundra, despite having the initiation.
That's the thing about playing against the Viper is that...
The Viper?
Once you're in, you're not getting back out.
That's pretty good.
They commit this Blink Call, and if Viper gets one spell off, you have no disengage plan. There's just no escape for these heroes. I suppose BKB TP out is the play, but you're not going to have a BKB on Axe anytime soon, the way this is going. So, I say that. He's 1,500 away. He was actually closer than I thought. It's possible. Doesn't feel good, though. Blink BKB call, and then TP out.
Yeah.
But might be what they're going to have to do. Now 10k still, they're retaining this lead. 2.5 minutes left on the Aegis. Doesn't feel like a high ground type of Aegis, but more just control the map. I want to point out, by the way, the difference in levels between the 5s, or rather, the supports in general. King Jungles is level 16, almost.
Oh boy, Schofield wanted to get aggressive onto Pure. Gonna get some help from Yuma now. It'll be a support kill instead in all likelihood. Although, Tundra still want to fight. They're gonna be able to kill off Schofield pretty easily. And now Yuma is the one on the run. Okay, that's a bit awkward. Pops the Manta, but now the hoof stomp from Whisper, able to get the double edge as well. Homing missile, and 33 dead again.
Yeah.
Feels like he goes in and calls and then dies.
Oh,
they actually kill off Whitemon in time, not even needing the cancellation of the TP.
And Schofield with the buyback here, maybe he was anticipating this to develop into a bigger fight, but yeah, had no connection point, so wasn't able to reach anything. Ends up being a bit of a waste overall, unless he somehow finds Ahri, which has been the trend of the day, is bounty hunting against bounty. I'm still surprised King Jungle's level 16. That's kind of crazy to me. They're 16 and 15 on their supports. Ahri's level 11. The Shadow Demon as well. Whitemon level 11. So almost 10 levels advantage on the supports. It's quite unusual to see this be this lopsided. Ahri, oh no.
Yep, he's got the Horsey for some distance, but the Avalanche actually hits too with the toss to follow and the Stampede. Good disruption to buy them a little bit of time. Ahri's dead though. Pure has to pop the BKB, trying to run away, doing a lot of damage to Schofield. He'll get that kill. Will he get away with his life? He gets to the other side of this wall that I can never remember the name of. As Yuma blinks in, applying a lot of pressure to Pure. Now the right clicks from Devi, it's enough. They do kill off Pure in his own base. And Whisper now with the workhorse puts the Abaddon inside the cart. Another disruption to buy some time, but 33 in all likelihood dies here. And indeed, that is the case. So it's a dive back onto the Tiny for Heroic, but they're getting everything else. And Ahri dead again. They don't have these tier 2s, so they can't quite go for the high ground, but it feels like we're getting to that point.
What's Devi doing?
Huh?
Okay.
Did he buy an item or something?
No, he went to use his Aegis. Just put some pressure. I don't think he bought anything. He had the AC with him on the way.
Maybe he bought the shard there, so he could push faster?
Oh, true. He might have bought the shard.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yuma with the silence, and BZM's going to be able to get away. But yeah, with this shard on Devi, they can push a hell of a lot faster with that minus armor on the building.
Guys have shard.
Needs to conserve that mana.
Yep.
And just like that, that's a full lane for Heroic. Absolute domination in this series. I have to say, really fun team to watch.
Yep.
I'm hoping they can continue to play with this type of confidence.
I mean, there's absolutely no doubt that this team is at their best when they get to fight. It's always been Heroic's biggest strength as a team is their, in my opinion, their spellcasting. I think they're very good at playing cohesively when they see opportunities. They're good at layering spells. They're good at playing around the cores at the right times. I think the games for them get trickiest when they get slower and more farm heavy. So as long as they can enforce this type of play, in particular through, I would say, for me, it largely matters a lot what hero Schofield ends up playing in the game. I think that is very instrumental. And having a secondary jumper, I think, looks great for them. Last game they had the Enigma. This game they have the Centaur. Just having these means of initiating. Because if Devi is playing Viper, I think this game is working out a lot better than the last time they had Viper, specifically because Whisper is playing a mid lane jump hero. If he was also playing some ranged backline and Schofield had to do all the moves, I don't think this would look half as good. But this is the adjustment you want to make. If you think Viper is good enough, put your Centaur mid. Like, it's fine.
Yeah, and now that Centaur has a refresher.
Jeez, he's so farmed.
To go along with the Crimson Guard, and the Lotus, and the Ags, and the Blink, and the Helm that's in his backpack. We've gotten to that stage already at 34 minutes as, yep, the Nightfall special for Pure. Unfortunately for Ahri. Yeah, that's been his specialty this game. Homing missile onto Whitemon. And little workhorse action for KJ. Gets a a 0.5 second ride on the cart.
Hope it's pay by the minute and not just flat fee.
That's true.
That's pretty bad value. That's a 1-star Uber.
We need a Waymo, Cinderin.
Is that a...
That's a self-driving Uber.
Waymo?
Yeah. We have it in Arizona. It's not in many places right now.
Okay.
Pretty cool, though.
Self-driving?
Yeah, self-driving. You just sit in the back.
And then as the passenger, can you override it?
No, you don't sit in the front.
Okay, so you're just 100% just trusting the tech and there's no manual override.
Well, they can remote in and drive it.
Oh, that sounds safe. Okay.
Well, what do you mean? It's safer than humans. Humans are morons.
Okay, point taken. I'm the last guy in the world you need to convince of that, according to you. I was ahead of the curve. I became AI before it existed.
That's true.
I inspired this whole wave of AI. They saw the beauty. They saw the potential.
And now they're abusing it.
Yep.
So thanks, Cinderin.
Yeah. Well, it's not always the beta's fault that the subsequent versions turn out bad.
I
Could have been a good idea.
call you a beta.
That's right.
BZM?
Actually, I was the alpha.
Sure. 20k lead for Heroic. And Stampede, as they find some Tundra players having the audacity to try to farm the map somewhere. They get one support. Yuma jumps right on top of Pure, has to pop the Dragon for him to get away. BZM with the Rolling Thunder. Not doing a whole lot of damage at all. In the end, kind of a wasted ult for the mid Pango. Had a bit of a rough series. I mean, his scoreline in this game is not that bad, considering how much they're losing, 3-1 and 7.
I think Tundra as a whole have just had a rough series. Things just haven't really clicked today. We loved their first 5 minutes of game 1 with how they lane swapped and everything, but to be fair, that's kind of that's been the only bright point in this series for them. They've just been outplayed at every other turn except that early laning stage game 1. Part of it, I would say, is draft, part of it's play, but there is definitely something to be said about what the panel said for this game with Tundra's draft damage issues. Until Pure got here with all these items, the fights are just awkward because Bounty Hunter and Shadow Demon don't really deal much damage. X didn't have a Blink Blade Mail, so he wasn't dealing damage. So Pango had to carry the brunt of the game, and he did an admirable job. It's a numbers game that you probably can't win most of the time if Heroic just have good formation and play correctly around a Baton, and that's what they did. So I would say I was a clearly bigger fan of Heroic's draft than this. I think last game for me was kind of even. But for me in this one, they definitely drew the longer straw with... I don't think Tundra are going to play the support duo again. I think if you're playing Bounty 4, your 5 needs to have damage.
Oh boy. Pure. Found again on the map in human form. Only a matter of time. Yeah, he could go for the Nightfall, but there's a basher now for Yuma. And 33 gets a nice call, but it's not enough to save his carry. And instead, he's just forcing the entire Heroic lineup to just right-click him into the grave. Zari gonna force out a full Stampede, and that's how much they hate his guts. 3 dead.
They have a full minute. This is Megas if they just run straight down bottom, I think. Abat and Viper. You could also just go for the tier 4s if you want.
Yeah, I was gonna say you could. I mean, they probably don't know about the buyback situation.
Yeah. Nothing else. You can force the buybacks. That's the bare minimum here. But now that since we know they don't exist, we can confirm that they can finish here. See if they make that call or go for the safer racks into top lane. Looks like it.
Now that there's a Scotty online for Devi, he's got a whole lot more mana to work with.
He is very, very tanky.
That's mid lane and going for the Megas for the top.
There's no hope here without DK. You can't fight this 4v5. Try to buy some time.
Thunder, trying to delay a bit. But Schofield gets a nice toss onto Whitemon. They're going to have a lot of collateral damage if they're not careful. Whisper with the workhorse onto nothing. BZM, Refresher, another Rolling Thunder again. This is enough time for 33 to get back into the fray. Call down being used, though. There's the jump in, but immediate disconnect. And the break applied to the axe. 33 dead already. And now finally their carry Dragon Knight alive, but the rest of their team just getting destroyed. Pure bashed up. despite having that BKB, pops the Satanic Divide, finally uses life number 1. There's the workhorse into the hoof stomp. Whisper takes out Pure one more time, and that should do it.
What a series from Heroic.
Yeah, they played brilliantly.
They played really well today. It takes two to tango. I'll be blunt about it. This was not Tundra's best day either, but they're still... I would say I'm more positively impressed by Heroic than disappointed in Tundra today. This has just been really good stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
And they will put themselves in a good position with a 2-1 scoreline. Now it's just time for the victory lap.
Yeah, they even have the Roche's banner just to add insult to injury. BZM with one last Rolling Thunder. 33's up in 15, but the Ancient exposed and the GG's finally come out. So Heroic 2-0 Tundra. I thought that this one was the most likely of the day to go 3 games. But it was a 2-0, mostly stomp for Heroic. They really showed up.
Yeah, it's going to put them in a 2-1 position now, so 2 lives heading forward. They need to win one of their remaining series to make top 8. And of course, the second half of the tournament. Tundra on the ropes. Would you have expected that after just being LAN champions a week ago?
Yeah, true.
It's funny how fast things can change, and 33 looking a little bit puzzled here. How do I beat this Heroic team? It just doesn't seem possible.
How do I beat a mid-centaur? Impossible, Richard.
Nothing's impossible, Suns fan. Nothing at all. I thought that was just... I found myself aligned with Synderen, actually. I don't want to be too critical of Tundra, even though for sure it wasn't their best day, but I just think Heroic just played exceptionally well across the board.
Absolutely dominant performance in this one. Not many mistakes made. Some of like small mistakes, but other than that, pretty much perfect execution. And I really love the drafts in both of these games. A lot of beefy boys, a lot of musical lanes as well. And having this flex open with Whisper where you don't know what he's going to be playing, because he's playing these off laners from the mid laners from the off lane, whatever you want to call it. And suddenly they end up with the Centaur. So... yeah, they're completely firing on all cylinders. Like, having the flex and being able to have the Viper, you can easily kill the DK in the laning stage. He's super tanky.
Worth noting, it didn't start out like that initially because he didn't put the point in it and then did and realized it, and then the lane kind of started going way after that.
Yeah, and I mean, King Jungle's, like, his rotations helped a lot as well. That's what I mean when I'm saying, like, firing on all cylinders. Like, the drafting was good. They have this weird, interesting flex on Whisper. They have very interesting picks in general, and the gameplay was flawless as well.
I love this. They rotated pretty much every single hero to a 10-minute fight. King Jungles is the one who's getting shielded in most of the fights. This is how they won the bottom lane as well, having 2 melee heroes against Abaddon and Gyrocopter, who has shield on him with the Rocket Barrage and the Facet. It's almost impossible to get the trades, and they're getting the most out of it. You can see that the 2 supports, something that we did say, are not going to be having that good of a time on Tundra, and they are ending up being very under-leveled, and they're not bringing in the damage to the fights.
Look at this. Look at the damage. That is a 5-position gyro, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
And that's an enemy mid laner. He did the most damage at this point. He was doing the most damage on his team, and still the 5 position.
I love the fact that they are playing around him, putting him in the workhorse cart, also using multiple shields on him, knowing that he actually deals the most damage in most of these early engagements because he's so speedy, he can run them down. And this, like, look at the itemization. He doesn't have anything at this moment. This is basically Shard, which is right there on the side, but so does Pango, who does have a Blink Dagger, who does have a Diffusal Blade, and also his toolkit is all about dealing the damage. But I think also these numbers show how these fights are played out and who they're focusing. This is going to be another fight where they initiate onto King Jungle. I think Thunder understands that they need to kill him, using the Rolling Thunder, using Axis Call, but after that, they need to fall back immediately. 1 Viper Strike, 1 guy is immediately dead. They're trying to TP out, but Schofield made sure that he is ready for any kind of disengagement that Tundra's trying to do.
Yeah, this is what we wanted to see from Schofield Tiny, right? Like, always hunting for more, always setting up on the side lanes. In this case, you have Pure. He's countered. He's very countered. I mean, you can tell he was going to push 1 wave and then back off, but Schofield preempted this and TP before his team, and then they have the break mechanic with the Viper.
Yep. That's what's been really cool about today, actually.
Jenkins, hype it up.
Oh, yeah, there he is. Yeah. Oh, there's his little potato. Sometimes you just got to put the potato in the cart and take the potato for a walk. I thought that was quite nice from Whisper. This is my favorite thing about Heroic when they're doing well is, like, they're losing, they're having fun. They're winning, they're having fun. And it translates into such fun Dota to watch.
Yeah.
So when they're doing well, you know, they're going to make it farther in tournaments, and we get a lot more fun games like this one.
And this is the standout player. I mean, I would say for the whole series, right? Like, I think Scope.
Yeah, he's Nick's assassin performance in game number 1 was ban-worthy for the second game. Blink Hex in that one. In this one, Blink Yules. I think that there's a big difference in the two support that they were on one side and on the other side, because these want to take a fight early on. They want to get their level 6s. Tiny not as much, but he wants to have his combo maxed out. So they are looking for some of these cheaper fights. They want to go in, potentially die if necessary, kill the enemy supports who kind of rely on getting the level 6s as well. We're talking about Bounty, who wants to have that amplified damage on track, plus he wants to get the extra gold, Shadow Demon with the ulti, but it never came down to that. Like the two supports on side of Heroic just were shining too bright in this one.
Yeah, I agree. I think there was a bit of a draft win here. I think they got outclassed in terms of the gameplay, individual skill. Like, this just looked like Heroic was the better team today.
Oh, definitely. And crazy situation. I guess we have to put Heroic in those dark horse contenders now if they keep playing like that, and Tundra fighting for their tournament lives going forward. So just another wonderful, exciting, up and down Wallachia competition. It always delivers. That's it from us. We've had a nice short day, but it is not over for the Dota action. We're going to be bringing in Shiva, T, Governor, and Gunnar after this break. Make sure you come back.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello, everybody. A treat for you here today. We have the god himself, Mr. Collapse from Team Spirit. Hello, hello. Yeah, wave to all the cameras. The whole world wants to see you. Good to see you, man. You guys been doing absolutely fantastic. You win the Riyadh, and then after that,
we suck.
Well, not suck. Third, fourth is not bad, but for you guys, it is interesting. You know, what's going on? Can we have a real discussion? What's up?
We're still trying to find the connection between each other, because we got a new player in our team, and we had some problems on the last TI, also between each other. So we're just trying to play like a team.
Gotcha.
I would say, yeah.
There's been a lot of teams in Dota's history that have won a lot, but then they kind of fell off, and people don't really consider them a threat anymore. But uniquely, this is not a thing with your team. Every single tournament, everyone's still gunning for you. They think Team Spirit can win this one, they can beat anybody, no matter how well you're doing. Do you sense that? Because that's what I get from watching these.
Sometimes, maybe, but if we are in the super bad form, like it was on the after the TI that won Tundra,
like two EWCs ago or something.
Something like this, and we had a new mid player, Laro. I think we were in the this situation when we were playing kind of bad, and also we were getting struggled with the Laro hero pool, and it was kind of a tough situation for us. So that was a period we were no threat for everyone.
Okay.
But by the time goes, we go on to Riyadh, and we won. And also we go for the international, we also won. And after that, I think people already getting used to that feeling that they are scared
sometimes. I don't know. I'm not playing against the Spirit, and I'm kind of happy and kind of sad.
Let's talk about your team now. You guys feel like you're gelling a little bit more? Have you been working on this since the last tournament, or is this kind of a proving grounds? You're hoping to gel here on the spot?
We were still working on these two problems, and I think we're gonna change something. Not the someone.
Whoa, Jesus!
No,
An exclusive interview!
Stop.
No.
We're gonna change something.
Okay.
In our drafts and in our gameplay, so it will be better for us.
Okay. And everyone's safe. That's very good to hear.
I'm not gonna risk, like in the game, no more risks for me. No more testing limits.
No!
My team told me that I had no to risk, like in
Collapse. No, don't be a boring player, please.
I'm gonna be a like super safe player.
Oh.
Yeah.
Dota's dead. We lost Collapse. Boring Collapse. It's over, man. We're cooked. God damn, that's the most depressing thing I've heard.
No more risks for me. I'm gonna be the super safe player.
You're a nerd.
Then I'm gonna be also the safe winner.
That's great to hear. Thank you so much. For all the teams watching, Collapse, don't worry about him. He's going to be the safe lane boring here. Thank you so much for that exclusive interview.
You're welcome, guys. You can rest now.
Don't concern yourself with Team Spirit. All right, great. Well, as always, Collapse, such a pleasure to see you. It's great to see you at another Tier 1 tournament again, kicking some butt. We're excited to see the Team Spirit return to form. Any word out there for the now very depressed Collapse fans that you just lost, saying you are going to be a boring safe lane hero?
Time to fun, guys. I don't know what to say. Like, yeah.
Time to
don't
fun.
miss me, like the old me.
Okay. All right. Well, a sad day for us all. Thank you, Collapse, for coming. As we will see more from Collapse's new personality and the new Team Spirit coming up at Wallachia Season 6. See you soon.
Hello, good afternoon. We're here at the halfway point of Day 3 of PGL Wallachia Season 6. And because it's Day 3 and because it's Swiss stage where you need 3 series wins to advance or to potentially get eliminated from these group stages, that means today is a very crucial day for a lot of teams. And to talk all about that and, of course, all about what has already happened today and will still happen, I'm joined by T-Gov and Gunnar. Gunnar, how you doing?
Doing great. Excited for these games. The 3-0 games are always the fun ones because it kind of is a breakaway point between the teams that's like maybe they got good seeding or good teams they played versus the top of the top.
Yeah, I mean, is OG going to do it? Are they going to 3-0, their Swiss group stage? Are they going to be able to beat Liquid? Liquid in form after, troublesome, I don't know, so many questions. I'm getting carried away, but today, good day.
Yeah, and we're going to get all the answers to all the questions you're asking. We're first going to check out what has been happening on the other stream, because there are 2 streams going on at the same time. And on the B stream, they're a little bit slower. They have a very rare 3-game series there on the first one with Xtreme and MOUZ going the distance, and they're still in the middle of GamerLegion versus Na'Vi there.
Yeah, critically for Xtreme, they have another 2-1 kind of series for them. Sure, in day 1 they beat Cobra 2-1, but with MOUZ they then dropped the 2-1 series. It's just very awkward, I think, their game so far. And MOUZ, 2 stand-ins, being able to beat teams like XG just shows that they have such a good foundation now after playing so many games that, yeah, they are probably going to be a playoff team, I feel like.
Yeah, and of course the second half of the day on the B stream will actually be elimination on the line, so make sure to check that out. We're looking at the happy side of things though, because we have had 2 2-0s so far today, and as already mentioned, none of these were eliminated because they were 1-1 going in. Now they're 1-2 or 2-1 respectively. But it's the second half of the day that I want to look at, because these are the teams you mentioned, Gunnar. These are the teams that it's all about. The expected teams versus some contenders, although I feel like there's one team that we expected to be in that 3-0 situation potentially, or 2-0 situation is not there?
I think, well, OG kind of took down some teams that we would expect to be there.
Yeah.
But I think the interesting thing for this first series is there was an inter-regional game with BB versus Navi yesterday.
Mhm.
And then again, it's BB versus Team Spirit. So these teams obviously are going to pretty well know each other at this point. They played years and years and years of games, probably scrims. So these are the type of games that I always find are very interesting because they have probably somewhat similar ideas in terms of heroes, pools, and hopefully it's good games.
Yeah, I mean, we can dive right into it because Gunnar is 100% correct. These two teams know each other very well inside and out, and that means also they play each other very frequently. And I didn't want to go too far back, but in 2025, we're at a little bit of a tiebreaker scenario because both of these teams, they've played 8 series against each other, went 4-4, 9 games total, 18 games total, and then went 9-9. And that also means 8 series total and 4-4. Yes, math, I get it. But the most recent series was won by BB Team. That was in the Fisher Playground, where BB Team actually knocked Spirit to the lower bracket where they had to face Falcons and lost. BB Team also lost to Falcons, but not until the grand finals, a bit different. And before that, actually, Team Spirit was the one that knocked BB Team out of Blast, making them not able to go to LAN for that one. So I feel like there's a little bit of spice to this one. And I don't know, T, I feel like I don't really have a clear favorite going in either.
No,
right?
Not really, not at all. I think when you look at both of their journeys so far in the competitive season, you've got a 2nd place for BB, 2 5th, 6th places for Spirit. Like, depending on the day, what type of draft they have, their mood, they easily can beat each other. And that's what the stats reflect. And it feels like out of all the series, this should be a 3-game series.
It should be. And when we're talking about Team Spirit, we're of course talking a lot about how they had no longer have Maposhka and they have Panto, and do they still have the same identity, and will they still be able to capture on, the Team Spirit magic within games with getting all those team fights set up properly? And I think, Gunnar, you've got the answer to that question for us.
Yeah, I do. So in the past, Team Spirit was one of the best teams, I would say, at winning late game team fights, kind of coming back to this.
Mm-hmm.
And so here I have a clip. It's from Team Spirit's series yesterday. And they set up the team fight in a really nice way. They basically push in mid lane, they push in bot lane, and they were in a situation where they were stronger than the other team, but they couldn't really get a fight, so they pushed in these lanes, they force a Roche, and basically what this does for Team Spirit is it forces them to have a nice area to fight around. And then the other cool thing they do is the way that they set up this fight, I think, is very, very nice. It's kind of reminiscent of how they played back in the past, and so the Pyron's spawning here, and so what they do is the dangerous paths are here, here, and then potentially a very long smoke from here. And then what they do is they set up Timbersaw. You can't really see him, but he's kind of down here. You have the Void Spirit that's going to show up here, and the Bane showing up here. And basically what this does is it means that no matter what angle they get engaged at, they're safe. And so here, Void Spirit gets jumped, and he's going to get saved by the Bane. They end up taking a really clean fight. He actually saves him from the roll stun. And I just really like how they execute the fight, because even now in the fight, they're going to break up the fight into 2 different locations. So they have the 3 heroes here protecting each other. They have the Gyro and the supports, and they have the 2 mobile heroes, which are going to be the Void Spirit and the Timbersaw. They're kind of playing in this backline area. And it's just a really well-executed fight, I would say, by Team Spirit. And to me, it's showing signs of Team Spirit of the past, of this team that you couldn't win team fights first, as opposed to, I would say more recently, they've kind of struggled a bit in that department. And I think it's hopefully them gelling with Panto and their new roster.
Yeah, it looks fantastic. Thank you very much, Gunnar. It is indeed feeling like a very strategic setup for a fight for this Team Spirit.
Yeah, this is, I think, something that we didn't really see too much of Spirit when Panto first joined the roster. It felt like they needed to win their lanes, get a bit more of that kind of snowbally kind of character, and then, looking at the highlight that Gunnar showed, the positioning, the fact that there doesn't feel like there's any quick decisions are getting made. That is something that they've planned before, and subconsciously they're doing it correctly. And yeah, I think positioning and setups in objective areas is a make or break for a top team. And yeah, the Spirit, of course, is refining that with Panto. It might sound silly to talk about this for a team like Spirit, but when you bring a new player in, they might be a bit more zealous to go up the high ground or do random things, or even
especially losing your captain.
Yeah,
they lose Maposhka, they lose this kind of more mature, older player who has the voice, and maybe in the past he would have said.
Panto is also, he's not the oldest as well. He's 26.
Okay.
He's got some of that, but it's very much difficult to be that with a new team.
Yeah, it's hard to be the old guy when you're brand new to a roster that's played together for years and won TIs and won EWCs. But I think the idea that they have this nice foundation for the fights, I think stuff like that is very important because it's on how fast you can do it in the game. Some people won't register that, and they also had a very limited time. It was, I think, 24, and so it was a minute away from Roche swapping positions. So they have like this very small time window that they're able to execute this. They push out the waves, they prep it, and they just kind of do it very cleanly.
Yeah, very solid from Team Spirit. Now their opponents, BB Team, they have looked very solid as well. They, of course, also made a few changes, more so than Team Spirit, because they didn't just swap one player, but also swap their coach. So maybe a little bit more, well, bigger differences to iron out, T?
Yeah, I think they are moving towards having just more ideas. You can see within their drafts that there's a little bit more heroes getting picked up. You can feel the extra layer of creativity with RMN joining the roster. I think at least against Na'Vi yesterday, there were some signs of mistakes still getting made. It's not like that super clean BB that we expect to see, especially during previous tournament wins that they've had, where it feels like they are untouchable. But that aside, they are 2 series played, 4 games won, haven't dropped a game.
Yeah.
Even those shaky moments, they always get the win in the end.
Yeah, that's a big difference there for Team Spirit, because Team Spirit, of course, has gotten 2 ones on the board. I mean, they won all the series, obviously.
That's just Spirit.
Otherwise, they wouldn't be here. But they did go the distance every time. But maybe more games in that sense also it gives them a little bit of an up. I do want to focus our attention on the guys on our screen here because, well, first of all, yesterday we saw great Muerta playing by Save with the heads up play going brown boot silver edge. And that was fun. And I know you've mentioned a little bit of the Huskar supports coming out. Save was the first one to do it years and years ago. But what are we feeling about these 2 supports right now? Like what kind of form are they in?
I think the main thing is Save's current hero pool of Muerta Hoodwink is also the heroes that Rue loves to play. But as you can see, he's currently moving towards like the bounties and the banes. So depending on how much respect they want to show, it could be a series where Rue doesn't want to pick up the heroes he's played so far in the tournament, and he then jumps into, let me take away Save's hero and stuff like this. But I think just as a 4 player, their hero pool just feels like they are close to identical when you look across the history of their careers.
I think it's a slight drafting difference in that Save's hero kind of has no responsibilities. He gets to just be 2,000 units away from the fight, cast his spells. He's playing like Muerta Hoodwink, whereas Rue's playing kind of more tanky going heroes. Even the Bane ends up being tanky. Like you start the fights.
Yeah.
And so it's just a slight different play style, but obviously Rue can play them both.
Yeah, he for sure can. Let's see what they will be playing in the upcoming game. Best of 3 to decide which one of these 2 teams gets 2. I'm not going to say days off because I know that both of these teams, if they do qualify for the group stages, they will not sit around and do nothing for the next 2 days. They will grind hard. They just don't have to play in the group stages anymore. They are qualified for the playoffs, and that will be a very nice position to be in. Also thinking about seeding there and getting to watch all your opponents battle it out. But let's see, we got Spirit on the Radiant side for this first game, BB Team on the Dire side, and first pick going the way of Team Spirit.
Yeah, and already BB putting the respect on the Jakiro, right? A hero that they themselves always want to pick up in the first phase. They see Spirit with the first pick and they ban it out. It's a hero that also hasn't been banned out against Spirit so far in the tournament in the first phase. That's where I think teams with respect on heroes sometimes that can hit the ban as well because they clearly love the hero.
So big is, I would say Marcy is still in the pool.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Marcy's not in the pool. I think Primal has started to get a lot more value as the tournament goes on. I think it's good versus a lot of the meta heroes. People are picking up Kez. It's good versus Kez. It's good versus a lot of these even like Juggernaut. Like these heroes that kind of play around the BKB usage or have a built-in BKB, he's just good versus. And I think he flexes really well to mid and off lane. He's tanky, stuns, scales, early game. There's only the mid-game window that is kind of iffy, I would say. But outside of this like small, weird window, he pretty much is peaking at all games.
Not only that, but as a core, forcing the enemy to have to think about Lincolns breaks a lot of games, like we saw yesterday in the post game when we're talking about Pure's Kez having to go for Lincolns, not getting the BKB. Like, normally you talk about that from like a supporting position, the Banes and stuff like this. So yeah, I think Primal manipulates item builds, punishes early if you have the correct heroes behind you, the Hoodwinks, the Snapfires, the aggression, and now BB they opt to try and just run away from the problems, of course, with the Centaur and the Stampede.
Yeah, Centaur now the most picked hero, by the way, of Wallachia. Also with a very high win rate.
It is very... Wait, what is it? 77.8, yeah. Centaur goes through phases of being really valued or just ignored completely. But when drafts are able to pick him and he's not getting hard counted in lane, then he's always just going to do his job. Like with gold or without gold, he's always just there for the team. And I think having a constant within a draft will always feel nice. And depending on the patch, that constant will fluctuate. But at the moment, Centaur is that hero.
Solid opener. And a hero that Miero has already proved himself on in this tournament twice, with a 2-0 record. Easy to do if you haven't dropped a single game in the group stages so far, of course, having a 100%
easy to
record.
4-0.
Yeah.
I think, so for Primal, in my opinion, the most annoying heroes are supports that deal with you. If you think early game, for me, it's like Silencer, Bane, Disruptor. These heroes that have a lot of random slows or silences or stuns, and they stop you before your BKB timing. And so I think BB should kind of aim to pick one of those. The only concern with, I would say, like a Silencer is it's kind of weak, but...
Why not save just go back for like his Muerto the Hoodwink that we talked about before, right? Just high range ways to cancel it.
Muerta's a bit sad because depending on what happens with the trample, you can break the tree instantly. Like if you get pulled in, it actually breaks the tree sometimes. So the Muerta is pretty good though. You have a silence that keeps applying over and over.
Yeah.
You have a very long range cancel for the ult.
Yeah, I'd lean. Yeah, now that we talk about it, I'd lean more Muerto, right? But either way, they go for the Tusk. Is a hero that Katomi has been playing a lot. A real big approach that BB's been applying post Blast when they then got second at Fissure was we want to win our safe lane. And yeah, Tusk is going to be able to do that. And often when you think about drafting, if you were to say what is the strongest opening that doesn't feel like it's getting countered in the next 14-15 pick by Spirit, I'd argue Tusk Centaur is close to perfect in that regard, right? Centaur, to counter it, you need like what, Ursa and like a really strong 5, but then it puts your draft in a weird position. And Tusk just opens up many heroes. It's like kind of hard to punish this opening.
Yeah, the biggest punish are like the supports that lane versus shoots, Phoenix, Jakiro, Winter Wyvern, like anti-tag team heroes. And it's a bit scary to just blind pick a Phoenix, I would say right now, because it's not the strongest laner.
Yep.
So you take Ringmaster, which is just I don't really have a strong feeling of this hero. I know in some games it looks very good, but I feel like it's a bit middle of the pack in terms of what it does. Like it's one of the supports that progresses the draft, I would say. Like sure, it's got a little save, you got a little damage, you have a little team fight, but it's nothing insane. Yeah, middle of the pack, 50% win rate.
Yeah, stats also kind of reflect that. I would say it is quite nice though into the Tusk, right? The idea that when you snowball in, you can throw down the wheel. Like you have ways to play into the approach of the fight from BB. We'll see where they want to go with the next pick. Because of course, are we just assuming that Primal is the offlane for Spirit, or is there that flexibility?
I think it's flex. I think ideally you want to take a carry because you see at least one part of your lane, if not both parts. So just some strong hero. But the other option is you take your support hero.
And of course, Disruptor. Yeah, how many times are you going to talk about when you stampede away, you get glimpse back, it's going to feel really bad. When you're snowballing in, now on top of a static storm, if you're static storming someone, you also can't snowball save them. It makes a lot of sense in the skirmish.
But do you get enough damage out of your supports?
That was a 0% win rate, right?
So if you don't win a game and destroy the Ancient, yeah.
So
it's not good.
That's not good. That is not good.
The thing with the double support from Spirit that Gunnar and I were mentioning is it is still exploitable, right? You kind of see the logic instantly of a draft. Like if the supports are, let's say, low damage and low rotation, it's a farm game. If they're high damage, then they're going to play through mid and play on the active runes. And when you see Disruptor and Ringmaster, it is a little bit more aggression. It's a little bit more fight. So BB respond with a monkey that can also be very active, flexed to both mid and carry.
You follow the primal, right?
And you follow the primal, exactly. Yeah. And then the Muerta that we mentioned earlier to try and deal with the primal beast early game. I like BB's lineup a lot.
I do too.
It looks very clean. It feels like it can just play any game state and have impact.
I think Spirit might take Ursa, but it doesn't feel good. I just think that's kind of one of the heroes they might feel comfortable with.
Like against the Centaur in lane?
Yeah, you have it versus Centaur. It's okay versus Monkey King.
But can it fight early on enough if you're saying that the lineup on the side of Team Spirit should be a little bit more action and skirmishy than...
Yeah, for sure. You go Battle Fury Blink, you want to show up to a lot of the fights. I'm just worried that his early game might not be good enough versus like Tusk Muerta, like the Tuscan Gate, and you can just start snowballing against the Ursa's lane. It just doesn't have any defensive capabilities.
Yeah, it's like when you see Centaur, like the number one hero is Ursa. After that, you don't really see Slux anymore. Monkey Kings, again, hit or miss. But Ursa is like the big one. But, yeah, I think for Spirit is they now really rely, I feel, on the Ursa lane has to go well. But sometimes against Centaur lanes, it can be volatile depending on the floor.
Sometimes you get stomped and then you just get stunned. Yeah. You take like half your health. Now you're just a bit low. You can't go aggressive. Disruptor's good with the chase, but you have to be in the position to actually chase down the enemy offlaner. Sometimes you're just too low that the Disruptor Ursa lane feels a bit weak. And now I would say the biggest thing in how Team Spirit's draft plays out is this last pick, whether this Primal goes mid or offlane. I personally think it's better to go offlane in this position.
Okay.
And you just lane versus the Monkey Tusk, and you just pick a new blind mid.
The thing though is, like, if we were talking about Falcons right now, I'd say I'd rather see the Primal mid, because no matter what they pick to go against it, he will just skip waves and do this stuff. The issue there is Monkey King is one of the better mids at least following it, right? So that could be a deterrent to then push it to offlane. So it depends on how confident Lal is in the playing a sacrificial Primal matchup and how much the Monkey can sway it.
I think that matchup's not actually horrible because you push the lane pretty easily, but I just see that the map feels a bit cleaner. If the Primal goes offlane, they pick maybe a Storm. Storm's probably my favorite. I think it's good. Sure, the Muerta is kind of annoying with the silence, but every hero gets annoyed by silence, right? Like, there's very few heroes in the game that like playing versus silence.
Well, the overall last pick goes to BB Team, so they get to decide how to deal with the Primal wherever he's going to go, or what to pick up against the mid if they don't want to put the Monkey there.
Yeah, they have the nice position. They get to see everything.
Leshrac, not on our bingo card.
I like it. It's just high damage. It obviously, I think it scales well versus Muerta because you kill it. It scales well versus Monkey because you have it's just a bunch of damage. I think it's not really the initiator that maybe like a Storm would be, but they can play off the supports.
But it gives life, right? Where, let's say Primal's having a slightly hard lane. Lesh with the Blink Dagger, you're explosive enough. Primal will then get his Blink Dagger. And it just complements the need for the fight, right? When Ursa after lane wants to get his Battle Fury, he doesn't want to look to his other side lanes and see farm, right? He wants to see level-dependent heroes that want to run into the fight with 3,000, 4,000 net worth. And Leshrac Primal are very good at doing that, right? So, yeah, I think Spirit is just making a big statement in this game that they are ready to fight. And now for BB, it's going to be discipline, right? Take the correct engagements. Don't allow for the Lesh Primal predictable timings to break open the map. Don't give your Toro free access to unlimited farm, and then we have a game on our hands. And of course, now we've got to decide where the Monkey's going.
I was gonna say Huskar, but something similar to Huskar is Viper.
All right, well,
that was a big sigh.
That was a massive sigh.
Well, okay. First of all, is it the Viper you guys talked about yesterday?
Okay, this matchup I actually had an opinion of that. I think this is a matchup he should go Q, the orb, like the poison, and actually win the lane versus Lesh. Because I think it's kind of sad if he's going 0-4-4 and letting the Lesh free farm. So I'm hoping that he goes the
a little bit of orb. Yeah.
I mean, maybe it doesn't have to max it. Maybe like 2 points.
Yeah, 2 points up. Yeah.
2 points, probably maybe 3 if he's dumpstering the lane.
Yeah. I'm with Gunnar here. I feel like Viper, you need to sometimes respect the fact that you can actually win a lane. Just because you farm quickly with the second spell, that means you're conceding. The whole reason why Viper exists is to win lane and to be the hero that makes a statement. I love the fact you can be very tanky with the Axe build. But you can just change the item
build. I think the item build you play the exact same.
Exactly. But just skill slightly different.
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
5 minutes. Go win your lane. Make Lesh of its head.
It also means you can be maybe a lot more active. And if we are still expecting Team Spirit to be active, you got to be able to answer that aggression.
BB is just very scary, right? If we look at what they can do, Tusk Muerta rotates really nicely. Monkey King can also make rotations. Viper should be doing really well mid lane. You put any of those combinations together to any aggression, there could be a chance that Spirit just go for moves and just die. It could be scary for them.
It could be scary. Let's hear two people who are not scary at all. MOP and John. Hello.
Hello. How you going?
That was a compliment.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
I just wanted to make sure.
Would you rather be scary?
No, I don't know. Maybe they like being scary.
I like being scary. I think it's good.
What?
Scary.
You're
It's
not
good.
Scary. You're a handsome man. How are you?
I know I'm handsome, John. I know.
What are we feeling about this draft here, guys?
the last pick Viper, it's so cringe, Shiva. It's so cringe. Like, you can't root for that. Who last picks Viper?
I enjoy it.
It's cringe.
It's fun.
It's so cringe.
Viper's cool here. Up against Lesh, Corrosive Bat, Magic Res for days. Later on, it's going to be fun. It's cool.
Why is it cringe? Is it because you don't like playing against it, or is it because you don't like commentating it?
Everything. It's Viper. They may as well just pick like Tinker or something. It's just cringe.
There's a lot of heroes you guys don't like.
I like Tinker to watch, but not to play against.
No, you don't.
Wait, what?
No, you don't.
Okay, no, but clearly
Tinker gameplay can be really fun to watch.
from the
if you
core
like-
row.
Yeah, of
Okay.
course.
Okay,
Oh, of
just
course.
making sure.
Support Tinker.
We're like, yay, support Tinker.
No.
Clearly, all I'm hearing is you don't like anti-mage because you lose with it.
No.
You don't like Viper because you lose against it.
True.
Okay, there's a theme.
Did he like Kez?
He doesn't like Kez because he's not played with or against it
I
yet.
don't really know Kez, yeah.
Yep.
What do you like?
What do you like?
What do you get
What's your
excited about?
peak Dota hero?
Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit's a great hero. Well, it was, you know, they don't let me stun with Boulder Smash anymore. It's pretty cringe these days, but you know, it was a great hero back in the day.
All right, John, what's your hero you want to cast most? If you got to choose one. Who's most fun to watch?
Lion. 100%. Nice, basic, simple.
Lion
dances.
actually gets picked here and there.
Yeah, it's a fun hero. I think it's enjoyable. It takes a certain mind to enjoy a Lion game.
You know what? I was going to ask more questions, but it's fine. Back to you.
All right. Well, guys, I'm looking forward to this first game of the series, and, well, I'm going to just enjoy it.
Thank you so much, Shiva. We will get into it. Game number 1, Team Spirit versus BetBoom. Jonathan, what are you thinking of these drafts? I mean, I know it's cringe to last pick Viper, but it is, you know, it's pretty smart, isn't it?
It is. I mean, again, you're going for the Corrosive Bat. You've got the doubled passives on Nether Toxin when you jump into Nether Toxin, double Corrosive Skin passives. You're going to be able to resist a lot more. Your lane against Leshrac should be pretty darn good. I do agree with T-Gov and Gunner that you probably are looking for at least 2 points in poison attack to win out the lane. But I think I'd actually prefer like a 2-2-1 build. So a little bit more of that Nether Toxin as well, just to play with, just to pressure, just to get some of that farm. And just kind of slow down Laurel's game, because for the side of Team Spirit, it's all hanging on this Lesh kind of snowballing out, getting those connections into the sides with a Primal Beast and the Ursa, or stalling time for your Ursa to hit, say, that Battle Fury Blink BKB timing that we tend to see, and a lot of that tempo is going to be coming off of Laurel. So as much as you can make his lane hard, that's exactly what you want here on the side of BetBoom. A nice little start for Team Spirit, though, grabbing themselves 3 bounty runes with no real contest coming out here.
Absolutely. Very, very nice start indeed. We shall start, of course, Jonathan, with the mid lane. You're going to see GPK. He's going to be on the Viper. Shame on him. Of course, he'll be up against Lal on the Leshrac. Yeah, he should be ashamed, John. He knows what he did. He knows exactly what he did, and he hasn't gone for poison attack. So this is something Gunner and T-Governor were talking about. We know the Thompson farming build. Shout out to Thompson. The man's just setting the meta even though he's not playing.
Yep. It's.
I imagine that's what he's going to go for here.
I know about the all-in 0-4 tree kind of build into 6, like the panel was saying. Yeah, it might be enough to make it annoying for Laurel, because look, all you do, you drop the Nether Toxin in the creep wave, you stand in the creep wave, you do some damage back with Corrosive Skin. It's pretty darn annoying for Laurel. It doesn't feel great to trade your mana away in that manner. At the same time, you're able to shove out the wave, in as much as you will also shove the wave out as Laurel with that Misanthropy up and the Diabolic Edict clearing out the wave quite fast. But it does make it more manageable for Laurel. And again, that's where the risk rises. Yes, you're going to be farming in the Viper, but so will that Leshrac manage to get that build up, manage to get those spikes into level 6, and maybe start to threaten around into those side lanes where some action can break out here for Team Spirit. Speaking of those side lanes, down bot, we've been taking gander at this one. You've got Save on that Muerta, along with Miero on that Centaur. A pretty stable combination. But up against an Ursa and the Disruptor, there's a lot of ways to just stop that tempo from coming in. You know, eventually you'll have the glimpse, eventually you'll have the value point in the kinetic field as well.
Top lane in a bit of trouble, though Rue is actually doing a lot of damage on the side, so they can't really forget about him. Kiritich forced to back off just a little bit. Rue being an absolute menace, and he's got Impalement Arts up in a bit as well. So you got to be a little bit careful as Kiritich, because you could get caught with that Impalement Arts and Tame the Beasts here. And already it seems a little bit awkward up at the top lane for both BetBoom and Team Spirit, but right now it looks a little bit more uncomfortable for BetBoom as Kataomi going to try and create some space for Mr. Kiritich, and that he will.
And he does. You want to talk about cringe heroes? Ringmaster's still it for me. You know, like Impalement Arts is still the dumbest thing for poke in lane. Long range poke, good damage from level 1, relatively cheap. Yeah, but it's annoying. I mean, yes, you have to land the Impalement Arts, but it's a pretty fast projectile for the most part. In the laning phase, especially when boots aren't up yet. This lane for Kiritich is shaping up well, and that pressure was nice, but this is a melee matchup against a Monkey King with a Tusk to back him up with the tag team if you're not too careful. So you're going to have to measure yourself up here. Kiritich is finding that early farm, and you know, as long as he doesn't cop too much, he's happy. They even have Lotus control as well, so some backup coming here in terms of resources for the side of BetBoom. The mid lane has been, again, evening out just a little bit more. You have gone all in on the 0-2-2 build for GPK, so he is looking to just stand his ground, clear out and farm up, use that corrosive skin, not really directly apply pressure onto Laurel, which again is giving this Lesh a bit of a game to play. We'll have to see if he can maximize that on Team Spirit. It feels like the onus is on them to kind of make something happen off of a mid that doesn't get crushed by Viper. It's almost like when we talk about a Husker. You see a Husker last pick, you're expecting it to completely shut down the enemy mid lane. Viper kind of is the same thing for the most part before, until you go into this farming build. But you aren't crushing that lane against Laurel. So again, you're giving this hero an opportunity to play.
Drew being chased down, Kataomi. Won't keep going, but they are continuing. Some very much aggression here up the top lane. Kiritich and Kataomi not looking to let Collapse have a decent time whatsoever. Meanwhile, bottom, of course, Panto Yatura going up against Miero and Save, and this should arguably be a challenging lane somewhat for Miero, but Save with the dead shot, probably always just going to be able to save if he does get jumped by Yatoro. And for now, it does seem like it's pretty easy times. And as you can see, Jonathan, GPK, I mean, yeah, I guess in some sense, at least he's not being one of those Vipers. Just sits in lane, spams Q, buys bottle, refills mana, does it again.
But that's the point of a hero.
I know, John.
Farm.
I know.
Yeah, it's great.
And I'm saying this is one of the heroes that we could easily just remove from Dota and nobody would notice.
But you know, it's a classical thing. This is the one thing I appreciate from old. It's very basic game design. One passive, one AoE thingamajig, one orb attack, and one single target spell that does damage. It's a very basic kit. You have to appreciate it, just like I appreciate Lion or Vengeful Spirit. Basic stuff, Mikey. You know, you have to appreciate the simple things, Mike.
I appreciate you, John, and you're quite basic. Believe me.
That's a good one.
Thank you.
Oh, that was left field. What did I do today, Mikey?
You know, this is why we're working together, John. I need a punching bag. Come on now. Oh, I'm sorry, John.
Yeah, it's all right. It's a nice and calm game. 0-0, 5.5 minutes in. Everyone just finding the farm they'd want. Again, Laurel and GPK just trading away. Lane control towards Laurel. Jungle coming out for GPK in between. Down bots and poking and prodding.
Well, Miero, he's run south. Could be in a bit of danger here. Yatoro, he is taking some hits from Save, but ultimately is looking pretty safe himself, as Miero is the one in danger and is certainly going down as Yatoro able to secure first blood on the POS1 Ursa.
And that's what you want to see here for Team Spirit. We heard the panel talking about the timings you'd want to see. As an Ursa on your safe lane, you say you get this timing, you start to get into the Battle Fury, and a faster timing there just means you can connect to these higher tempo heroes in that Lesh, in that Primal Beast as well. It's just going to accelerate Yatoro's farm into the point where he can start to clear out a lot more on the map. A bit of a movement around with that Invis Rune from GPK.
Collapse. We chase down Kiritich. He'll be there to follow up though. A very nice tame the beast out from Rue, and now the turnaround. Collapse. He's found Kataomi. Kiritich still chasing. Meanwhile, Lal, he actually ends up going down to the left track. Collapse is still running. Oh, but that dead shot. Save will land. Meanwhile, GPK does end up going down. As Rue will eventually tick out to the poison damage, and Panto now in trouble. Panto should be set to fall to boot, and he will go down as suddenly 4 dead for Team Spirit.
You've got to love that caustic bat, hey? The doubling of the corrosive skin. Look, he copped so much magic damage coming out there from Laurel, and it just doesn't matter. It's all reduced by a huge amount. The physical damage is the one he's managing to get the space to deal the damage of his own, and that's without the poison attack even being up. So you're not even working with your bigger DOT or orb. You're just standing your ground. You're doing the damage. I love that he never broke his invis trying to force them to just not be able to get all these connections on GPK. And again, yeah, just look at the position. Yes, everyone else melting. Laurel focuses on that Viper, but you just don't have damage for the Viper when he's on Nether Toxin, not with the Caustic Bat online. This facet is just obnoxious for magic damage dealers.
Well, there you go. Team Spirit, I mean, they were off to a good start with that first blood, but, well, suddenly, BetBoom finding a fantastic set of kills up at this top lane. You love the fact that your MK pretty much found all the kills and XP for himself. The GPK, of course, right back to the farm game, trying to farm up a lot of ATOS for himself in this game, number one. Kataomi, he will be around to secure the haste rune. Panto will force Kataomi to take it. And unsurprisingly, the Viper is indeed currently the top of the net worth for Jonathan, which is something you'd probably expect for quite a while.
That you do. Again, with this new farming build, clearing out the jungle doesn't take too long. You're tanky enough to not care as well to go on to this Leshrac, who also has almost equivalent farm, at least based on the laning phase, just a little bit behind now from Laurel due to that team fight and just how fast the jungle is here for GPK. Again, you're starting to reach that point for the side of BetBoom where things can start to get a little bit more active. Miero does have level 6. You can look for Stampede to bring this Viper in and out of engagements. You are willing to actually jump in with Kiritich with some of the damages he has in fact.
Collapse, again, going to be targeted. Now the shards, a little bit off the mark this time from Kataomi. Collapse, he did have the onslaught ready anyway, so chances are he might have just made it out. Panto will hand the tip over to Collapse, even though he practically did nothing in that scenario. Just hoped for the best. There's your of ATOS now up on GPK, so he could try to get active with his squad if he does want. Though again, it does seem like with this current Viper farming build, you tend to just farm. No need to get too excited. It's a 3-4, 9.5 minutes into this game one. Team Spirit, of course, sitting back as well. They do need a few core items up of themselves as GPK is going to start to move in now. We'll get glimpsed back, but they have found themselves a Lal Leshrac pickup.
Yeah, it's just that easy. You know, look at all of that damage coming in there from GPK. Just so much output. The Nether Toxin, corrosive skin. And he's just so tanky. You can see he's just standing there, literally no creep wave, copying all of the damage bouncing out from Laurel. Just isn't enough.
Oh, these ice shards just can't contain Collapse. My goodness.
Just off the mark slightly. Again, maybe a little bit optimistic to try to catch him out anyhow. You didn't have save around with the dead shot to cancel off an onslaught. They do manage to scout out those stacks, so perhaps they've got an opportunity to farm that up with GPK eventually here. The key thing for Team Spirit is none of this pressure is coming onto Yatoro. So your Ursa is going to have that free ride into the Battle Fury. No real contest onto Yatoro. You're just happy enough to farm here as well for Miero in the jungle, working into that Blade Mail first. But this is allowing a little bit of that leeway for the Ursa to at least start to become a threat. Maybe, again, considering game state, you tend to look for the Blink and BKB afterwards. Triangle is going to get cleared out by Team Spirit as well. Collapse just taking his Ancient stacks up with a smoke. Gonna have himself a nice time. Maybe a freebie, but they did just use all 3 spells there. Kataomi's not gonna be something that you can easily catch out. But the key thing for Team Spirit is, it does feel like as we approach like the 15-minute mark, you'd want to start seeing some aggression coming in. It's just a matter of, will you have the tools, right? The Blink's coming out for Laurel. That's gonna be one big tool. He can just jump in front, try to clear out perhaps the back line, or maybe force an awkward position out from some of these cores. You do have your levels up as well. On Panto and Rue, you've got the level 6s, Static Storm, Wheel of Wonder set to go. Some saves ready for Rue as well. And it's just a matter of when you start to feel confident. We've seen some teams do this, where they have a draft that can play relatively early, pre-15 minutes. They could look for opportunities, but they end up just going back to, you know, playing the farm game as their enemy does. And when it comes down to the farm game, sometimes you miss a key item spike. The enemy equalizes in terms of itemization, in terms of level spikes, and suddenly your advantage in terms of time and, again, relative power spikes just disappears. So that is something I want Team Spirit to be mildly cautious about. They are aware of. Just a matter of, again, where is your launching point? When do you want to start to hunt before these heroes start to get a little bit tougher to kill?
Builder going to be picked up by Lal. Does have the Blink dagger now up on the Leshrac. Probably wants the Kai before he gets going here in this Lash, but felt as though he needed the Blink, probably for the counter initiation, if the side of BetBoom are going to continue being this aggressive throughout this game one. props to Yatoro. I mean, considering the start of the game, he's still top of the net worth board, has the full Battle Fury up now, so his farm is set to escalate. And this is the one thing I always say when it comes to Team Spirit. You can destroy them as many times as you want, but if this guy goes missing for a few minutes, you've got to be careful.
Yeah.
You've got to be wary. He farms pretty quick, John.
That he does. And again, he's had a free lane. There's not really much pressure you were expecting out from Miero anyhow. The matchup's just rough overall. So you're getting all of that investment onto Yatoro. Again, you're just kind of sacrificing Laurel and Collapse. The mid and the off lane just didn't quite pan out the way you wanted to for the side of Team Spirit, which I suppose for Laurel is somewhat to be expected on Leshrac versus Viper, but for Collapse as well. I mean, yeah, Monkey King matchup isn't amazing either, but again, you're just forced to wait out a little bit longer. Blink for Collapse, not too far off. In conjunction with Laurel's Blink, again, one of these items has to be the launching point. BetBoom, though, going for a cheeky smoke into the gate, but let's see if they manage to catch one out. If you do catch Yatoro at this point, he's still very vulnerable here.
Yeah, looking, Yatoro, he does have Enrage ready. Panther, though, very nice position, gonna see them, but in fact, no, it is a very nice position because he gets a glimpse back on Kiritic. It does not allow the rotation onto Yatoro, will tank the gank himself. That's I'd say a pretty big loss for BetBoom. Just wasted time. That's not what they came for. Yatoro, he'll be very happy with that.
That he would be. You've got an opportunity for a little bit of a siege, however, so at least you'll find some consolation in a tier 1 bot. Side of Team Spirit are also smoked up, but it's a matter of who will you actually catch out. Jumping GPK, probably your best bet. A long flank down bot is a possibility as well. Does look like they will opt for that, but you won't really have Rue close by enough. Still, tier 1's gone. It's down to whether or not BetBoom kind of overstayed their welcome, but they did just blow Stampede. It's not particularly a happy moment to force anything out here.
I mean, he's got an Arcane Rune on Lyle, though. You know he wants to play with this, but I still think he'd rather wait the Kaya out before he starts to get a little bit more active on this Leshrac. It just doesn't feel like you're going to be pumping out enough damage throughout these fights right now as the Lesh.
No. I do appreciate as well some of the items we're seeing coming out here on BetBoom. Mage Slayer up for Kiritic, understanding the early threat is Laurel. All you have to do is just apply that debuff, take away a lot of the magic damage coming in early on, a lot of your burst damage early on. And that just means once that Mage Slayer debuff's on you, you can't even jump GPK. Like, he's just going to stand in front, no worries in the world with a Caustic Bat, all that magic res, that magic damage reduction, even with this Kaya that eventually forms up for Laurel. That is something to be cautious about. And I think for Team Spirit, again, they'd want to be the ones being aggressive. BetBoom has been the ones on the offensive for the most part in this game. With double blinks up, you would hope you'd start to find certain things start to line up your way here.
Doro. Spot up a cut to Omi. So they do want to make... Oh, in fact, he makes the jump in straight away here. Yatoro with the blink up. Tame the Beast's going to land as well. Yatoro able to secure a kill. Thought they might have been grouping up for the tier 1 tower, and in fact, they may just. But no, they do retreat. They look to go back to the farming game, not looking for a big 5-on-5 engagement yet. Just a quick pick-off is all they wanted. That'll be all she wrote. Meanwhile, the side of BetBoom, I mean, they've taken that bottom tier 1 tower, but apart from that, they have been relatively quiet. Still plenty of farm coming out on this Viper, and in fact, I believe GPK has the full Aghanim Scepter on the way now. And there you go. So perhaps now with the nosedive up, you want to go make a play.
Yeah, the nosedive is amazing. Just the added corrosive skin attack slow is going to be a massive nuisance to someone like Yatoro as well. I think it's just going to be unavoidable.
Uh-oh. Oh, this is a big kill. Kiritic. Kiritic is down. Oh, as BetBoom waited too long, it almost feels like it. They're still going for more. GPK, he's going to show up with that axe build up now. Yatoro looking to back off. The nosedive is in, but they've only really found Rue for now. He'll go for the escape back down. In fact, he gets the cushion down, and now the jump in. Lyle, he makes the go on the Viper. GPK, not like this. Oh, not like this. He just got the axe.
Oh, they got drawn out a little bit too hard. Miero now?
Yeah, Miero, I don't think he's making it out. His little brother Centaur trying to help the best he possibly can. Pulverize is out. They will find another. Miero is gone. Karaomi trying to run, but it's just one by one they come in and one by one they fall. Kiritic even thinking about reinitiating. Thinks better of it though. and will end up just getting the hell out of it.
Yeah, I mean, a wonderful set of wins out for Team Spirit. And again, it's like you said, they break up that fight one by one. This is where their lineup is pretty darn strong. You've got a lot of really good single target hold. You've got this Ursa that doesn't really have to worry about too much once you split them apart. And just at the wrong place at the wrong time for Kiritic. They managed to get the setup. This could open up a potential Roshan now as well. The BetBoom, they've got all these spikes. They don't manage to connect in the ways they'd want to, and they stream in one by one. I think if you had an early response, an early read on that, of course, you get those bodies forward instead of TPing in post-det, maybe you could have gotten the save off. Maybe you managed to get more value from GPK's presence. This time around, it didn't feel like it was all too tanky whatsoever once you got Yatoro wailing away on him as this Ursa.
This is very concerning for BetBoom, considering how good of a start they had to this game. It is starting to feel like things are slowly but surely falling apart here. Team Spirit, just 3k ahead. It's not too big of a deal, but again, you just get a little bit concerned about giving this catch-up farm back the way of Spirit after a strong start. Yatoro starting to get really out of control already. He's 3k above the Viper, who's sitting in second place in net worth. Currently 4k ahead of the Monkey King Posmon. Not great news, John.
No, and that's the issue with Kiritic going for this Mage Slayer. There's just no farm potential coming out for your Monkey. You're not able to clear out the camps. You don't have something like the Maelstrom. You're going all in on early tempo here for Kiritic, right into the Desolator as well. So for BetBoom, there's a little bit of a timer to play with here. Once these items are up, you have to find wins. Otherwise, you're going to fall flat. You're going to fall behind in terms of itemization. And Team Spirit just starts to get more and more of this map if you're not too careful. At the least, Team Spirit isn't pressuring for Roshan just yet. They do have the vision set up to protect themselves if there is a Rosh take, but it will be taken care of by BetBoom at least. Pretty obvious warding spots. The ward behind the tier 1, not as obvious, however. That should lead to maybe some difficulties for BetBoom to find some connections. Still, Team Spirit are finding more ways to go. We're going to get a blink up for Panto relatively soon. This Disruptor being able to just stay a million miles away to get the Static Storm off. It's also going to be a big detriment to the side of BetBoom, especially as BKB still have to be built up. And just getting some really nice glimpses as well can lead to some annoying circumstances, especially for someone like Kiritic, who might feel like he can go further than he can. Smoke out from BetBoom as well.
You've just got to be so careful here, John. There's so many blinks available right now. Like Collapse just being able to blink in for a Pulverize, it just changes the whole game. Lal's got one, Yatoro's got one. Like, just so many ways to jump in and take out those saving supports. Just burst down the Viper. They'll find a Tormentor for now. Lal is a bit low on the HP department. He'll try to reset as they do jump in. No hoof stop out yet. A glimpse out as well. The Static Storm a little bit, pretty good actually, just disengaging for the side of Team Spirit. It's going to be two supports going down. And BetBoom, I mean, they'll take not exactly what they came for, but they'll take.
I mean, it's just really well placed out again from our Disruptor, getting off that Static Storm to cut off the hoof stomp just a little bit late. You have to reposition. You don't catch them out. Quick TPs coming in from Team Spirit as well. And again, for the side of BetBoom, this is painful. You went all in on tempo. It's an opening now for Roshan to be taken by Team Spirit because they just committed all that movement up top with the daytime Rosh down bot. You don't have Stampede to reposition yourselves either. A massive win for Spirit. Tormentor into Rosh. Secondary life now available here for Yatoro. He did have to extend that BKB charge earlier, but it is well worthwhile right now for the side of Team Spirit. And BetBoom, it has to now just be probably these BKBs, right? The big one is Kiritic's BKB. He's not going to care for the control or the damage coming out. You will have to commit at the least the Pulverize on the Monkey if he's allowed to kind of jump forward. So that maybe frees up space for GPK, maybe frees up space for Miero, all depending on how they choose to initiate here on BetBoom. And the other issue, again, it's like you mentioned, all of these blinks up on Team Spirit, you don't have that ease of initiation really lined up here for the side of BetBoom. You've got Miero with his blink, Kataomi still, relatively close to his own blink, just about 300 gold away. That's going to be another option for saves out as well, unless the Static Storms are on top. But it is a little bit more challenging to set up these fights for yourself with really just the Centaur that you're relying on. You could risk it with Kiritic, and he has been willing to take that risk, jumping forward in the tree line, trying to set up with the Boundlesses first. But again, until that protection is up, it is also not the safest position to be in as a Monkey King.
Certainly not. 3K advantage still standing for Team Spirit. Plenty of time for the Aegis. BetBoom. I wonder what the game plan is right now. Like they're basically just playing without a carry at the moment. You've got Kiritich there, but he's not feeling ultra confident unless they find Team Spirit with their pants down. It's what they kind of did during that Tormentor take, but even then they were able to disengage with all the cores. I mean, maybe once he has the BKB up, he can feel a little bit more confident in trying to force a fight with his squad. The thing is, the BKB doesn't really help when it comes to the Ursa, which is your big problem right now, in fairness.
And it is. I think the one concern for Kiritich is just how much he's been held back from these fights because he can't get a good position, because he can't just stand his ground, kind of following through with GPK also trying to just stand his ground. So you do need that BKB to at least have that hope. And then you kind of need to deal with everything else. I'd say their priorities in these engagements actually has to be the supports. Like Rue and Panto have to go. You have to take away the threat of all of these saves from the escape pack. You've got to take away the threat of Static Storm. If you can jump Panto before the fight breaks out, these are your ideal targets. Easier said than done, especially as Panto himself now has a Blink Dagger up as well. Just a lot of ways for Team Spirit to work their position on the map to be favorable. They can sit pretty far apart. They can easily jump in and fully commit together. And you just don't have that ease again on the side of BetBoom. At the least, again, you've got Kataomi's Blink, you've had Miero's Blink for a while. Like you've been mentioning, BKBs are set to come out next. A Gleipnir for GPK, just to help get some AoE control outside of just the Stomp. It just doesn't feel like it's going to be enough. Save?
Yeah, they're going to find Save. Save, not really much he can do about this. He will just go down very quickly to collapse. Tormentor, oh. Rather, just the twin gates being used up here. Collapse not done yet, wanting to go down towards the bottom side, see if he can find another. You don't really have anyone there, though. And Kiritich is kind of around, but he's in the triangle at the moment. They might just go for a bottom tier 1 tower while they're here. BetBoom again backs against the walls. There's not really much of a play for them to make. Becomes even harder considering you've got a BKB now up on Lal. You know, he's just become that much more difficult to burst down. The thing is, the game just gets more challenging as we go on, right? Like, you've got an Axe build-up coming now for our Disruptor. Shrine of Wisdom, perhaps, is where we'll see a fight break out, but Panto, he'll get some deep wards around the area. Nobody's spotted. He'll go for the tier 1 bottom tower. Nothing else to really be had right now for Team Spirit.
Nah, I mean, Miero's trying to be a pest with that Dominator just stunning around. Again, this is all boiling back to some of these earlier choices that the side of BetBoom made. You went with a Monkey King that isn't scaling up because the farm pace is really, really slow. You're 5k behind now compared to an Ursa with Battle Fury. You have no farm accelerator on the Monkey King. You have farm acceleration on GPK, but this is a Viper that does tend to have a little bit of a hard cap on scaling nowadays, especially since you lost your Universal level 25. So it's not something that easily maintains that same damage and presence as the game scales on. And that really leaves you with a tough time as you start to approach this mid-game, because Team Spirit are playing fairly standard. There's nothing freaky about their builds. Their draft is very straightforward to play. They've had the starts they'd want, maybe again slower for Laurel on the mid. They have found everything else that you could ask for, the freest lane of Yatoro's life as well. And you're just allowed to kind of build up. It is still 10-9. By kill, it's pretty even, but this 5k lead from Team Spirit is significant at this point in the game, 26.5 minutes in. And for BetBoom, I don't know, it's probably just these BKBs. Just get the BKB up on GPK. Maybe that's going to be enough for you, going away from the Gleipnir as well. They'll try out with a smoke. A little bit of a longer flank, considering that they don't really have vision across the river to try to scout someone out. Maybe a bit of a shot in the dark, or an expectation that Team Spirit starts to smoke towards them, which isn't quite there, although could be a possibility with some smokes being ferried out by Rue. They have much more aggressive wards up on the side of Team Spirit, at the least. Again, maintaining that control on the far right side and still keeping eyes on Roche just in case as well. So just a little bit easier to work your way around, and easier for them to just split control of this map.
Oh, BetBoom. Waiting. I mean, they'll see Rue farming the mid lane. That's about all they see right now. Team Spirit, they've smoked up as 3. They'll head through the river from the bot lane. Boom, right above them in the triangle right now. Hard to venture in the area, though. Team Spirit just waiting by the mid lane, and GPK, he might come to farm this wave. Oh, GPK. They're going to see him. They'll place the wall down. They haven't got the jump, though. GPK is going to be fine instead. Kiritich!
Oh.
He jumped right into the Ursa. Oh, no! And now GPK. He's all right for now. He'll be forced to fight back, but it's not looking too flash hot for him. They've got to leave the area. This isn't the fight. There's no buybacks here for Kiritich or Miero. The jump in the Wheel of Wonder holds them both down. Oh, BetBoom.
Oh, that's just... I'm not sure what the idea was from BetBoom in the first place, right? Like, you're sending GPK out to play poke with a Primal Beast. Now, maybe the thinking is, all right, Primal can't blink. He can't just jump in and pulverize at this moment. He's taking some damage, so he can find his flank in. But at the same time, because you don't have that Viper on top, you're not really able to get a complete shutdown on Laurel. You know, no one's going to be standing right in front of Laurel, copying most of the damage, doesn't mind the Diabolic Edict. Not the case when your Viper's held back from playing poke with that Primal Beast. Again, just look at the positioning on the map. They're flanking on the right side, they're poking hard, and you just caught on the right side instead, while GPK is playing poke with the tankiest hero on Team Spirit, and it just collapses from there.
I don't know if I missaw. I don't understand why you take, of all people, why do you start on Yatoro as Kiritich? That seems like a pretty... I mean, unless he got caught, but it didn't seem like it, and that Wheel of Wonder was just absolutely splendid from Rue. Fantastic work here from Rue. Team Spirit looking pretty clean here for this game 1 now. 1.5 minutes for the next Roshan to respawn, so they'll happily wait for that. And I'll be frank with you, John, I hate to be the kind of anticlimactic guy, but I don't really see what BetBoom does now to contest this draft of Spirit.
Yeah, it's really hard to see. I think, it kind of has to be a divide and conquer for BetBoom. Let's say, again, you kill off this Ringmaster first, you kill off Panto first, to just instantly burst them down. You simplify the fight, maybe some straggler cores start to run in. If Team Spirit are feeling a little bit overconfident, try to back them up. And that's where your punishment can come in. Easier said than done, because again, you're not keeping up in the farm game. Look at the net worth of Kiritich. 14k behind even Collapse. Just no farming pace without any accelerator. His Desolator has no charges, Mikey. He hasn't found kills with this, like, for the entire time. His Mage Slayer hasn't really had impact either. Like, I think this idea of the Monkey King connecting with Viper, they've been playing pretty far apart in these engagements. Like, they've not been able to really leverage the tankiness of GPK and then just applying even more debuffs up with Kiritich and maintaining this control. It's just not there.
It certainly is not. Team Spirit. Smoked up again as 5. They'll wrap around through the Radiant jungle. Roshan, of course, is going to be available. BetBoom also smoked up, not willing to just let this one go. Jump in, they're going to try for Yatoro first up. Yatoro, though, he's been saved by the Escape Act. He's got another chance at life, though he needs to fight back by the looks of it, and he will try. He's on a Kiritich. He'll go for the mad fight. Yatoro surely has to get out now. He'll go down. Oh, that was a bit too close for comfort, Jonathan.
It took a lot to find that kill. That Abyssal maybe catching Kiritich just off guard a tad bit. Turnaround damage is huge.
BetBoom. They smell blood in the water. They want more. Kataomi, no, he can't find the punch. Blink was too quick, and now Collapse. He'll jump back in, and no, the double stun. That's too kind, GPK. They don't need the help right now. Kiritich, He's also gone. Miero in trouble. There's no TPing. The spotlight's on you, sir. It's your time to perform. Miero is getting kited around. Tamed the beast as well. Triple kill for Lal. Oh, and this nosedive, Jonathan, this is the second or third time we've seen it work against them here for this Viper. Nosedived right into the Leshrac stun.
I'm not sure what the expectations are from BetBoom again. Like, yes, they just found a big kill. Maybe you're riding that high, feeling like, all right, big damage from Yatoro is gone. Again, I feel like the Ursa is actually not your biggest threat. It's these two supports. It's just free space for collapse. It's this Pulverize coming out. And it's just doing so much work, like regardless of whether or not Yatoro is around, there is damage. Again, this magic reduction idea that they had here on the side of BetBoom is just not panning out. And the moment you miss that blink stun out from Kataomi, it's just over. Again, like you said, the freebie coming out there as well, having to play into Static Storm, not being able to pop the BKB. This is pre-Ags as well on Panto. Like, once the Ags is up, it's just, you are just gone on the side of BetBoom. And for the side of Team Spirit, I mean, it's been a pretty clean game. There's a lot of patience coming out. Again, a lot slower in the early game. They were happy enough to play farm. But BetBoom, when they were having to play fast, just really haven't found their stride outside of that one kill on Yatoro in the past few minutes. Now Yatoro has himself a full MKB. Roshan's not going to take too long. A bit of a smoke to cover it as well. Maybe another fight around this pit here.
See how it works out. Ags up on to save. That could be very nice going to this Roshan fight. Oh, JPK, there's your Ags. Dead shot will land, ensuring the Pulverize does nothing, but the escape back to allow collapse away out, and now Yatoro jumping onto the Viper. GPK is just deleted. Absolutely destroyed. Miero will have to follow. Meanwhile, BetBoom, they're trying to fight. They're doing some work here with Kiritich. The chase will be on for Lal, but now the Wheel of Wonder. It's going to hold down save. Yatoro's back in, right onto the MK. Kiritich can do nothing. He's trying. Kataomi's back in as well, but they're falling one by one. A full team wipe. The Tusk buying back, basically the only survivor. The white flag's been raised, Jonathan. Panto, he's sending a message.
That he is. For BetBoom again, I mean...
Oh. Be careful, boys.
Yeah, white flag to Roshan this time. Need a little bit of a reset before engaging, but it's just so hard to see how you take these fights on BetBoom when everyone collapses onto you. You have to remember, this is Panto without Ags. That Static Storm doesn't have the mute just yet. He's going to have it relatively soon with how great this game is going for the side of Team Spirit. Your magic damage reduction, it's halfway there. It feels like if you wanted to go that idea, you needed someone with a pipe. And again, it's a good dead shot to save you, but you have your own saves on Team Spirit. You have the area denial with that Static Storm and just so much free real estate for Yatoro. Just stand and hit. There's just no threat whatsoever when it comes down to a big clash between all of the heroes. It's just a clean shot. You don't have the control to maximize Wukongs. You don't have the damage from Kiritich to be an outright threat. It's a challenging time for the side of BetBoom, but for Team Spirit, they're making it look like a walk in the park.
It's rough. It is very, very rough here right now for BetBoom. See what they can try and do. You know what I really like? I love that Ringmaster Shard spotlight. I feel like it's one of the most underrated, especially with the mischances. They do jump in again. Miero. Gone.
Yeah.
Save. Also looking pretty gone. So like I was saying, John, I really like the Ringmaster Shard. It's fun.
It is great. It provides a lot of utility. I feel like to an extent it's a little bit too much utility.
Oh, shut up.
On Ringmaster. Think about it. He has his innate that gives him more abilities randomly. Right? Like you've got the mirror, you've got the whoopee cushion, you've got the strongman tonic. It's a lot of utility already on Ringmaster. He has a save, he has some big nukes, he has a good DOT, he has a good teamfight spell, and now he gets free detection as well. It's a bit much, I will say.
Is it, John?
Yeah.
All right.
It is a lot.
I mean, you say that, but one of your favorites, Warlock, he has Black Grimoire. I mean, it's hypocritical.
Oh, the best facet. Right up there with seed money is the most creative things in Dota 2. plus 200 gold. Whoa! What a major gameplay change.
It doesn't compare to Black Room Bar, John. That's unbelievably broken. I was talking to Speed about it earlier. So all he said, he just kept saying broken. I couldn't believe it. Toro.
Oh, so sad.
Tier 2 tower gone now.
Yeah, for BetBoom.
Here's the thing.
Yes.
Right. If you made it so Black Room Bar tripled the XP after like the 20-minute mark, do you think that would be good? Like, think about it. Triple the XP. Triple. Not even double. We're tripling it.
Trying to think.
But you gotta wait 20 minutes.
I'm trying to think. Is the level 15, 20, 25 spikes all really worthwhile? I think the level 20 spike with Golem non-death is like, yeah, but ideally you're not going to die, right? If you're winning, you're not dying, so you're not dropping that column.
Speak for yourself, John.
Level 25, yeah, you know, level 25 is nice, but...
Hold on, Kiritich is a bit close here to Team Spirit.
He's hiding.
He is hiding.
He's fine. He's in tree form. This is all he can do. This is his gameplay. Cut the creep waves. Hopefully not get caught out when he does decide to stun.
Look at him go.
That's peak performance right there.
Look at him go.
Dire's middle tower.
A very handsome tree, by the way, Jonathan. Very handsome.
Oh, you have a type with trees?
What do you want me to do with that, Joe? What kind of joke am I meant to make?
I don't know.
You think I got a tree fetish?
Something about saplings? I don't know.
Oh, Yatoro. Bottom tier 2 tower.
Treants?
John, don't even. I'm not venturing into this dark world of yours.
What dark world? It's fantasy.
I'm sure there's a guy out there that's into treants, John. I'm sure there's one. Kiritich?
You know what they call them? Lumberjacks. They like their trees, right? They chop them down because they like them. They have a tree they like. There are certain qualities in a tree. That's all I was asking. Wait, if all of us have quelling blades in the game, does that make us all lumberjacks?
No, John.
No?
No, you can have an axe without being a lumberjack, John.
No,
I have an axe at home.
It's not an axe, it's a quelling blade.
Well, yeah.
Axe is a hero.
Okay. Are you sure you haven't got some kids around somewhere that you don't know about, John?
You've seen me, Mikey. There's no possibility of that happening. Thank you very much. I do appreciate that.
You're
but
welcome. You're welcome, John.
No chance. Just like this feels like there's no chance for BetBoom.
Okay.
That was a great segue. I mean, look, you went all in with a Monkey King going, again, a Desolator with 2 charges at 40 minutes in. A Mage Slayer that hasn't really done you too much. The idea was nice, but not quite lining up. It's just...
Oh, Panto's having a look. Trying to find this Monkey King. Can't find him.
This is giving me some very bad flashbacks to Southeast Asia when we'd have games behind with a Monkey King and they just dance around the trees. At the least, there's no Mars.
Yeah.
There's a random arena just sends you down to the spirals of depression here.
It does.
For Kiritich if he's not careful.
It does. A 30k net worth advantage, by the way, Jonathan. 31k, in fact. BetBoom. They'll smoke up as 5. Till now, I think that with these kind of leads, there needs to be like some kind of mechanic like inflation, right? Inflation needs to kick in. As soon as you have a 20, 30k lead, your team immediately suffers inflation.
Oh, yeah. No, that's the ideal. Imagine. Oh, wait.
BetBoom.
No.
Moving in. Lal in position. Gets punched immediately. Do they jump for the fight? No. They're going to leave Lal alone. They'll let him die. Team Spirit, though, they are holding onto the high ground, maybe thinking they don't need him anyway. Yatoro, he'll wrap around the Wukong's will end and he'll jump immediately onto Kataomi. Finding one has now collapsed. Moving in. We'll see Kiritich. Does not go for the Pulverize, though. Klims back on Miero. He'll BKB up. Jumps back in onto Collapse, but the Pulverize is going to fly out. Yatoro's still patiently waiting in the tree line. He'll jump in on GPK. There goes your Viper. Now Kiritich. Deleted. And that might be all she wrote, Jonathan. I'm not going to lie. I mean, Kiritich, he's got buyback, but it's looking pretty bleak.
And it is. I mean, look, that hit and run snipe on Laurel, if they just managed to get away from that afterwards from BetBoom, I could have seen them maybe stalling out longer successfully. You know, you find a snipe here or there.
Oh, save. Save and Pookie.
No.
Not Pookie.
No. No, they're still fine. The effigies are still up. You know, they're not leaving yet. They might be leaving soon.
He's getting nervous, Jonathan.
Yeah, this base is not lasting too long.
I don't like Poogie getting nervous.
No.
I'd die for that pig.
Yeah. We all would, Mikey. We all would. And they might have to die for it as well on the side of BetBoom if you're not too careful. At least one set of racks going down. They could easily just go for more here on the side of Team Spirit. And for BetBoom, what's your solutions? Miero's just trying to shove down bot. Not even joining for the defense up top, which is fair because you don't really have anyone to connect with. And Team Spirit will play it safe. One Rax is enough, and they can just try to wait out the next Roche, repair the lanes, maybe find some pickoffs if people start to overextend once more in BetBoom. For BetBoom, look, if you can catch someone off guard, if you can pick off one, literally kill one hero and get the heck out. That's all you can really do at this point. And then you start to get more, maybe you start to get more damage in Kiritic. You know, he gets this Daedalus, and then you can start to consider wider fights where your damage will sustain true. We'll see if they find an opportunity as Team Spirit. They're out with a smoke, and this could be the one that closes out the game if you're not too careful on the side of BetBoom.
Well, here we go through the mid lane. Looks like a big line being drawn out through the top lane, in fact. They may want to go through the base of the Dire and see if they can find anyone in mid. BetBoom, though, they're hanging around the Dire triangle. Team Spirit, they seem to be well aware of it because they'll follow the couriers. They'll see Miero, smoke is broken, but Collapse, he makes the jump in. Static Storm as well! They caught two of them. There is no counter initiation. Not yet, but they will buy back on both, trying to help out, but Kiritic is down. No buyback on the MK. GPK is gonna get destroyed. And Save can only watch as the rest of his teammates are forced to just call the GG. And Team Spirit, Jonathan, game one will go their way.
Yeah, they looked sharp in this game one. Again, not having the best of times, but having to play Leshrac mid for Laurel up against a Viper. But at the same time, I think it kind of goes back to what the panel was talking about. GPK did not go for poison attack. He did not look to pressure.
Why has this guy got such cool hair? Why is Yatoro's hair so cool?
He always finds a good style.
It really upsets me, John. It really does.
Why? Because it's so cool?
Because I've got a lot of hair, but mine's just not cool.
Maybe you need to grow it out, Mikey.
Well, you know what we can do, John? We can grow. And I don't even know how I'm segueing this. We're going back to our panel. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, that could have been an interesting transition there. Although I do think, Mike, you can grow your hair. Just, you know, give it a year, see what you can do with it, and take it from there. That is the way to do it. Speaking of the game, though, Team Spirit made this one look actually surprisingly easy. I thought this was going to be more of a back and forth, but it was very much Team Spirit in the driving seat. And here with T-Gov and Gunnar, we're going to break down why exactly that was. Gunnar, why was this like this?
For me, it was a lot on the Primal Beast. I think it was first picked overall, and I don't think the solutions really kind of did anything. And the hero is kind of proving its win rate. I think it's like almost 80% now, if not above an 80% win rate. And I think teams need to start fearing it and or having solutions to deal with it, because you can start every fight, you BKB piercing stun, you do high damage or tanky. He just checks a lot of the boxes that first pick heroes want to do in these tournament games.
Yeah, also, Spirit just showed their class, right? The fact that, yes, it is another kind of one of those games where Yatoro's top net worth, and then you could see the economy from Lesh and Primal didn't look the best, but the fights they chose to take, the way they entered the post-laning phase part of the game, it pretty much stopped BB in their tracks, right? You've got a Viper that's farmed, a Monkey that's farmed, like everything looked really good, but the moves made just weren't very effective at all from BB. And yeah, Spirit, take the fights, Yatoro keeps farming, sure he might die here, but it doesn't really change the script of the game. He had everything he wanted on this Ursa to make sure he could just, rally his skirmishing lineup and break BB.
Was there nothing later that BB could have done? I mean, because it did feel like a slow decline, and obviously BB, they lasted quite a bit longer than this still, but they were on the back foot the whole time. What were they waiting for? Was there something they could be waiting for other than just Spirit making a mistake?
They were waiting for the Viper to do something.
Is the meme with the poking of the stick?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it was like he had okay farm, and the game, net worth-wise looked fine. His items, they were coming through, but it never really translated to wow. And also you could argue the same for the Monkey King. Waiting for him to do something. He was jumping Ursa a couple of times, which also felt, very lackluster. just the entirety of the Dire lineup just never really clicked buttons together in a game-winning capacity.
That's a very sad way of putting that, I will say.
I mean, look at the scorelines.
Yeah, the scoreline doesn't lie. That's a painful one.
Could you not just ask me the question when the scores appeared? Because then I could have just said, look at the scores. But yeah, the scores speak for themselves.
I think for Viper in this game, usually, especially with this playstyle, you want to be really tanky, and he's playing versus Primal with an Ags, so he has a break. He doesn't have this magic resistance. And I think it was just really hard for them to rally around any hero. Like, none of their heroes was really the guy doing something.
Well, speaking of a guy doing something, standout player of the match, Rue. We talked about Ringmaster when his hero was picked as it's just a hero to progress the draft. This is nothing special. He made it look quite special. He made some great moves.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think Ringmaster, you need to be like the Ringmaster player to be able to showcase its strengths. Of course, Rue is one of those players. Crit is another good example. And in this type of game where you get to skirmish a lot, poke, and then eventually break very early on, Ringmaster often kind of thrives in those games.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the elephant in the room, I would say. Leshrac versus Viper mid, minute 6, T-Gov.
Yeah, so on the panel, as the game concluded, Gunnar and I both had a little cry, hoping, please don't just do the Topson build, don't just go for maxing never toxing, because when you're against a Leshrac, you want to try and bully him, you want to try and prevent his entry to the game, and it didn't really happen, right? Look at the net worth. It is that 6-minute mark. It is an actual net worth lead for the Leshrac. When you see Viper picked up, you expect him to try and shut him down, and I personally not a fan of it, and I think this is one of the first dominoes to fall that enables Spirit to feel good in the game. Where imagine if Lesh had, let's say, 800 less net worth because he was shut out of the lane. What if Viper had a bit more aggression? He could go to a lane, provide kills. I think that alone gives Spirit so much life in this game.
Yeah, I definitely think just you're picking Viper in this game that he doesn't scale well because he's versus Primal. He doesn't win his lane. Like, what are you really? Sure, it's a counter to Ursa, but that's kind of it. Even the Lesh, it does a lot of pure damage these days. Not even so the magic resistance doesn't work. I feel like it didn't really hit any boxes for me.
No, and then let's see what else it didn't hit in the team fight we want to highlight here. Like, it happens a little bit later, 10 minutes after that moment.
Yeah, and this is where this class of Spirit was shining, because again, look at the net worth, right? It doesn't look that great for Spirit because it's only Ursa on top. They're one bad fight away in the early game to Ursa then falling in line with the Viper or the Centaurs, and suddenly it's all of BB cores looking great, right? But the fact is Spirit, they identify the pickoff, they go for the monkey kill, and this is where Viper thinks he's really tanky, but it doesn't really matter, right? You've got great positioning from Rue, your Toro entering the engagement as well, and suddenly 3 heroes are dead, right? And yeah, the fact that Spirit was the initiating team in this early phase of the game made sure that they controlled it. I think if BB was able to be the ones going first, this game's so different, right? Monkey, Viper overlapping with the Tusk Converter. They have such a scary lineup if they just played it aggressively in the early game.
Yeah, Gunnar, what were you thinking? What do you think that BB is talking about right now? Like, how they're going to progress this series?
I think they should go back a bit more to basics and win their lanes. Because I think every time we see BB team be very successful, at least like past years, past seasons, it was win your lanes, kind of just play a very simple game and not be too like kind of crazy scaling. It's always this like early game, get a 5k lead out of the lanes. And I think they should try to get back more into that. I think the Viper could have done that for them, but obviously with the skill build, he didn't. And maybe just go back to something you're a bit more comfortable with.
Let's see if they go back to basics in game number 2 after a break.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app, big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello everyone, it is time for another episode of Not Guess the Hero, Make the Hero. Today we have the most famous man in Dota, Yatoro. How you doing, Yatoro from Team Spirit?
Good.
Do you
How
feel
are
like you're the most famous man in Dota?
No, not at all.
Who's more famous than Yatoro these days?
No, Papi.
Puppy? When's the last time Puppy won a tournament, brother?
I don't know.
Okay, well, sad for the whole scene. Let's get into the game, my friend. Today, we are playing Make the Hero. I'm going to show you Dota items. You have to tell me a hero that fits those Dota items in the right role. At the end of the game, you must gaslight me into thinking that this is actually good. If you fail, I will tell you how many reports you get in your pub. Are you ready?
Okay, yeah, I'm ready.
Let's get started. First things first, we're gonna ban a position. Hopefully it's not core. Hard support. Screw it, can't do that. Let's see our first 2 items of the game. Unfortunate. That is a Solar Crest, a Rod of Atos. Interesting start. What position would you like to play? I will remind you, there is one other type of support you can do.
Okay, let it be soft support.
Could be mid though. Rod of Atos, not a bad mid item.
But solar, no.
Okay.
No solar.
All right, very well. Soft support then. And let's see your next 2 items. Okay, getting a little complicated here. Is there a pause 4 that buys Monkey King bar?
Maybe some Wind Ranger, I don't know.
Wind Ranger. I could say this, the Rod of Atos to set up the shackle shot.
Yeah. Headdress against Gyrocopter at lane.
Hey?
For farm.
There you go.
Then Monkey King bar in late game.
Okay. Now, you can switch your roles now.
On who you can buy Atos and Monkey King bar in the same. Like, what the fuck?
That is a rough one.
Yeah, it looks like actually Wind Ranger.
A Wind Ranger?
Yeah.
Why?
But Wind Ranger maybe
So are you staying with soft support? Pause for Wind Ranger? Are you ready to move on?
Yeah, let it be soft support still.
Okay, let's see one more item. Okay, now why does my Wind Ranger have a refresher orb?
Like, this is the combination. You're using Rod of Atos.
Okay.
Shackle shot.
Yeah.
Give your core solar. Your carry visage you give solar for familiar.
Yeah.
Then refresher. Second solar crested other familiar. Shackle shot and Rod of Atos.
You're kind of selling me on. You're kind of cooking me on the visage game. Sounds really stupid, but I can see where you're coming from. Okay, this is your last chance to swap from soft support.
Okay, it's maybe soft support Darkseer.
Darkseer.
Yeah.
You're gonna need to sell me on this one. Oh, okay. With the punch talent.
Yeah.
Okay.
You see this.
All right, so we're gonna stay on soft support, or is this an offlane Darkseer?
Okay, it's offlane Darkseer.
Okay. Offlane Darkseer.
Yeah.
Let's lock that in your final item. Okay. Kaya. The palpable disgust on your face right now is incredible.
Maybe still Darkseer.
Still Darkseer?
Yeah, maybe.
With Kaya?
Yeah, for farm. And he's gonna buy Kaya Sanch against Anti-Mage, so he burn less mana.
There's a very indecisive Darkseer here.
I don't know. Like, everything is screwing by this Monkey King bar.
It is not great.
You need hero who is hitting and mage as well. Maybe some, I don't know, OD.
An OD?
Yeah, maybe some Darkseer for a punch.
Okay.
But it's true strike anyway, so it doesn't work like this. Yeah, it's gonna be, I don't know, offlane OD.
Offlane OD?
Yeah.
That's horrific, man. I don't know about that one. Okay, well, all right, so we're gonna lock in on offlane OD.
Yeah.
The biggest question. You, for some reason, have decided to go offlane OD. You built these items. How many reports are you getting at the end of that game? Tagged up as Yatoro. No Smurf.
0.
0?
Yeah.
Explain this.
Because I'm gonna win with this.
You are going to win?
Yeah.
Okay. So you think you're walking away with 0 reports?
Maybe 2-3. Maybe.
3's a lot, dude. That's half a team. You went from 0 to 3.
Maybe some of enemy team.
Yes. Okay. Would you recommend anyone do this OD build?
No.
No. Okay, great. Let's close it out then. Thank you for watching. We'll see you next time at PGL Wallachia Season 6.
I kind of feel Yotaro probably has this superpower where if he tags up as his own, as Yotaro, he could probably build whatever he wants and not being reported regardless because he's Yotaro. So, he has a little bit of a advantage there, will I say. Please don't try that build on your OD offlane in your pubs. That would be very unfortunate for your teammates and potentially for your own MMR. Let's focus our attention on game number 2 that's coming your way. We got Team Spirit and BB Team here, and it is Team Spirit that is 1 game up over BB Team. And T-Gov, I kind of feel like BB Team looked a little bit like a fish on dry land.
Yes, they just kind of did nothing. Yeah. So they can only go up for game 2.
Wow.
You can only be better.
Yeah, you can only do better. Because their draft, on paper, looks amazing, right? But the fact is, Spirit play with that kind of understanding of where the opponent's strengths come from. They apply the correct pressure points, and then they never really get access to the game, right? It's like, how many times have you seen Yotaro be top net worth, a couple early fights, and suddenly they're dictating the entire game, right? So, yeah, BB, room to improve.
Room to improve, and they got a chance to do it right now as we are in the draft. We got BB Team on Dire's side, still Spirit on the Radiant side. Spirit first pick, and that is the exact same as game number 1. In terms of bans, hey, guess what? Same bans on the side of BB Team, and if Marcy gets banned out right now, we got the same bans. Yep, there you go. We are having a do-over coming out. Very popular.
Okay, I don't like the Centaur last game response to Primal, so I like that they're taking the supports now with the Shadow Demon, because I kind of said that they need like Disruptor, Shadow Demon, something like anti-Primal Beast. Shadow Demon's perfect to be anti-Primal Beast. It also got banned second phase last game.
So it's anti-Primal Beast because, of course, you can stop the Pulverize first spell and also just stop the damage from his trample during the slow of his ultimate.
Yeah, so the for some reason, his Q is considered a buff, and so it gets dispelled by the Shadow Demon ult. So he can't charge. You can save from the ult with Disruption. You slow him so he doesn't do trample damage. Kind of everything. Also, even the buff from his Uproar mid-late game. He gets very sad when Shadow Demon presses ult. And I think even the damage amp from Disseminate matters a lot. Like, it's 35%, I think, when it's maxed. And, when you're dealing with a hero that has 3,000 health, any damage helps.
I just like when, against Primal, there's multiple ways to stop the Primal from being able to cast his spells, right? Like, have an Invoker with a Cold Snap, a Clockwork with a Cog, or a Hook Shot, Shadow Demon with Disruption. Like, just have 2-3 layers. So whenever Primal wants to go to a lane, he's like, this guy's here. I can't really full commit. And that is kind of a problem.
A sub duo I've played versus, and I've seen, and I think as good as interested in a Bane Silencer. Because you basically force them to have to press his BKB. Yeah, you force them to press BKB very early because of the global, and then you get gripped. So you have like these 2 very annoying spells. I think with Shadow Demon, you kind of have one part of that. Like, you're going to get Demonic Purged through your BKB. So just having damage, I think that either forces him to have to click his BKB early or help just kill him during his BKB, like high physical damage.
I mean, look at the respect Spirit have, right? Even after that last game, they're still banning out the Centaur and the Monkey King. So it's not as if the game 1 draft was a problem for BB, because it's Spirit's like, you know what, if they played better, we can lose to this with our Primal. So, yep.
I think the Monkey is a good response, especially on this second pick, because you do get that overall last pick. They, in theory, should have set up their lanes in a good way with the Viper last pick. Unfortunately, in the game, I don't think it really had the impact, but I think they see that if the draft plays out in a somewhat similar way, that they're still vulnerable to the option. I just want damage from BB Team this game. I want the ability to make plays, some fast mobile initiator hero, and damage. I think so. Storm hasn't really been valued that much in a lot of these series. Like, I think I've seen it been picked once, I want to say, so far, but I think that hero has a lot of positives versus Primal. You lane verse him pretty well. You also, starting the fight on Primal is usually the best way to actually deal with him. If you let him start the fight on you, it gets kind of awkward because he gets all his AoE from his ult. And I think hopefully BB Team picks something along the lines of Storm. Maybe not specifically that hero, but...
Well, they start out with a tried and tested support duo. Shadow Demon Tusk was very popular for a while. Obviously, you've got 2 saving supports coming out. You got a little bit of everything.
Yep. Just lane enablers, right? Where the Tusk will enable the safe lane, Shadow Demon will enable the kind of farm of the off lane. When you try to go aggressive, you have disruption. You, of course, can always make stacks. That's a big thing anyone ever says when you see Shadow Demon in the 4 role. So in regards to BB, another opening that feels like, okay, it's stable. It's going to be able to play into most things.
What do we make of the Morphling ban?
I like the Ricky.
It's a support, right?
Is it? Why do you like the Ricky?
Because you said double saves. You put a Ricky with the shard in play, you can't click anyone. Now there's no saves. Of course, the big counter to Ricky is Boots of Bearing. You can't click an ally, but you can still buff them, and then they can run away from the cloud, and then you can save them. But people don't really buy Boots of Bearing too often.
Yep. You can't also run out when you're primally salted, which I think is the big one, right? Like you primally salt a guy, then you press your smoke cloud.
Yep.
They can't do anything. You can't. You basically, I guess, the only thing is Tusk can punch the primal beast, but you can't do it when he's silenced. So.
Yeah. And Lau has played it in the mid lane when he sees certain heroes like Storms and Pucks, like a little annoying lads like that. But there is a world where it could just be a little 4. We'll see. But we don't really see too much Ricky. Has he even been picked at Wallachia? That's the real question. No, it hasn't.
Is this a carried gyro? Because we saw support gyro earlier. I think it's likely a carried gyro.
Yeah, likely. That's normally a thing that we only see from Heroic because KJ likes to play at support. And Heroic's big thing in the current season is having these double flexes from offlane to mid, 5 to 1. They're a lot more creative than other teams in that.
Well, and speaking of flexes, the opposite of that, BB Team, both this game and previous game I feel as well, they don't do that.
No,
They
they're
just
all
know where everything goes.
Yeah, they just want to lock in their heroes.
Yeah.
And it's carry we've a offlane Doom. Like, please look at our heroes, try and beat them, and that's often quite scary, especially when we look at them and go, we want them to win lanes. When you draft in this style, it can be punished.
I would say to give them benefit, they are picking very strong lanes. We have Weaver Tusk, which I would say is very scary to go into. You have bonus physical damage, you have a slow. Weaver kind of just keeps kiting with the minus armor. Then the other side, you have Doom Shadow Demon, which isn't a strong lane, but I would say it's a lane that you're pretty comfortable going 50-50, especially seeing the gyrocopter. So it's stable.
My concern though is when you pick Doom and you see Gyrocopter is very good at chasing down these heroes in the lane. Like if you want a more stable carry outside of like Ursa to try and beat them, it is Gyrocopter with Barrage. And Team Spirit, they do pick up the puck, which just put the Ricky away from the mid lane.
Yeah.
So I am a little worried that the Doom might have some troubles.
So it's probably Ricky 4, Primal offlane, and then they're going to pick a 5. Something versus Doom, Shadow Demon. 22% win rate.
You know what would be really cool? Because Gyrocopter is so strong as a carry, you can pretty much play any hero in the 5 role when you have a Gyro because of Flak and that. What happens if it's a 5 Ricky? Because it's his melee body with the Gyrocopter, you then get the Shard and the smoke screen, opens up for a more aggressive 4 to play with the Primal.
I think it's okay, but I do think that will allow Doom might just free farm in that lane.
That is true, actually. Yeah.
When you have Gyro is the only pressure, he gets disrupted every time he wants to go in and he walks away. Versus if you have like say obviously Jakiro's banned, but if you have a Jakiro, then you have like 2 different heroes that are dealing with the Doom.
Yeah, I guess that my logic there is if you put the Ricky 5, you're finding a new 4 to then try and take the fight to the Weaver Tusk lane.
Yes.
And then you don't care about Doom farming because your Gyro farms and you shut down Weaver.
I think if they want to take Phoenix, I think that's okay. You put the Phoenix versus the Tusk Weaver lane, I think it's pretty decent. It'll help your Primal. Also having these 2 high HP cores with the Gyro and the Primal. The Sunrise pretty good, and BB Team doesn't really have the best egg killers. Like Weaver's okay at it, but it's pretty hard for him to be the only one to kill egg versus a Primal.
Well, BB Team so far has removed 1 position 5 from the pool with Disruptor being banned. they got another ban coming, which most likely will be another support that they don't want to deal with on that safe lane.
Is there a world where let's say it's the Ricky 5, they can just go for like the 4 Pugner that Rue's been playing, just decrep to stop it. You also have
I don't like it that much for.
As soon as I look over to Gunner, his face like.
It just it looks a bit sad playing versus Doom because a big thing about Pugna I would say is the ult on teammates, like saving and you can't heal through the Doom.
I'm fully.
Also, you're picking
ignoring that part. Yeah.
Shadow Demon, who will purge the decrep.
Yeah, I'm just only thinking of lane, pretty much.
I would say Spirit, if anything, has never really been a team that values lanes that much. Obviously, you want to pick strong lanes. They're going to do good in their lanes because they're very good players. But I think they care more about draft cohesion and having a...
Yep. And with the logic of draft cohesion, then they do need an extra little bit of stun or skirmish to throw into the mix, right?
I think they want something AoE ground target because you don't really want to pick single target spells like Bane versus Shadow Demon Tusk because they'll always save. So something like Snap, Hoodwink if they want to pick a 4, or even the Phoenix. And then if 5... I could even see Elder Titan. Could be cool. It's a lot of magic damage on his team that he can amp, and long range catch stuns.
Yep. We are missing Elder Titan. I feel like we should be seeing that more often, but
The Lion. I know someone who's going to be excited about that one.
Not me.
Yeah, not me either.
It's going to be John.
No.
Yeah.
You just said so.
I know. I was paying attention.
Okay. So now we're going to find out what GPK, one of the best puck players in the world, likes to play against puck. That's always fun.
So the common ones are Slardar, Void, Dragonite. Dragonite, Slardar are banned, so of those it's only Void Spirit. And then after that, people pick like Tiny kind of versus it. People pick
so the
Ember,
2 bans from
but it's
Spirit.
banned.
Yeah, Huskar banned as well. Yeah.
So like kind of right now, it's only Void Spirit that is jumping out to me from a purely anti-puck hero.
But for the lineup, they do.
Other one would be Shaker.
Oh, or they change it up. They pick up a Mars.
A Doom mid.
And it will be a Doom mid.
Ooh.
Okay. Cool.
How does that change things up for the safe lane as well?
I'm not.
As in the safe lane from Spirit.
I don't know how I feel about this. I like the Mars before when they in the Doom slot. Like when you see the gyro, I was like, oh, they can just take Mars here, but they take the Doom, which I think is fine. It's just the damage feels a bit low for the side of BB team. Like I see worlds where this gyro and this primal gets so tanky that maybe one of them dies because of the Doom percentage damage, but then as the fight goes on, there's an arena that exists and they don't really do much to it.
I'm just intrigued by BB entering this series, and GPK beforehand was playing like Beastmaster mid, Nature's Prophet mid, Slardar mid, being like a playmaker and
active,
play through me. And now suddenly it's like I'm a farming Viper or I'm a farming Doom. It just style-wise very different. Sure, they do have a lineup that is able to play for objectives and good lanes. I'm just scared that it's just not the BB style. So Spirit will be able to replicate what they did in game 1, where they just have better map move because they're just more comfortable.
Yeah, I think again the BB team playstyle for me is you look at 10 minutes in the game, 12 minutes in the game, they're up 2k gold. They're up 3k gold because they just outlane you. They're very aggressive. They do very good moves. And when you pick these greedy heroes, you're going to be content being up 1,000 gold even because you want to just scale slowly and slowly get more gold. So again, I also don't really like their draft for their playstyle.
Yeah, but still, decent draft. Can they do it though?
Can Team Spirit get a 2-0? It hasn't been working for them yet, so far every series has gone the distance, but we're finding out what's going to happen this time around with John Xfire and MLP.
Well, thank you so much, Shiva. We are getting into it. Jonathan, you wiped that damn smile off your face. I know you got the hero you wanted to see. I know they chose Fist of Death. Do you want to talk about it, John?
Actually, it's not as good as it once was because we lost to level 15.
You're never happy.
No, I of course I'm not. You don't have the HP anymore. That was the point. You get a finger kill, you get 2 assists, and then suddenly you have like plus 150 HP at 15 for free.
You really are.
It's gone.
You really are like my wife. You really are. You're just never happy.
Well, it was good before. Then they nerfed it because it was too good. It's still kind of fun. I do appreciate Panto going for that Fist of Death. The damage is surprising if you're not careful, and even though you're not too tanky. Rue, good smoke break. Sneaky.
Very nice indeed. Go on, John.
Yeah, but you know, it's a, I don't know. I just missed that 15 talent. You know, that's it. It was that 15 or 20. I forget which one it was, but it was amazing. And that kind of takes the bite away from Fist of Death. At the same time, it's just a lot of damage, right? Like you're gonna finger someone. You're gonna help assist. You're gonna help get some hits off. The damage is incredible. Essence Eater, I would say, is still in most situations much better. For the most part, it's free damage when you're just sustaining lane. When you're harassing back, it can feel a lot better. But the Fist is, you know, it has its place. We'll see how much you can get out here for Panto. The combination of Lion, Primal Beast is pretty amazing as well. What intrigues me is the mid-Doom for GPK. Going for this flex is pretty interesting, laning against Puck. It's relatively stable because you're not going to get as much value out from Puckish at the very least for Laurel. So in that sense, that Laurel's not going to sustain as much. At the same time, it's a ranged matchup for the Doom. Doesn't feel great. Not a matchup he can really just run down either. He does have Gluttony up, so maybe he finds himself a nice creep ability to maintain this lane later on, or just, you know, get some quick farm going with some Devourers once he has that up. But before that, it's just going to be a little bit slower. We are seeing a lot of aggression on the side lanes.
Yeah, Save's dropping very low here. Has to get through it, but there is no chance for him to get away. Save does go down to Rue. Rue able to secure first blood, but will die afterwards. Obviously won't mind very much, as he does secure that first blood bonus. Miro able to find a bit of a trend.
Yeah, you're going to be very happy about that on Rue. With the contract killer up, you want some early activity, get that early EXP bonuses going, and sooner or later you're stuck with a Riki that's already sneaking around with Cloak and Dagger up, and it's not going to be comfy. You're going to have to eat through a lot of resources out from these supports to just keep track up top.
Panto about to fall and will fall. Kiritich though dropping pretty low himself. Collapse will go for the chase. Does manage to secure the life of the Weaver, but probably can't stick around too confidently until that Tango region does set in. Nevertheless though, are you happy about that as the Weaver? Like you get a kill but you sack your own life?
Somewhat, not the most happy. It's solo EXP for Collapse. So he starts to get more threats into, say, that extra point in Trample, maybe the value point in Uproar if he needs it. You know, the armor is going to do some work here as well in preventing those opportunities from popping back up here for the side of BetBoom. At the least for the side of BetBoom, in terms of what they're finding from their lanes, in terms of CS, every single lane is going amazingly well for them. They're finding farm bot, they're finding farm mid. Bot again.
They're going to try and Yatoro. Yatoro will walk his way out of there. No rocket barrage to spam out, and Miero might have his way with him. Oh, it's not enough yet, but it will be in the end. Final right click will come in as Rue trying to take down Save, but cannot, as he'll get speared up as well by Miero. Rue gonna have to run the old-fashioned ways. He does not have a blink strike target, but he will indeed make it out. Sadly though, Yatoro will go down, but that's great news if you're BetBoom.
And it is. And again, every single lane has been feeling pretty darn good for BetBoom, regardless of these hero trades that came out earlier on for Team Spirit. They're finding the farm they'd want on Miero with all of this pressure. Rue still stuck in a really awkward spot, but does have something to at least bail him out. So no manning left in Miero's tank, but they could set themselves up later on for more region. Anyhow, the top lane has been amazingly well for Kiritich. Just hard to really run down here for Collapse. Panto is going to have to do a lot of work in trying to line up some control if they even want to look for some aggression. The turnaround potential with tag team up is pretty huge from Kataomi, although maybe a bit far forward here.
Maybe. Kataomi going to be all right. In fact, he'll turn around onto Collapse. Very nice Earth Spike out from Panto. They will be able to retreat just fine. GPK, meanwhile, take himself a Wild Ring Ripper. It's the nice Hurricane pushback for himself.
Yeah. Again, this is the fun thing with Gluttony Doom. You're going to get extra levels up on those creep abilities. Just a little bit more to play with. You know, the extra armor against the Puck with a range poke. GPK is literally going to be invincible. You know, we always joke about Doom getting +1 armor. Now he has +3.
Oh yeah, that's crazy.
Crazy. That's
Literally
like
unkillable.
3 times more.
Literally unkillable right now, GPK.
What an old meme. Such an ancient meme at this point, isn't it?
Necessary.
Unnecessary. It was just like Crystal Maiden getting a -25 move speed. Watch out for that in the next patch.
That hasn't happened in a while.
It hasn't.
And it really upsets me. It really does.
She should get -5.
I mean, I realize there's only so much movement speed you can take, John. But
I think she should have no move speed, and she just commands wolves like a Lycan, but worse. I think that's how you go.
Collapse. Being chased down, Snowball is going to land. Kiritic should have enough in the end. The onslaught away is going to be there, and a very nice Earth Spike again from Panto, but it's not enough. The Swarm will get the job done. Panto going for a run himself now, should be okay, but they've already found the primary target they really wanted in Collapse. I'll tell you what, this is a very strong laning start for BetBoom thus far. They're going to try again for Yatoro down to the bottom lane. Yatoro this time should be okay, but he's still just standing there copping so much harassment by Miero. He comes Collapse now with the onslaught in. Trying after save. Save is still perfectly fine, and he does make it out.
Yeah, that's a really good interrupt from Miero. God's Rebuke just shoving Collapse away, buying that space out for save to just walk out without the threat of trample. And they just commit these resources down bot. Miero's not in danger anytime soon. Tanky enough with a double bracer. So Collapse is just going to have to take the gate up top. And again, you're ceding free ground out to Kiritic, who's feeling really comfy on this Weaver. 33-7, no real pressure out from Collapse outside of the poking and prodding. They're going to have some quick timings into the early Deso as well. And they've already set up some really good forward vision here as well on the side of BetBoom. So they're setting themselves up for some good tempo coming in. They're keeping control in the triangle. Could try to play a little bit more aggressive once more again with the tag team ready.
Kiritic. Oh, another very nice Earth Spike from Panto. Keep your pants on, Jonathan. I know how excited you get with these Earth Spikes.
Yeah, but we're not, you know, I want to see the fingers. I want to see that fist. I want to see that attack animation that's just, it's actually a really funny attack animation too. It's like, it's beautiful. Someone at Valve really loves Lion and I appreciate them. Such fun. See, this is a facet, right? Like it changes the hero. That's a facet, not like Black Grimoire. Seed money. What are they?
Brew. A bit of danger. Bit of a fight to break out. Shrine of Wisdom being taken on the western side of the map as well. Rue is still alive, but surely not for too much longer as they do take him down. Meanwhile, Collapse still having a very, very awkward time up at that top lane as Kiritic just continuing with the constant assault with this Weaver. GPK now shows up as well, gets the Doom off for a quick one. Panto can do nothing but die to the arms of GPK, and well, here we are. T1 top tower now being focused down by BetBoom, and Team Spirit in no position to try and contest.
No, I think the key issue for Team Spirit is that, like you mentioned, Collapse has a slow lane, but Laurel also doesn't have good connections to make, it feels like. He's been trading evenly with GPK. GPK's been finding a lot more on that Doom. He's been able to manage that lane quite hard. So your puck isn't really ahead by any means whatsoever, which, to be fair for a Doom, you know, you kind of expect in terms of net worth, you are going to be ahead no matter what with that Devour, although
Dream Coil, they are going to land with the call down eventually. Hurricane pushback is going to be there though once again, and Rue's going to unable to be following up. Here onto the Doom. GPK just continuing to have a fantastic time on this mid Doom. Meanwhile, Collapse actually dying top lane. Miero also being chased down mid. Miero though looking like he might just be okay. They'll continue the chase and eventually they will get it. I'll tell you what though, it's not great seeing Collapse die over and over again.
No. He has no game at the moment. Bottom net worth core, not really getting that much room for himself. Still stuck at level 5 as well. So no threat of Pulverize, which means he really can't do much for the team. They're still fighting around here though.
They sure are. Nobody's really left. Rue still sticking around, but can't do much as a level 5 Ricky. We'll just leave the area. I suppose, thankfully for Collapse, Primal's not really a hero that needs much farm to be effective. You basically just want the blink up and you're ready to go.
Yeah, at least it's not going to take too long. We've seen really rough off lanes in the past few days where they managed to sit back, just farm up, get that recovery, get some key items up, in this case probably Blink BKB, and you're happy enough. So as long as Collapse gets some breathing room in the next, say, 6 minutes, you'll have enough time to get what you need here on the side of Team Spirit. BetBoom have not made that easy to envision, though. Again, they've already got the deep wards and the triangle still being maintained. Kataomi keeps checking for those stacks. Kiritic is just doing a ton of damage at this point for the Weaver early on with Falcon Blade and Casual Orb of Blight. And Collapse is just never free to play.
Kataomi gonna move in. They'll go for a Pulverize this time, and now the follow-up from Lyle with the Dream Core, locking down the Weaver with the Snowball. It will buy a bit of time. Not for long, though, as Kiritich gonna pay with his life. So will Kataomi. And Collapse very happy about these rotations to finally help the man out.
I mean, I get that they've been bullying Collapse. That's right in front of the Tier 1 this time around, on an awkward spot to try to leverage that control. It's a pretty darn big kill for Team Spirit. You know, you're playing up against the Doom.
Oh no. Oh, that's some classic John X Fireline gameplay if I've ever seen it.
Yeah.
There you go, Johnny.
I mean, he copped Doom. Look, it's free for Laurel.
It is? GPK? That's not that free, John.
Oh.
Brew is going to be okay. While still messing around, seeing if you can find GPK, but ultimately we'll have to leave.
Yeah, but you're happy enough, right? Like, it's a long spell. Committed, your puck is free to play for 2 minutes with no real concerns about stuns. You're happy enough to trade your life that way for Panto. He still has Finger. He didn't expend it without really finding anything.
Bottom.
Maybe now.
Yarrow is
Do it.
caught out.
Do it.
Disruption. Finger. There it is, Jonathan.
No,
and it's not going to work.
No! Panto, no! No! Oh,
Denied.
the pain. Oh.
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Oh, and that's with the to hell and back amp as well. Just not enough. Oh.
Oh, no.
Oh, Panto.
That's okay. He can finger again in about, what is it, 4 minutes? Something like that.
Hey, it's not Warlock we're talking about, all right? this is not Chaotic Offering. Right? It's not that bad.
Okay.
At the least. Still, you know, going back to the game state, with this Doom mid, you'd expect quite the lead, but a marginal 1k lead is not bad, but not amazing yet. Kataomi?
In mid lane, they're going to try here onto Kataomi. Kataomi dropping low, but they can't actually stick around to finish off the job because GPK is a very intimidating presence in that mid lane at the moment, even without the Doom up. Haste rune for GPK as well. Very, very nice. The Spirit, time to go lick their wounds and go back to the drawing board. I mean, things aren't really that dire yet. It's only a 1k net worth lead for BetBoom. Now, laning stage-wise, obviously, has certainly gone their way, but again, if you're Team Spirit, you just need to sit back for a little.
That you do.
Just need a couple minutes.
Yeah, just get that farm up, get that blink up and collapse. Again, the pressure is on BetBoom to actually maybe be a little bit more ahead with GPK on the Doom. And they are. Like 2k, I'd say 3k, you're in a happy state for BetBoom once they widen it up to 3k. Otherwise, it just shows Team Spirits being very efficient on the map. Again, triangle control, that's something they had wards for. Didn't really manage to invade into the stacks, so Collapse is getting all of the recovery he could ask for with just about a little left for that blink. Just about 300 gold until he gets that full blink up. So again, tools are coming online for Team Spirit. The same thing goes for BetBoom. The Desolator is almost on in Kiritich. His damage is about to just skyrocket, and he can start to think about just looking for simple kills if he can find it. Panto is just sneaking around. You know, he's got the finger ready soon enough, but not really going to be hoping to catch a Weaver. And do have that quick blink for GPK. Mind you, again, he does have Gluttony, so he is going to gun for the blink earlier. This is not the Midas buy and sell kind of marked trader Doom. So this is a full commitment on trying to find openings for the team, try to catch out this puck. But we'll see. We'll see if Collapse can make that complicated with his own blink and whether or not Laurel can be slippery enough to just be a nuisance on this puck as they are hunting with a smoke with that finger ready.
Absolutely. We'll see if this one works out, Chuck.
Please.
Shame if it happened 2 times
Please.
in a row, wouldn't it?
Panto, please.
Here you go, Kiritich. You've got time lapse, so you know what to do. You know what to do, Kiritich. Oh, it's not looking good for him. He'll get Dream called up. They'll stun him up. They'll get the finger.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, it would have been 0.1 of a second, Jonathan, to make all the difference there. But Panto, he'll be happy. He'll get his finger stacked.
Yeah, it always feels good. That first finger is special. You know, you'll remember that for the rest of the game.
Finger looking good, John.
Yeah, that it is. You know, it would be nice if he fingered a Kez. That would be finger looking good after what we saw yesterday. Huh? Still, smoke up. They've got Doom ready here.
GPK We'll jump in. Snowball is going to be there to buy a bit of time here as well, but the pulverize out from Collapse to Arena into the spear onto Collapse. Going to make life a little bit challenging, but he still gets the onslaught. In fact, no, he doesn't. He was still stuck in the arena, even though it looked like he was outside of it. Meanwhile, Rue also goes down, and GPK, he'll secure a double.
Yeah, he doesn't even need to expend Doom. Still has that available to try to pressure Laurel. Laurel is just having to play a lot more cautiously while that happens. And Kiritich gets, again, all of the space in the world. He's not joining in yet, but with his Deso flying out, he should feel that confidence to start to get some charges up, get some extra damage going his way. In comparison, again, Yatoro has not been too far behind. He is just going into the Ags after finishing up that Dragonlance and Falcon Blade. And it's going to take a lot more for this Gyrocopter to be fully online. The magic damage is good, but you're going to need a lot more presence, especially since you're playing into the Mars. Just a lot of blocks here. Good ward to spot Laurel.
Oh, Miero. Almost can't believe what he's seen. Dual Scepter will be there. Spear actually does land, and now the Doom comes out. GPK happy to take his life away. And on mid top lane, they're going to try for Kataomi. Nowhere near of good of a trade as it would have been for, say, a mid laner, but Kataomi will eventually go down. Mid lane, though, they have found Yatoro. That's the big boy. GPK's right in, and Yatoro, he's got no help incoming. BetBoom not messing around here in this game number 2.
No, it's just a little bit messy from Team Spirit, I would say. The considerations being had to defend that mid for Yatoro without any backup. The top kill taking a little bit longer than you'd want. Again, that sneaky little move onto Laurel with a really good ward to initially spot him out. And the lack of retreating from Laurel certainly costing. They catch out Kiritich, though.
They do. Kiritich actually does end up going down solo to Lal. Not exactly what you want to see from your position 1 Weaver. Props to Lal, though, finding a very nice pickoff for himself, and Kiritich gonna have to play maybe a little bit more carefully, as Miero now also being stalked by the side of Team Spirit. They look to the back instead, though they found an illusion of GPK. And now an arena set up by Miero, and guess what, John? That's the real GPK. Here he is if you want him. Yule's up on Collapse. That'll cancel the TP. And unfortunately for Team Spirit, nothing works out in their favor.
No. A little bit of surprising slip up there from Team Spirit. Their smoke didn't pop, so I'm surprised they got the pressure.
No, it did not, John.
No. And again, it's just big wins coming out for BetBoom. Their net worth lead is growing up to 5K. You still have scaling available on Team Spirit, of course, but it's starting to reach this point where this is the moment for BetBoom to just play aggressive, right? Like, you're getting your blink up soon on Miero. This is him playing without the blink earlier on. And yeah, no smoke break elsewhere. And just a little bit of a hastiness from Collapse does cost him just 3 free kills. No contest again. It did cost Doom this time around earlier on, but it's already off cooldown anyhow and from that earlier engagement. So I don't know. I don't know how you start to clean this up now.
Kiritich looking for Panto. Earthspike is going to land, but they'll get the disruption off. Panto, though, still trying to buy some form of time. Not really going to matter. His team is not willing to back him up. They'll just let him fall. That'll allow Miero now to buy out the blink for the MOUZ. Things are still going very swimmingly right now for the side of BetBoom. Mind you, I should add, the Team Spirit, even if the game's been going relatively bad for them, they're not that far behind.
No. Again,
Yatoro, he's pretty close. He's only about 2K behind the Doom right now, which is kind of what you anticipate anyway.
It's if you remove the advantage of this Doom, actually, the 1K lead, it's only about a 3K swing in their favor, so still playable, still.
So good when it comes to this Mars. Miero, he'll catch out Rue. Can he finish off the job, though? Rue, Dust, didn't land. Oh, they saw him. They saw him. Rue.
No.
Oh, he's all right. Oh, they saw him. Oh, he's all right.
Rue. Oh, you gotta hate seeing it. If you're BetBoom, you're only like, oh, I hate this hero.
Well, the dust did indeed land, by the way, John.
It did.
Let me correct myself.
It did, but good juking around from Rue. Does buy time, and that's a lot of space going for Yatoro. He's safe up top. You're getting more build-up coming out on Laurel, of course, so he's working the map. He's making sure that they ride through this moment where the power spikes are there.
Yatoro sitting duck, doesn't even bother trying to walk away once the Doom's committed. He just stands his ground. Just that easy. Demonic Purge, Doom, and there's nothing the Gyrocopter can do to try and fight back. Meanwhile, Miero jumping into the backside. Yule's out onto Lal, but he may have sacrificed himself here as the finger does come out, but it's still not enough. Miero finally goes down. Now the rock throw onto save will ensure they'll find a secondary pickup. Lal, he's having a look for a bit more. No coil available though, makes it a little bit awkward, but nevertheless, they'll find a 2-for-1 trade. It still doesn't feel very good though. You lost your Toro. Not the guy you want to see dying if you're Team Spirit.
No. But again, I think you understand where you are in this game right now for Team Spirit, right? Like, again, this is the moment where BetBoom's strong. They're elevating their net worth lead. Kiritic is doing a lot of damage. Their area control is just a lot more reliable until you start to get the BKB up on collapse. So there's just a lot of things to consider. Again, losing Yatoro doesn't feel good, sure, but you find some important kills still, and you manage to give yourself this opportunity to take Tormentor, which is quite nice. A free short for Ru, which he already has, would be nice, but instead it's just going to go to Panto. So you've got the debuff immunity with Mandrain. Multiple Mandrains in these prolonged fights can be quite annoying. Not having the mana to, say, Shikuchi around will be to the detriment of Kiritic, but Roshan will go for free now on the side of BetBoom as well. So that is the trade-off. You get the Torm, but Kiritic gets a second life, now a third life if you want to count with a time lapse. And that just, again, it's not that it's unmanageable. I can see a world where they change Stun this Weaver. You've got enough control that keeping him down before time lapse is not an issue. So 2 lives is still realistic. It's just a matter of, can you actually catch him out? Will Kiritic step out of position? He has a couple of times, but he has been playing a little bit more conservative for the most part. Outside of farming, maybe a bit forward. He does have some backup at least playing that bot lane.
A bit of an awkward courier loss for GPK. Did have his Kaya on it. Kiritic. Bottom lane. This could be a little bit awkward for Kiritic if he does get caught. Coil is available. They won't make the jump. Keep in mind, you also have that blink up on Panto, so it can be very, very easy to catch out this waiver with that blink hex, but not this time, as now BetBoom, they're going to go for a 3-man smoke. Ru just being as annoying as humanly possible. Smoke is heading towards the south of the map, I do believe. As Lal will be the primary focus. They'll see his courier, so they know he's around here somewhere. And Lal, he blinked right into them. They knew it was coming, though. A nice spear dodge. Coil out. Lal, how do you find your way out of this one? The answer is you don't. Very nice pick-off for BetBoom once again.
Yeah, they're just finding the angles onto the puck every single time, and they've got such a good read on BetBoom to actually punish the biggest threat. Like, this puck is the one thing that can ruin your engagements, ruin your team fights. Side of Team Spirit just trying to stall out off the back of that Panto, pulling the creep wave back a little bit more, just to ensure that the tier 2 instant translation isn't there. Mid is being slowly chipped away by Kiritic. And the key for Team Spirit now is just patience. You need a BKB up, although.
We just talked about John. Kiritic, he's been caught. Mind you, he does have the secondary life, but that is one gone. And I think Team Spirit might just be happy to retreat after. Just one less thing you have to worry about if you are Team Spirit. Though Kiritic has not backed off. This could be a little bit on the scary side, but looks like he eventually will before the cooldowns do come back up here for this line. The net worth lead's still just 3k, believe it or not. I mean, it really does feel like BetBoom is so much stronger than what the net worth lead is currently indicating.
Yeah, but they have to be stronger at this point, right? Like, their lineup is geared for a little bit more of a quicker game. I mean, because you've got this dude that scales ultra fast, although.
Oh my god, he found another one. Just before they kill him, he rubs a bit of salt into the wound.
Yeah, I mean, Rude did snipe out a courier. Pretty obvious spot to be in. Post-point. Just maybe unlucky that the rest of BetBoom are in that area, but this lead is just growing lower and lower for the side of BetBoom. Down to 2k, 1k fluctuating around. Again, this just means you're farming really efficiently on Team Spirit. The map isn't being shut out by the side of BetBoom. Despite all of this aggression, there is room to breathe here on Spirit, and they're able to just kind of leverage that back. I think for for BetBoom, it's not the worst thing in the world. Right, you've got your tools up. You've got that Blink Mules. Miero's been very proficient at. You are getting more charges up on your Desolator here for Kiritic. Is it having to go back for the BKB with all of this control that Team Spirit does have? But it doesn't feel like they've really managed to get as much as you'd expect in the early game. Right, like, I'd say it's better than what we were seeing yesterday with these early 15-minute spikes into just farm. It's been quicker here for BetBoom.
Oh, collapse. Not going to catch him in time. They are grouping up though, BetBoom. They might want to head up towards this top lane and force something. At least the supports will be behind Miero. Could go for a hunt if they so wish. Even Kiritic is nearby. Looks like Team Spirit has already left the building though. Kiritic now working towards that BKB of his, of course. Once you've got the BKB up, there's a lot less to be worried about, as this poor old Weaver.
Again, it forces the decision to come out here from Collapse. Is he going to try to go for that Pulverize on Weaver? Can you even find the Weaver when you blink in? Can you take him out in that window with a BKB running without all of the magic damage? It's a little bit tricky to see. Although, I suppose once Yatoro finishes up his full Daedalus, should be within the realms of possibilities here. 10-19. Again, net worth lead down at 1K. With a Doom on hand, just doesn't feel amazing, but still not dire straits entirely, with another BKB being up now for Miero, as they are still waiting out, of course, for Kiritic. So, just more options. But for Team Spirit, I think this Gyrocopter is becoming a little bit of a ticking time bomb, and to an extent, so is your Ricky on Rue, right? Like, he's eventually going to find a farm for a...
Be okay. In fact, he'll go for the arena. They'll hex him up before the speed does come out. TP attempt, though, not really going to pan out for Panto. Collapse will do the same, and I suppose in fairness, Panto just kind of took the TP cancel. Yep. Allowed Collapse away out.
That's admirable. You know?
It is.
He sacrifices himself for the greater good, and they are just, again, trying to split the map up just a tad bit. That does widen the lead up a little bit more, but if you're a Team Spirit, you don't mind too much. You know, these supports dying for the arena, not too bad. You're, again, waiting for key items to be up anyway. Yatoro is not fully kitted out for all of the damage you can pump out. You are much more well protected on Laurel with that full Linken's up. So at least catching out the puck is going to be a tougher ordeal. You're going to have to commit much more to try to keep Laurel down. That will provide a little bit of a window for him to react now. The key question is, when do you start to look for your own engagements, right? Like, you've got the Ricky Shard, you've got ways to play.
Oh, jump in. Collapse trying for GPK. In fact, GPK's half HP now. He's getting pretty darn low. And GPK's gone. Collapse taking the kill. Yatoro now's killed off Miero. And this is what we were worried about for BetBoom's sake. One bad fight, and suddenly you're going to see the net worth starting to switch the other way. And with this style of draft for BetBoom, you fall behind. It's not going to be easy to come back from it.
No. It's going to be a hard recovery process. Again, you want to maintain a lead with a Doom. It's almost like playing with an Alchemist. You never really had a massive one to begin with. It was nice at 15 minutes. You know, you had a 4K lead. Not as nice at 20 and at 28 minutes, just having a less than 1K lead. Not really the advantage you're looking for with a draft you have on hand. For Team Spirit, that was all down to Rue, right? Like, he manages to get that position right earlier on, manages to work that out quite well. We're seeing here again that little fight where you did get that melee boulder toss out from Collapse on the blink in, and the TP cancellations being forced all on our tiny line. Provide Collapse that avenue out. Panto, the hero of that fight, for
very
sure.
Smart.
Very, very smart. Very cheeky.
It is.
You know, force that choice out. And again, there are a lot of choices to be forced out here on the side of BetBoom. Like, who do you doom? Can you cancel off Linken's before the reaction comes in from Laurel? Do you have to doom up Yatoro at this point with how much damage he can pump out with the eventual build up into his Daedalus? Like, what's your priority on the side of BetBoom? And how do you protect Kiritic from just being targeted down? Because, again, the Weaver has stalled out. The farm is there, but the impact in the fights hasn't really been felt in a while. It just hasn't been... It hasn't felt like he's been free to just Shikuchi around, use the area, get a good swarm off, get some hits, and try to dance around with time-lapse. hasn't been that kind of game for him in quite some time. So yeah, you're not able to leverage your strengths as much for the side of BetBoom. It's hard to really play with a support duo into the Riki Shard. It puts a lot of risk on BetBoom, simply because, again, you've got your smoke screen down with the untargetableness, and you have two supports that really rely on just saving as your sort of counter initiation here. You just can't do it.
Boom. Spirit, 5-on-5 smoke. Smoke's broken on GPK. And collapsed. They'll make the jump in. Miero! He got caught for a second. The snowball's going to buy him a bit of time to get the arena off, but they're going to end up losing Kataomi. And they're on the run now, BetBoom. Not willing to fight 4v5, but they might have no choice because Roshan even just walks past while the fight's going on, just to remind them what they're playing for. As Kiritic, you've got to be so careful here, sir. They don't see him yet. He'll hide in the tree line instead. Rue, he'll make the jump in on to save. Meanwhile, GPK and Miero trying to jump and collapse. He'll get the pulverize. GPK is going to go down. Kiritic, he's so low. He'll get the time lapse away, but he's still looking pretty unhealthy. He'll get at least Yatoro on his way out, but it's going to cost his own life. And now save. The final piece of the puzzle. He'll go down. Full team wipe for Team Spirit.
It's a toughie for the side of BetBoom, right? Like, again, it just feels like the way they're layering down their spells isn't ideal. You get the late Doom out from GPK. Again, all these choices being forced. He can't pin down Laurel. There's no easy Linken's break. You have to contend with all of this AoE control coming in. And you're trying to sneak around as Kiritic. You're not getting that free space you want. You know, you want to play behind a Mars. You want to use him as a body that allows you to fight. He gets a nice hex off from Panto as well. And yeah, he eventually gets that win over Yatoro with that late Doom out, but just look at how well you can control the space from Team Spirit with all of your supports. Like, this line and this Riki is just holding you back in a huge way. And Collapse with the BKB, ever since he farmed that up, it's been an unstoppable onslaught here from the Primal Beast. Like, once he hammers in on someone, there is literally no save with Rue around. There's just no counterplay.
Rue's doing fantastic work here, just an absolute menace on this Riki. Team Spirit, they can't really get the Roshan done effectively without Yatoro, but here he comes. Mind you, BetBoom, they do have time to contest again, and I think they should. Because this draft, I mean, it's completely fallen apart. If you lose Roshan as well, it might be all she wrote. 5-on-5 smoke once again. Team Spirit, they know it's coming. BetBoom, they're trying to wrap around Yatoro. He's going to be careful not to get caught first. He'll avoid it for now. Rue to jump in, so will Collapse. They're still going after the gyro. A beautiful spear from Miero. He found two of them. A perfect setup from our MOUZ. Yatoro's already gone. And BetBoom now salvaging this game number 2. It's still a 4v4, but they could think about Roshan.
Yeah, they have the easier shot. Like you said, no damage without Yatoro. Only so much Laurel can do. His output isn't amazing just yet. At the least, BetBoom aren't quite going into the pits yet, so there's some time to just set some vision up. You've got Rue that can still scout around. It is 40 seconds away. You're going to have the full lineup of BetBoom ready to go a lot sooner. Question is, how far will you want to go? They've started already. Kiritic making that move in.
Trying to be a menace again, Rue, and he is doing so. Kataomi will go down. Miero trying to save the situation. Collapse though just comes right in, takes down another. They've committed the Doom, but this fight is well and truly over. BetBoom, they need to leave. They have not got the time any longer. Yatoro is only 18 seconds away from respawning. And the real concerning sign here, Jonathan, is this time, if you need to force a fight, you do not have Doom.
No.
And that's been the bane of Yatoro's existence.
That it has. I'm a little bit surprised they just opted to throw that Doom out onto Collapse. Again, maybe holding him back from getting a follow-through rundown, but it's such a massive tool. And again, it's just such a hard game for GPK. Since the Linken's pick up on Laurel, you're forced to just focus on either Yatoro or Collapse. And in this case, you didn't really get the value out from that long cooldown spell. At least on the respawn, you're going to have the Mars Arena. That has been a little bit of a nuisance for Yatoro with the damage being blocked while he's inside. But as long as he has a BKB, he can run out anyhow. And Roche, not going to take too long for Team Spirit to clear out. Already tanks a little bit of that chip damage coming in there on the side of BetBoom. So 2 lives up, a banner down as well to help Siege onto the high ground. And Team Spirit 8k up against the Doom. It's feeling really rough for the side of BetBoom. I appreciate the way GPK is looking to play this game. Right, he has a Lincoln's Popper and Harpoon. He can try to do it himself to catch out Laurel if that is his concern. He can try to drag some heroes around if they're trying to run away. But interrupt collapse is one thing as well as a possibility. But it's so hard to execute. Again, your lineup is just either you pin one hero down and blow them up.
Heritage is okay. BKB will save. Scary, scary times for BetBoom. that Ag's Dream Coil, man, it's revolting to watch, isn't it?
It's a ton of damage. It's just ridiculous how much damage that does. And once you get into the Mjolnir, this is really the hero that just is good at almost every single point in the game, right?
Yeah.
Laning phase, for the most part, Puck tends to win, if not 50-50. Mid game's always nice after you have at least your Blink Up or your Yules, depending on the game. And then you get late game, you get your one defensive item in the Lincolns for the most part. You get that Ags build up with a Parasma, and again, this Mjolnir coming in. This hero just does everything. It really does by itself. And it does all of that, and your one counter in Doom is just having a hard time. You know, Laurel has been really, really free since the Lincolns has been up. And even though Yatoro or Collapse gets controlled up by that Doom, I think this Puck is really your main concern. Like, there is damage to play with now, so long as the Dream Coil is up. There's a lot of output to contend with on such a slippery hero.
Well, here they go through the bottom lane. Yatoro start to move in. 3 minutes on the Aegis. They've got a Roshan banner as well available. They will drop it with the double siege creeps. Jump in from Miero, right onto the gyrocopter. Yatoro, he's in the middle of nowhere right now, losing a lot of HP, and he will lose his first life. They haven't taken down Miero yet. He's going to try and escape. The pulverize will be there. Yatoro pops the BKB, will start to move in. Miero will go down. Now Kanaomi also following with the Doom. GPK will deal with Yatoro. Lal needs to escape, and so will Collapse. Lal, he actually stuck around. They'll try for Kiritich. Save. In trouble. Kiritich, he's gone.
No way.
He is gone. Lal, I think he kind of baited them there, John. They saw Collapse onslaught away. They saw Lal orb towards the south. They thought he would jaunt. He didn't jaunt.
No. And again, you have to appreciate just how well Team Spirit supports are doing. Panto and Rue are just doing so much work. This smoke screen, man, on Ricky, it's such a nightmare. You're playing Tusk, you're playing Shadow Demon. How do you save? How do you do anything to bail them out? You can't force tap, you can't do anything. And it just feels impossible, right? Like the earlier pick-off as well in Miero, I think that's actually a very idealized Aegis usage out from Yatoro, forcing out some teamfight spells on top of him, providing, again, this avenue for Laurel to just play the game. And now they take that bot to the racks. They're going to take mid as well. You don't have Arena, you don't have Doom for a little bit longer. So much free space, free real estate for Laurel. Just siege away, and we'll find at least an extra tier tree. Maybe not much more than that with respawns coming up. Fortify even to just stall it out a little bit more, but the damage has been done. Team Spirit, again, taking control in this game too very cleanly, but a lot of fight coming back here from the side of BetBoom. I would argue at this point you might want to have, feels like you'd want to have something like, say, maybe a refresh up in GPK, like a double Doom somehow, right? You need to control Yatoro. At the same time, you need to control Laurel. Like this Puck is just getting away with way too much, and again, your options to keep that down when you're running into a Ricky are just limited at this point.
14k advantage now for Team Spirit. BetBoom certainly running out of answers, it feels like. It felt like that for a while now. Thing is, GPK, he's really dealing with Yatoro quite nicely with these Dooms. But like you've mentioned, I mean, Lal's become a pretty big carry, you know, kind of on his own. You've even got that Bloodright, the Desm. How do you even pronounce that? Desm Bloodright?
Desm? Yeah, Desm. Yeah. That's pretty right.
They've got the Pyric cloaks.
Yeah, 3 Pyric cloaks. Nice, and a lot of damage to reflect back, especially with the Puck kind of doing a ton of AoE damage as well.
Yeah.
think you also have to just appreciate in a prolonged fight with Ru kind of finding these angles for tricks of the trade. You also run out of mana. You lose quite a fair bit of mana just to the Riki being a nuisance. Right, with that full diffusal up, it's all you really need on this hero. And again, you're having to waste so many resources just to ensure the map is safe, to ensure that the Riki isn't sneaking around. We'll see if they can, again, find some solutions. This is a pretty big solution. Full commitment out from Miero to buy out the Site of Vice. Of course, doesn't have buyback anyhow. So that is one way to help with the control issues. Now you can keep down Laurel. You can also just doom up Yatoro anyhow. You have ways of keeping both heroes away as a threat. The issue is, do you have the damage window ready on Kirtic? He's got to be ready, as they are taking the smoke on without him so far.
GPK, he'll front line. Collapse does TP out. Panto might be left behind, and in fact he will. GPK with the easy jump in. Panto will just buy some time. Not much you can do about this. Back to, oh, hold on a minute.
No way.
No.
Heck yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, Ru.
They'll get Ru. They'll get Ru. That's all right.
I'd argue that's maybe a little bit more of an important kill.
Sure.
You take out Smokescreen for a minute, you know, no, there is buyback back up, but chances are you're not going to be able to run right back into the team fight, even with the outpost up. So probably a little bit better, because now you lose that scouting capability on Team Spirit. You lose that little bit of a nuisance, giving you all of this information as to where and where not, or where they are not on the side of BetBoom. And for BetBoom, it's a little bit more time. Mind you, Team Spirit are more than likely just waiting for next Roche. Anyhow, it's going to be 1:20 until we see the respawn timer kick in. And Team Spirit are in a position to just control the area. They've got the triangle, they've got the mid lane, they've got a smoke flying out now as well, which, again, might be a little bit more challenging without your Riki here. We'll see how well they can do without the smoke screen to cover their movement.
Spirit. Wrapping around through the Dire jungle. Looks like they'll run into save. They'll take it. He does have buyback available. They'll look to force it, I think, by going high ground here. BetBoom, though, setting up for a bit of a fight. They'll see Yatoro. Horus punches in. Doom is out, although the Lotus will drag Yatoro all the way back. Coil, though.
No.
A fantastic coil.
Damage.
It's too much damage. Oh, GPK, he's one hit away from dying. Lol's just waiting around. Lol with a triple. Miero can do nothing but accept his death. Panther will get tipped, apparently. Yatoro. Giving more as Kirtic. He's out of mana. Cops the finger from Panto. Lol. Still messing around with them now. GPK will try to move in once again, but without the Doom, you can't really hope to deal with Yatoro as they just burst down GPK. Did Panto set up that coil? Is that why he got tipped? Did I miss it?
Maybe. I think he was just chasing really deep. Again, he's isolating out the right heroes. The GG's called. Nice 2-0 coming out for Team Spirit, but a very hard-fought 2-0 as well in this game, too. A lot of bite coming back there from the side of BetBoom. And look, I like the ideas in this draft a little bit more. It just felt like Team Spirit were ready. I think when you commit with this Tusk and Shadow Demon pick very early on, a Riki pickup just really exposes you.
Absolutely, and we feel very exposed right now too, Jonathan. Let's head back to our panel.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yeah, let's break down this game. This was a bit more back and forth compared to the first game, that's for sure. So that's good news for BB Team. But at the end of the day, they still didn't get the W here. So we're closing it with a 2-0, and that means Team Spirit is the first team to make it out of the group stage into the playoffs. BB Team is not out. They are still here. They're fighting another day tomorrow. But this game in particular, it looked like at least BB Team put up a bigger fight, Gunnar, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, I think their lanes went better. They were actually up in net worth in this first like 10, 12 minutes. And I think they even kept scaling a bit towards the mid game. You see here, it's at 12 minutes. They have top 3 cores in the game, which is kind of what we said. I was hoping that they would have this stronger early game, this stronger kind of like snowball potential like they did in the past, but something was missing in this mid game.
Yeah, I think maybe we're able to find a couple kills, right? You can already see here, when we fast forward slightly, they now have a 5,000 gold lead. They are, moving around the map together. They're trying to utilize both the MOUZ and the Weaver, but you can see that it never really connects perfectly, right? this aggression, they were met by the full force of Spirit. They died. Multiple clips in the future, maybe this clip, maybe more others. It is just going to be Spirit just outplaying BB, and that is the big thing. So it doesn't really matter how well your lanes go. At the end of the day, Spirit just outplayed BB 2 games in a row. When you hit minute 15 to 25, Spirit was just the better team.
I feel also a lot of these clips are having quite a good Primal Beast showing, which once again was a first pick, and once again felt like Collapse still could do a lot this game.
No, yeah, he was an absolute menace, and it just goes down to what Primal brings. I think it helps a lot that Primal isn't everything in the draft, right? He's not the only stun, he's not the only initiator. You've got a Lion who can initiate. Panther had a very, very good game with some of these clutch hexes in the mid game. You've got Lyle, who's ending the game 10, 2, and 17 on the puck, just being an absolute menace, punishing the lack of easy lockdown that BB could utilize, right? It is more towards BB having to make sure that when they build a lead, do something with it, and I'm quite surprised, especially when they come up from a second place tournament, to play like this, where I'm expecting something, but then nothing really, no game-winning move was made in both games.
Just a bit lackluster then.
They got kills, but it meant kind of nothing.
I mean, they are 2-1 now, so it's not the end of the world.
No,
but I think just Team Spirit kind of showing that they are maybe back in form.
No, they're taking the correct steps, I think, especially because they have 2 5th, 6th place finishes in previous tournaments. I think that the Dota that we're watching in this series, I'm expecting at least another 5th, 6th, or maybe a little bit better. But I would be surprised if they were to enter playoffs now 3-0 and just fall out. But again, Panto was a standout player. No complaints there at all. There is one beautiful fight where he hits some really good hex on Miro, but he had a good little game on that line.
Yeah, I mean, he had not the overall last pick, but one of the last final picks of the game, so it was a good puzzle solver for Team Spirit here. Obviously, the first 2-0 they have as well in the group stage, and some people might say they might not have the hardest road to get to this point, but the fact that we still see the progression also in this game, this should have been their hardest opponent, and it felt like it was their easiest one.
Yeah.
That's a good showing.
No, it is, and I talk about Panto having good hex, and then production's like, we got the clip, so we're going to show you the clip of Panto hitting this hex at the 30-minute mark, and it is just a nice little move. No, I've lied to you. Actually, we don't want to show you the hex. That's already happened 15 seconds earlier, but that's okay because of course the Tusk, as you see on the screen, was already dead because he went to snowball save the MOUZ that did get hexed, and then the rest of the fight transpired. And I think it doesn't matter if we didn't show you the Lion, but everything from Spirit at this stage of the game was this beautiful layering. It was a Lion's turnaround save with a Ricky Cloud, as a Primal Pulverize or a Puck Coil, and BB just did not have the caliber of fight in them to be able to match what Spirit was bringing.
Yeah, and this felt like another type of those team fights that you highlighted at the very start of the series, Gunnar, that where Team Spirit was just everything clicked and everybody knew what to do, everybody was in the right place, and someone who's also in the right place, because he's standing ready to talk to us, is Laurel. Hey, Laurel, congratulations on the series.
Thank you.
All right, I got a quick question. In your last, 8 series that you guys played, you went for the majority of them always the full 3 games. Why is that? Explain that. Because it doesn't matter what your opponent is, you just go for the 3 games. What's up?
I don't know, maybe it happens when at first game our opponents pick some crazy heroes like Londruid. We don't expect that. On the first stage, previous game Ghost playing Londruid, but not expect he play on first stage. And maybe that happens when we maybe not prepare for some heroes and maybe don't know what they're gonna pick, what they're gonna choose. We just checking maybe.
Do you think that it helps you guys? Because obviously you get to play more Dota, which is never a bad thing.
I mean, at least you understand if they play Londruid first stage or they're gonna play Naga, Slardar, all these games. So you just see what they're gonna play. So maybe no.
Yeah, you learn a lot more potentially from the opponents.
All right, so in the first game you played Lesh, they responded Viper. Do you think the Thompson build was correct there, the 0-4-4?
I mean, no. Maybe he need to make maybe more pressure. But if you play like this Viper with second Bass, so maybe you cannot pick him on last pick. Or if you pick, maybe you need different build and different play style. So when play AFK farming, we okay. Match Slayer, Monkey King, like Atos Viper, did not make pressure, so it's like free game versus free farming. So just chill and wait. Maybe a better moment, that's all.
Following on heroes, Puck has a 20% win rate at this event, but you, of course, look incredible on the hero. Do you think there's a reason why other teams aren't able to find the same success that you do on the hero?
I mean, not that good on Puck also. I don't like Puck that much. Maybe I prefer to play maybe Storm this game, but Puck more good like against support, and it's hard to counter him. Like Storm more easy to counter. So just we feel Puck good hero, but need like good game for Puck. Like this game, it's you see Tusker, Shadow Demon, like this Weaver. So this 3 heroes, like Puck better than Storm, that's all. But in my opinion, Puck not good hero. Like 3 games, maybe he can win, that's all.
Other than Storm, which heroes do you hope you get to play in the playoffs?
We'll see, maybe. Well, I like to play a lot of heroes. Maybe Storm, Zeus, maybe Sniper, some...
Ooh, Zeus.
Zeus?
Ooh,
yeah,
I like that one.
Yeah, so maybe Husker, Lone Druid, some fun heroes.
That'd be good.
It doesn't matter, I just need to watch what enemy gonna pick.
What's the plan for the next 2 days? Because you don't have to play in group stage anymore. Obviously, all the teams here will continue playing. Are you guys got scrim partners planned?
I think we're gonna play these 2 days. Not sure, I guess. Just play, that's all. Publics and watch games. Just
get those Monster Hunter levels grinded up.
Yeah, I need to grind for like new emote.
Get the poogies.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Oh, what is it, T?
Do you have a favorite Poogie? The pigs? Which one?
I mean, let's see. Maybe third one, like how to say?
Is that the B?
Yeah, B.
The B. Yeah.
B
Okay.
one more like everyone. It's B or the second one, like best. Others we think it's like trash.
That's good. Nah, B's good. You've got
B is
good taste, brother. Good taste.
All right. Thank you very much, Laurel. Congratulations, of course, for making it out of the group stage with a 3-0 here. And we'll see you again in a few days. Thank you. That's good. Grinding those Monster Hunter levels, it actually takes longer than what you think. So it's good that he gets some extra days to do that.
I just love the fact that like we get like this little mini event and like Poogie now becomes a thing. Whereas like
which Poogie is yours?
Yeah, it's like some random little pig that's in your base that you see for like 5% of the game is now like this. Like, oh,
it's important. It's
I know,
very
of
important.
course, you can high five it. It's good morale, and yeah, I mean, it's just what's to come. What's the next Poogie? What's the next animal you can put in our little base?
Get a little house.
I want a little house. Yeah, if you're listening.
Oh, we want a pigsty.
Where is it? If you're listening, Valve, could we have, instead of effigies, can we have little pigsties that we can customize? So I can have like a little green, pigsty with a nice little, straw roof, and then like my Poogie can live in it. And thank you.
Effigies. Because they live in the effigies.
Yeah,
already. They're
effigy out, sty in.
Okay. There you go. That's maybe it's coming. I do not know which cosmetics are coming or which Poogies are coming, but I do know which series is coming. Liquid versus OG after the break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Another 2 teams that are 2-0 right now in PGL Wallachia Season 6 group stages. And it's Team Liquid and it's OG, one of these 2 teams, straight to the playoffs after this upcoming series. And I'm very excited about this one for many different reasons. But I think one of the main reasons, and I think, Gunnar, you will agree with me, is that it is super exciting to see an SEA team do really good.
Yeah, and I think it's a SEA team that, I mean, they always play fun Dota, but I think OG right now is playing really fun Dota.
Yeah.
Their games have been varied. They've had some comebacks, they've had some stomps, so I'm kind of curious what we'll see today because Liquid's games have looked very similar. Like all their last 2 series were kind of stomps, I would say, in Liquid style. So hopefully they're not stomps today.
I don't think they're going to be stomps today, Tigov.
No. But it could be one of those series where it's like game 1, OG gets their perfect draft, and it's like, okay, they won. And then Liquid game 2, you know, it could be one of those like back and forth where the draft means a lot and it's a lot of like big crushing play. But I hope for the sake of the viewers, the fact they have OG Liquid in the same name, SEA versus Liquid as well, SEA as a region, I really just want 3 games. I don't really care whatever, I just want to see 3 games to really get the most information from both of these teams.
Yeah, and you have a little bit of information anyway regarding what you have seen so far from this OG.
Yes, so I've been having a little look at Wisdom Shrines as I take you over to the Weatherman Station. Of course, the first Wisdom Shrine is very, 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 very important, okay? Because if I show you here, a nice little graph that's been made, right? If we look at the importance of Wisdom Shrines, right, they give 280 XP, right? So when you look at levels 4, 5, and 6, that's nearly 50% of your level to get to it. And level 6 Ultimate is so critical of a timing, right? And if I show you an example here, right? But then when you think about 14 minutes, it's not the same, right? At 14, you've already got yourself, you know, your level 5, your level, you know, level 6 Ultimate, you're around level 8 or 9. It's not that important. And if you look at the map state here, look at how OG, sorry, I got the wrong one. There we go. Look at how OG have set up their map. The Batrider is already taking the 14-minute Wisdom on the right-hand side of the map. Yet look at this just sea of clutter. They're trying to take the fight as well.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Why are there 2 Batriders on your mini-map?
Because he's pinged on the left-hand side.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh, you should...
Sorry.
Okay, no worries. Right, let's take a step back for a second. Okay, so Batrider on the right-hand side, his ping on the left-hand side. But the point is, look at how they're contesting on OG. They've already obtained 560 XP from the other side of the map. And the problem that I have here is it's just not that important to contest it. Why, you ask? Is because you give away kills. OG, in the hope to get both Wisdoms as a comeback mechanic, actually gave away 2 kills and 1 Wisdom Shrine to the side of Tundra. And then when you think about it, that's 2,000 gold and a lot of XP. And if I show you the final clip, as you know, Shiva's really ruined my mojo on this one. It's okay, no worries. We'll talk about it after. That's a joke, by the way. No. Okay, more importantly, what I was trying to get to is look at the kills given from XP, right? Undying at level 8, right? He's given between 620 XP to 737. But when you think of a Wisdom Shrine, that's 560 XP. So when you contest a 14-minute Wisdom and you're around level 8 to 9, you're potentially offering up heroes that provide more XP than the Wisdom Shrine itself. So at 14 minutes, I feel like you need to be so smart about it. If you are behind and you go for the fight and lose heroes going for it, not only are you giving 560 XP, you're splitting the XP of your heroes dying and snowballing and creating these moments of, oh, how do we fight them ever again? So 7-minute, contest of your life. Give your supports level 6. But 14, be smart about it. OG in this scenario, they had the Wisdom already. They didn't have to fight for the left one. Because they take the fight, they lose heroes. They gave 2,000 XP, they gave 2,000 gold, and suddenly they lose the game like 10 minutes later, right? In essence. So 14-minute Wisdom, do not fight. Please don't do it. Heroes give a lot of XP. Thank you very much. Yep, that was okay. Back to you, panel.
I think that's a great lesson, and that's a good there's good numbers to support that as well, Gunnar. And it kind of makes you maybe at least for OG makes you look at the game a little different, where you know you can take it obviously if you're already there, if you know your enemy's not there. Yep. But other than that, why put in the effort?
Yeah, but what about 21 minutes?
Don't do it again. No. Don't do it. Don't do it. Just like 7 minutes, the only Wisdom I care about in the game. Everything else is just natural. You know, you should. If you're there, you're there. If you're not. But if you're winning, sure, go for it. Because if you take the fight and you break your opponent, it feels amazing. And I think Liquid is a really good example of this, where when they have their early game advantage, if they force the 14-minute fight and get 3-4 kills plus the Wisdoms, it goes from like a good game to a great game. So be mindful.
Be mindful. OG has been very mindful. They came here 2-0. They had PVision as their first opponent and Tundra as their second opponent. So that was quite the route to go through. They have survived. They have only dropped that one game against Tundra yesterday, the one that T highlighted just now, but was able to basically beat Tundra fair and square, especially in that third game yesterday, Gunnar. And I have high expectations here. I think they should be a very even close series.
Yeah, they're running the Western European gauntlet right now.
They are. They very much are.
So that's like, what, 3 of the 4 best Western European teams just kind of back to back to back. took down 2. It's like the Grim Reaper meme.
Yeah.
Knock, knock, Liquid, you're next. And I think they have a chance. I do hope they make Liquid look a bit more beatable, because right now in this tournament, I feel like they haven't. Their games have looked a bit stompy. So I'm hoping that at the very least, it shows like Liquid can bleed.
I will say that because of the way seeding works, it did mean that I feel like Liquid has had an easier route to get to this point, and it might be a little... it's not mean to say, right? Because they 2-0'd GamerLegion, and they 2-1 to Xtreme Gaming, and Xtreme's looked pretty shaky so far here in Bucharest. Why are you laughing at that, T? It wasn't funny.
No, because you said shh, and I was like, oh God, where's she going with this? And she went shaky. I was like, oh, okay. I was like, damn, she's on fire.
What were you expecting?
Shit.
Shining?
No, yeah, they're looking great. But no, I would fully agree with you that the path to getting to this position, it looks a lot like more impressive from OG to beat teams like PVision, to beat teams like Tundra, but also when we get to this stage now, Tundra also has just lost another series to Heroic. So maybe they're not as, oh wow, as people expected. PVision also looking not so good. But I think both teams, the fact that they are getting to playoffs after 3 series, it doesn't matter who they played against, because all teams are going to have their own little styles and ways that make games difficult to win. So it's still very impressive that both teams are in a 2-0 position.
Yeah, and we're going to put our attention on the 2 men on your screen, Mike and Natsumi. They are the carries, and they are going to have a lot of responsibility in this game. They have fairly different play styles, I'll say.
Yeah, I think the scariest thing right now is Mike is playing very in with the team. Of course, that is Liquid's kind of big play style, but Kez, Weaver, Abba, Marcy, all of them have like a 1 item and where's my teammates, let's go and fight. And Natsumi, of course, slightly more traditional in the fact that you see scaling, and he has been scaling beautifully. Every single game from yesterday, he had like double-digit KDA, like he looked really impressive. So it is going to be like the pacing of Mickey versus the scaling of Natsumi.
I think it is pretty interesting because Mickey in the past, Liquid as a whole, I think was a very aggressive team. And then they slowed down a bit when they had 33, but now I would say they're kind of back to their old self of this like very fast-paced, just like run at you almost. And question for OG was yesterday, we said they had a very long average game time.
Yeah.
And then they proved that they could be a very fast team. And so now I guess the question again is, Liquid's another team that plays fast, probably in better form. Are they going to beat another team that's fast?
So you're going to have a lot of attention on the early stage of the game, the first 15 minutes. So does that also mean that you want OG to specifically set up strong lanes for themselves?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's strong lanes for me.
Game 1, Game 3 against Tundra, they did have very, very good lanes, right? Because they had the Abba versus the Kez, they had the Ursa versus the Doom. In Game 3, they had the Gyrocopter against the Doom again. They had a Centaur paired with a Shadow Demon. Like, I think OG thrives when they can calmly enter the post-laning phase.
Average game duration.
What's that? Oh, yeah, it is night and day different.
That one long game that they had against PVision is just throwing all those averages.
Not even, because if you look at the shortest duration OG game, it is longer than the average Liquid game.
That's pretty crazy, actually.
So is this where, based on that, do you think Liquid is entering a state of understanding the pace of their games, that when you look at those numbers, I would be scared for OG, because if Liquid can reliably do that, they often just beat any team with a long average. They just never can match the pace of a team. It's like XG always had issues against Gaming or Liquid when you think about previous years, right? That could be a scenario here.
I definitely think so. I would say Liquid probably isn't thinking too much like, oh, OG's like a late game team. Like, we have to prepare for it. I think for them, it's just confidence. Like, you're doing good. You're playing fast. You're playing good. Just keep doing your thing.
Yeah, the thing with OG is I look at their games and it's like, no matter what, there's a moment where they're trying to win. I said this yesterday, but in win or lose, it's like they've always got this like desire to find the next move, to go for the play. They have a dieback on a TA, they're still going for the fight. Like, they've lost a hero at Roshan, they're still chasing for the next move. Like, it really is just proactive thinking. And some teams, especially when they're aspiring to become a top 8 team, a consistent tier 1 LAN team, they might not have that kind of killer mentality, but they do. They have that already installed within all their players.
Yeah, how would we describe Liquid's playstyle? Is it just fast, or is it just not enough? Like, the games that they played so far, is it just not enough to learn from? Because everybody is like, okay, this is how Liquid used to play. They changed 2 players. You'd expect maybe a bigger change than what has happened so far.
I would argue their playstyle, and it might just mean nothing, but it's experimental. Because in their first tournament, they looked very average and actually quite weak of a team. So it has taken a tournament or two to understand what type of Dota do you want to play with Tofu in the 5 role. And at least with the games that we've seen so far, it has been very clinical. It's win your lanes, break the game, look at the average stats, right? So it speaks for itself. But we've also said the teams they've played against haven't been the perfect test. It's a slow XG and a GamerLegion that hasn't often done well when they get to lands. So this is like, for Liquid at least, it's like their proper test at least. Like, is their playstyle that they've now crafted around these 2 new players, is it enough to beat a team like OG, who is beating the Tundras of the world, the P-Visions?
Quite a different hero pool between the past 5s. Only 1 hero in common with the Naga Siren, but then again, everybody's playing Naga Siren if they get their hands on it.
It's because Tofu just recently switched roles, right? If you look at the hero pool, all of those were played as 4s at some point in the past. And so it's kind of, when you switch roles, it's much easier to play heroes you're comfortable with and learn the role from, okay, I know how to play my hero, I know how to pilot it, I don't have to think about it, I can just play the game rather than having to do double, learn a hero, learn a role.
What you're saying is that we won't be seeing Tofu's Ancient Apparition anytime soon?
Probably not. Give it a tournament. Next tournament, he'll be playing the Chens, he'll be playing the AAs.
Give it a patch, maybe.
Patch? I don't think he needs a patch.
Skim has been playing it and winning with it.
I think he just needs a little tournament win, a little confidence.
A little tournament win? Is this his tournament to win?
It could be his tournament to win.
Okay.
I mean, they're looking good. I would say so far they're probably, to me, after this, like as of right now, as of today, I would say they're at least a top 3 team.
For Liquid? For
Liquid, yep. I would say Team Spirit, obviously, we just saw them, looks very good. I would say Liquid's right up there with them.
What makes you say that if they have, we just discussed that they have not played that strong teams? Or do you feel like, because the other teams that I would imagine in the top 3, do you feel like Tundra has just been too disappointing? Or would you put Tundra as the 3rd of those 3?
I think it's okay to play versus weaker teams. You still have to look clean though, because even some teams when they play versus like a weaker team, they have close-ish games. Sure, they're going to 2-0 and you're like the results expected, but gameplay-wise, it's not as clean. Whereas I feel like Liquid's games, they look clean no matter what the skill level of the teams you're playing versus. You can still play good Dota, and that's always going to be kind of seen. And to me, it looks like they're playing good Dota.
Looking at the teams we have right now in like top 8, I don't see a single team where I'm scared that they're just going to absorb the entire event and go, we've already won it because we're just so much better. Like, I'm looking at the fact that
you're basically saying no Falcons.
Falcons is not at this tournament.
Well, actually, you know what? When you say it like that, we should just veto them from a couple events.
Couple of events, just get spice things up.
Little coin flip, just like, all right, Wallachia 6, you're not playing. Next event down the line, you're not playing.
Hey, I have very good memories of the Dota being played in Wallachia. I don't know what season it was. Was it season 3, the one right after the previous, not the previous international, but international 2024?
You mean the one, the heroic one?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a banger.
Because the Dota that was played wasn't the cleanest Dota, but was super exciting because a lot of the bigger teams were missing. So yeah, I'm all for it. Get a consensus of the top 3 and ban them. No, that's
all top 3. Get them all out.
No.
Like, if you finish top 3 at one event, you cannot play the next one.
There you go.
God, yeah,
that would be...
That'd be good. Good break.
Yeah. Speaking of interesting, here we got a draft in front of us. We got Team Liquid on the Radiant side, OG on the Dire side. And we're in it. It's best of 3. And it's first pick going the way of the Dire team. That's unusual. OG is first pick.
Yep. And already Liquid showing a lot of respect to the Abaddon. It is also a nod towards Liquid enjoying picking Kez. So if you early ban the Abaddon, if you do see it in the second phase, they don't have to, ban Abba, reveal they want the Kez, right? So, yeah, very early on.
With that in mind, we saw Primal obviously pop off in the previous series, and he's good against Kez.
I would like a Primal ban, I think, for Liquid. I want them to kind of value this hero. Because the big heroes right now are Marcy, Timbersaw, potentially Primal. Win Red Rise, it's definitely Primal.
And there's Primal going.
Yeah, he's banned. So then now in the draft that's left, Marcy, Timber, I would say are the big 2. I don't really see anything else like crazy. Maybe Jakiro, if you want to value that as a hero overall. You're gonna give him something, right? Like if you're Liquid,
there's a lot going through.
One of the solutions is leave everything in.
Yep.
You just ban some random hero.
I mean, this is what they're kind of doing, right? It's like you ban the Naga and then team specialty after, because like Gunnar mentioned, there'll be some combination of Chen and Marcy or Timber or whatever, and they're like the meta heroes, and like even like the Pangolier, they are just flooding the pool with the the meta openings.
At which point does, in this case OG, but the team that is against the team that bans, oh, we ban Abaddon, we ban Primal, at what point are you going to start banning Kez? Or is he just never going to be first pick material?
Kez, you
I don't
need
think
to
it's
see
first pick.
information, yeah. It's not first pickable.
I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up in this draft. I know Liquid does value the hero. They like it.
Yeah,
Mick
for
is
sure.
a very good Kez, but as of now, I don't see the strength of the hero as, oh, we have to first pick it.
That's a very low win rate for Timbersaw. Only 1 in 4 games that he won. Mostly banned, of course.
Banned a lot.
Yeah.
It is banned a lot due to, of course, Tundra winning a tournament with 3 Timbersaw games in a row. And then that kind of, even during the event of the group stage, the event beforehand, of course, it was very popular, but still very fresh in people's minds. And Liquid, they do go for the gyrocopter. A really nice response to the Timbersaw. Of course, you have the barrage chasing down the lane. You just push the wave out so Timber cannot really utilize the wave to dive on the tower when he has higher levels.
Do you like Clockwork for Liquid?
I am always a big Clockwork fan. We don't see it often, but I think Whiteman utilized it really nicely with a Drow, and because he's played it and reminded people, it could be in their minds against Timbersaw with the cogs, the battery assault, really hurts.
Because randomly, sometimes you'll cancel the chain with a battery.
Yep.
The cogs, like you said. I think it's a good lane with Gyro. It looks pretty good to me. I think also versus like OG playstyle that's a bit slower on average, having vision from Rocket and a support that can initiate and like force these fights and go in is always really nice.
In regards to Tofu's hero pool, we saw the graphic earlier as well. Like, he's not playing the Tusks, the Jakiros, the I'm going to crush this lane. It's more like, I'm just going to be part of the lane. I'll pull, I'll keep you alive.
Like range 5s.
Yeah, exactly. So like when I see Gyrocopter, I won't feel afraid if Tofu's suddenly playing Silencers or Wyverns or whatever, because the Gyro does so much in the lane that anything can kind of slot in behind it. And bans at least, of course, the Batrider is a very good hero against the Timbersaw. Flame Break against the Timber Chain, just Firefly damage, Lasso. When you want to step up on Timbersaw, when you're dragged away from your team, it feels bad. And Snapfire again, just big early game damage.
10 seconds remaining.
And Team Liquid gets 1 ban before it's their turn to pick.
Maybe like Puck ban into a Clockwork?
Take Bane here if you're Liquid. Just ban Gen, pick Bane.
Yeah, that's fine too.
Why?
Because you have really good team fight and control for the Gyrocopter, where you can just Fiends Rip a guy, Gyro just smacks into them. You then have Enfeeble against Timbersaw, which is kind of annoying to play when your Timber Chains are getting changed in their cast point and cast range, sorry.
5 seconds remaining.
But also the Chen ban opens up to many other reasons. It's just a high value hero, right? But
yeah. I'm still partial to the Clockwork. I think, but I think Bane is fine. I think Silencer is fine too. Just kind of a spellcaster helps deal with the Timbersaw having a little more magic damage. Tusk.
The Gyro Tusk.
Again, Liquid has always been the team that likes to go for drinking buddies, right?
Yes.
So that could be an option for them where...
And it's good lane with Gyro.
Yeah. So, yeah, not opposed to it.
It can win the lane very hard versus Timber. If I think the best way you do is you go tag team or you go drinking buddies at level 1 and then you go snowball level 2.
Yes.
And you basically play, you go on him, you press snowball and he has to wait 3 seconds to press chain or you stun him. And then that 3 seconds is usually enough for Gyro to do like 60-70% of his health. Even if you don't kill him, you do that twice in the lane, he's dead, then you get a good advantage.
Yeah, the difference between tag team and drinking buddies is drinking buddies, you have the displacement to save from single target stuns because you can drag the Gyro to you. You also apply the damage to Gyro to then he gets flak on everything. You don't have to be in a bad position on Tusk to apply the tag team that way. So it's like, yeah, there's little swings and roundabouts as well with both options.
Yep.
Yes,
they go
Heroes
for
in the pool. Very good lane versus Tusk. It's one of the Tusk counters, I would say. So that's they might lane it as 4. This could be their lane too. It could just be a Marcy Jakiro safe lane duo.
They are getting very, very strong heroes in OG.
These are very good heroes.
Yeah. Heroes that we praised in the last series, like Jakiro.
First place band.
Yeah.
All 3 of them.
Only in the BB series.
Yes.
But the Timber, the Marcy, yep. Very, very powerful.
5 seconds remaining.
I feel like both teams are going to be very happy with what they got right now. Like normally in this draft position, with seeing like weaknesses or problems, at the moment it's like 2 teams that have stable drafts.
I could like the Bane now. I think having BKB Pierce is really good versus Marcy because her whole thing is Helm of the Dom, BKB, fight. So having BKB stuns, which is why Primal, if it wasn't banned, was good. Bane is good. Beastmaster's okay. You don't really want to pick it into Jakiro, but something like that, you just want a BKB piercing stun. Magnus?
With the Tusk being picked up, are you no longer liking the Clockwork at all? We're going to see a Wind Ranger, actually.
Okay, so... most likely...
Boxy?
Yeah, position 4 Windrunner, because Jakiro is going to be the 5 in this situation, so you want to have a support that can trade with him and just stop the right clicks going onto you. So, yeah, just direct lane counter.
What do they pick? I feel like they just take their offlane here for Liquid. Some Mars, maybe? I don't think you want a Beast here.
What does... well, they're going for the Lycan. Because what makes you say that they want to have something else? Because what boxes do they need to tick?
I wanted them to have kind of a like team fight stun-ish, which is or BKB piercing stun.
Yeah.
So I kind of like the Beast or the Mars. I think the Lycan's a bit different route that it's going to be enabled by this last pick mid and the supports. And his job is going to be to kill Jakiro. Even Marcy, Lycan ends up being decent that you run his creeps at him. He's forced to press BKB just to kill your creeps. You can run away. Like the playstyle of the fights is pretty nice with Shapeshift versus Marcy, just because it lasts longer, gives you haste. It's okay. I think if it's their team's playstyle is why I think it's good.
But also just how simplifies so much, right? Because if you think Tusk and... Sorry, not think. Tusk and Gyro should beat Timber in lane.
Yeah.
And then you have a Lycan to deal with the Marcy damage because of how you've kind of already ticked the boxes of stopping them from feeling very confident, right? In an even game, there is slight advantage to Liquid. But again, like I said earlier, both lineups are... You take a slight lead.
Time.
Yeah, they can just
Marcy
break.
position 5.
Yep.
Or 4. And then you take a new carry. Take like
perfectly fine.
Bristleback.
Ursa Bear.
New carry.
So that means Natsumi probably for the Ursa means Marcy most likely support?
Yes. I think it's unlikely it to be a mid Marcy. I don't know which lane setup they'll choose because they basically have either you put Jakiro as a 4 and you lane it
into
versus the Tusk, which is good for you. Or you'd put the Jakiro, lane it versus the Wind, which is a little sad, but then it makes it so you don't have some weird Ursa Marcy lane that I think can get a bit iffy in the...
Can you put Marcy off lane?
And Timber mid?
Yeah. Or does it depend? Because does it depend on what's coming?
You could. You could.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for OG that they do not have overall last pick, so they have to make that decision before seeing the full picture from Liquid.
Right now, recently, I've kind of felt Marcy position 4 in some games is not even just games. I think in general it might be a better hero or better position for it than carry. I think the pick me up facet that you like grab a teammate with you ends up just winning a lot of games, and it scales very hard. It's a save and an initiation tool. It's a laning tool. So I would prefer it to just be a support, and they can even flex the Timber to mid. I think that's a fine solution if you want to take a better hero to lane with the Gyro. But I don't really know what hero is like good versus Gyro to just like take here. That's in the meta.
They're banning out the Yopaj mid Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, I think they should take a mid for OG.
I prefer a mid as well. Because like if you don't put yourself in a position where you're wasting your Timber chain, you are just going to farm in that lane. And then I think you need a little bit more playmaker. If you put Timber mid and then you're farming and your offlane's farming, Ursa's farming, you're going to fall into the trap of Liquid just playing into the map, right?
I'll give one here, I think, for OG that's probably not a mid, is Mars. You're playing versus Gyro Wind, two very good heroes versus Arena. Lycan is really sad versus Arena because he doesn't really want to buy a BKB. He can't escape it. It enables your Jakiro and your Timber to do free damage in the fights. I think we did see him, I think it was a mid Mars, or it was a mid Doom, but offlane Mars, like that weird kind of swap earlier.
Yeah, they did do that.
I would prefer just to be a mid Timber, like keep it simple, offlane Mars if you're going to do that, but I'm not sure if that's really in OG's playbook.
You know, a hero that I wish was in the meta and viable would be Kunkka. like a Kunkka for OG. You're like X-marking the Lycan. You're mitigating some of the damage from Gyro, where often he has damage problems until he has multiple items. Again, not likely to see it, but I feel like that type of
I could see
amplify. You throw your Master Jakiro in, Rum buff. Whew.
I think, if anything, the carry Kunkka instead of Ursa, if the hero was pretty strong, would have been cool.
Yeah,
it's a
also
very
true.
good lane.
Yeah,
with
yeah.
Lycan.
Well, not in the meta, and not going to happen probably.
Until
Not, it's not going to happen to you. She's shutting you down.
Again, I know it's not likely to happen. I was just excited at the idea.
Well, here you have your answer. This is Storm Spirit coming out. So that will be the mid, and then
also-
Timber off lane.
A blue hero, exactly what I was talking about, guys.
Yeah.
So, yeah. OG of the Storm. And in fairness, it would have been a good hero for Liquid as well, right? There's not many good stuns for OG. They banned out the Puck and Quap. They're already respecting Nisha having kind of freedom in the game. Ban 2, pick 1. It makes sense. And it rounds out OG's lineup.
Leshrac? Ember?
Liquid goes for the
I
Ember.
mean, the Nisha Ember, why not?
Yeah. Fits the same bill as before. Again, they take the Storm because then you can at least try and annoy the Ember a little bit. But yeah, I think both teams are going to be really happy with the draft that they've got. You've got, for Liquid at least, you have really strong lanes and pacing through Lycan and the helm of Dom Overlord. And then for OG, you have just, again, strong lanes, but the scaling just feels really nice. In the mid to late game, it's who has the Storm Ursa jumped, Timber frontlining, big supports playing behind them. No, I'm just excited to watch this game. It's refreshing that at the end of it, I'm not looking at one team going, "Oh wow, you got to survive, otherwise it's going to just be over." Right? It's just 2 nice drafts.
2 nice drafts. Laning stage even.
Yes. So okay. So if the bot lane,
Yeah.
which is the Gyro versus Timber lane, I think if Team Liquid stomps that lane, they're set up. But I think if it's an even lane, OG doesn't even have to win. But I think if the lane is even, I actually really like OG's draft. That the Storm looks really nice. They're gonna have a bunch of damage. Storm Ember, sure, it's like can be annoying if the Ember is really tanky, but Ember dies to Ursa, he dies to Timber. So I think that lane in particular for me is what I'm gonna be looking at.
And of course, mid lanes. When you talk about drafts where both side lanes feel good, it's about who gets the runes, the Ember, the Storm. Of course, both heroes love an active rune. You get haste on Arcane,
Yeah.
you're going to be killing a side lane and creating more problems. So a lot of focus on the mid lanes as well this game.
Okay, and also some focus on our commentary duo as we have them joining us virtually in the studio. Well, they're actually also in the studio. They're just over there, but we have them over here as well. Hey, I'm up here. John, how are you doing? Keeping up?
Yeah, we're keeping up. Everything's going fantastic here, Shiva.
All right, John, what do you think about these 2 drafts then?
I enjoy myself a Yopaj Storm. He's been playing it across the region, so maybe this time around on Southeast
Why are
Asia.
you guys laughing at that?
He's making a Bulba joke. That's what he did. You know, Yopaj Shopify, Storm every second game. You know.
But he was chosen that because he's good at the Storm.
Yeah.
Yeah. I get.
At least it's not first phase.
We could have said the same thing about Arbit, I guess. Could have said the same thing about Arbit.
Where are you guys? All right. Well, we're going to see, hopefully, a great Storm performance coming out of Yopaj. And just overall, a great game. Let's head into game number 1.
Thank you so much, Shiva. We do get into it. Game number 1. Jonathan. Oh, thank you, Nico.
Yeah,
thank you.
there you go. There you go.
See, Nico knows what he's doing. This man is a connoisseur of voice lines.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
you don't know,
pretty
but oh my god.
Yeah, these stickers are amazing. The liquid ones are amazing. I will caveat. I think I gifted him that one. So there you go. But he likes yours more.
Don't leak that, John.
It was leaked 2 years ago. You know, you gotta hustle. You gotta hustle. And OG has to hustle as well. I was having a bit of a conversation with her manager, Mr. Lane. Even they didn't expect to be in this situation. You know, so hey, 1 game away to get into the playoffs. Again, unfavorable odds by the numbers, but that's nothing new for OG so far in this tournament. They have proven those odds wrong multiple times, Mikey.
Here we go. OG. They're going to run into Tofu. Tofu actually just stands his ground there. Boxy had the power shot. We'll throw it out. Nikkei to join in as well. Tim's looking pretty unhealthy at the moment, and he's got nowhere to go. Tim's will be feeding first blood to Boxy. Liquid standing their ground, and it certainly pays off in their favor.
And it does. Nice little start for them. First blood coming out for Mike. A little bit more of a gold injection. Already has the full wand up. This is like watching something on IMAX way up close to the screen. I love those memes. This is beautiful. That's a beautiful shot. Thank you.
That's very cursed.
It's not cursed. It's IMAX first row. That's all it is. I don't know who's crazy enough to do that, but there are people out there. What's not crazy is this mid. Nisha on his Ember, Yopaj on his classic Storm, which at least this time around, not first phase pick, Michael Phoenix. Last pick overall for Yopaj. So he should have himself a good time. This matchup, of course, up against Ember. It's a classical one that is pretty much 50-50. Very skill-based.
I should say.
See either side go.
Shout out to Bulba, but we love him.
We love Bulba.
You know, we're just joking.
It just eventually became a little bit of a meme, but hey, stuff becomes memes. You know, it happens in the cycle of memes.
We do love you, Bulba. Don't worry.
And we do.
I'll protect you, Bulba. Anyway, like you were saying, mid lane, it is going to be a bit of a skill-based matchup, Jonathan. Then again, you know, Yopaj, he's very well aware of how this Ember works, John. As I always say, you never bet against the Yopaj Ember. Obviously, Nisha's playing the Ember this time around, but I imagine Yopaj should have a decent enough time dealing with him. Of course, Nisha, and not to be outdone, will be pretty even on parity. In fact, Yopaj is actually in trouble now, taking a fair bit of harassment on his way out. See who does secure the first kill in this mid lane.
Yeah, it's a little bit rougher for Yopaj. I will say I appreciate Nisha, again, going for the chain gang that we've been seeing a lot more often for the most part. I think it's a more popular facet overall. All of this control coming in later on, it could catch Yopaj by surprise if he's not too careful with the remnants going around, with a shard coming up. So there are things to consider here for the Storm later down the line if he doesn't have any way of dispelling on himself. The control is somewhat there on the side of Team Liquid. On the other lanes, of course, lots of poking and prodding. You've got Natsumi once more in his Ursa up top. And this is something that OG's found a lot of success with. Right? Laning into the Lycan, comfy enough. There's not really a massive threat from Lycan Wind Ranger that can come in here overall. Not that you can really maximize your Jakiro here, as the panel was talking about. Poking onto Boxy with Wind Run for Scam, not going to be the easiest thing, but whenever it's down, you do have some opportunities here.
Ace is going to be in big trouble. He'll try to go for the body blocks with the Wolves to try and dissuade Natsumi from continuing. And Natsumi trying to cut him off now through the tree line, though. Ace does predict it. Can he hide? No, he cannot. Natsumi will sniff him out.
Oh, pretty big kill to find for good old Natsumi. We've seen this before with some Ursas. They get a nice kill. They get this acceleration into, say, mid-tier items. We're getting the full rate band out for Natsumi this time around to balance out the lane into maybe the power treads, phase boots, or whatever, into the Battle Fury, and you're feeling pretty good. We'll see if Natsumi can maintain that, but they're finding some good ways to harass out in this lane. Again, the key part for this on Liquid is that this isn't really a high-pressure lane when you're playing Lycan, right? Like, you're going to sit back, you're going to farm. Ursa enjoys farming. And you're not really the most threatening in terms of control. It's all down to Boxy, so there's always play for Natsumi. There's always play for Scam to threaten onto Ace if he does step out of line in the lane, at least until maybe his Helm of Iron Will is up, and then that starts to stabilize a little bit more in terms of sustain.
It sure does. Yopaj still having a bit of a... Still on struggle street here in the mid lane. I mean, not in terms of net worth at the very least. They are still on parity in terms of CS as Nico. Oh, it's hard to listen to myself in the game. It really is, John. I cringe every time. Well, how's bottom lane going? Speaking of Nico the Devil, how's he going? He's up against Mike, of course, on the gyrocopter. Mike having a fantastic time, Jonathan. Just a stroll in the park for Mike at the moment on this gyrocopter. Tofu's going to ensure he does remain relatively safe. In fact, it looks like they want to try and get a little bit aggressive. Tims did leave temporarily to try and pick himself up a bounty, and he certainly does do so. It doesn't really seem like there's going to be much in the way of slowing down this gyrocopter, though, in this farming lane, though they do find the brown boots on the courier.
Yep, nice little take for Tims. Not really much you can do with a Timbersaw in that lane. The double melee into gyrocopter plus Tusk. A little bit of a nightmare lane for OG. They're just going to have to stabilize, get these pulls going on Tims. Good little intercept out from Tofu. It is more struggled city for both of the off lanes here, Mikey. You know, we were talking about mid, much more even affair. Slight advantage for Yopaj still, but these offlaners are just not getting as much as you'd want. I'd say it's less painful for Ace, for sure. Lycan will eventually find farm. He always has the jungle to fall back on. For Nico, not having the strong start means your laning presence isn't going to be great. Your presence into, say, the 8 to 10 minute mark to just take over a lane.
Oh, nice juke. Nice juke from Nisha, but he's still in trouble. The disposal's there from Tims, body blocks from Yopaj. What a power duo. OG able to secure the life of Nisha. Tofu will rotate into the mid lane. Does get a few hits off onto Yopaj, but just wants to soak XP and get a bit of CS for himself while there's no other mid laner. But very nice from OG. Like, it's what I always say about teams that have Yopaj. Just make sure this guy has a good game.
Yeah, and Yopaj is certainly having that good time for himself. We'll have to walk back for a bit of a top-up. I will say as well, it is quite funny to see this lineup branded as OG, where it's pretty much a Boom iteration plus Force, isn't it?
I'm pretty sure I literally said to Seb, we were at a tournament together, and I literally said, Seb, please pick up this squad. Believe me. I don't think he listened to me, John. Right?
Yeah.
But clearly somewhere on the line, Seb and I had the same idea.
Yeah. And again, this is almost like classic Boom. It's minus Jackie plus Natsumi, one of those choices.
Oh, Mickey, gonna be in trouble. Yopaj got that early level 6, makes the rotation very worthwhile as well. That was the highest net worth hero on the map. Nico to pick that one up. Liquid, though, in the meantime, stealing stacks away. Nothing comes for free when you're up against Liquid.
No. But this is a big sacrifice. Look at Ace up top, under pressure, Natsumi diving behind tier 1s. You're having this recovery for Nico coming out off of that kill. You're getting free galvanized stacks up for Yopaj. And the Ancients are at least intact, so there's some bigger sources of farm still available for the side of OG. I'd say that's a worthwhile trade for OG. They're leveraging this early momentum that Yopaj has, and they are still applying that pressure. Natsumi's just confident enough. He knows there's not really any way of stopping him on Ace to just play his game here on the Ursa for Natsumi. So just playing forward, not going to be able to contest these Shrines of Wisdom, but unlike yesterday, at least for OG, they will find 1 for 1 in terms of these early objectives. So not a complete washout in comparison to what we're seeing in their matches against Tundra. And Liquid will just maintain equality instead of snagging one way here.
Is it hard for you to cast this game, John? I mean, on one side you've got the Filipino brethren, on the other side you've got the coach that handed you your Steam Deck, that bribed you, I want to say. Shout out to Blitz, by the way.
Yeah,
never gave me a Steam Deck for whatever reason. I had to buy my own. Expose Blitz on the stream right now. Yeah, go on. Is it hard for you, John? Bottom lane, this could be hard for Mickey. Natsumi will move in. TPs are coming, though. He's got some help. Natsumi's gone too far. He'll try to man up, though, against Mickey, but can't quite reach. He'll try to go for a run now, but Nisha with the body block should have all the control, and they will secure a very nice kill here, Team Liquid.
Yeah, I feel like at that point, Nico should have just, joined his carry in his pursuit of happiness. But he doesn't quite find a good old Natsumi, getting a little bit eager, and that is quite a big pickup for Nisha. And for a lot to soak up on Mika as well, considering that, you're at the point where the Timbersaw can just camp a lane.
Nico.
A little bit of a threat, Nico.
Nisha getting very, very active now. Lots of impact from our Ember Spirit as Mika says thank you very much. And he will secure the kill onto the Timber. Meanwhile, Yopaj and Tims smoked up, looking to make the rotation towards Ace. Ace has had a relatively challenging laning stage for himself. He is not showing on the lane, but Yopaj and Tims, of course, going to take a wild guess and say he's on the far western side of the map. And that he is. Still no brown boots, no wolf form either. He's got level 6 now. He just got it in the nick of time. Is it enough, though? It is going to be enough. Boy, that was close.
That it was, and I'd say it's a bit optimistic to look for the Lycan at this point. Dominator is up. It's a lot of armor. There's not much output on Yopaj. Doesn't even have something like, say, a Witchblade or Kaya. So a lot of time wasted, and this is something Liquid will capitalize on. We're already just kind of clumping up mid. Yopaj is out of mana. Does at least have the Soul Ring for some injection if need be, but it's not going to be enough to really stave off this pressure coming in now from Liquid. And you're at that point with what the panel was saying. Your 2 side lanes are just going to farm. Yopaj is alone.
Yeah, Yopaj, very low on mana, does have the stick charges to revert to. I don't know why it was so hard for me to say that word, John. Mid tier 1 tower.
Happens.
Will go down. Team Liquid, considering the start, I mean, they've really caught up quite nicely now, and they're just proving to be even more active than OG is.
Yeah, I think this kind of comes back to that movement from Natsumi down bot, right? Like, he gets over-eager, he leaves this lane where he could just free farm into that point where Battle for You starts to get built up. And he overcommits on that, whereas Nico was of a different mind. He gets the early retreat off with the Timber Chain. He's not keen to play that aggressive. He knows he needs more on the Timb. So there was a little bit of a misalignment coming out there on OG. And Yopaj is just getting dived so far back by himself again.
Even have an app damage rune on Nisha if you wanted to pop it, but he'll hold out for now. Just trying to really ensure Yopaj is not feeling very comfortable on this map. Mind you, he is still ahead of net worth comparatively to the Ember, but it is a very close affair between the two. And a very close game, in fact. Less than 1k for Team Liquid, 10.5 minutes in terms of net worth advantage. And I mean, you look at all the cores on the map, they are very close when it comes to their respective net worths. Natsumi in huge trouble now. Boxy going to try and go for the solo pickoff. Very nice shackles into the power shot. Natsumi, he'll go for the enrage. Might need to turn around. He's got a bit of help coming, but it's not going to be quick enough. He will go down as now Nisha. Even Nisha showing up for this fight. The chain gang going to land, and Tims, he will follow. As Boxy will receive the tip from his offlane.
Yeah, that's just a wonderful target identification. You know, this Ursa just doesn't have a threat. Even with Battle Fury, you don't think you're going to feel too confident in that kind of engagement. And you just get the rundown. That's great recovery coming out. Ace gets some activity out as well. All OG can do is just kind of sit back and farm. They're invading that bot jungle a bit. Scam's getting some space to grow. You know, you've got room for this build-up on Nico, who's now clearing out that triangle. Ancient stacks. Getting that acceleration into the Lotus Orb. But the issue stands for OG, and this is something that we've seen from OG a couple of times, where, yeah, the early laning phase could end up good. Their mid-game starts to slow down, and now it does feel like they have to set themselves up to weather the storm. Because you're going to need farm on your Ursa, you're going to need farm on your Tim. It's only Yopaj that can dance.
Hey, we'll catch Scam. Scam will go down as well, Team Liquid. It's early activity being very effective from their end of things, and this is one of their strong points, right? The early game for Team Liquid is indeed much more powerful than what OG have. You do start to get somewhat concerned once you hit the mid to late game. So OG's draft does scale, I would argue, a lot better. But for now, Team Liquid's certainly pushing the advantage.
That they are. I think for Liquid to really shut out this early portion of the game, you'd want to start setting up some forward vision. They do have one really sneaky ward up top that allowed them to snipe Natsumi. But you kind of want to maintain the control on that expanded jungle. As we've seen quite a few teams kind of do that to punish these stalled out matches where you're just catching cores, farming really good scan to spot out Natsumi once more on an island by himself.
They're just so good, Team Liquid, just constantly smothering Natsumi. And poor old Natsumi, he's going to get cut off once again. He'll pop the enrage immediately. Boxy will pop the focus fire, but does not have a good shackle opportunity. But just the fact that you're even forcing him away and just making sure he's not hitting creeps is going to be very worthwhile. Especially when you know Mikkei's been having a great old time just free farming down towards the south. They have smoked up now, trying to get towards the gyro. Problem is Mikkei's right by his tier 1 tower, so the TP rotations are certainly possible. Just look how quick they are. All 5 heroes are coming. OG, get out of there. Get the hell out of there.
There's just no damage.
My goodness, that was quick.
Real quick response, and again, maybe optimistic on the side of OG, because there's no output. Yopaj alone is just not enough. Nico is not in position to Timber Chain in either. It just didn't seem like he was all too interested in the deeper dive and that fuller commitment. So you're just kind of throwing the storm out alone. Maybe if you had Scam around, say with Macropyre, with the dual Breath up, could be a different story, but there is a lack of damage on these cores right now.
Are we going to have a big engagement over the shrines? Nico's hanging around. I'm not sure if he's confident enough to move in, but in fact he is. Yopaj, he'll be there to help Tims. A 3-match start out from Tims. The rebound paying off for now. Mikkei, he's been left behind on the gyro. He's gone. Nisha and Ace, they'll try to move in, but it's all for naught. It's too late. In fact, Nisha, he needs his own way out. He'll narrowly avoid the rebound from Tims. But what a rebound to initiate the 3-man.
Yeah, you're seeing the threats coming out from OG. And again, that's the difference it makes when you actually get that commitment out from Nico. It's not just Yopaj trying to poke and prod by himself. The damage can be there. And they did fight in a tight enough spot that you're confident on the side of OG starting to find some of those kills. Again, it's Nico taking point. It's Nico drawing the attention. And then the follow-through comes. Tims again landing that beautiful stun. But it just allows Yopaj to actually play the way he'd want to on the Storm. In comparison to their last 2 attempts, he's just dancing around this time around.
And Nisha will eventually find Tims. So it was live at the very least. Nisha able to pick Tims off. Bit of revenge for that previous fight. Team Liquid not to be outdone. They're still 3k ahead. They still have Mikkei farming like an absolute champion. Ace right behind him. Natsumi trying to keep up. Is currently 1k behind the gyrocopter. does have the Battle Fury at the very least, so farm set to escalate. And I think OG, they're more than happy to play a slower game if they can afford to. Liquid, happy to sit back for a little bit on their own terms as well.
Yep. And they've got some good tempo coming out in Liquid though. That full Spirit Vessel on Nisha gonna allow, again, quicker takedowns. No concerns about, say, Bodyguard sustain from Tim's coming in anytime soon.
Nisha for a chain is going to find Skem immediately. Skem, he'll throw the ice path out. Not looking good for him though. Yopaj, he's going to jump in. Nico here as well. Natsumi though, dropping so low already. It's not looking like a great fight. And now the shackle! Ooh. Boxy, the perfect shackle onto 2. Oh, Tims! Oh, he didn't get the rebound. Pick me up!
No. Rooted up as well, so you're not able to drag him away with that nice little root coming in towards the end there from the side of Liquid. And OG, again, this is the point where you kind of have to balance it out. It was a great moment by the Shrine, but if you do get collapsed on like this, again, you have to think about how do you set your control pieces up. You can't easily pin down Nisha. You're reliant on unreliable stuns for that kind of target, if not just a quick jump from Yopaj with the Vortex, which again, easier said than done when you're playing up against an Ember Spirit. And you just need more time. Like we've been talking about it for Nico, he's got that Lotus Orb, but he still needs the Kaya, he still needs more damage, maybe a little bit more HP as well. Natsumi, just with the Battle Fury, really isn't set up yet. The Blink's gonna have to come next as he's queuing up into the BKB, as we tend to see. And you just kind of have to ride it out. 5k lead for Liquid is good, and I would say in comparison to what we were seeing from the OG Tundra game, Liquid are much better at getting these early pressure pieces off because they're not relenting.
Yeah, they're onto Skem again. You just love this aggression from Team Liquid. Completely unrelenting. No mercy being shown towards OG. And Nisha, I mean, with the Spirit Vessel pickup, there's just no reason to slow down. They just want to keep going. And so they should. Do not allow OG to feel comfortable going into that mid to late. OG, they need some time right now to kind of catch up in the farm department. They've fallen a little bit behind. At the very least, Natsumi would probably really appreciate that blink up before they get going again. But Liquid, it does start to feel like they're in control of this game one pretty nicely now.
Honestly, between all the cores, your net worth on OG actually is pretty equal. What the big difference maker is the support farm. Boxy having all of that gold for the Rod of Atos countering act, that save with a rebound, massive. You've got more durability coming in from Tofu with a Solar Crest going for the drums, for some easy disengage coming in here as well. Like this support farm, amounting for most of the 6k difference outside of Mika's farm. Like again, the net worth of these cores are really even. Like it's just Tims and Skem are so poor. Like they don't have the utility you'd want. A Marcy with only 3k gold at 18 minutes does not feel good, even on support. Just a challenging time when you don't have any of these set pieces for these heroes to feel highly effective, especially for Tim. Skem, a little bit more forgivable. It's a Jakiro. It's going to have impact even without items, but Marcy's the kind of hero that does need something to help the team out.
Roshan. You'd love to take Roshan before the Ursa can. And Liquid, they're not going to get punished at all for this either. Doesn't seem like OG are even aware that Roshan is happening. So a big loss for OG, but a great gain for Team Liquid. Just enables them to continue just playing this aggressive style of game one. Like Skem may get caught with his pants down in this tree line. He will see Nisha, but Nisha will not see him yet. Like there's a lot of heroes here from OG if they want to try for something, but I don't think they're feeling quite confident in jumping the Ember at the moment. And that'll be fair. They will not. They'll hold out.
Yeah. Again, you're at the back foot right now on the side of OG. I think they've learned a lot from those failed ganks with Yopaj, where, again, if you're not able to connect with Nico, if you're not able to land these control pieces, you're just not looking for these engagements. You can't afford to force them. Yopaj even is going for a BKB buildup as well, just to ensure that he's not going to get caught out by, say, the chains, the shackles that can come through here that just pin him down for way too long. And the side of OG, outside of having fun with their voice lines, and just have to relax a bit. Blink up on Natsumi. It's a start, but need more. Need that BKB to be online to really have that confidence to come in. Even with a BKB, like you've got the punch to kind of kite you around. You have to deal with being kited around by a Lycan. There's some Athoses up as well. You know, you're going to have to pick and choose when you pop your BKB, when you pop your Enrage. Makes it a little bit more of a complicated game for Natsumi. In fact, he's just going for the Basher, which I appreciate. I think he understands that in this kind of game, you have to have Nico cop everything.
Oh, Skemp, he's copping everything right now, Jonathan. No chance for Skemp to get out of this one. Ace will happily just let the units do all the work. Meanwhile, Nico also being chased down by Nisha. Nisha not giving up either, remnanting forward, gets the chains off into the snowball. The chain not going to work out either for Nico. He's got no chance. Team Liquid finding a couple of great pickoffs for themselves. And still plenty of time on that Aegis for Mike if they want to just continue being ultra aggressive.
Yeah, nothing to hold them back. Again, there's no threat so far on OG until more of these items come in. The big one has to be Yopaj's BKB. Once he can take point for the team, once he can kind of connect better with Nico, you provide that avenue for Natsumi to, again, play without a BKB. Play with his Basher. Look for that control. Look for that set-piece control onto someone like Nisha in this kind of match, if you can get that focus onto him. And run from there. 13-5, 7k lead for Liquid, still looking good for the Radiant side, of course. And it's about to get worse. Ags coming up for Mika soon. This is him taking off these engagements just with a Hurricane Pike and the Chrysalis as well.
They saw that. I believe the Wolf did see the smoke happening. Team Liquid, they could set up very nicely here in this Dire Triangle and just wait. Wait for OG to come in to the meat grinder that will be the triangle. Yopaj, he gets lucky. He gets a regen room before this fight starts. They'll see the courier, so they'll have a brief idea of where Team Liquid could be located. But instead, OG, they'll make the choice to go for the mid-tier 1 tower. And, well, Team Liquid, they do smoke up on their own terms. Now looking to force a fight. Yopaj gets rooted in place. Boxy gets the shackle as well. Do they have the damage output in time? The extra root now coming out. Yopaj is going to die. This Team Liquid, they'll give up a tier 1, but they'll find a very valuable pickoff.
And that's your only tempo here right now.
100%.
5 for 5.
My
Boxy.
goodness.
I mean, yeah, he's just set, right? Like we saw the picture, the stickers put down. Can you doubt a man with that kind of look?
No.
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 Can you doubt a face that looks great on IMAX up close? No, you can't. And for OG, I mean, that's what they're facing up against.
Nisha. Oh. He's going to move up to Tim's. Natsumi, of course, just going to have to run. Axe now completed on Mike, and he'll happily take the life away of Tim's. As at least they'll get Natsumi out of there. Team Liquid. 8k net worth advantage now. Everything going their way. I mean, OG certainly not out of the game yet either.
No.
But it is looking more and more challenging as time does go on.
Yeah, it's looking like a classic Southeast Asian game so far, and this is pretty much par for the course for the region. So Southeast Asian fans need not panic. This is the way that our teams...
We've still got another 40 minutes, boys. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's not over till the Ancient falls. And we're still a ways off from that happening. But of course, Liquid will try to speed up that process. Another tier 2 down, only mid left. And still not too much time in the Aegis left at the very least. A 67% win probability for Team Liquid.
So close.
I mean, look, a 32% chance for OG. Hey, that's better than what we've seen in the past few years for Southeast Asia. Again, I think C fans will take that.
You keep hitting yourself, John.
Yeah, I mean,
stop it.
I mean, it's reality. You know, I can't avoid reality here, Mike. I've huffed enough copium. It doesn't work anymore. I'm not getting strong enough hits.
Oh.
Look at this nerdy play. It's the Wolves.
Ace doing fantastic work. Vision up, Nico. We'll show first, Nisha. He'll have a gander. Oh, he's going to find Yopaj as well with those chains. Yopaj, okay for now. He has a BKB haste rune anyway if he needs it. Team Liquid, they won't commit, but they might just slowly start sieging this tier 2 tower, try to force a fight. In fact, never mind that, they go after Natsumi, drag him back with the Gale first. Natsumi going to try and fight back with the bash out, but Nisha's here now, and Natsumi is in no man's land. It's him versus the world. Let's see some magic, Natsumi. What do you do here, sir?
Oh, no.
Boxy just controlling him, so is Nisha. Natsumi not dead yet, but will eventually go down as Boxy, unrelenting. Snowball out now from Tofu. Tofu will go down. But that's a great trade for Team Liquid.
And it is rather unfortunate to watch Natsumi. I mean, this is what you'd expect for the Urs in this kind of game, though. Just a lot of kiting around. And again, it's down to the fact that he went Basher first, which we saw some good bashes come in, but just too much control coming out to him in a vacuum. 1,000 damage being done there, of course, by Boxy as well. And that's without any sort of damage steroid on this Wind Ranger. Just pretty much a full duration focus fire, which you don't normally see here. Natsumi is going back for the BKB along with a nullifier to take care of that wind run, but I don't know if you have time to do that any longer. 11k lead for Liquid. OG, I mean, again, they've still got this 9-second BKB on Yopash to play with.
But Ace is going to pop the wolf form, just runs right in by himself. Scamp gets the ice path though. Ace could be controlled completely. Uh-oh. Gets a little bit too excited, Jonathan. Gets a little bit too excited.
I'd say more than a little bit in that kind of move.
You know, tried to pull the ace, he got the Joker, Jonathan. That's what we say back in Australia. I think that's a saying anyway. OG. It probably isn't, John. I think I just made that up. OG now smoking up. Can they find more? I mean, mind you, Mike, he just got his BKB up, so it could be a bit of an awkward time to try and force the fight into the side of Team Liquid. And it doesn't really seem like it's going to happen anyway.
No. I will say that that is a huge shot in the arm there for OG. That big kill on Ace. Equalizing back down to 9k, giving a lot of room out to get this build-up that OG's looking for. Again, this is exactly what we see from OG in a lot of your series, where maybe the first 5 minutes look all right. 5 minutes to 25, it looks pretty atrocious and passive, and then you kind of just ride it out and try to get as much as possible as they catch Tims.
They certainly do. Boxy's just been a menace. Absolute menace here, Boxy. To find another pickoff for his team. OG? Open up here, Natsumi. He's thinking about something, maybe just trying for a quick pickoff at the Tofu. He's got Skim to help out, and they are indeed just going to go for the quick. It's a support for a support trade. They'll be okay with that. Roshan's up in 15 seconds, more importantly for both sides. I think this time around, you really do not want to try and let that go if you are OG. You've got to give it an attempt. See if Team Liquid can try and sneak it. They'll go for Skem first. Ice Path going to be off the mark. Skem now being chased by the wolves and creeps of Ace. And it looks like he might just be screwed. The Dark Prowler. We've seen this before. The Ancient Prowler. You can't escape it. And now Yopaj gets stunned up though. Tims in with the 3-man stun, but it doesn't seem like it's going to matter. They're just all being kited. Natsumi on the run. Get rooted in place, chains up. Do they want to dive high ground already? The answer will be no, but they can go for the Roshan attempt now, and they could probably do it quite safely.
Yeah, there's no threat on OG whatsoever. Again, until you get something like the BKB or Natsumi, I appreciate the confidence in going for the Basher first, but he's not able to really just stand and hit. And you just have to be so concerned about all of this control. Yopaj as well never got to use his BKB. Like, it's been several fights in, still 9-second BKB charge. Just so many ways for Liquid to catch that Storm by surprise, and it's such a hard choice to make as to when to actually turn on that debuff immunity here. When does he actually want to start to dance around, as it doesn't feel like OG are fully ready to back him up. Roche still open, as mentioned, for Liquid if they'd want. You are taking your time before committing onto the objective. And for OG, I'm with you. They've got to fight over it. It's a nice tight spot. You've got Macro Pyre up. You've got Ice Path. You've got Nico who can do a ton of damage with a Twisted Chakram as well. But it is going really quick here for the side of Liquid.
I mean, they've got a chance. They've smoked up, but Roshan, it is going extremely quickly, and it looks like they're not going to make it there in time. OG even getting scanned out now as well. So it's not going to be an easy entrance if they want to try and force this fight, and it seems like they'll run directly south instead. Liquid. It almost seemed like they weren't going to get the Roshan before all the respawns happened, but they still make it work. And now a 5-man smoke from Team Liquid on the hunt. It seems like they are more than ready to find a straggler and go high ground. Nobody around them quite yet, that they might cut Natsumi off. Natsumi on the far eastern side of the map just farming, and these wolves once again going to give the vision. Here comes Boxy. Won't find anything. Not yet anyway. Natsumi, though, still being watched. Meanwhile, Nisha. He'll take down Skem across the map. Natsumi will be okay.
Yeah, you're fine with that. You know, you sacrifice Skem, you kind of split apart on Liquid. There's room for Natsumi to just play that farm game a tad bit, and now it's a question of how do you hold high ground defense without your Jakiro. He's your AoE control, he's your AoE damage for the most part. You're gonna need him here. There is buyback, but these towers fall way too quick, and you don't have an easy way of clearing out the banner either. So Liquid has the sustain to just keep this going here.
I mean, you certainly got to commit if you are OG. There's no two ways about that. But I say commit, you could probably just let one Rax go down. The question is, do Liquid stop at one? And I think the answer might be no. I think they just keep going. There's no reason to back off.
No.
OG haven't given them a reason to back off.
No. It's just so surprising as well. Natsumi does go for the full Nully first, and I know it's great, you know, to dispel these heroes, hold them back, but if you're just going to get chain stunned anyhow, it's rough. Like, I get it. BKB's not amazing when Walrus punches there, but surely it's better than just being chain stunned for a million years.
Well, you'd think so. A Liquid. They will pay their respects and retreat. He's just being such a nuisance with this Wolf. Constantly keeping tabs on what OG are doing. Team Liquid looking to move back up. Zip in, Yopaj, they're going to try and burst down the gyro. They've got one life so far. Nico trying to chain away a beautiful shackles from Boxy. But everyone's fine for now as they do retreat. Tim's, he might die on his way out, and he does do so as Yopaj. He actually jumped back in. He'll get the BKB off though. In fact, he's going to go for the fight. Yopaj, he's got nothing left in the tank. He'll have to retreat. And that'll be 2 lanes of barracks now for the side of Team Liquid.
I mean, you can see the damage is there. Their engagements can happen here for OG. It's just, it's a massive challenge to overcome. 1 life on the gyro is great. We saw some really good Lotus usage out from Nico as well. So the shackle ends up holding Boxy back on top. You don't get that Gale Force earlier to keep them locked in. Actually really impactful in terms of allowing OG to back off, but it's not a big enough win. They're not getting gold off of it, just the Aegis. It didn't have too much time, maybe about 1:40 at that point. So they still find a Rax as well with all of this push potential on Ace. You're happy on Liquid. And for OG, I mean, I'm looking at what they're queuing up. Yopaj going for the Ags. This has to be it, right? Like, this is probably your last hope at this point. Just have that AoE control, enable this collapse on top.
They're going to get out of here first, though, John. Natsumi in trouble again, and so is Yopaj being locked down by Nisha. Currently being soloed by Nisha. Natsumi still just completely controlled. He just can do nothing. Nada.
No.
Nor Jonathan.
No. Again, it's this build. It's all offense items, nothing defensive for him. He's just relying on surviving through Enrage. Can't really dance around Boxy.
Boxy's just been an absolute headache for the side of OG. Oh, Boxy. It just never changes with this smoke, does it?
No.
Just too damn good.
He really is. You know, he is a Fist of Death line enjoyer. So,
he is. That is true.
There you go.
Well, wasn't he the one to do the lion shard thing?
Which shard thing?
What was it back, the lion thing that you really enjoyed in the previous meta?
The Fist of Death?
No.
But he was the first to use Fist of Death.
It doesn't matter, John, anyway.
He was the first. Thank you, Boxy. But no thanks yous from OG, of course, as 24-8.
I mean, Natsumi's 15 away from respawning, but they're just going straight for the jugular here, Team Liquid. Right onto the Megas. Zip in from Yopaj, not going to amount to too much. Zip in again, they'll try for Nisha. I do not believe they'll have the control, and Tim's jumped right into his death, right off a cliff as they'll try. Mickey, caught by an ice puff, but he's just force-staffed out of it. It really does feel like you need that Ags on Yopaj to set up anything here for the side of OG, and unfortunately he's just nowhere near it.
No. Such a long way off. Only enough gold for 1 part, really. At least, look, think about this hard, Mike. It's Southeast Asia. We see a lot of games go into Mega Creeps, yes. it's also OG.
Yeah.
Come back from Megas.
That's true.
Which curse breaks? Which truth holds true here?
It's a good question, Jonathan. We'll find out very soon, I'm sure.
It's a lot of hopium to huff, to hope for this Ags to be up on Yopaj. I don't know. Like, Ags on Yopaj should align with Natsumi's BKB, and I'd expect that would take 5, 6, 7 minutes more. Maybe Natsumi's BKB a little bit quicker, as he has enough gold to at least buy one item out. Liquid, of course, won't give them that time. Another smoke out. Nothing to threaten them. Pretty much a free game for them if they want to just look for the last fight into the end game here. And I'm just curious what OG will try to do to save themselves here.
We'll find out. Big smoke up. Team Liquid again trying to finish off the job. Mega Creep's already going. Natsumi gonna get the blink away. Scam getting caught in a very windy situation at the moment. We'll be all right. Nisha, though, no fear in the world, just jumps right in by himself, and Scam is just getting deleted. Yopaj trying for Boxy, but Boxy's fine with the wind run. They'll turn on to Nico now. Nico cannot chain away. In fact, he'll be snowballing right back towards Tofu. And it seems like that'll be all she wrote for Nico. Natsumi still trying. They're buying back on everyone. Yopaj zips back in. Will at least find Tofu. Meanwhile, though, the rest of his team is just getting absolutely shredded by Nisha. Nico trying again, but there's just no damage. There's nothing.
No.
Good game. That'll be all she wrote. Game 1, Jonathan. Team Liquid coming in, showing us that they are still indeed Team Liquid. And OG gonna have to go back to the drawing board going into this game number 2.
Yeah, a bit of a rough time for OG. Liquid made it look easy, to be fair. I think they had the right ideas in the draft. They managed to go for the Ember up against the Storm, and again, Ace on this Lycan, a major nerd, scouting around quite nicely there, Mike.
Speaking of nerds, Jonathan, we have a panel on deck. Let's throw to them.
I am gonna take that as a compliment. Yeah, I've decided that that's the case. Aren't we all nerds playing Dota? I mean, it's a nerdy game. What can I say? We're going to talk about some other nerds, though, because Team Liquid also was pretty nerdy on the side of the Radiant. They were able to win this game 1, and the best of 3 is very important. Winner of this best of 3 qualifies to the playoffs straight away without having to play more group stage games. And they did so fairly, I say fairly because it definitely wasn't, but fairly flawless, Gunnar.
Yeah, there wasn't really anything of note. They kind of just outplayed OG on the whole map, I would say. It was a lot of just pickoffs back to back. It was, you see one kill, then OG has to run away. You see another kill, OG has to run away. And I think that is mostly just a map outplay, I would say. It's like Liquid just playing the map conceptually better.
You can see already from the highlights, right? Like that Ursa and Storm, they had good lanes, right? We saw the 7-minute pressure where the first catapult wave, the Ursa and the Jakira was whittling down the Lycan's tower, but just like Gunnar mentioned, once the lanes kind of broke out and went more towards the kind of the mid game, Liquid was so dominant, right? The fact that we see Nisha end of the game 10-1-15, Boxy as well 9-2-13. They were sweeping throughout the map, of course using the vision from Lycan's Wolf, but it felt like Liquid finally has got to the point where they are the skirmishing team once again. Like when you saw this roster first form, they were trying to play like this, but making mistakes. Now, there aren't mistakes. It is just really scary. And if you make one bad TP, one wrong pick where it's too greedy, you are going to lose in half an hour to this team. And unfortunately for OG, they couldn't really put much of a fight against Liquid in this first game.
They could not. I do feel like they got a couple of gifts from Liquid here and there.
Ace on the Lycan runs up high ground and just gets 100 to 0'd.
Yeah, for example.
But that is proof to how dominant Liquid was, because Liquid could provide the occasional, puppy or something to OG to slaughter, and it didn't really change the scope of the game.
That is true. And the numbers definitely don't lie. I mean, there were so many. It's 31-10, so the numbers are just very, very rough on the side of OG. I mean, you got a 0-10 on the Mars. I know he's a support, but obviously just stands out. Tims and Scam trying their best to be the frontliners.
He stands out, though.
He stands out the most on the side of that team. I mean, to be honest, it is a joy to see his Wind Ranger, and we don't get to see it very frequent because it's not very much in the meta, but he made it work very well.
Yeah, really nice against the lane. Of course, against Jakiro Ursa, there's a lot of right-click damage, so utilize that Wind Run. He itemizes to the Atos to ensure he has a long-range connection to get the Storm Spirit, to then apply the Shackle Shot. So nice itemization. And I feel like as soon as you have Ember in the mid lane, having a high damage dealer from range feels good, because once you're in chains into a power shot, you're going to probably need to run away, or you're dead, right? So, yeah, nice combinations.
Yeah. I think it was a hero that they utilized for pickoffs. It was like the whole playstyle, I feel like, of their draft was this like high damage on every single one of the heroes. Like all their cores, Gyro, Ember, Lycan, all high damage. Then they have the Windrunner. It's all these high damage heroes that kind of just enable each other, even the Tusk, that I think if OG was able to take a 5v5 fight, sure. Maybe they're able to do it, but in this pickoff game, I don't think they really stood a chance.
No, they had a little bit of a shining moment earlier on at the start of the series. We highlighted why you should not fight sometimes at the minute 14 experience room team.
Yeah, and Liquid here, they do take the fight quite awkwardly, right? If you see on the minimap, Ember's just joining the fight, and for OG, it kind of feels quite nice for them, right? Liquid have overextended, they killed the Gyrocopter and the Windrunner. But the issue for OG is even though they get the Wisdom Shrine, they get 2 kills, they aren't able to create this moment again. Liquid identifies, wait a second, we shouldn't be too crazy. We need to respect that they can pick us off. And after that, it's back to pick off play. You're not running on 5-on-5. It's just break the entire map. And so the one chance OG had to feel good, it was just one chance. OG could never do it on their own accord.
Well, potentially they get more chances. They'll definitely get a chance in game number 2 with just a fresh game, fresh draft. Let's see what that brings after a break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello everybody and welcome to another edition of not Guess the Hero, it's Make the Hero here with Tim's from OG. Tim's from OG, what a world, how fantastic to see you, sir. How you doing?
Yeah, doing good.
Now tell me, do you know a lot about heroes, items? You buy a lot of weird items?
Right now I only buy Arcane and Glimmer only.
That's very depressing, but the life of many supports.
Yeah.
So what can you do? Well, we're gonna play a fun little game here. What we're gonna do is let you pick a role or ban a role. We're gonna show you some random items. You're gonna have to select in your best way possible these random items, a good role and a good hero, and I'll rate you at the end based on how many reports you might get. Are you ready to play?
Okay.
All right, fantastic. Let us begin here. Your first thing is we are going to start the program. You are auto-banned. You are not allowed to pick hard support. That's unfortunate for you. Let's go and see your first 2 items. First 2 items, please. Okay, all right. Now, Aether Eggs. Pretty good start. You must select a role you believe 2 items, Aether Lens and Ags, would be good in. What do you think?
Role, right? Soft support.
I mean, of course, the pause for.
Yeah.
I mean, where does the mind go? What heroes are you thinking of right now?
Shadow Demon.
Shadow Demon?
Yeah.
Aether Lens Ags, not bad. You know, old Shadow Shaman came to my mind.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see your next items. Bring them out. Things get a little interesting. We have Monkey King Var Boots of Bearing on a pause 4. Any thoughts? What hero could possibly fit into this?
Mid laner.
Mid, you just want to abandon support. After say, what made these two items just made you completely abandon 4?
Oh, it's still pause 4, right?
Yeah, well, hopefully, unless you want to change, but
okay,
you don't get that many changes.
Just do pause 4.
You're going to stick with it. What hero are you thinking of?
Hoodwink.
Monkey King Bar Hoodwink?
Yeah.
With Ags?
Yeah.
Is that... Where's the damage, big dog?
It's on the first kill. First kill ulti with a talent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Hoodwink potentially. All right. Let's lock it in here. As we see now, next one, if you don't mind. The Pipe of Insight.
Mm-hmm.
How mad would you be if your pause 4 Hoodwink rush Boots of Bearing Pipe of Insight?
It's fine.
What do you mean it's fine?
I'm still support though.
What do you mean you're supporting?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. This is looking a little toxic. Now, this is your last opportunity. I will allow you to change your role now, or you can stay where you're at. There's one item left.
No, I think I'm gonna change to offlane.
Offlane. Okay, now this is making sense. Pipe, the boots, is that what did it? Was it mostly the pipe?
No, just the MKB.
Oh, the MKB made you be offlane.
Yeah.
All right, I see you're cooking right now. What heroes are you thinking could work in the offlane with this atrocious build?
I'm thinking about the Monkey as offlane, but there's Ether Lens, but...
Monkey Ether Lens is not good, brother. What?
Okay, I think just go Bristleback. Just do Ether Lens for the mana regen is fine.
Okay. The classic Aether Lens Bristleback. Everything else makes sense though. Boots of Bearing's not bad. Monkey King Bar, bit questionable. Pipe of Insight, definitely good.
Yeah, Aghanim is good.
Aghanim is goated. Okay, so we're locking in offlane. You can't change.
Yeah.
All right, show us the last item.
Yeah.
Okay. That was a good... Thank God we're not Hoodwink anymore.
Yeah.
Final answer of what hero? Is this Bristle?
Yeah, Bristle.
If you saw a Bristleback with these items in your pub, how angry would you be?
I think it's fine, just the Ether Lens is not so good.
Either one's a little sus.
Yeah.
Maybe they accidentally built it, you know? They were trying to build
Mana
something.
regen is fine.
Mana regen's good. Okay, you know what? Out of 9 potential reports, I'm only gonna give you 2 reports on this one.
Nice.
Tims, I gotta say, incredible job. Well done. For a man that only buys Glimmer Cape, you really put it together, my man. Thank you very much. You built a fantastic hero on this episode of Make a Hero. We'll see you next time here at PGL Wallachia number 6.
Let's see which hero Tims can build this time round, as he and his team are 1 game down against Team Liquid in this best of 3 for advancement to the playoffs. We're getting ready to jump into that second game any moment, and we saw OG struggle, and I want to know how to fix it. What should they be doing? What is 343 talking about right now?
Be ready to fight Liquid, and just respect that TP management is really critical against a team like Liquid. And maybe too much stocks are in Timbersaw, right? It's the most banned hero of the tournament.
Yeah.
But
1 in 5?
Yeah, it was 1 in 5 coming into the series. Now it's it is 1 in 5, because it was 1 in 4. My bad. But yeah, you're right, 1 in 5. Good job.
It's bad.
It's bad, but it's still a very, very good hero.
Okay.
I just feel like teams, because it's been so contested and so understood in the last couple of tournaments, maybe people are becoming more aware that the entire draft needs to respect Timbersaw. It can't just be one hero, like we've seen before, where it's like they pick one Jaro or one Ursa and hope that's enough. But Liquid identified that pacing and a good lane. I didn't really feel like Timbersaw was in the game at all. So maybe putting that to the side and having a MOUZ or a Centaur or a Primal in the offlane might give a bit more life to OG, because then you play through the stun and initiator offlane rather than a frontline hero that never gets to frontline.
I have a slightly... I think it was the Marcy for me is when the draft started to get weird. I think that hero as well is a bit too high rated. I think Timber is nice because it flexes to mid and offlane. I also think OG's offlaner, like back when he was Force on MOUZ, he was amazing Timber. Like he would...
No, he was very good on
He would crush so many games on that hero. And I think it's... When a hero is really, really strong in a meta, it's very powerful. It's honestly a horrible decision to kind of lower the stocks on it, because if the hero is good, other teams will pick it, and if you lose to it, you've just like lost a huge draft advantage. So unless they have their own solutions to Timbersaw, I think they should try to keep having confidence in it, at least for now. Because you're up 2-0 in the group stage.
I mean more in general, like I could see the future of Wallachia once we enter later Swiss stage playoffs. Like people are looking at these games going, why are we always banning it, right? Like I feel like we might see more games played on Tundra.
You're saying Tundra has a chance of...
They might get a chance of getting hold of the hero, yeah.
Well, OG does not want to have it be in the hands of Team Liquid. It is Team Liquid with first pick in the second game. They're dire side. And we already are with those first phase bans and with the Timber ban. That means some other heroes might be making their appearance. I'm looking at it. Abaddon is still left in that was banned previously. So is Pango. So is Axe. So is Pugna.
Yeah, for the last game, Abaddon was just kind of like a investment ban for Liquid. They just kind of threw it into the first phase bans, not to think about it later in the draft. And of course, we'll see what Liquid has access to.
And the Lycan.
Yeah, and yeah, you can see here from the previous draft, there's... I feel like every pick from Liquid just felt their identity. And for OG, like Gunnar was mentioning, the Marcy pick was kind of the awkward pivot into then Ursa. Again, I still like both drafts. I think they're both very playable. Again, last game's more on, I think, map play rather than draft specifically. It's just easier to talk about the draft. And Liquid, they get their hands on the Marcy, a hero that they will happily play and carry offlane. Maybe even 4 if needed, but as you see here from the stats, both Mickey and Ace have played it so far in the tournament.
I would say Liquid is one of the better Marcy teams, even going back to TI for me. They were playing carry Marcy, they won a lot of games on it, they won some crazy games that I didn't think the Marcy would scale in, and Mickey was able to scale. So even though I was giving a little shade to Marcy overall, I think if there's a team to play it, it would be Liquid.
Were you giving shade specifically to the support Marcy compared to the core, right?
I like support Marcy for most teams, but I think the value of the hero is lower than... Like, it's too high. I think the value of the hero overall should be lowered, but I still think support Marcy is good. I think right now, for most teams, it shouldn't be a hero you just, like, pick for fun. Like, it has to have a reason to pick it. In the last game, they're pairing with a Timber. It's, like, doesn't really make sense. They're just picking it because it's broken, quote unquote.
I mean, there's 2 teams in my mind that stand out to be the Marcy teams, and that's Tundra and Liquid.
Yes.
Because Tundra utilizes it well on Pure to be very active and break the map, and Liquid, the entire team, breaks the map. And that is what Marcy is meant to be played for. It's meant to be play through the lane, play for every objective, be super annoying. Again, OG, they do pick up the Bristleback, which is a hero they played in offlane for Niku, or X-Force. Good lad.
Good lad.
We got the Hoodwink band out on the side of Team Liquid. Banning out a high damage +4.
So when you see Bristle, I feel like most teams already kind of in the back of your mind, like you don't instant jump to it, but it's break heroes. You think Viper, Hoodwink, Primal Beast. 2 of them are banned by Liquid. So do you think that's kind of a hero that... Do you think it's necessary? Because I don't think it's always necessary, but it's nice to have.
I think it also depends on if you have Shiva buying heroes, Scotty buying heroes. Is there like a mid-Nature's Prophet with an early Vessel before Lotus and BKBs come into play? Like, there's a lot of layers to it where break isn't always critical, depending on the other kind of...
I think we've been seeing a bit less and less on Nature's Prophet. Like the stocks on the hero have been a bit...
You pretty much need your mid laner to want to play it. And we saw it was banned out in the Spirit BB series.
Yep. It gets banned out sometimes.
Yeah.
But I feel like a few weeks ago, it was kind of like a first phase hero. I think, especially in pubs right now, I don't know about you, but for me, it's every game is first pick Nature's Prophet. Every single game, it's Nature's Prophet, Timber, and maybe Puck are like the top 3. And those heroes have not had success here so far at this Wallachia.
I do like the Templar Assassin ban we saw in Natsumi yesterday. He almost, this is the game that they lost, but he almost was able to basically take his entire team on his back and carry them to victory.
They're also ensuring that the Marcy, if it is to go off lane, it's going to have a nice lane, right? Like jumping onto a TA when you meld strike and then you got refraction, trying to eat through that just complicates things.
Yeah.
Liquid don't want to be forced into not controlling where the Marcy lane is.
I think this pick seems a bit hard for OG of what they want to do. I would say, I think just go with the Jakiro again.
How about a Tusk?
I think it's also fine. I mean, I value this hero a lot, but I don't think its win rate has been too crazy. It's had like a pretty...
Oh, 35%.
Yeah, pretty mediocre.
And picked very often.
Yes. So everyone values it because it provides a lot. It provides a BKB piercing stun, it provides save, it provides a lane. Like, yeah, on paper, that's all really good things, but I just think in practice, it doesn't really get off the ground.
Yeah. And then when you take Tusk, however many times are we going to say pick Jakiro into Tusk?
Yeah.
Right? But at least for OG, when you see the first two picks, they have identified a playstyle shift, the need to be able to skirmish, fight, like Bristleback Tusk. They're going to, of course, if you have good TP management, know where you're playing on the map, they are just always fighting. They don't really need anything to reset. Same thing for Liquid at the moment. Their lanes do look very, very scary. Question is, do they double pick the supports here? I wouldn't be opposed just to another Windrunner. I think the usage of the shard from Boxy, the Gale, was really disruptive. But instead, they go for
that one.
Spirit Breaker.
Oh, I'm not opposed to this though.
Oh, I do love.
You have feelings of this hero.
Yeah.
I love Spirit Breaker. I do.
How good is he right now? 50-50?
He's a good lad. He's got average win rate, but he's really annoying, right? Because you always get to pull waves for free. You're setting up the map non-stop. You're very aggressive. You don't care. Your wave shove is not as good as before. You're not insta-killing waves. But it doesn't really matter. You like phase, drum, amp your team up. Aghanims, I think, is underrated on the hero. You don't really... I mean, it's hard to buy it, right? But
it's hard to use.
It's also hard to use, yeah. But it's just conceptually a very fun hero because you just provide so much control.
Versus anti-save.
Yes.
You can cast it on the enemy here.
You cast on the enemy, and then Oracle goes to ult that guy, and it ults the Spirit Breaker. It is so fun. Like against Dazzle, potentially even like a Shadow Demon. If you're jumping a Bristleback and they're trying to disrupt save or snowball, you put Planar Pocket down, you're going to eat all those spells. You can just...
Oh yeah, that's so happy. I love being disrupted.
Yeah.
Is that a Yopaj Wind Ranger or a Natsumi Wind Ranger?
Natsumi, he's played it once in the tournament already.
Oh,
I think more likely Natsumi.
Yep.
Um,
And it's really good against Spirit Breaker because you win run, so you don't get right-click bashed. You have Shackle Shot, so when you're charging, you just throw it out. You don't even need to hit a tree, just little mini stun. So Runner, in theory, with Vision, is never getting punched by Spirit Breaker. And if it's an offlane Marcy, same thing, right? Unless you press win run as the charge comes in, and then suddenly Marcy's jumping on top, and you're just delaying the time. But yeah, good carry.
How do you feel about the lane matchup with the Spirit Breaker? Do you prefer it with the Marcy, or you actually now want to see Marcy putting carry and instead put something else with that Spirit Breaker?
I mean, I think Spirit Breaker can just pull waves, so that means any offlaner can play with Spirit Breaker because you're going to get farm from the wave pulling and not really being an honest offlane duo. At the moment, I want to see probably Jakiro, Marcy, safe lane.
yeah, I think I want to see a Mickey Marcy.
Yeah, and then you find a new offlane.
I think the offlane, so Wind is good versus Marcy as a core because you have, your ult does a bunch of physical damage to BKB and you have Kite, which is like kind of the best way to play versus Marcy. Like you run away from her and you kill her during her BKB. And I think when you're put onto an offlane Marcy versus that, you're never really, most games get off the ground to get that BKB +1 item to kill. And whereas a carry, like if he snowballs on Mickey, he gets kills, he'll probably get an MKB at some point, and then I think it's just a much easier playstyle. So that leaves a last pick for Liquid, probably versus when there's...
They're banning out a carry at the moment for OG. So their readers, they don't care about the Marcy carry. So then they're kind of banning out the ones that they are afraid of.
Does Ace play Mars? He can, right?
He can. I don't know if he's played it recently. I'm actually leaning towards potentially like an Underlord for...
I think that's also fine.
For Ace, because then you have the ability to Fiend's Gate when Spirit Breaker finds a hero. You've already got elusiveness on Puck. You can buy auras to amp up this aggression. You have plenty of physical and magic damage.
I'm always just partial to Mars versus Bristle because the spear turns him towards you.
That's true.
Which is just really nice to kill. Also, Arena versus Wind is good to like protect your team. He ults a guy, you kind of arena in a way that all the projectiles hit the wall. But I do agree. I think Underlord's kind of more in his ballpark.
But if it is Marcy offlane based on OG banning out carries, is there a carry? I mean, they also just banned out an offlane, so maybe they don't know themselves. They're just kind of banning out one of each.
I think the only reason you would put it offlane is if there was some mechanics like, oh, give me this hero.
Is there a
and
hero
I'll
that you
crush the
see
bristleback
at the moment? I'm not seeing a carry where I'm like, wow, that's the carry of the game.
Anti-bristle. Okay, there's an angle.
Drow?
That is Drow.
Okay, cool.
Yes. Because you have the ult is basically evasion pierce versus the wind run. You kill the bristleback. They could even lane it with the spirit breaker and then do Jakiro Marcy in the offlane.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe. A couple of options here for Liquid. It seems like they are not struggling on any of the fronts.
Yeah, I don't think either option's like bad. They can just kind of do whatever they're more comfortable with. I would say it's more likely to be Marcy carry with this like Underlord, some tanky frontliner.
For Liquid, I like Underlord, I like Tide just for the shards to try and contain people and actually just punish them. Underlord, like I mentioned already, for the global presence, the Firestorm into Bristle, additional routes to force winner to have to go BKB and not try and be greedy playing on like Lincolns and stuff like this. Or just Manta. I mean, Ace is currently doing the talking, so it does look like it is going to be an offlane pick. Or he's picked, please don't make me play the Marcy.
I can't play Marcy.
I can't, guys, I can't. Don't do it to me.
Let me play something more fun. More offlaney. Like the Underlord.
Let me buy Pipe Crimson, guys, please.
There's a Tidehunter. There you go, watermelon.
Okay, now it's up to OG. You pick... You still put the wind, I think, safe lane. I don't think you swap it up and put it mid. I think it's a bit weird to do that. So some Yopaj hero.
What does well against Puck that is still in? Void Spirit's out.
Void Spirit's out. DK's out.
Monkey King in.
Is it Monkey Carry?
Probably
I would prefer Monkey mid. He locks in the Monkey mid. It's just a nice matchup against the Puck. It's good. It CS's well. It puts pressure on the Puck. But you always need to remember that you are playing into a Spirit Breaker where his offlane is a Tidehunter. That is
leave him.
Very free. Like minute 3, minute 4, Tide's by himself. Spirit Breaker will be going top, going mid. Once you unlock top, now Jakiro is able to also go mid. It just takes one overstep from Monkey going up the river, or up the high ground of the river, and Jakiro TP's in, Spirit Breaker charges, and then this Monkey advantage that you see in the matchup completely falls apart. So Yopaj needs to be very, very careful that he doesn't overplay his hand and just enable Liquid to counterplay him one time.
I think also the itemization for Monkey King mid in particular can be a bit strange, because if his team doesn't really provide that much damage from his supports, and so if you go more in the damage angle, I think he could just die to like all these like random. You could jump on Marcy, you just explode. But then on the other side, if you go like an earlier BKB, like Echo BKB, more just like tanky, you might not kill the Tidehunters, the Spirit Breakers, and Marcy might just be able to walk into your ult and kill you. So it's kind of, I think he has to find the good mixture of squishiness and damage.
I mean, Liquid, they have the same recipe as game one. They're going to be able to play around the map together, be really obnoxious. OG, they at least have crafted a lineup to match that. So I think this game is going to be a test of how good is OG at playing the map at a faster pace, respecting the skirmishing style. Like this is proof on if OG can, make a good run in this tournament.
Go toe to toe.
Yeah.
But you guys talked a lot about Yopaj there. Obviously, it helps that it's the last pick. Does it also mean that he has extra pressure in this game that he has to perform because if he doesn't have a good game, game's over anyway? Or is that too black and white?
A little bit black and white, yeah.
I think it's not that he has to carry the game, but he has to have impact. Because the Bristle and the Wind are really going to carry the game. Like, you're going to see the game end, and if they win, Monkey King is likely just going to exist. And he's not going to look standout. But I think his ability to make space for the Wind and for the Bristle is what's going to give them the ability to win.
Okay.
So he's going to have to set them up to succeed.
Let's see if that can happen in game number 2. Let's see if OG can push that game number 3 with MLP and Jonix Fire.
Thank you so much, Shiva. Game number 2 is where we are, Jonathan. We already have a 5-man smoke as well being committed by OG as we see that terrifying, terrifying face. No wonder he keeps the sunglasses on, John. My goodness.
Fair enough. It's a beautiful pose. I still feel that way.
Speaking of beautiful,
yes.
Oh my God! Please. My goodness.
love servers.
Oh, I'm gonna go to church after this. My goodness.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Anyway, as I was speaking of beautiful, John, I've been saying to you this to you non-stop before we've casted, but have you noticed Tofu looks even better?
Yeah, he does.
Look, I thought this man couldn't get more beautiful. And then they put a Liquid jersey on him, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
Yeah, he looks amazing. And he's been playing amazing too. It helps out. We'll see if they can maintain that performance here on the side of Liquid. OG, of course, backs against the wall. This is their ticket to the playoffs, a ticket to skipping a couple of days of the groups. And you would want to do that, of course, if you're OG. Have some time to study, have some time to practice some more, test some strategies out in a place where it's not too much pressure. We'll see later on. Taking a gander at that mid, you had Yopaj get that last pick Monkey into the puck matchup. This is a Monkey-favored matchup, of course, as we've seen time and time again. Once you get your Wraith Band and your Brown Boot up, you can run this down. Mind you, Nisha on puck, one of his best heroes, of course, not going to make it any easier for Yopaj, even with that innate advantage. So I'd actually expect this to maybe be a little bit more even. I don't expect Yopaj to completely win it out. I think Nisha knows his ins and outs on every single puck matchup, and that should allow him to balance it out a little bit more. Curious to see how much else the side of Liquid can do, though, as you're already having a pretty strong start in lanes. It's going to be interesting to see how much more impact Nico has in this game, as you know, last game on that Timbersaw, he didn't get too much done. He's having a fantastic start already in lane. It is a melee matchup for the Bristle into the Marcy. Mind you, there's a lot of poke damage Tofu can provide, but at the least, you're not dealing with Twin Terror. So the right-click trade early on, it's still annoying, but it's not as painful as it would be with the other facet. The Icebreaker will provide more control, which is the long-term concern for the side of OG. Their own ways of holding heroes down, not particularly amazing. Whereas in Liquid side, you've got the Ravage later on, you've got the Rebound from Mike, the Icebreaker, Ice Pat coming out from Tofu. Just so many ways of locking you in. And you have Boxy that can just scout around, charge from a mile away, eventually maybe even consider that Silver Blade, that Shadow Blade build up into Silver Edge for the break, just to provide some nuisances here. The bot lane for Natsumi, speaking of, has been relatively stable into a Tide lane. Pretty happy time for Wind Ranger overall. They'll try onto Boxy.
Yeah, Boxy in a bit of trouble. Skem with the tag team, going to ensure they do secure first blood. Though Skem now have to find his own way out. He'll be all right. There'll be no chase. It's just a Tide Hunter. In fact, he'll go for a quick deny on himself. Very, very nice. No XP granted, no gold granted. And a very nice start, of course, for the side of OG.
Yeah, you're having a fantastic time again. On Natsumi, this dual lane of Tide Hunter Spirit Breaker really doesn't do too much up against this hero. Natsumi's going to be happy enough to just sit back and farm. Nico, on the other hand,
being chased by Mike, though Mike is taking a lot of damage himself. He's got to be a little bit cautious. In fact, he's almost dead. The Shadow Poison won't be enough unless they can find a second, but they're out of mana. Mike will be all right. But you do have to be a little bit wary about chasing Nico.
That you have to. Not quite enough mana either from Nico for the last Quill Spray, unfortunately, but they get Lotus control. Nico's fully topped up. Mike is going to have to struggle with the tangos just a little bit longer. Again, for Tofu, going for this Icebreaker does mean that, again, your laning phase isn't as strong. Your threat with the Liquid Fire, Liquid Frost isn't as amazing as it would be otherwise, although...
Nico going to be targeted. Boxy playing one of my personal favorite heroes, Jonathan, the Spirit Breaker. And let me tell you, when it comes to these kind of heroes, I do immediately trust Boxy, I'll tell you. He's the kind of guy that's just going to make your life a living hell when it comes to playing the Spirit Breaker.
That he is, and he's got the space to make these movements across the map. Ace, even though this Tide Hunter isn't going to win bot lane hard, look, it's not going to be under any threat of dying too often. And there is threat from Skem, of course, and Natsumi if he gets a good shackle off. There is damage there, especially with that tangled facet on Natsumi as well, although Nico...
I love this. I love it. He just sticks around, waits for the second. This is classic. That's an MLP move, Jonathan. That's an MLP move right there. He must be watching my replays.
Yeah, for sure, because your replays aren't hidden. Yeah, I'm sure he's watching.
Yeah.
And it does work out. Liquid having a great old time, and again, enabled by the fact that Ace, for the most part, isn't going to die. Gets the level 2 Kraken Shell up. Yeah, tag team's scary. You know, a shackle onto the tree with a bonus damage from Tangled. It's going to be pretty annoying as well, but not too much you can really expect off of that. And again, Boxy's got the room to roam around onto Yopaj. Mid lane for Monkey King has been going well. You know, Nisha hasn't been able to shut that down. And Ace, maybe this time around?
I mean, he's pretty healthy. Natsumi not going to land the shackles either, unfortunately. Ace will be perfectly fine. Meanwhile, top lane, they have got a disruption onto Boxy, who's still trying to be an absolute menace up at top lane. He already did force Nico to have the Walk of Shame just a little bit earlier. Tofu, meanwhile, going to be chased by Yopaj, but they don't really seem to have enough control, I don't think. Yopaj continuing with the chase, but will have to give up on it eventually, as now he's the one in danger. In fact, the Blood Grenade going to land. Charge in from Boxy. Oh boy, a killing spree already for the Bull. Tims, don't play with fire, sir. This man can bash on command, I guarantee you. Get out of it.
Does bail out, but massive kills coming out for Liquid. Offsetting that strong start from Yopaj. Again, all because, yeah, Ace isn't winning his lane hard, but he's surviving. And that allows the Spirit Breaker to just dance around the map, get all of these kills, shut down Nico, shut down Yopaj at the same time. Natsumi will free farm for the most part, and there is a timing here, would say the Maelstrom that could be scary. But you have enough tools on the side of Liquid. So again, kind of take control. When it comes to teamfights, you've got all the control in the world here. Nice coil just to ensure that Amp Damage Rune comes out for Nisha. Could lead to some more shenanigans here if they'd want with a charge coming in, but a little bit of a cancel out from Boxy. And again, you're just having to funnel so many resources out onto the mid lane now. It's just freeing up these side lanes, especially Nico. Again, he doesn't have the presence he'd want on this Bristleback whatsoever.
Now, Boxy won't have the charge yet. He will chase down. Meanwhile, Nico is getting chased by Mickey and Tofu. It looks like Nico is looking relatively screwed up at top lane, and he does go down. Liquid still unrelenting in their mission for aggression. Nisha even having a look around for Tims, not going to find the Shadow Demon. Tims, an expert hide-and-seek player, will be perfectly fine. But 1 to 5 already for Team Liquid. And of course, they'll have first dibs on this Shrine of Wisdom.
Yeah, Yopaj trying to sneak away to the other side as well. So it looks like a 1-for-1. Shouldn't be any contest up on the right side either. Skem?
Skem in trouble. Probably set to fall. Does get a snowball off beforehand, buying a bit more time. TP rotations will income. Skem cannot get the deny. Meanwhile, Tim's also caught. He'll go down to boot. Nico, all he's really probably going to find is Tofu here, and they do secure, but Boxy charges in. Mickey's here as well. Tofu, he'll go for the Wukong's command, or rather Yopaj will. That'll be all she wrote. They just retreat.
He's just not done.
No, he's not. Nico regretting his life choices. Run, Nico. He cannot. Rebound will land from Mickey. Boxy, he's on another mission. Boundless Strike will cancel. Disruption now. Mickey's still around though if they need the help. TP away, and there is no way to cancel.
No.
And you know what, John? Can I just say as well, last game, Liquid had pretty much map vision constantly thanks to Ace.
Yep.
You kind of have a similar thing with Boxy, right? Like you charge someone. Sure, it's not the same thing as the Wolves constantly scouting you out, but it is very annoying to just have that constant vision on someone.
That it is. And again, you're going to have to be very smart with your D wards here on the side of OG. Managed to get one forward ward on the left side, but still have that cliff ward hanging around as well. And again, for the side of OG, it's hard to see how they start to take these engagements. Yopaj does have some early damage to play with for sure, but how do you connect with everyone else? Now the triangle once more being invaded by Liquid, as we saw in Game 1. We'll take that hard camp stack. Ancient stack might be alive for a little bit longer, but again, it's all of this catch-up farm that Nico especially needs to actually have some relevance in the game. And we saw this in Game 1, Mikey, where Nico's Timbersaw didn't have impact. Right now, his Bristle not really feeling like it's going to have any better of a game just yet.
Lowest net worth on the map. For Cause anyway at the moment, as Boxy again charging in all the way, in fact, finding Tims and Yopaj. And you know what? The thing is for Boxy, he's really got no threats at the moment.
No.
Like, he's already level 5. You know, with the Bulldoze up, he knows they can't hold him down. Bottom lane Ace, he's a tanky boy with that Kraken shell. Even with the tag team going, eventually it will wear off, but he'll go for the Ravage to try and retreat, and it will be able to do so. It's Team Liquid not allowing anything. Here comes Boxy again, but he'll cancel. But it's all about the vision, John. Just keep tabs.
Yeah, and again, it's just making it so hard for OG to find some of these pickups. Maybe a bit optimistic, of course, onto the Tidehunter. Just a naturally tanky target. And, you know, Ace has had a slightly better time than Nico overall. At least he's been able to soak up some good EXP. Ravage down for a while. It's not like Liquid are looking for connections with Ravage. Not that they even need it. Yopa trying to sneak around with Natsumi into the mid.
Tim's not looking too healthy at the moment, I don't think. Now that the strike gonna land, Tim's is gone. Oh, and Natsumi!
No.
And Yopaj both caught. They'll still be all right. Oh, but Yopaj is going to die to the fire, and so will Natsumi.
Oh,
this start is the stuff of nightmares for OG. I can feel Notel stressing out right now.
Oh, yeah.
I can feel it.
He's not going to be feeling too comfy. And I don't know if any relief is coming anytime soon. It's going to take time for OG. That's all they can hope for. Stall for time, get that build-up you'd want. It's a lot of build-up you have to wait for, especially for someone like Nico, who is going back for a full Crimson Guard. Needs that Vanguard up first, but man, you are getting way too much out on Liquid. Full Dominator up for Mike. Nisha working his way onto the Witchblade already. Nice level 9 to play with. And again, when it just comes down to control, it just comes down to finding opportunities. It's a lot easier to play Liquid's draft, run and gun like this.
Nico. There's just no breaks for poor old Nico as he'll try. Oh, Mika, even with the body blocks as well. Dispose him back. Yes, thank you, Nico. Can we use the voice line when you're winning, sir? Preferably when you're winning.
We'll have to see if they can find that opportunity. 3-12. A pretty grim start for the side of OG. 17% win probability now. And again, all they can do is weather the storm is Natsumi.
There's no... There is nothing. This is the thing. When you're playing against a draft like this with a Spirit Breaker that had this good of a start, it is absolute torture.
It is.
There is no break.
There is no break.
There is zero break time.
No. It is just pain for OG. And for Liquid, a lot of joy. They've had a smooth start so far. Ace is just about to get himself a Blade Mail as well, so less choices for Natsumi on who to try to kill. At the least, again, Ancients are being cleared out by Nico, so a Vanguard is eventually going to become a reality. You've still got a ways to go for Yopaj into the Orchid, and that has to be one of the launching points here. Just having that extra piece of control, having an actual way to combo down a hero down to 0 should provide some avenues, especially into the back line if you can sneak around here on the Monkey. It's just difficult to see all of that sneaking about when, as you mentioned, you know, Box is able to check the lanes, charge around, get some vision forward. They still haven't cleared this ward. Full value gotten here for Liquid on the left side. And I know, again, for OG, they just have to sit back, mitigate losses, and find some farm. And that's all you can do.
Absolutely. Charging in on Nico. Nico is just not getting a break. They are not leaving this man alone. Run, Nico. You know you've got to run. I think he'll be okay. He's too deep now. They'll cancel it off. But there's just no safety on this map. There's even Natsumi being bullied away by Ace, who's picked up a full Blade Mail for himself. Not looking like a very easy game for this Position 1 Wind Ranger.
No.
With the way things are going. I mean, Mike is absolutely huge, by the way, in case you haven't noticed. 7.6k net worth already. 8k net worth advantage for the side of Liquid as they are going to try and fight back against Nisha, but the Ravage going to put an end to all of it as Nisha just deletes Natsumi. And Skem can do nothing but just die as well as Mike finds a double across the map. Make it a triple by the looks of it. Full team wipe.
Across the map?
Across the map, a full team wipe.
Yeah.
Oh!
I think No-Tail's going to need some Advil.
Oh! Somebody check on No-Tail.
Yeah, make sure No-Tail, make sure that our Sunflower is doing all right. And then Liquid, though, the horses are galloping.
Mikey. I mean, they are.
They're stampeding down.
They're stallions, Jonathan.
Stallions are racing, Mikey. And you know, you'd know that as well if you played some Uma Musume.
What?
Some cultured people would know. It's pretty popular now. I don't know why. Still, Liquid also being very popular in this game so far.
Natsumi.
It's not stopping.
No, they don't need to stop, Jonathan. They don't need to stop because it's really this easy.
God.
For Tim's, he's just even more. Just more. Thank you very much, Yopaj. He'll try to fight back. They're just diving them at this point. Skem trying to just barely survive. Mike is going to find a double rebound. Gentlemen, it might be that time. I'm gonna say it. It might be time.
Well, okay, look. If they do call it, there's a couple of upsides for OG that I think that is worth considering. Their average game stat goes down by a huge amount. That's one thing.
Look at the scoreline, John.
You know?
Look at the scoreline.
Oh, the beautiful, magical 3-22.
Even Gabe and saying it. I mean, is that a sign, John? Is that is this where we turn around now?
This is where it should go. Ace, they're trying.
Oh, it's happening. Here we go. Live action, ladies and gentlemen. Ace. There you go, John. Gaben has spoken.
It's a big kill to find. You know, some punishment coming out. They're going to need
that was 1K
more.
worth of gold, John.
Yeah. And they'll just need around 4 more of that to feel better. Around 6 more of that to feel like the game's evening out. And that's allowed, I don't know how long you can stall the game out that way. Maybe around 10 minutes more. You know, 10, 15 minutes. You do get some progress.
If they make a comeback in this game, I will be so impressed. I will be so darn impressed. Skem's going to be all right. Tim's going to be okay as well.
Yeah, it would be almost miraculous. Nico, nothing miraculous about this.
No, certainly not, Jonathan. Nico will go down. Nikkei having a fill day. Mid lane, Yopaj charged up, can do nothing.
Oh.
Yopaj will also go down.
It's painful. You know, I know for a fact as well that good old Tita Helenita, shout out to her, Skem's mom, is watching more than likely at this R in Southeast Asia, which should be close to 2 a.m. as they charge more.
I apologize to Skem's mother for what she's currently watching. Shout out to her. Natsumi, Shackles, not going to land, sadly.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
All right. So what's the hopium huffing here? 10 more minutes. 5 more solo pickoffs on Ace. And somehow your high ground holds. That's the hope.
Go out as well.
Mm-hmm.
Building could collapse.
Yeah. Power outage could happen. Only on one set of boots. You know, I believe Manager Lane has experience with those power outages.
He sure does.
He knows what to do.
Get the wire cutters out, Lane. It's the only way.
Lineup as well, minus Natsumi and Force.
Get the wire cutters out, Lane. It's the only way, sir. Tim's, he's down. Yopaj, no chance. He's gone.
The damage?
No, the damage.
Nisha?
Hold on. Nisha.
No,
he's not dying. Nisha's not dying. Don't give us hope like that, Nisha. Oh, Natsumi's caught out. Well, there you go. 4 down for OG. 4-29 now, Jonathan.
20k lead for Liquid. And for OG, I wonder, how does Force feel about this?
What do you mean, how does Force? Look, this is how he feels, John. This is how he feels.
Yeah.
Do you think he's feeling good right now, John?
No.
No?
If he was Primal Beast, he'd have that taunt, and that's what I associate with Force every now and again. As we'll see a replay of
of what?
Slaughter. War crimes. This could be a definition. False hope is another. As Nisha dodges out beautifully.
Very nice from Nisha. Oh, it's beautiful. I mean, this is classic.
Oh, you know what this is. Ed, why are you laughing? Stop it! There's nothing to laugh about. John Anthony Vargas. It's not funny.
We'll see how funny it is after this game, Natsumi. I'll have a chat with him, John. Cut him off before he gets into the damn bus. We'll have a quick talk with Natsumi.
Oh.
Won't be laughing after that, I'll tell you.
You know, I God bless. I love Natsumi, but
he's a great guy.
This is there's one thing for Natsumi that he can take away here. This is not as bad as CDPC Tour 2 on Boom, where he jumped into a minefield side and jumped back out and died.
That's true.
So it can't get any worse than that, Natsumi. You're fine. At John Anthony Vargas, you are okay. There is hope. There's no minefields to run through this time. You're all right.
If there isn't, we've always got Thompson. You know, we can always call Thompson. He's somewhere in SCA right now, isn't he? Natsumi? Oh, he's in trouble again. Get Thompson on the phone, no tail. We need him. Jakira Tofu. Tofu's in trouble. But they've lost Natsumi. Jump in. They've got Nico. They've also got Skem.
Oh, bash.
It's getting worse, Jonathan. Triple kill for Mikke.
Boxy's just in the bases sticking there. This is it. Can we get an off-cam view of this? Because it's amazing. This is exactly the state of the game right now for OG. Boxy is staring at the Ancient, and that's it.
Yeah.
That's all we're getting.
That's all.
That's it. I mean, Liquid, look, they're smashing this game out. And there's a couple of things, being serious for a moment. I think if you look at this run from OG, the first 2 days, day 1, PARIVISION were probably confident. Day 2, they generally did outplay Tundra, but it also looks like Tundra is struggling. So maybe going into day 3, there's been more time. Liquid has a lot of coaches. They've had time to study OG, and this is really a test for them. Mind you, the test is not going well.
No.
But this is a true test for them, and I think, a team like Liquid, out of all the top teams you could have hoped for into this run to the playoffs, into this stage of our Swiss format, Liquid is likely the kind of team that would be prepared for literally anyone. So for OG, I think you've just got to, again, grind and bear with it. Try to stall somehow if you can.
I mean, like I said, I would be incredibly impressed if they made a comeback.
If.
That's a big if. That's a very big if. Oh, we got Dream Coil out on 2. Ravage as well. No chance in hell. 2 gone already. Good game is called. Yopaj has seen enough.
Yeah.
Yopaj has seen enough. So have we, Jonathan.
People laughing. Why are they? Okay. You know what?
What else are you gonna do?
I'll take that as a positive.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
That's it. I mean, what can you do? You got schooled. Maybe you were trying something in the draft. Testing stuff out a little bit. Doesn't pan out. I'm very sorry to Tita Helenita
we
for
apologize
having to watch that,
to the parents of these players. We will have a quick chat with them.
Yeah, look, big congrats to Liquid to making it through to playoffs, number 1.
Yes.
Excellent run.
Yeah.
A very clean series up against OG. But for OG, this is where the hopium comes in for Southeast Asia. We're not out of it yet. That's our first loss. They've got a chance still. It's fine.
It is absolutely fine. If anything, especially for a relatively young squad, more games is often considered to be better. And if you would win a series, out of the group stage, you don't get to play more games. So this is a strategic choice, definitely. Although I will say this was a pretty painful strategic choice on the OG's part. I am so happy they can laugh about it because that's definitely needed after a game like that, T.
Yeah, it's really refreshing to see smiles and not desk slams in difficult moments.
Yes.
But I think for Liquid at least, fast Dota's back on the menu, right? I think Liquid post-TI, it's taken a couple tournaments to find their footing, but they're here. They're showing that you can win a game in 30 minutes. You can break moments super early on. During TI, very long Dota. We didn't really have that high pacing. Liquid didn't perform very well. Of course, gaming wasn't there. And then with the dissolving of the gaming roster, the high-paced Dota kind of disappeared a little bit, very momentarily. So I'm really happy that we do have this kind of big shift in meta once again. And let's see if Liquid can replicate this in the playoffs against even scarier teams down the line.
21-minute game, very fast.
Yeah, I think it was pretty much a repeat of the first game, to some extent, in terms of playstyle. There's a lot of pickoffs, a lot of just random skirmishes that Liquid kept coming out on top, and it never really felt like there was a point in the game where you're like, oh, this is OG's chance. This is where they're gonna really get that win. It felt even here, it's like you're looking. There's kills bot, there's kills top, there's a kill mid. They're just kind of splitting at the right amount of time on Liquid, and they're also grouping as 5 at the right times.
It's just really fun Dota, right? I feel like if you ever were to play Dota, you jump in a game, this is the type of Dota that I'd love to play, right? It's just the idea of just go, kill, you follow your one core, whilst one core's fighting, another one's farming. When he then steps up, you can go around. It is just really, really fun to watch.
I believe the score was 5-30 during that laughing clip, just for the record.
He was also, he ended the game 0-7-3, so that was, if you don't laugh, you'll cry. One of those moments.
Yeah.
Better than 0-11-2.
True. Yep.
That is true, but look at the scoreline on the side of Team Liquid. Near a flawless coming out from them. It was a well-executed, fast gameplay game, and it just clicked. It was just smooth sailing. The Marcy, obviously. I don't know, who would you give the MVP to? Because, Marcy has a great scoreline, I get that, but I don't know. Was
Boxy?
It Boxy?
He did a lot of work on the Spirit Breaker. He was kind of showing up to a lot of the different fights. I mean,
I was impartial.
Don't you want to highlight Spirit Breaker?
How can you be impartial as a Spirit Breaker enjoyer?
Well, I was trying to be, but...
Be biased. Give me like 10 seconds of being biased.
All right, 200 games for a breaker. My guy, he had that purple effect. He was charging left, right, and center. You want to talk about Tofu? Boring. Jakira's a good hero. We already know that. The Spirit Breaker, not played as much. It is a bit of an art form. And of course, people say it's an easy hero. It's not an easy hero. You have to click charge and then know when to cancel it. And Boxy, he was canceling many charges because he didn't want to feed. And look at that, 7-1-17. He had such a great performance, and I hope Tofu's not in the interview as I slander him, saying that Boxy was the standout player.
Well, and Boxy also was in it for the long haul. He had the Dormant Curio still left over.
He was hoping for it to be tier 5, but maybe Liquid should have a conversation about the Curio because they're so efficient in the map.
Yeah.
They're not getting that investment. Like
No.
they're bad choice because of how good Liquid is.
But if you're fighting too much, you're mostly not hitting neutral creeps, and therefore you might get your correct. Oh my God, the shardy thing at minute like 20.
Madstones? The shoddy things I see. Okay.
But you might get it at like minute 20 enough for your tier 2, and you're like, well, I'm just gonna keep my Dormant Curio because why not?
Yeah, I do actually think, but based on how Liquid plays, yeah, that Curio is. But maybe he just had bad options. Yeah, that could also be a choice.
Sometimes you take it tier 1, and then because it's like the best, and then you get to tier 2, and there's some weird tier 2 neutrals.
Yeah, or you get it late.
Yeah, and yeah.
You might as well. I'm curious if Tofu is a Dormant Curio enjoyer. Let's invite him in. Congratulations, Tofu. Welcome to the panel. You can sit in between the gentlemen.
There you go, boss. Welcome.
Well, quick question first. If you heard our discussion, Dormant Curio. When do you get it, and when do you not change it out? We saw Boxy ending the game with one, so hence our discussion.
Okay, I'm not sure what you guys talked about, but I really dislike this item.
You dislike it?
Okay, I wouldn't say big dislike. I just never take it because it doesn't do anything. But maybe later into the game, it potentially could be good if you didn't lose or win by that point, I guess. But Will, for example, our coach, Blitz, he really likes this item because he has like this dream of like 60-minute game. I have a very strong item.
Dying.
But I don't know if it just like happens often.
But again, Liquid, you're finishing at 25 minutes, 37 minutes, 35. I'm not seeing the return on the investment, all right? You're not playing the late game. You're too good.
I mean, we're not aiming to play for it.
I see.
If I, maybe in a different meta, Midas is good. I'll like start picking it up a bit more, but...
Maybe you gotta have a talk with Boxy then. You know, let go of the Dormant Curio. Why you guys are winning early, you know? Get the most out of
maybe
the
it's
early
just
game.
for him. Like he tries his best. If we win early, it's good. If we don't, he's ready.
Oh no, that's the trust in the team. You see the Curio, you're like, wait, you don't trust our move? Oh, okay.
All right, speaking of trust, you've probably been asked this a couple times already, but I just wanted to ask it again. Switching to 5, okay, that is one thing. But laning together with Mickey, how's the adjustment been, and how do you feel on the lane, in the laning stage, first 10 minutes of the game, compared to maybe at the start of joining Liquid?
I think generally safe lane is a bit easier, simpler from how you have to execute it. So it felt kind of natural also because support position, I felt like it didn't change that much up, and also laning stage is the easiest part. Over like a month of playing, there's like a lot of map things that I have to do different, or like I'm involved in less smokes, or like the aggressive part of the play, so to say, and I play more area, back up my carry, or like other things that I had to get used to, which like there like is a lot of difference from 4 and 5. But I think the team generally made it really easy to like get in there and like get used to playing with them, but also create like an atmosphere that I can play whatever I want. And Mickey also is like very easy to work with, really like good vibe, chill guy. And I don't know, I think we're doing really well together, and I do really enjoy playing with him also.
Do you think there's a person that helped you the most, kind of like with the transition? It's like their one shout out? Or is it more of like everyone kind of helps you and you got to figure out some of it by yourself?
Play style wise, I don't think that there's like a big like mentor in that sense. I think it's mostly the guys like give me room to like see what I want to do, and there was periods where like I wanted to like scale more and like come with post 4 heroes like Snap or Hoodwink, then try some games with melee, some like, I don't know, I just buy Solar Glimmer and save, and it like still depends on the game a bit, but they just let me like be me, and I try to like fit in whatever works. Still not 100% sure yet, but we're getting there. But I actually also thought to like ask Insania about like a take from him, how he played it before, how he views it. I don't know if he like still watches or follows much, but it would be interesting also to have his perspective on it.
I think he was watching
because he just knows the
story.
guys.
He was watching the series.
Okay,
so you can hit him up.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. Obviously, playing 4 to 5, you love playing with a team, right? Of course, Liquid, it's pro Dota. What about your pubs? What's it feeling like having to go into a pub and rather than playing 4, playing through the map, being active, now you're playing the sacrificial type of role in a pub game? Like, how's your enjoyment in the pub scene?
Like I think compared S4, you usually have like more scaling, you get more kills, and it's like easier to get your impact going into the game to like win and carry the games. Or like 5, you like is a lot like you roll with the guys and either I don't know, you just like win, or you're like I don't know, sitting in the map and you're sad that like people will come and solo kill you now.
Do you have any advice for aspiring 5 players who are trying to climb the leaderboard?
Try to help your cause to not tilt.
Okay, sorry.
That's fair. Therapy. Okay, all right. Classic answer. Fair enough. Therapist. No worries. All right.
Speaking of therapists, I'm transitioning to the coach. You for a long time you worked together with CY, and you obviously have been friends with Will Blitz for a long time as well. And now he's your coach. So I would imagine maybe the dynamic changed a little bit for that as well. Like, how has that been? Has there been a change in dynamic now that he's, I mean, in a way, your boss, almost? I don't know actually exactly know how that works for you guys, but I would imagine there is a difference there.
In the hierarchy, he is like higher, but everyone's still like memeing with him, and so we're on like an equal footing. What he does for the most part is like, I think just drafting and like, I don't know, a bit of a clowny personality to keep up with the vibes. But I don't know how to put like specific roles on people. But I also had to fit in a way where there's like links in how people talk and interact with each other. Like how things work, how people talk with each other naturally.
There's a different group synergy.
Yeah, I don't know,
it's
just different. I don't know. It's
in a good way or just in a different way?
I mean, in a different and in a good way. Like overall, it's just good vibes. Everyone's like nice, mature, good atmosphere.
That sounds good. I got a very non-important question, but we asked it earlier to Laura as well, so I'll ask you as well. What's your favorite Poogie, and are you saving for it? And do you like the Monster Hunter collab?
I've never played Monster Hunter before. When I saw it, I guess it's cool that Dota is doing content, and I'm always up for it. I was really hoping for like some mini game, because I really like those usually. I also thought about getting a Monster Hunter game just so I can enjoy the content more, but I don't know, I didn't really. As in skins, I mean, I think the techies is really cool. On the Poogies, they seem a little random. So maybe
What do you like? Is there one that you like? Like the Bumblebee?
Maybe the one with the BS.
Ooh, it's a pro favorite. 2 Bs. Okay, all right.
That's a very important, hard-hitting question. Congratulations, Tofu, again, for making it out of the group stage, of course, into playoffs straight away. I'm sure we'll see you again more there. So we're going to let you exit the stage while we continue closing the show.
Okay. Thanks for having me.
Cheers, mate.
Thank you.
Good luck.
You guys.
Yeah, and we're going to take a look at where we are at today, as actually there's still unusual, I know, at this time, but Stream B is still going on. So there's still more Dota for you guys to watch right now. There's actually elimination on the line of that one. If I can remember correctly, yeah, it's Nigma Galaxy versus Cobra. Game 2 is going on. Make sure to check that out. And they went a little bit longer. We already see our first eliminated team here, Tutti.
Raw. Gone.
Not
Yeah.
loud.
Sad.
It is unfortunate, but when you think about the qualifiers for the region, a lot of the big Chinese teams were invited to the event, so it was kind of an opportunity for kind of like the tier 2 teams in the region to battle out to then make it to one of their first lands. So fair play, Raw, they were here, they got some experience, but no real big surprise. But Cobra, Parker Dota, previous Wallachia winner, 1 game away from elimination. Just honestly, guys, just close the stream. go to the B stream. Go watch Parker fight for his life. Don't even bother watching us talk. We're going to be here for many more days. Go watch Parker. Back to you, Shiva.
All right, back to me. I will tell you guys are very excited to, of course, find out what the matches are tomorrow, but you can't know that until the matches are done on Stream B. So that's another call to action for you guys to close this stream and go to the Stream B that is still live with Nigma Galaxy versus Cobra. Of course, we'll be back here tomorrow at same time, so that's 10 a.m. Bucharest time. We are in Bucharest, Romania, and we'll be live, obviously, before 10 to talk about the full day. In case you want to know the schedule, that will be discussed there as well, and of course, you can check out the socials for that as well. But for this stream, for today, that was it. Thank you very much for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
cura nu mai tace, iarba nu mai place, curiești bolnevea guță mioară. Stăpâniți, cheamă și-un câine cel mai bărbătesc și cel mai prețes. Că la pus de soare vreau să-mi de-o mare baciu și cu cel vrâncean. Dumioara mea, să te îndor sa fetiș.